Chapter 351. Chapter 351, Causing Trouble. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Mirage Sand Sea was a dangerous area of the boundless sea, easy to defend and hard to invade. However, so long as you managed to get through the toxic gas surrounding it, you would be safe inside, but many humans and demon beasts had fallen prey to it. What looked to be normal, common, white mist was actually immensely poisonous. As soon as a little was breathed in, the weaker victims would immediately die of the toxicity, so only those spiritual level and above would be able to pass through safely. Then what about mages? XiaoMo asked, hearing them talk about practitioners and wondering if there were no limitations for mages. There are limitations for mages as well, but it's not according to your level. You'll know when we get in, it won't have any effect on you, though. Ling Xiao hadn't done any research beforehand, but he managed to guess the way it worked upon taking a look. Oh. To confirm how many helpers the level 10 demon beast had, Fairy Furong had sent her people to slip into Mirage Sand Sea some time ago. After the sacrifices of several female disciples, they had finally obtained reliable information. The level 10 demon beast knew he couldn't monopolize the entire ley line, so used the ley line as a lure to get nearby level 10 demon beasts to help. Boundless Sea had more level 10 powerhouses than even the North Continent. To secure the elemental essence, the demon beast had invited a total of 10 level 10 demon beasts, promising them each a tenth of the spirit gems. Luckily, those invited demon beasts weren't stronger than that demon beast, but with him included, there was a total of 11. As for them, their side only had 8 Emperor-level elites. If each of them took on one demon beast, there would be 2 left over. It was a good thing that they had discussed this yesterday. I've already given you all the data we could get on Mirage Sand Sea's demon beasts. After entering, everyone should go and find their own opponent. If you have any problems, use the transmitter stones. If no one has any objections, then let's begin this operation. Fairy Furong said in a tender tone. Since the information had all been obtained by Fairy Furong's people, it was agreed that she would be given a whole % for her work at the meeting. After that, everyone split into groups. There were only 8 groups at first, but Doexian Academy split into 3 groups led by He Tian, Duan Shitian, and Yenfei. Yenfei actually wasn't as strong, and would have a hard time against a level 10 demon beast, so most of the students would be with him. Then, it was time for the Emperor-level powerhouses to open up a path, leading the 10 groups inside Mirage Sand Sea. Though Mirage Sand Sea only had the poisonous gas on the outer edges, the outer edge continued for over 10,000 meters, consuming a lot of soul force. XiaoMo finally understood why Ling Xiao said the poisonous gas barrier had no limits for levels, because it mostly just consumed one's soul force. If you could replenish your soul force whenever, even low-leveled mages could enter and exit at will. 10,000 meters wasn't too far to go. It was barely an hour before they reached the other side. Instantly, their eyes met wide-open space, blue skies and seas, and a row of red-crowned cranes even flew overhead. It looked like paradise. It was hard to believe that a bloody battle would soon erupt here. By then, the 10 teams had already separated. Yenfei had taken them to some shallows, surrounded by quiet mountain ridges. White fog blanketed the area and the sound of waves was audible. With the warm ocean breeze, everyone felt rather drowsy. XiaoMo closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and feeling the dregs of sleep cling to him. Suddenly, there was the thwack of a slap and he opened his eyes. He saw that it was Ling Xiao. Holding his burning cheek, he asked in anger, "Why did you hit me?" Ling Xiao sighed. "This is an illusion." XiaoMo was stunned for a moment. Illusion? No way, it doesn't seem like it. Ling Xiao replied, "That's because the one casting the illusion is a level 10 demon beast, of course you wouldn't notice." It wasn't just them, even Yenfei hadn't realized. What good luck, meeting a level 10 demon beast so quickly. As they spoke, Yenfei finally noticed and quickly broke through the illusion with the other elders. The blue skies and seas disappeared from before their eyes, replaced by large stones covered in moss beneath them. In front of them, there was a withering, rotting forest with no hint of green grass or life. He. I hear you're the vice principal of the Daoxian Academy, YNFA. Seems like the rumors weren't false. You're truly very strong, able to break through this little lady's illusions so quickly. With the alluring laugh and voice, everyone noticed a group of people standing on one of the hills. The person heading the group was an extremely beautiful woman, even more seductive than Fairy Fu Rome, wearing naught but a fine veil on her body. She had remarkable breasts, long slender legs, a fine specimen. A level 10 demon beast, one that was proficient in illusions, no less. This must be one of the only 2 female level 10 demon beasts, the Monster Fox. The Monster Fox's name was simply just Monster Fox, a fox demon beast just like Xiao, but with a less impressive bloodline. Xiao's ancestors were the ancient 9-tailed demon foxes, so as long as she continued to cultivate, she would achieve a strength that even Monster Fox wouldn't be able to ever achieve. Monster Foxes had one tail and that tail was their life. If they ever lost it, not only would they lose all their spiritual power, they wouldn't be able to regain it in 10,000 years, a harsh consequence. So Monster Foxes always took great care of their tail. The woman in front of them wore a revealing red veil in a human form, but behind her swayed a massive white tail. Though their tail might have been their weak spot, it was also a great boost to their combative ability, so that's why she dared to keep it out. If she hit it, she would only lose quicker. Leave this Monster Fox to me and the 3 elders. The others are up to you to deal with. YNFA's expression was extremely severe. Though they had more people, their opponent was a level 10 demon beast. The gap between a level was nothing like the gap between a star, it was immense. Shifu, don't worry about us and focus on the Monster Fox, Gao Yang called out. YNFA nodded at him and led the 3 elders to meet Monster Fox. Monster Fox was a ruler of a section of the Boundless Sea and had many powerful soldiers under her command. Among them were 3 level 9 demon beasts. The remaining 2 elders took a level 9 demon beast each as their opponents, leaving the last one to Gao Yang and the others. It was good that they had all fought against level 9 demon beasts before and weren't at any disadvantage when facing it together. The battle erupted and soon became chaotic. XiaoMo might not be very strong, he wanted to contribute, but XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing beside him, with black lines on his face. What did you come here for? Aren't you going to help? With Ling Xiao's power, it was a waste to fight these small fry. However, if he didn't go, people would talk, because he wasn't low on the 100-man rankings. Why so serious? They'll win, Ling Xiao replied lightly. Monster Fox hadn't brought many helpers, and Gu and the others weren't normal spiritual level experts either. They all had powerful ace techniques, and many methods for keeping themselves from certain death. XiaoMo was speechless. Of course he knew they'd win, that wasn't what he was worried about. Ling Xiao kicked a person who wanted to sneak attack XiaoMo and sent them flying. Then, he took XiaoMo in another direction and kicked another enemy flying. It was uncertain if it was on purpose or not, but the enemies that were sent flying streaked towards Monster Fox like falling meteorites. The human ammunition hadn't even gotten close before they were blasted into smithereens by Monster Fox. Though it was an insignificant attack, it gave YNFA and the others a small window of opportunity. XiaoMo said, "You did that on purpose, right?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "Do you have any objections?" XiaoMo slowly bit out, "No, I wanted to say, kick another few over." Fine, because of Ling Xiao's interruptions, Monster Fox was unprepared for the attacks, letting YNFA and the others take the upper hand. If this continued, victory was certain. After blasting her own underlings for the 10th time, Monster Fox was angry enough to start blowing steam, her figure not nearly as casual as before, but rather inelegant. She glared over at Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, who had caused all this, having noticed them. It wasn't just Monster Fox that noticed this, but YNFA and the others as well. Some people wanted to copy Ling Xiao, but they didn't have the skill. A battle between level 10 powerhouses wasn't something you could easily influence. The slightest mistake might cause trouble instead. Monster Fox had wanted to shake off Yanfei and the others to kill Ling Xiao, but was continuously seen through by Yanfei and was clung to, unable to shake them off. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and hollered out in anger, "Frost Lion, until when are you going to stand there and watch for? Come out and help already, dot." "Ha, Monster Fox, I can't believe that a ruler of boundless sea like you would be pressured like this by some younglings." How embarrassing, a man had walked out at Monster Fox's yell. He had blue hair and an intense aura, marking him as a level 10 demon beast for sure. He was exactly as the information they had gotten said him to be. He was the celestial frost lion they were told of. Everyone widened their eyes. Why was the celestial frost lion here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352. Chapter 352, Cat, Catching the Mice. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There was only one explanation. One level 10 demon beast they could deal with, but two, that was dangerous for everyone. Yanfei was already having difficulty dealing with Monster Fox. Looking around, no one was free to fight the celestial frost lion. Yanfei and the others were caught by surprise and had to stop. "What are you rambling on about? Just get rid of them, quickly." Monster Fox became embarrassed to the point of anger as the celestial frost lion's words hit at her sore spot. The frost lion snorted and said scornfully, "What are you afraid of? We got this in the bag. There isn't even an emperor-level practitioner. And you're still worried about them escaping?" The Monster Fox's expression turned cold, and said, with this attitude, "If something goes wrong, you want to take full responsibility, dot." The frost lion furrowed his brow, and said impatiently, "Fine, just leave Yanfei and those old people to me, you get the others." "Good enough for you?" Monster Fox nodded in satisfaction and turned her chilling cold gaze towards Ling Xiao. Her red pupils seemed to be surrounded by a murderous aura that raged like a hurricane. As if she wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive, she said, in a ghastly tone, "Let me see you try to run away." As she finished, her figure disappeared and ran towards Ling Xiao. Yanfei cursed under his breath before shifting to block her. But the frost lion was faster and with lightning speed, stopped him. Bombastically he said, "Yanfei, don't be in a hurry, play with me a little. I hope you can hold on for a long while." With that, Yanfei's face turned eerie. On the other side, as Monster Fox moved in for the attack, Ingu and the others intended to help Ling Xiao. In their point of view, even if Ling Xiao could fight one-on-one with a level 9 demon beast, it would be impossible with a level 10 demon beast. However, they got caught up with Monster Fox's underlings and could only watch as Monster Fox approached Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao, he just grabbed XiaoMo and ran. Monster Fox let out a cold laugh before chasing without hesitation. By her perspective, Ling Xiao wanted to escape the fighting area to prevent friendly fire or reduce their pressure. Thus, he decided to run as far away as possible. That kind of thought was pure idiotic. Thus, a game of chase began. Monster Fox wanted to see their painful, struggling faces, so she deliberately slowed down. Thus, with one in front and the other following, one chasing and one running, they fled thousands of miles. Until, in a white, hazy part of the sea, not sure of which corner of the Mirage Sand Sea, with no islands in sight but pure sea water, it was a great place for criminal activity. That was when Ling Xiao finally stopped and put XiaoMo down. "Okay, this should be enough distance." Behind them, Monster Fox realized that they stopped, and a flash of puzzlement appeared on her face, but she didn't think much of it. She just thought they had realized it was inescapable and thus decided to take a final stand. Monster Fox's speed was extremely fast. In less than 5 seconds after they had stopped, she arrived. Her silhouette appeared a few meters away. XiaoMo looked over at Monster Fox, who appeared very pleased, and said to Ling Xiao, "Don't tell me you already knew that Frost Lion was waiting for a moment to attack, so you purposefully made her angry to lure out the Frost Lion? And then use it as a way to escape from Goutage and the others?" Ling Xiao didn't object. "Don't you think it's a good opportunity?" XiaoMo looked at Monster Fox with pity. She probably still thought she was the cat chasing the mouse. "Although it's a good opportunity, but isn't that Frost Lion stronger than Monster Fox? Wouldn't that put the vice principal and others in a dangerous spot?" Ling Xiao answered, "If there was danger, there is still Ingu. He's very not normal, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. Also, Yenfa is no pushover either." XiaoMo looked with a face of surprise. "How is Ingu not normal?" Ling Xiao held down his shoulder but had his gaze fixed on Monster Fox, and smiled gently. "About that, I'll tell you later. First, we should get rid of her, right?" Seeing the man's lip curl to a smile without a hint of distress about their situation whitened her feeling of unease. She couldn't understand why. Did they think success was luring her here? Monster Fox couldn't think of answer and just forgot about it. As she turned back to being full of confidence, she said to Ling Xiao in a sinister tone, "Seeing as you're a student of Dao Xian Academy, I'll give you a chance. Kill your friend and I'll let you die a quick death." Ling Xiao ignored her and turned towards XiaoMo. "Let Lan Xiao out first." Although XiaoMo was confused, he did as he was told and let Lan Xiao out. Immediately the gray wings disappeared and in front of him appeared a bright red human figure. As the bird of pride appeared, the pressure of a level 10 demon beast spread with incredible speed across the sea. A level 10 demon beast's pressure? Monster Fox's pupils shrunk. No wonder they weren't worried, they had a level 10 contracted demon beast. But she quickly calmed down and said, "What if it's a level 10 demon beast? It's still just level 10. Monster Fox was low on the 11 demon beast's power tier but not the last because she had level 10 2-star strength. At their level, every difference in stars were huge. Lan Xiao looked at her like an idiot at the blink of death. Ling Xiao turned to Lan Xiao and said, "Protect him, I'll be right back." With great respect Lan Xiao replied, "Yes, Boss Ling Xiao." "Boss Ling Xiao? A level 10 demon beast is that respectful to that man?" Monster Fox's expression was filled with shock. Of course, she wouldn't know Lan Xiao did it purposefully for show, although it was true. Monster Fox wasn't stupid and quickly realized the strangeness of the situation. From the beginning to the end, they had not expressed a hint of panic, they were as calm as if she was the mouse. This attitude had only one explanation. Realizing this, Monster Fox's desire to live outweighed pride and her skinny fingers quickly formed a few hand seal. In a tender tone she shouted, "Water Mirror Moonflower." That was Monster Fox's ultimate move, an extremely powerful attack, a mirage that would attack and defend. Since it was an ultimate move, she didn't use it often. The man got pulled into the mirage and around him was a sky of peach flower petals, decorating a beautiful world. A world that looked peaceful but in fact every petal was a weapon, instantly giving off a sharp shine. The sea of petals flied towards the man. In a devious grin, the man's thin lips let out a single word, "break." With this sound, all of the flower petals disintegrated with a small purple flame. The mirage broke. This was a destructive way of breaking the spellcast. Monster Fox had almost never met someone who could destroy all of the petals at once. The moment the man came out of the mirage, Monster Fox had already escaped. The reason she had unleashed her ultimate move first was to trap the man for a while, so she could have time to run. But out of her calculation was the speed in which the man broke the mirage. From beginning to end it wasn't even 3 seconds. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, without a second of doubt the man chased. XiaoMo quickly turned to Lan Xiao and said, "Quick, bring me, I want to see." Lan Xiao replied, "Boss Ling Xiao will come back." XiaoMo replied with, "I want him to travel less, is that not okay?" Lan Xiao, "Okay." Ling Xiao's speed was as lightning fast as before. By the time they had arrived, the two were standing on an unnamed island. Monster Fox was weak with no one to rely on and in a sorry state under the base of Ling Xiao's foot. No longer was she high-spirited and vigorous but weak to the point of almost turning to her original form. "Your Excellency, if you have any questions please ask. This fellow here will tell you everything she knows, just if your Excellency will spare this poor woman," Monster Fox said sobbing. The charming face turned delicately pitiful, making one want to cherish them. XiaoMo, who had came with Lan Xiao, coincidentally saw this scene and his expression turned to a daze until a scream of pain erupted. When he came to his senses, he saw Ling Xiao without any tenderness step on Monster Fox's breast. With a face of malice, he smiled and said, "The next time I see you use bewitching spell I'll peel your face off. Do you want to give it a try?" Monster Fox pleaded, "I won't do it anymore, please." "So rough." But XiaoMo didn't sympathize with her, she had almost had her way with him. Ling Xiao turned around, almost surprised as to why he came but didn't ask. Instead he said, "You guys came just in time, I was just about to ask her some questions." "What do you want to ask?" XiaoMo walked in front of him and eyed the saddened state of Monster Fox. He already had a fox demon beast, so the thought of forming a contract didn't cross his mind. Also, he wasn't fond of the scent on Monster Fox, thus contracts and things had to consider fate too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353. Chapter 353, Lies. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Ling Xiao had a no-nonsense attitude and went straight to the point. "Where is the elemental essence?" The Monster Fox was not surprised. Shaking her head, she said, "Good sir, I don't know where the elemental essence is. The Azure Sea Dragon is extremely suspicious. Ever since he knew of the existence of the ley line, he suppressed all news about it. We may be in a partnership but he hides many secrets from us." "But?" The Monster Fox watched him cautiously, afraid of giving him an unsatisfactory reply. Things were already this terrible, she couldn't afford to make it worse by lying to Ling Xiao. "But what?" XiaoMo interrupted. The Monster Fox glanced at him briefly before lowering her gaze. "I have heard that the Azure Sea Dragon may appear to be a 7-star level 10, but in reality, he is already halfway to level 11. If he gets the elemental essence, he can transform into a dragon as soon as he touches the water. When that time comes, I'm afraid only the principal of Daoxian Academy can be his match. Of course, not forgetting you too, good sir." The last sentence was rather flattery. To be honest, she didn't think that Ling Xiao could be more powerful than the Azure Sea Dragon. If such an individual existed on the Longxian continent, she would have already received the news. "And?" Ling Xiao asked plainly. This time, he didn't bother to probe. "I suspect the origin of the ley line is most likely about a few thousand meters away from Azure Island, under the Blaze Island. Even if it's not, it's definitely near the Blaze Island." "Why are you so sure?" "Because ever since news of the ley line got out, the Azure Sea Dragon suddenly sent troops in heavy reinforcement to guard the Blaze Island. Anyone who steps foot on it gets killed. If there's nothing suspicious about that place, why would he suddenly do all this? The Blaze Island is scattered with volcanoes, they erupt every now and then and hardly anyone goes there. Suddenly sending troops to guard, even 2 of his right-hand men, doesn't it say something about the Blaze Island?" The Monster Fox frowned. If not for the hiccup along the way, she would have liked to go down personally to take a look. Ling Xiao asked a few more questions and the Monster Fox answered to the best of her knowledge. They were ambushed this time due to the oversight of the Academy. If they were able to obtain information of Mirage Sansi, so could their enemies. Furthermore, the other party had 2 additional level 10 fighters and they were planning to take advantage of that by finishing them off one by one. So ever since they entered Mirage Sansi, they had already been monitored. "Where is that Azure Sea Dragon now?" Ling Xiao asked out of the blue when he was almost done with questioning. Most likely on Azure Island. He knows that He Tian from Daoxin Academy will surely look for him, so he decided to just stay on Azure Island and wait for He Tian. The monster fox answered with her head bowed. Oh. The monster fox couldn't resist raising her head and asked hopefully, I have told you everything you wish to know, good sir. Can you let me go now? Ling Xiao paused for a moment before smiling back at her. Of course, how about I send you off? The monster fox's eyes widened. 2 balls of purplish red flames were reflected in her eyes. The next second, the flames reached her and soon she was engulfed. The heat was too much, it scorched her skin and she felt as if it was going to melt in the next second. The monster fox screamed in pain. Her screams were heard far away, frightening. Why? Why? The monster fox roared angrily. The man's voice murmured from above her head. Why? I thought you knew. The monster fox had a face full of shock. Burned by the flames, the monster fox couldn't hold on any longer and revealed her true form. Her body started to melt, first was the fur, then the flesh and blood and lastly her bones. Soon after, the monster fox had been reduced to a pool of bloody water. She had met her fiery demise. Even the pool of blood had evaporated. It was worse than dying without a complete body. Not even a hair was left behind. This was the first time XiaoMo witnessed such a cruel way of killing. His legs had given way. It was only with Ling Xiao's help that XiaoMo managed to remain upright. XiaoMo felt he wouldn't be able to eat anything for a period of time. He couldn't keep anything down his throat after a scene like that. Seeing a demon beast being melted by the flames, up close too, left a deep impression. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao stood flush against him, speaking softly into his ear. Of course I'm afraid. XiaoMo gulped. But this is the real me, Ling Xiao's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. XiaoMo turned his head to look at him and blinked. I know, you don't have to specially remind me. That said, weren't you originally like this? Didn't you say you were scared? Ling Xiao hesitated before replying to XiaoMo's question. I believe I'll get used to it someday. XiaoMo replied without thinking. Ever since he got together with Ling Xiao, he had witnessed many gruesome things. Furthermore, with Ling Xiao always speaking the names of people whom he killed into his ear, he was already relatively immune to Ling Xiao's kills. Ling Xiao was silent before continuing. Do you still want to see me kill people? XiaoMo was stunned for a moment. Oh yeah, he could have totally avoided seeing such a disgusting image. How about you give me a heads up before you decide to torch anyone next time? Ling Xiao decided to put an end to this conversation. Oh yeah, what were you guys saying in the last few sentences, a riddle? How come I don't understand anything? Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, XiaoMo decided to change the topic. Ling Xiao rested his chin on his shoulder and said, she was lying. I originally intended to leave her a complete body when I killed her. How would you know? Ling Xiao didn't answer his question directly. Instead, he shot a question back at XiaoMo. If it were you, would you declare to others where the treasure is hidden if you clearly knew where it was? Of course not. I'm not an idiot, so you're saying, the monster fox was lying when she told us that the elemental essence was under the Blaze Island? That all this was the Azure Sea Dragon's ploy? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. The monster fox had already thought of this point. She was so confident in telling us that the elemental essence was at the Blaze Island. No doubt it was a ploy to lure us there. Then where is the real elemental essence? XiaoMo asked. It should be on Azure Island. Azure Island is the Azure Blue Serpent's main camp. With 2 Emperor-level powerhouses fighting there, the island would definitely be affected. The Sea Dragon isn't that dumb. Under normal circumstances, he should have left the island. Ling Diao explained. But he hasn't. He stayed there instead, so something's fishy. XiaoMo caught his drift. But then again, won't he be afraid of being found out by the Grand Elder? With the Grand Elder's familiarity with the elemental essence, it's not possible that he hasn't discovered. Clever. Ling Xiao beamed and tapped on the space between his brows. If the elemental essence is at Luli Island, He Tian will definitely find it. But if the elemental essence is still hidden within the ley line, even with He Tian's capability, he stands no chance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Azure Island. Someone must have guessed this too. If they find it first, it'll be troublesome. XiaoMo was starting to get agitated and Ling Xiao responded accordingly by flicking his forehead. What are you rushing for? Even if someone guessed it, it's highly impossible to sneak past the Sea Dragon to get in. The best time to take action is when the Azure Sea Dragon and He Tian are busy fighting it out. Judging by the time, they won't be fighting that soon. Before they set off, Ling Xiao got XiaoMo to summon Xiao and the rest. A single file of all the Xiaos assembled together, although not a neat row. This was the second time that XiaoMo summoned all of them at once. The first time was to defeat Kongwon. Even Xiao was a little excited when he heard about the whole situation. Ever since they became Yashama's contract demon beasts, they were hardly given any orders or summoned to work. Being battle-thirsty was more or less part of a demon beast's nature. Even the cute ones like Xiao who looked incapable of doing damage were jumping for joy. The 6 people were divided nicely into 3 groups. Taking into consideration the less powerful Paiqiu and Xiao, XiaoMo paired them up respectively with Xiao and Lanqiu. Whereas Xiaohe and Maoqiu formed a team on their own. Master, I don't need a team? Lanqiu had his hairs on his skin raised when he saw Xiao looking at him all teary-eyed and ready to burst into tears any moment. The corners of his mouth twitched. This little thing would only hold him back. He had no intention of becoming a nanny. XiaoMo hesitated. The Thousand Illusions Xiao seems to have a decent special ability. Why not put him together with Xiaohe and Maoqiu? Ling Xiao said. The Thousand Illusions Xiao was a master of shapeshifting. He could change anyone into how he wished them to look. And as he got more powerful, his shapeshifting skills would also improve. Xiaohe and Maoqiu were already level 8 demon beasts, however, it wasn't enough for the Mirage Sansi. With Xiao tagging along, it provided them with added safety. Seeing as it made sense, XiaoMo agreed. Lanqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xiao stared at Xiao with a look of despise. Xiao pressed his lips together. I don't like Xiaohe, he always bullies me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354. Chapter 354, Spring Lake. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Everyone else had also discovered that Daoxian Academy met an ambush too at the time when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were hurrying to Azure Island. It was just that they were more fortunate, as they did not have 2 level 10 powerhouses appearing simultaneously. As for the situation on Yanfei's side, just as Ling Xiao had said, Yanfei was not an ordinary 7-star Imperial Realm expert. He was already half a step into the Emperor Realm, and he was able to seriously injure the Frost Lion. As for Yinggu, the secret of him having half the bloodline of a demon beast was revealed. Meanwhile, on the south side of the Mirage Sansi, at Jingfeng Island. Jingfeng Island was famous for having no flow of air. Thus, there was not much spiritual energy on the island and none of the practitioners were willing to stay on the island. At that moment, the corpses of many demon beasts were strewn about in disorder at the shore of the island. There was a small portion of corpses which belonged to human practitioners. These corpses trailed from the shore to the inland of the island. A few minutes later, the tranquility of the island was broken by a burst of sound. 2 streaks of light, one black and one red, were seen flying quickly out of the center of the island. The streaks of light had reached the far edge of the island a few seconds later. Their speed could only be described as swift. However, a fiery red feathered arrow shot out from an unknown direction, and with an uncanny course, it pierced the black streak of light. With a poochie, it ran through the streak. That person released a blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. It was unknown if he survived. The other person was frightened upon witnessing this and immediately put on a burst of speed, vanishing in an instant. His original form was that of a lightning sable, and his speed could not be compared to an ordinary person. It was not long before three figures following a trail appeared at the place where the other fell. These three were none other than Fairy Fu Rong, Old Hei Yun and Fei Xia. They should have originally been acting separately, but who knows why they were gathered together. It's a pity that the other ran away. Will this pose any problem to our plan? Fairy Fu Rong frowned as she looked at Old Hei Hun. Old Hei Yun said, "It is of no importance. That person does not know of our plan. This is all thanks to Hei Yun Laoxiong. If not for you, we would not have been able to easily kill and behead 2 level 10 demon beasts. Those people never dreamed that you're not only a level 10 expert, but you're also a peak 7 star." Fei Xia smugly laughed. T/N, Laoxiong means brother, old chap, buddy, mate, a familiar form of address between male friends. That's right. When Hei Tian and the Azure Sea Dragon have a battle to the death, there will not be anyone who is able to match Hei Yun Laoxiong at that time. We will be able to fish on the sidelines. A calculative gleam flashed through Fairy Fu Rong's pair of beautiful eyes. Though they had an agreement with the 4 big clans in Daoxian Academy, they had never thought of sharing the ley line with them. Everything was just a delaying tactic, and it was nothing more than a way to exploit them for the purpose of removing obstacles. Alright, let's get rid of the remaining person, then we can proceed to the next step of the plan. Old Hei Yun spoke, and then he turned and flew down. Fairy Fu Rong and Fei Xia secretly glanced at each other, then immediately nonchalantly looked away, and followed Old Hei Yun down. Although Old Hei Yun's arrow had hit that person, the vitality of some demon beasts were very strong. A single arrow may not have thoroughly ended the other person. To be safe, they needed to go down and check it out. After resolving all the problems on the island, the three transformed into 3 streaks of lights and flew out of Jingfeng Island, rapidly heading towards the direction Azure Island. However, not long after they left, an immense silhouette suddenly appeared below the surface of the sea. Duan Qitian also had the same objective as them. Many fractions were rushing over to Azure Island, and one could imagine how unusually lively Azure Island was. At this time, XiaoMo and Ling, who had been the first to set off, had already arrived at Azure Island. For the purpose of drawing the people's attention to Blaze Island, the Azure Sea Dragon slightly weakened the defensive perimeter of Azure Island. Thus, they managed to easily slip inside without disturbing a single person. Xiao and the rest had already gone separate ways before they stepped on the island, and they were to approach the objective separately from different directions. Once they discovered any news, they would use the transmitter stone given by XiaoMo to transmit the information. Azure Island was more than 10 times larger than the biggest island on the Jinghua Islands. Thick and dense jungles surrounded the periphery of the island, and many low and mid-level demon beasts could be found throughout the area, but they were not of a high enough level to constitute any danger. After passing through the jungle, they were met with rugged and lofty mountain peaks that crisscrossed. The top of these mountain peaks were filled with the Luli Fire Dragon's hidden sentries. If an intruder was found by one of them, all the hidden sentries would know of the intruders. However, the hidden sentries were too weak, and they were able to slip through without alarming a single one. Just as they were preparing to head toward the Luli Fire Dragon's palace, the ground suddenly shook for a moment. It was followed by an extremely loud rumbling sound, and a raging wave of powerful pressure erupted from the center of Azure Island, rapidly expanding out all around. Those weak practitioners were immediately knocked out. What is this? XiaoMo clutched his chest in shock. Ling Xiao whispered, "It should be the Luli Fire Dragon. It looks like he finally started fighting with Hei Tian." XiaoMo questioned, then let's go quickly. The destruction brought about by the battle of the two great powerhouses had practically destroyed the heavens and scorched the earth. Half of the Luli Palace was destroyed, and even the ground had split open. Crumbling fences and dilapidated walls were everywhere. The servants and guards inside the palace cut a sorry figure as they fled in all directions. Those who were too slow to flee met their ends by bleeding from the 7 orifices or being crushed to death after dropping into the fissures. After XiaoMo and Ling Xiao entered the Luli Palace, they coincidentally witnessed a huge perimeter wall falling from above, crushing a fat old man with a grizzled beard underneath. Then an address of Your Excellency was heard from an unknown direction. Your Excellency? The address of Your Excellency was directed at the fat old man. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao looked at each other. Since he was addressed as Your Excellency, he should hold a relatively high position in the palace. The two walked over. Ling Xiao lifted the perimeter wall, crushing the fat old man, but what met his sight was the place where the fat old man was crushed had changed into small round spheres of meatballs. Without anything crushing it, the meatball immediately dashed out from the pit. He did not even have the slightest trace of hesitation as he thought of making a getaway. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the smooth and slippery tail. XiaoMo took a closer look. A lizard? To be more accurate, it was a large version of a lizard. Similar to Paichio, it was quite elastic. Ling Xiao directly threw him back into pit, and the lizard immediately turned back into a fat old man, looking at them in fright with wide eyes. WHURR, are you? WH what, are you up to? The fat old man stammered out. XiaoMo squatted near the pit and asked, just now, someone called you, Your Excellency. Your position in Azure Island should be very high, right? The fat old man's eyes darted all around. You're mistaken. My surname is actually Yor, and given name is Excellency. So it's like that, ah. XiaoMo raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he released his hand. With a boom, the huge perimeter wall once again crushed the fat old man. Wah! Save me! The fat old man did not have enough time to change his form and was crushed underneath again. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were nearly squeezed out. Wah, I'll talk, but... Ling Xiao lifted the perimeter wall again. The fat old man quickly gasped for a couple of breaths, and then he confessed, I'm the supervisor of the Luli Palace. I'm in charge of all the large and small matters in the palace. Whatever you two courageous heroes want to ask, please do not hesitate. This little old fellow will definitely speak without reserve. After 15 minutes, the fat old man sat on the perimeter wall, panting. He looked in the direction that Ling Xiao and XiaoMo left in and clasped his hands in prayer in front of his chest. With a look of hope he prayed, may the heavens bless the master that he will be sacrificed in this battle. Otherwise, if the master knew that I told those two of that thing, he would definitely kill me. Then he slipped away. Azure Island had a lake called the Spring Lake. Just like a hot spring, the water in the Spring Lake was warm all year round. The only difference between them was that the Spring Lake would never be cold. In addition to this, the Spring Lake also had another feature, that is, there were 2 different densities of water in the lake. The water was divided into 2 layers, and the layers would never integrate with each other for eternity. The water at the top layer was transparent. One could clearly see the scene of 2 liquids of different densities intersecting when standing on the lakeside. It looked just like a shallow lake. In reality it was very deep. The bottom layer consisted of sea blue-colored water. The depth of this layer was unknown because it was directly connected to the entire boundless sea. The lake had always been sealed under the orders of the Azure Sea Dragon to prevent demon beasts with hostile intentions from sneaking into Azure Island from the lake. This continued until some time ago, before the news of the ley line had been spread, when the Azure Sea Dragon suddenly changed his attitude. Every day the dragon traveled to the Spring Lake. There was even a period of time where he went there for 5 to 6 days, and when he returned his entire body was all wet. The fat old man was the supervisor of the palace, thus he was one of the few who knew about this. However, the Azure Sea Dragon did not continue to go to the spring lake after the news of the ley line was spread out. Furthermore, he gave an order that no one was allowed to approach the spring lake and even assigned a massive military force to guard the lake. There was once a servant who had carelessly lost their way and ended up at the spring lake, and they were promptly killed for the trespass. It was because of this that everyone knew that the situation was very serious. This matter left a deep impression on the fat old man, so he believed that there should be something under the spring lake that the master was very concerned about. The spring lake was behind the palace in Azure Island, and they would have to pass by the battlefield to reach there. To prevent being discovered, they intentionally took the longer route. At the same time, Xiao and the rest had also sent news about the spring lake. As they had entered Azure Island from a different direction, they had discovered the existence of the spring lake earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355. Chapter 355, each with their own ulterior motives. Translated by Juicence of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. By the time XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived, the guards at the spring had been mostly wiped out by Xiao and the others. The remaining rather hardy ones were easily destroyed by Ling Xiao. The spring wasn't very large, only a third of the size of the lake in XiaoMo's dimension. The bank was immediately visible, and several corpses floated within. After a while, the corpses sunk into the spring. I interrogated a guard. He said Azure Sea Dragon used to often go down, but not to bathe in the hot springs, but to dive into the sea blue lake water, often only coming out after 20-something hours. Every time, he'd seem very excited about something, Xiao reported methodically. XiaoMo felt the corner of his lips twitching. Humph, try talking to Ling Xiao with that expression if you dare. Don't bully weaker people. Xiao then said, Master, are you doing down there with the boss? Ling Xiao said, Yeah, we'll go down and look first. You guys can wait nearby for us or go and meet up with Xiao. It's your choice. If anything is wrong, leave the island immediately. I don't want to have to rescue you later. XiaoMo had thought Ling Xiao would want to go down by himself, having been about to speak up. Xiao took out a pearl and handed it to them. We found this waterproofing pearl on the guards. A waterproofing pearl lasts for 4 hours, but we only found one. One was a good haul already. XiaoMo took it at once. He wasn't very good with water. After sending Xiao and the others off, he and Ling Xiao dived into the lake together. After entering the lake, it felt like they were much closer to the place where the two kinds of water overlapped, but as the fat old man said, it was rather deep. They only entered the ocean blue water after swimming down for about 500 meters. Here, they could see what was happening down there. XiaoMo immediately took out the waterproofing pearl. The waterproofing pearl was a white, marble-like object. When used, it would create a sphere around a meter in diameter, keeping the water out. However, after 4 hours, the effects would disappear. At the same time, the others were arriving at the island one by one. However, some did fall for Azure Sea Dragon's trick, thinking that the elemental essence was at Blaze Island, locked in an intense battle with the people at Blaze Island. When Fairy Fu Rong and the other two arrived, Azure Island's hidden sentries had already left and Azure Island itself was wrecked. Azure Sea Dragon and Hei Tian had disappeared somewhere to fight. The three managed to get to their destination without hindrance. Fairy Fu Rong, are you sure it's in the spring? They hadn't seen anyone on their way over, but there were many corpses, so Fei Xia couldn't help but voice his doubt. Azure Sea Dragon was extremely careful. Would he really leave Azure Island without worry? Fairy Fu Rong said, I'm certain. One of the guards of the spring is the lover of one of my disciples. Azure Sea Dragon values the spring immensely, so there's a high chance it's the entrance to the ley line. We'll know if it's the spring or not once we get there, Hei Yun Elder said in a low tone. Fei Xia knew, too, that it was the only way to confirm it, and the three rushed towards it without pause. Though they had the source of this info, it was hard to be certain if anyone else knew about this, so they had to strike while the iron was hot. However, when they arrived at the spring, all they saw were fallen guards scattered everywhere. It was obvious that this wasn't natural. Fairy Fu Rong found her disciple's lover among these guards, but unfortunately, he had been dead for a while now. No wonder she couldn't contact him before. Seeing this, Fairy Fu Rong's pupils shrunk slightly, forgetting her composure and yelling, "Could there be someone who got here before us?" She always thought they would be the first to get to the spring. Even if the others were smart, they wouldn't be able to immediately link things to the spring, unless they were like her and had sent people to scope out Azure Island long ago. Fei Xia said with displeasure, "Fairy Fu Rong, didn't you say we would be the first to know the secret of the spring? Why is someone even faster than us?" Fairy Fu Rong harumphed coldly. "How would I know? This sort of thing isn't a guaranteed secret. Who knows? Maybe the four great families in Daoxian Academy had already made plans, just like us. What we should prioritize now is getting down there, fast, to prevent the elemental essence from being taken by whoever is down there. We don't know who it is, so if we miss this chance they'll be hard to find." Heiyun Elder's voice held a hint of impatience. He was unable to stay calm any longer. A flash of doubt appeared in Fairy Fu Rong and Fei Xia's eyes. Their impression of Heiyun was someone mysterious and unreadable. No one ever knew what he was thinking, and he never lost his cool. This was the first time they had ever heard impatience in his voice. Though they were working together, when it came down to something that concerned their own gains, there was no such thing as wholehearted cooperation. Secretly, everyone would have their own ulterior motives. The three dived into the spring. They had long since gotten a grasp of the situation of the spring lake and had prepared sufficient waterproofing pearls. To catch up, they intentionally sped up as much as possible. Not 2 minutes after they dived in, a figure that had followed them here quietly slipped in as well, laughing sinisterly. "What an unexpected gain, God must be on my side today. Wait till I get the elemental essence, then I'll get stronger and won't be afraid of being defeated by that person anymore." After a few seconds, a cautioning voice sounded in his ear. "Be careful, don't get found out." "I know." At the bottom of the ocean, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao followed the currents of the ocean and dived to a sea level of -20,000 meters. There was no sun, only complete darkness, and that was when they finally reached the bottom and managed to feel the presence of the ley line. The pressure at 20,000 meters down was enough to squeeze your organs from your body. It was a good thing that they had a waterproofing pearl. It prevented the water from submerging them and helped them take the pressure. Looking around at the dead darkness of his surroundings, XiaoMo couldn't help but shudder, feeling goosebumps on his arms. "It seems really scary." XiaoMo buried himself further into Ling Xiao's embrace. At this depth, they couldn't even see any demon beasts of the sea anymore. Low-level demon beasts couldn't take the pressure, and without sunlight, high-level ones didn't want some either. As expected, this ley line was really hidden quite deep. No wonder it went undiscovered. Digging out from 20,000 meters under the sea isn't an easy task, Ling Xiao exclaimed. No wonder Azure Sea Dragon hadn't been able to do anything despite his efforts. With just him, it would indeed be extremely hard to find the elemental essence hidden at the very bottom of the ocean. "What do we do now?" XiaoMo asked. "Find the opening first," Ling Xiao replied. The reason why the ley line was discovered was because there was an opening from which spiritual energy was escaping. If they could find the opening, they wouldn't have to make another. You must know that ley lines were a hole. If you weren't careful, you might accidentally cause the spiritual energy to drain from it rapidly and change the structure of the ley line. The worst-case scenario was that the entire ley line would die out, and the elemental essence would change as well. If it escaped into the boundless sea, it would be extremely hard to find it again. Ling Xiao said, "Try and push your soul force out in front of you and use it to sense what's there." XiaoMo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay. Pushing your soul force out was much easier than layering it over your body, but trying it once told him that it wasn't as easy as it seemed. The water pressure of 20,000 meters of water put pressure on his soul force, too, as if a weight had been put onto his soul force. It was a good thing that the pressure wasn't too big, so XiaoMo quickly got used to it. This sensation wasn't alien, because he had experienced it at Gravity Mountain already. The soul force of a level 8 mage wasn't something to laugh at. After becoming a level 8 mage, he hadn't had a chance to test the limits of his soul force, but now was a great chance. The thin soul force spread forwards like a spider web. He could feel the hair-raising silence of the ocean bottom, and almost snatched his soul force back several times. It was only until about 2,000 meters ahead that something felt different. His soul force had contacted a small bump. His soul force had been lured over by an intense spiritual energy. Found it! XiaoMo retracted his soul force immediately, exclaiming with pleasure. 2,000 meters wasn't far, and there they found a stone hill, 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Something green and hairy was growing all over it, and it looked a little disgusting at first. It was very dark around here, but with their ability, they could clearly see the environment within a few hundred meters. The stone hill was cracked and, approaching it, they could feel the leaking spiritual energy. It was more than twice as dense Dao Xian Academies. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This spiritual energy seemed strange. XiaoMo asked in excitement, "Now what are we going to do?" Ling Xiao said, "We can't calculate the position of the elemental essence while at the bottom of the sea, so we can only strike here." But they were going to go in? No way. XiaoMo looked to the crack that was about as large as his palm. Could they really squeeze in? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356. Chapter 356, there were actually two. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. We don't need to go in. Ling Xiao said. Why? XiaoMo asked quizzically. The ley line is one entity. If we rush in, there will be problems. Also, we don't know exactly how big the ley line is. We need some other method of luring out the elemental essence. Ah? You can lure out the elemental essence? This was the first time XiaoMo had heard of this, and he was very surprised. Not a normal elemental essence, of course, but this ley line is different. Even if it doesn't have the lifespan of the boundless sea, it's still been here for hundreds of billions of years. The elemental essence must have grown some spiritual awareness. So, your point is to use this to lure it out? But how? This elemental essence is of the nature element. What breathes life, so it has a strong life force and thus it's very sensitive to life souls. What are life souls? Life souls are crystals. However, only where the soul spirit is highly concentrated is it crystallized and formed. It's only formed every 10,000 years and is extremely precious, but also something the elemental essence loves. But, where are we going to find a life soul? Isn't it too late? Ling Xiao laughed and touched the tip of his nose. If it's any other person it would be too late, but you have it. I do? XiaoMo's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? He knew everything that he owned, but there definitely wasn't something called a life soul. He couldn't have remembered wrong. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at his response and continued, "Do you still remember what I said about the requirement to birth a life soul?" "I remember, you said only when the soul spirit is highly concentrated." As he said this, XiaoMo suddenly stopped. He turned to Ling Xiao in wonder. "You can't be talking about the spiritual water lake?" The fact was, spiritual water lake was the product of concentrated spiritual energy to spiritual water. A ley line's spiritual energy was concentrated but not to the extreme, or else it would not be an energy but rather water. Although a soul crystal takes 10,000 years to bear, XiaoMo's dad had left him with a dimension that was of a high realm from the Vermilion blood clan. It was also their heirloom, passed on for tens of thousands of years, so if some of the spiritual water lake crystallized, that was not much of a surprise. But I have never found crystals in the lake? XiaoMo thought of this issue. Pai Qiu and the others often played in the lake. If underneath it existed the crystal, they would have told him already. It couldn't have been hidden for this long. Have you forgotten that there is a spring source under the water? The crystal is probably in that spring. Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo eventually went in to check. Without surprise, he did find an ultra-thin piece of crystal. It was only half the size of a nail, slightly translucent just like a white, but see-through, glass piece. If it wasn't for his good eyesight, it was very possible that he would miss it. The crystal was so thin and small that with the carelessness of Pai Qiu and the others, even if they played around here every day they wouldn't find it. XiaoMo gave the crystal over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao threw the crystal towards the crack and the tiny crystal just floated on top, giving off a blinding light. Some sort of smell seemed to spread as well. XiaoMo gave a few sniffs only to smell nothing. Ling Xiao said, "Are you a dog? Why do you try to smell things every time?" The crystal has no smell, only the elemental essence is able to detect it. XiaoMo gave an awkward laugh. The two silently waited for about 2 minutes before the spiritual energy around the cracks acted abnormally. As if something inside caused a turbulence in the spiritual energy and highly concentrated spiritual energy rushed out from the cracks. A while later, when the crack acted again, within the dense white spiritual energy came out an azure beam of light. With amazing speed, it pounced on the crystal, but that was when Ling Xiao moved too. As if the crystal had consciousness, it dodged backwards, avoiding the beam of light. Slowly, the beam of light revealed itself. It was a pretty color, like a firefly, about the size of XiaoMo's fist, and the azure light sparkled. Although the elemental essence had self-awareness, but like a newborn baby, it could only act on basic instincts. Therefore, when the crystal avoided it, it quickly pursued, and by the time it realized something was wrong, it was already caught by Ling Xiao. When it began to struggle, Ling Xiao instantly threw it into his dimension. Since they had little time to prepare, they didn't have a place to put the elemental essence. Thus, the dimension was a good choice, convenient and safe. XiaoMo didn't get to see it clearly, but catching the elemental essences this easily made him very happy. Just as he was about to voice it, Ling Xiao covered his mouth. XiaoMo followed his line of sight to find him still looking at the crack. Other than the spiritual energy speaking, there wasn't anything else there. Just as he was questioning it, Ling Xiao spoke in a slightly excited tone, "This is a second elemental essence?" It was rare for Ling Xiao to be this excited, but once XiaoMo heard what he had said, he couldn't help but be excited as well. Didn't they say a ley line could only bear one elemental essence? 10 seconds later, the second elemental essence that Ling Xiao was talking about appeared staggering out of the crack, lured by the crystal. But then something strange happened. Just when Ling Xiao and XiaoMo had thought it was also coming for the crystal, that elemental essences took a sudden turn and made a run for the outside. Clearly this elemental essence's intelligence was much smarter than the first. It had probably guessed that it was trapped, likely it was hiding away and saw what happened. To be able to do this, its intelligence should be near fully developed. Just as XiaoMo was about to ask Ling Xiao if they should follow or not, Ling Xiao, without warning, dragged him into the dimension. Stone Mountain returned to its deafening silence. In 3 seconds, 3 beams of light hurriedly went to catch up to the elemental essence. The 3 was Fairy Fu Rong and the others. Originally, they were still planning how to catch the elemental essence when they felt its presence. Immediately they rushed over and saw the lingering shadow of the elemental essence. Without hesitation they rushed other. "What's going on?" XiaoMo exclaimed. "I knew something was going with old He Yun and the others from the start. It looks like they had prior knowledge that underneath the spring lake was the ley line." Ling Xiao replied. "They're sure sly. Whatever, let's leave that elemental essence for them to fight over. With its intelligence, it would probably take a while before anyone catches it. However, as Ling Xiao approached the end of his sentence, he stopped. However, what? XiaoMo asked. If Xian Academy doesn't get the elemental essence in the end, even if we give ours to your Shifu, it wouldn't amount to anything. The moment XiaoMo thought about it, he knew what Ling Xiao meant. Shifu would give the elemental essence for the future of the academy, so if they gave him the elemental essence, he would give it away. So, in the end, their goal would be left unaccomplished. What should we do? XiaoMo asked anxiously. Xian Academy was a good place to study, but his emotional attachment to was not as strong as with the old man. If he was to choose, without hesitation he would pick the old man. Ling Xiao answered, the only thing we can do now is help Xian Academy obtain the elemental essence. XiaoMo stopped for a moment, not happy, but instead worriedly said, is this too? He felt that this should be his responsibility, but every time it would involve Ling Xiao. Having Ling Xiao work this much, he was a bit embarrassed. The one who knew XiaoMo best? Ling Xiao. That someone looked at his expression and knew everything. He said, my dear wife, as your husband I'm aware of my responsibilities. XiaoMo. Once they finished talking and came out of the dimension, half an hour had passed. Underneath the sea was an eerie stillness. Old Heiyun and the others were long gone, and the crack still fumed the color of spiritual energy. XiaoMo guessed that the waterproofing pearl had just about an hour left and said, we should hurry up and leave. No rush. Ling Xiao replied, don't you want the spirit gems from the ley line? XiaoMo blinked in response. Ling Xiao continued, the ones above, on land, should all be fighting for the elemental essence. Xian Academy has Heitian and Duan Qitian, even if we are a bit slow to arrive, there shouldn't be an issue. Rather we should take the chance when no one is around to dig out the spirit gems, since we won't get another chance. Once everything was finished, those above would surely come down to dig out the spirit gems. XiaoMo replied in horror, you want to dig out all of the spirit gems? Ling Xiao just rolled his eyes and gave him a knock on the head, you think that's possible? XiaoMo answered, feeling awkward, not likely, but. In terms of time, that wasn't possible. For a ley line to bear 2 elemental essences, the amount of spirit gems must be extremely large. Therefore, they just had to dig out as many as possible. Thus, the great plan to hand-dig spirit gems was initiated. As they were working hard, up above, an extremely entertaining fight for the elemental essence was happening too. Once the elemental essence appeared, it was immediately detected by every strong practitioner, even Heitian and Azure Sea Dragon had stopped fighting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357. Chapter 357, Friends Turn Enemies. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Spirit gems were hard to dig out, especially deep underseas. It was impossible for an ordinary man, but luckily Ling Xiao was there. He used his power to create a field in which he repealed the seawater. Since they were so deep beneath the ocean, the pressure was so strong that even Ling Xiao couldn't hold it for long. An hour was the most he could do. Once the time was up, he must retract his field, or else it would hurt his core and he wouldn't be able to help Xian Academy with getting the elemental essence. XiaoMo recognized the urgency and quickly took out a bottle of spiritual water, ready to replenish his soul power at any time. Especially because he was the only one digging. Spirit gems were extremely tough, not to mention deeply buried, making it difficult to dig out. With the first spirit gem, XiaoMo realized this, and therefore he must use soul power while digging. Good thing he was a level 8 mage. For efficiency, he could only be a little rough with how he did things. He spread out his soul power like a fishing net and dug. In less than 2 seconds, The ones that were dug out were put into his dimension. Rinse and repeat. After a long time working as hard as he could, drinking spiritual water as well, it was impossible to obtain his desired amount with just one person. In the end, XiaoMo couldn't even get 1,000th of the spirit gems available. Once Ling Xiao retracted his field, they left immediately. It didn't take long before they saw the light and decided to go back to Spring Lake, the starting point. XiaoMo still felt disappointed as he shook off the water from his hands. In the hour they left, Azure Island had become extremely quiet. There was the rubble left from ruined architecture everywhere and old Hei-Tian plus the others were nowhere to be found. After a while, Xiao and the others came to find them. They were never too far from the spring lake and kept in contact with Xiao. "Master, you finally came out." Cat Xiao ran to them crying. Pouncing onto XiaoMo's legs as he continued, Cat Xiao was really scared, there were so many strong people. XiaoMo lifted him up. Cat Xiao looked like this rabbit pillow he had in his previous life. Circular, flat, with 2 rabbit ears, and so XiaoMo couldn't help but rub his hair. "What happened?" The Tsundere Xiao said, "When we had arrived at Spring Lake, Boundless Town's 3 practitioners came too. From their conversation we could tell that they knew of the secret beneath the lake and hadn't planned on telling the others. At the time, they feared being discovered, especially since their levels were so different. Good thing they were very far away and were in a hurry that no one was found out." Ling Xiao replied, "We figured the same." Xiao continued, "There was one more thing, it seemed that there was someone tailing old Hei Yun and the others. They followed them in pursuit." Ling Xiao raised a brow at that. "Do you know who he is?" Xiao shook his head. The master did not give him information on someone like that. "It's a young man wearing a black cloak." Speaking of a cloaked man who was young and could follow old Hei Yun without being found, thereby being a level 10 practitioner, there was someone who fit. No wonder that person seemed to have disappeared for a while. He came to the boundless sea to rob the elemental essence. This time there would be no return for him, Ling Xiao thought as his lips curled into a sinister smile. "What's the situation right now?" XiaoMo also figured it out, but he didn't really pay any mind to it. Even though that person was strong, with this many strong practitioners at Mirage San Sea, even if he worked with the Netherworld Sea Siren it wouldn't be easy. Lan Xiao gave a message not long ago that those people were still at Mirage San Sea's south side on West Sand Island. "They're fighting for the elemental essence up in the air," Mao Chou replied. Ling Xiao said, "We'll go look." "You guys don't need to come." XiaoMo nodded in confirmation. "Also, there shouldn't be too many people at Azure Palace, you guys can go treasure hunting. If you don't like that, 2,000 meters away from Spring Lake is the place of spirit gems produced by the ley line. If you guys are bored, you can go and dig some up, but don't stay down for too long." As he finished, he and Ling Xiao left, leaving the 3 behind with Xiao wearing a blackened expression on his handsome face. Beneath the Mirage San Sea lived many demon beasts. If they went in, they would be fish dinner for sure. Especially since the water was so deep that before they could dig anything, their lives would be forfeited. Although the first suggestion was not a bad idea, but Xiao was not interested in it. Mao Chou and Cat Xiao on the other hand were both interested. Mao Chou could be girl or boy, but she preferred being a girl and so mostly appeared as a girl in human form. Generally, girls like sparkly items, so she was interested in the treasures. Cat Xiao on the other hand called up Pai Xiao with a transmitter stone to ask if he wanted to come. Right after hearing this, Pai Xiao left Xiao and ran over. West Sand Islands was an attraction in the Mirage San Sea. There were numerous islands with many sizes. Almost every thousands of mile you could see another island. Not only that, surrounding them were all kinds of corals and a rainbow of colors, all very beautiful. Mirage Sea Island and Boundless Town transacted economically in coral currency. As the two continued onwards, alongside the roads were many coral patches. Very pretty, but only for looking and not eating, thus XiaoMo didn't feel the need to collect them. An hour later they finally arrived on top of West Sand Islands. In a sea of white clouds there were three silhouettes looking at each other from afar. The atmosphere wasn't tense like enemies fighting, but still very ominous. XiaoMo took a good look before recognizing one of them. Just as he was about to shout out their name, Ling Xiao, in quick response, covered his mouth. XiaoMo rolled his eyes a little. What's wrong this time? Every time he seemed to get his mouth covered. Ling Xiao explained, do you not realize the one who was standing beside old He Yun is your Shixiong Qiuran? XiaoMo's eyes widened in disbelief. You are lying, old He Yun and Qiuran? To find out the truth, they decided to wait and react accordingly. Shifu, since I was figured out, I suppose there is nothing more I can do. You are correct, He Yun is my life-bound demon beast. I was the one who told him to establish the Black House Square. What's the difference of you knowing or not knowing? Xiao spoke uninterestedly. His original plan was not to let Duan Qitian know, but even if he did, it didn't matter. Duan Qitian responded blankly, yes, it doesn't amount to anything. Although there was this question I had wanted an answer to since the beginning. Tell me honestly, were you the one who harmed Wei Bai? Xiao was silent for a moment before giving a snarky laugh. You were always suspicious of me, weren't you? Duan Qitian confirmed unapologetically, correct, ever since your second shitty went missing I had the suspicion it had something to do with you. Xiao let out a cold laugh. Staring sinisterly at Duan Qitian, he spoke one word at a time, since you really want to know, I'll tell you. Don't want to you turn over in your grave. You are right, your precious second shitty was harmed by me. Too bad he's lucky and got away, but I'm sure he's broken at this point. You bastard! Duan Qitian yelled angrily. With an expression of ease Xiao replied, if you want to blame someone then blame yourself. I'm your disciple too but all you cared about was Wei Bai. You gave him everything. But me? Even the heavenly soul scripture I had to find myself. Now, even Xiao Shitty you just accepted is treated better than me. When he had first heard from his disciples that Shifu allowed Xiao Shitty in his treasured library, even though he had acted as if he didn't care, he was filled with jealousy like back with Wei Bai. From then on, he knew Shifu had never once liked him. Duan Qitian answered, you're the one harboring ill intentions, but you blame me, you're Shifu. Why don't you reflect on what you did wrong, Xiao gave a cold laugh, at this point it's useless. Your precious second shitty will never come back. As for you XiaoMo, you better keep a close eye out because I can't guarantee he won't follow Wei Bai's old path. Duan Qitian started shaking in anger, if you dare move even on hair on his body, your Shifu promises you he will take your life with his own hands. He had already lost one, the same tragedy will not happen again. Take my life? Ha ha ha. As if he had heard something funny, Xiao burst out into laughter. It took a while for him to calm down before looking at Shifu menacingly, old fella, you think you can still walk out of this Mirage Sand Sea alive? Today is the day of your death. Ha, you think you can win against me? Duan Qitian snorted in response. Old fella, don't think because you hit it well that I don't know. In reality, your soul has been long damaged, right? And, it can't never return to your prime? With a face that says he had won, Xiao laughed. Duan Qitian's eyes widened. XiaoMo's eyes also widened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358. Chapter 358, Lore. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There was a problem with Shifu's soul? He remembered that when Shifu had told him about his dual personalities, he had only talked about how it affected his ability to refine pills, and did not say anything about his soul having a problem too, He could not understand this, but Xiao did not look like he was lying. Ling Xiao whispered in his ear, looking at your Shifu's expression, Xiao Ran seems to have hit the nail on the head. He had probably not even told He Tian about this. XiaoMo gritted his teeth. If there's really a problem with Shifu's soul, then will the elemental essence be able to repair his soul? Ling Xiao chuckled, of course. XiaoMo grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. Then we should help the academy to snatch the elemental essence. This was the only way that Shifu would accept his elemental essence. He could not help the surge of bitterness in his heart at the thought of Shifu knowing that his favorite second disciple had been harmed by his first disciple. Ling Xiao gave him a severe stare. Are you sure that it's we and not me? XiaoMo dryly laughed. I will cheer you on. How did you know of this? Duan Shitian was shocked by Xiao Ran's words, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that concealing it further was of no use anymore upon seeing Xiao Ran's confidence. Don't think that I can't see through your act if you conceal it well. After all, we have been master and disciple for so many years. Xiao Ran enjoyed the shock on Duan Shitian's face. He really could not see through it in the beginning, but the longer they interacted, the more he felt that something was fishy. After some investigation, he was finally certain of what had happened to Duan Shitian. For the purpose of repairing his damaged soul, Duan Shitian had been running around here and there all these years, unceasingly searching for things related to the soul. As a result, Xiao Ran was able to figure this out. Duan Shitian's face was gloomy. Even if my soul has suffered damage, it is still more than enough for me to teach a bastard like you a lesson. If you were planning to rely on your life-bound contract beast, Xiao Ran let out a strange laugh, it's impossible for me to come here without a plan. Since I'm here, it means that your life-bound contract beast already does not pose a threat to me. Old He Yun tore off his black robe and finally revealed his identity. He was judged to be elderly from his usual hoarse voice. But the truth was not as such. This was a young man with a head of waist-long red hair who was bursting with vitality. His eyes were as red as blood and he had a pair of red, sharp eyebrows inclining towards his sideburns. Duan Shitian pupils abruptly contracted. This aura. Could it be that you are close to breaking through the 10th level? He Yun, or Hong Yun to be more accurate, looked at Duan Shitian with cold eyes. Hearing his words, He Yun's gaze indifferently shifted to the bizarre thing on Duan Shitian's shoulder and replied, that's right. The aberrant blood vine is no longer my opponent now. The aberrant blood vine on Duan Shitian's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. An enchanting pair of gem-like verdant eyes were now brimming with a chilling killing intent, concealing an element of violence. Cut the crap. Since you want to, let's fight. What's going on? XiaoMo, who was hiding far away, looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, Xiao Ran's life-bound contract beast, is an emperor beast called the Savage Crow, and it is also known as the Five-Colored Bird. It is a divine bird belonging to the Phoenix class. Although it is inferior to the ancient demon Phoenix, it's ranked quite high on the latent potential rankings of the emperor beasts. XiaoMo looked over in shock. He had been following Ling Xiao all this time and had come to understand the strength of emperor beasts. If it was indeed as such, old geezer would not be able to win even if he risked all on his life-bound contract beast. Ling Xiao continued, Xiao Ran has probably hatched a plan already. He had long harbored hatred for Duan Shitian and it is possible that he would use this chance to kill your Shifu. XiaoMo was horrified. No matter what, the old geezer was his greatly respected teacher. To plan to murder one's teacher was such a great treasonous, heretical act. Xiao Ran would become Daoxian Academy's #1 enemy if it was leaked out. Was he not afraid that Daoxian Academy would never let him off? He did not wish for the old geezer to die. The old geezer could be considered his first genuine master. He had learned and gained many things from him these 2 years. For example, he had dug up many high-level pill recipes from the old geezer and managed to make up for his issue of having a surplus of magic herbs, but a lack of pill recipes. What is that aberrant blood vine that he is talking about? The aberrant blood vine is a plant-type demon beast. Its potential is higher than an ordinary blood vine as it is a variation. Thus, it could be considered as half an emperor beast. A half emperor beast and a full emperor beast were definitely not comparable. He was already suppressed solely based on the bloodline. Not to mention that the opposition's strength was also higher. Chances of victory were slim. What should we do now? Wait and see. The aberrant bloodvine and Duan Qitian had the same temper. This was also probably one of the reasons why they had come together. They would lose most of their reason once they flared up, and even the surrounding spiritual energy would also become violent. After he said that, the vine transformed into his original form. The original form of demon beasts were more powerful than their human forms. Since his strength was not a match for the opponent, then there was nothing to hide. The blood vine filling the whole sky was just like a pit of writhing snakes, producing bursts of abnormal hissing roars. The entire body of the blood vine was verdant in color, and transparent blood vessels were wiggling about under that layer of thin skin. Hong Yun did not underestimate the aberrant blood vine. No matter how he felt that the aberrant blood vine was not his match, he did not dare to look down on a half-emperor beast and revealed his original form at once. A screaming five-colored crow with a blood-orange crest on the top of its head was revealed. With a fully fledged bright five-colored plumage, Hong Yun's original form was not any smaller than the aberrant blood vine. Just by spreading his wings, his size was close to 100 meters long. The savage crow's vigor was indomitable. He was already releasing the pressure of an emperor beast even before making a move, and his bloodline was suppressing the aberrant blood vine. But the aberrant blood vine was not a newborn calf. With ample experience, he was able to ignore the pressure of an emperor beast. Hong Yun resolved this quickly. Xiao Ran called out to the savage crow in slight anxiousness before the battle began. Their aim was the elemental essence. If not for the old man rushing out suddenly to hamper him, he would have run over to participate in the struggle for the elemental essence. The ginormous head of the savage crow slightly nodded. Then it started to sing. The aberrant blood vine did not give him a chance. 3 blood vines gathered together to change into a sharp weapon to pierce the savage crow from different directions. Xiao Ran watched the two beasts battling. Although the opponent's strength was lower, the aberrant blood vine was still the old man's life-bound contract beast. After following the old man for so many years, his combat experience was far more abundant than Hong Yun. A short amount of time was probably not enough to tell the outcome of the battle. He then turned his gaze to Duan Qitian. The old man's soul was suffering damage. Right before his eyes was a chance to get rid of Duan Qitian. When he thought of this, Xiao Ran's expression slightly twisted, his eyes even reflected a malicious gleam, his killing intent gradually rising. He lifted his 2 hands to chest level and rapidly made a complicated hand seal. A majestic soul power bubbled out from his body. Duan Qitian had long discovered this, and his face was as black as thunder. In the beginning, he should not have taken in this dog-lung ingrate that bit that hand that fed it. Just as he thought that, Xiao Ran's attack had come. Duan Qitian put away his extraneous thoughts and formed a simple hand seal at a faster speed. His soul power was like a tornado as it consumed Xiao Ran's attack and rapidly diffused the energy. Xiao Ran's attack seemed just like a measly knife and did not have much of an effect. XiaoMo let out a sigh of relief upon seeing it. But Ling Xiao interjected, Xiao Ran's move was only just to test the waters. It's easy for your Shifu to neutralize that attack with his skill. XiaoMo scratched his head. Then do you have an idea to help? I do have an idea. Lanqiao should be nearby, call him over. Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo immediately took out the transmitter tone. Lanqiao was indeed nearby, and Shiqiao was also with him. As for Paiqiao, he had long run off to the Azure Palace after receiving Catqiao's message. After the two came over, Ling Xiao asked where the others were struggling over the elemental essence. Then he ordered, pass the life soul over. You guys wait here for me, I'll be back soon. XiaoMo had suddenly guessed his objective and immediately passed the crystal to him. Ling Xiao quickly reached the battlefield where He Yun and the rest were fighting over the elemental essence, which was also the airspace above the West Sand Islands. Excluding Duan Qitian and the two others, there were still more than a dozen people fighting over the elemental essence. In the center of the battlefield, the elemental essence was being besieged by everyone. However, even under this barrage, it was merely floating silently in the sky as the green radiance emitting from its body twinkled. It seemed as if it was thinking about how to succeed in escaping. Quite a period had passed, from when the elemental essence had been discovered to now, but none had been able to snatch the elemental essence. It was not that their strength was too low, but every time someone was able to snatch it, another would obstruct them. The situation was one until it was extremely tense. Ling Xiao glanced at people who were awfully busy fighting each other and smoothly fished out that piece of crystal. Contrary to expectations, the radiance emitting from the surface of the crystal was not as dazzling to the eyes under the sunlight. Just as the crystal appeared, the elemental essence which had been calmly floating in the sky suddenly moved. After a while, it shot out like an arrow from a broken bowstring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359. Chapter 359, Ling Xiao Strikes. Translated by Juisance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Everyone could feel it as soon as the elemental essence moved. A part of their attention was distributed to the elemental essence, so it couldn't move without alerting them. Thinking that it wanted to escape, several people quickly set off in pursuit of it. Some of them were a little slow and were immediately engaged by the experts that Azure Sea Dragon had invited. Seeing that the lure worked, Ling Xiao immediately returned with the soul crystal. The elemental essence followed him, not at all slow either, and they soon arrived at where Duan Qitian was, and he immediately put the soul crystal away. Having lost the scent of the soul crystal, the elemental essence paused in confusion, unsure what to do. In that moment, Xiao spotted the elemental essence, his expression immediately twisting in shock, and losing his composure and yelling, "The elemental essence?" Duan Qitian thought he was trying to divert his attention, immediately taking this opportunity to make a hand seal, attacking the other's soul. An opening was created when Xiao spotted the elemental essence that suddenly appeared. He might have dodged most of it, but his soul was still hit, his face paling and body swaying. It was only then that Duan Qitian realized something was wrong and turned his head, eyes widening involuntarily. He Tian and Azure Sea Dragon had arrived by the time the two recovered from their shock. Seeing Duan Qitian and Xiao, He Tian's sharp gaze swept over them and then fell onto Hong Yun, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the aberrant blood vine, his low voice ringing out across the sky, "Old He Yun." When the others arrived and heard this, their complexions all paled minutely. Duan Qitian immediately recalled aberrant blood vine. Though he didn't know why they were here, He Tian's arrival did take a lot of pressure off his shoulders. Seeing He Tian, Xiao complexion turned ugly and Hong Yun retreated to his side. "What is this?" He Tian asked. "It's as you see. Old He Yun is, in reality, Xiao lifebound contract demon beast, Hong Yun. What happened to Xiao Bai is his doing," Duan Qitian said coldly. Hearing what he referred to Xiao as, He Tian knew that they were over and said coldly, "This is good, too. I've thought that Xiao wasn't anything good for a long time now. After this is over, I'll report back to Han Gong." Han Gong was the legendary principal of Dao Xian Academy. Just as everyone was busy being shocked over Xiao and Duan Qitian's drama, a person that had been hiding in a dark corner lunged at the elemental essence while everyone was distracted. He was swift and timed his lunge well. The elemental essence was caught before it could react. In the next moment, he turned to run. However, the others weren't weak. Fairy Fu Rong and Fei Xia almost instantaneously appeared in front of him to block his way. When they saw his face, confusion flashed through their eyes and they asked, near simultaneously, "Who are you?" He Tian looked over. This person's presence felt familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Seeing the powerhouse that suddenly appeared, pretty much no one recognized him, but Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo, who were hidden in a corner, recognized him at once. It was none other than Dongshin, who had been following Fairy Fu Rong in company. Seeing that he had been foiled, Dongshin gritted his teeth and threw the elemental essence out with all his might. Right now, whoever held the elemental essence would become a target. Out of those present, none had the power to fight everyone else all at once, not even He Tian, Azure Sea Dragon or Hongyan dared to try. Plus, He Tian and Azure Sea Dragon were both injured. Staring at the elemental essence that arced through the sky, everyone was restless, but none dared to be the first to try and snatch it. The elemental essence, now free, didn't dare to hesitate any longer, swerving in the air and fleeing in a direction with no people. Fairy Fu Rong couldn't help but be the first to pursue it. Her delicate hand was about to touch the elemental essence when an axe suddenly came down at her from one side. To avoid it, Fairy Fu Rong could only give up. Turning around, she saw Bailey family's gentle-looking family head. The person blocking her way was Bailey Yang. Seeing her look over, he smiled. "Fairy Fu Rong, I'm very sorry, but I can't let you have the elemental essence." Fairy Fu Rong was enraged, and said, "Bailey Yang, you might be able to stop me, but you won't be able to stop the others. You won't be able to get the elemental essence either." Bailey Yang smiled, uncaring. "I know, but I'll stop who I can." What he was implying was that he didn't care about getting the elemental essence anymore. Fairy Fu Rong immediately became anxiously angry. But it wasn't unreasonable. In the Bailey family, he was the only emperor-level practitioner, and he wouldn't be able to get the elemental essence on his own. He couldn't die either, otherwise the impact on the Bailey family would be apocalyptic. So, instead of trying the impossible, he decided to have Xian Academy owe him one by helping them out. Tong families had evidently had the same idea, blocking Fei Xie's path to the elemental essence. It was the Chai and Tang family that hesitated. The Chai family had a grudge against XiaoMo, and he was Duan Qitian's pupil. He couldn't accept siding with Xian Academy. Tang family's had hesitated because of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was Tang Xian's mentor, and he was personally close to the Tang family. With Xiao Ran and Duan Qitian now enemies, the Tang family had to decide soon. With that, it was Xian Academy that had the most people. Azure Sea Dragon might have invited a lot of powerful helpers, but many were injured in the previous battles and some even gave up working with him. With this cooperation in shambles, he ended up on the side with less powerful people. However, Xian Academy's situation wasn't optimistic. The Azure Sea Dragon stood in He Tian's way. Even with the Bailey and Tong family's help, don't even dream of getting the elemental essence. He Tian looked at him with a dark face. "If I can't have it, then neither can you." After saying that, he glanced towards the two demon beasts that were being stalled by the Chai and Tang families. Azure Sea Dragon had invited so many powerful beasts, yet only 3 were still able to fight now. Azure Sea Dragon harumphed coldly. "Not necessarily." Even though there were only 3 left on his side, that didn't mean he would lose for sure. He Tian knew what he was talking about, his cold gaze sweeping over Lightning Sable, who was standing not far off. Lightning Sable was the level 10 demon beast that had successfully escaped out of Fairy Fu Rong in the others' hands. Seeing the others paired up and in intense battle, delight rose in his heart and he darted off towards the elemental essence without hesitation. However, he had forgotten someone everyone had ignored. That someone was Dongshin, who struck when Lightning Sable was about to touch the elemental essence. "Ah!" Lightning Sable cried out in pain. He hadn't noticed Dongshin's movements because of his excitement and was hit by the sneak attack, a bloody wound appearing on his back. Lightning Sable glared at Dongshin, furiously roaring, "I'm going to kill you." Dongshin's lips curved up in a barely perceptible angle. No one noticed that something was quietly approaching the elemental essence. Though the elemental essence had developed spiritual awareness, it had only evolved to around the level of a 7 or 8-year-old kid, curious about everything around it. Seeing everyone fighting, it hadn't escaped, but was floating in midair, as if spectating. The green flash that occasionally surrounded it sped up. Hidden away, XiaoMo gazed over the stable battle situation, feeling as if something was wrong. Lanqiao suddenly said, "That netherworld siren hasn't appeared." But XiaoMo immediately looked towards the elemental essence, a pulse of spiritual energy going to his eyes. Then, he saw an invisible hand stretching out to the elemental essence. The elemental essence hadn't noticed at all, and his heart leaped into his throat. Where did Ling Xiao go? Just as the thought passed through his head, the hand grasped the elemental essence. After having it in his grasp, the first thing he did was flee. This was level 10 netherworld siren, having been forgotten in his absence. If a level 10 emperor beast wanted to hide, then it would be simple over the ocean. Plus, no one knew about his existence, so they didn't know what to look out for. Shit, the elemental essence is gone. Xiao Ran was the first person to notice. Hearing his shocked voice, some of the fighters quietly paused their battles and looked around. The elemental essence really was gone. At the same time, Dongshin, who had been fighting with, and winning against Lightning Sable, quickly pulled away and darted in the direction Netherworld Siren had fled in with immense speed. To others, it seemed as if he was pursuing the elemental essence. Very few would have thought he had something to do with the person that had taken the elemental essence. As XiaoMo prayed, an overwhelming presence appeared from thin air, rolling in from the direction Netherworld Siren had fled in. Its pressure was immense, and the terrifying presence locked Netherworld Siren in place, forcing him into becoming visible once more. D-Divine level, ... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360. Chapter 360, My Wife Doesn't Like You. Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. He Tian muttered the last sentence. In front of this familiar pressure of a divine-level practitioner, his composed expression was soon replaced with shock. Throughout the entire Longxiang continent, he only knew one divine-level practitioner, the principal, Han Gong. Yet, this pressure was obviously not from Han Gong, but a stranger. He wasn't the only one who was taken aback. Fairy Fu Rong and the others were also unable to move under such pressure. Their faces were overflowing with fear. A divine-level powerhouse had been beside them all this time they've been fighting each other? XiaoMo grabbed Lanqiao's arm tightly in excitement, his nails almost sank into flesh. This pressure was Ling Xiao's. He finally made a move. Lanqiao looked at his arm being wrecked and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boss Ling Xiao's strength should be something you have long known, yet you still become this agitated. Even so, don't take it out on him, although it didn't hurt him even a little bit. Behind the clouds and mist, a figure vaguely appeared. Under everyone's gaze, the black shadow came out from the mist and appeared. The man that stepped out was unexpectedly an outstanding, handsome man. Between his eyebrows was an embellished purple symbol of fire. It looked as if it was alive, blazing in between his eyebrows. The symbol added a touch of wickedness to his handsome face, a face no one would ever forget even with just one glance. In addition, on his right ear was a purple earring. The man wore a black brocaded robe while his demeanor gave out a cold and ruthless intent. No one would dare to make a pass on him just because of his handsome face. However, those black pupils of his were flashing with a hint of smile, yet not a smile. His overall temperament was somewhat harmonious yet left an odd feeling. This was a side of Ling Xiao XiaoMo had never seen before. When he saw Ling Xiao appear, he quickly covered his mouth, his face was covered with astonishment. This was the first time he ever saw Ling Xiao wearing black clothes. Even the fire symbol between his brows was a first. Compared to before, he looked even more charming. Seeing Ling Xiao like this made his heart thump and he blushed. Boss, was he always this handsome? Lanqiao hesitantly asked with a bit of jealousy. He liked beautiful people, but his inborn condition wasn't enough. And so, Every time he saw a man more beautiful than him, he couldn't help but feel jealous towards the person. Back at the time he lived in the mountains, he had killed plenty of handsome fellas who intruded into his territory. XiaoMo's lips twitched, he could roughly guess Lan Xiao's thoughts. He lifted his head. No, normally he wasn't this slutty. Lan Xiao. Xiao, how can you say those words? If boss ever heard this, he will kill you. XiaoMo paused then said, I'm okay with you guys hearing those words, but remember never tell Ling Xiao. The two. For the netherworld siren that was being forced to reveal his appearance, after he felt the pressure aura of a divine-level powerhouse, his expression changed. But since Ling Xiao had slightly altered his aura, both him and Dongshan only felt that it was a little familiar. The netherworld siren decided, he chose to give up on the elemental essence. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let them go so easily, he wanted to kill them. When the netherworld siren threw away the elemental essence, Ling Xiao didn't chase after it. Instead, he went after them, as his body weirdly disappeared on the spot. This time, Ling Xiao directly locked them up and didn't let them have a chance to escape like the first time. Both netherworld siren and Dongshan felt a chill up their spines. They were horrified when they found out this man wanted to kill them, but why? They couldn't figure out the reason. If it was because of the elemental essence, this action simply wasn't necessary. Moreover, his strength was clearly far more superior than anyone at the place, taking them all on by himself shouldn't be a big problem. However, he didn't appear until the very last minute. Just why? Questions kept coming in his head, but Dongshan frowned and looked at the man. He always felt that he had met this man somewhere, but if he had seen him before, he would never forget his face. But then, his figure somehow looked like. As if he just thought of something, Dongshan suddenly widened his eyes. Could he be that man? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes, judging from Dongshan's expression, seemed like he had been found out. Ling Xiao had no intention to let Dongshan have a chance to open the mouth. Without any warning, he took a step forward, red flame immediately rose from beneath his feet. Within the next second, his appearance soon vanished like a ghost and appeared right next to Dongshan. His fist carried the red flame as it slashed through the air, heading toward Dongshan's head. With such dreadful speed and power coming toward him, Dongshan's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was too late to make a move. Dodging was his only option. He leaned back his body, trying his best to avoid the fist, but he could only avoid half of it. The flame fist carried both strength and killing intent, leaving him no space to dodge and hit his head. The dizziness instantly stopped all his nerves for 2 seconds. It could be said that the head was everyone's weak point. No matter how strong one could be, it was impossible for one to train their heads to become impenetrable. Ling Xiao coldly laughed. Like that old saying, take the chance and kill the man when he is sick, he wouldn't let such an opportunity slip out. His next blow immediately broke through Dongshan's defense and once again went towards his head. His fist was wrapped in a blazing hot fire. The color of the fire was neither purple or red, more like a fusion of the purple flame and red flame. It was his strongest fire. Even though Dongshan was an emperor-level powerhouse with an extraordinary defense power, his head was bashed in half. With an explosion, pieces of bright red brain matter burst into the air like firework sparks, as Dongshan's body powerlessly fell. Ah! I will kill you! The netherworld siren screamed in anger. His eyeballs almost bulged out. His flame of anger was scorching as if it could burn everything. Seeing his contractor being killed in front of his own eyes almost pushed him to madness. But the next second, he suddenly coughed out blood, his body was on the verge to collapse. Since they had a life-bound contract relationship, their lives were linked together. As soon as Dongshan died, he also got a backlash. Being bitten back by the life-bound contract, his cultivation was forced back to level 9. Kill me? As if he just heard a funny story, Ling Xiao laughed, with your current level, you still want to kill me? Netherworld Siren's eyes reddened, filled with murderous intent, don't get too proud of yourself. Once this matter is reported back to our superiors, soon, they will send stronger people for you, and by that time, it will be your time of death. By the time his sentence ended, his body suddenly swelled up. This was the prelude to a self-detonation. Everyone got frightened and quickly retreated. Although his cultivation was decreased, the power from a self-detonation was enough to injure those emperor-level powerhouses. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. He wrapped his fire around the netherworld siren's body that was about to explode and let it inside his body. In the next few seconds, his self-detonation action was stopped as his body fell to the ocean along with Dongshan. Two powerhouses were killed in a swift instant like that of the sudden appearance of a mysterious man. Everyone looked toward the man with fear. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to them. He sucked the elemental essence toward his hand. The elemental essence struggled a little bit before finally settling down on his palm. After finishing this matter, Ling Xiao moved his eyes toward the Chai clan's ancestor. Aware of the sight laid on him, the Chai clan's ancestor felt a tingling sensation along his scalp. He didn't have any connection to this man. Why was he looking at him? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and showed a happy face. You of Chai clan, I give you an opportunity. As long as you able to take on one move of mine, I will spare your life. Why? I seem to have no grudge against you, sir. Chai clan's ancestor tried to suppress the anger. He hadn't encountered such a thing for many years. If it wasn't because of the opponent's strength, he would kill him without a thought. Ling Xiao squeezed the elemental essence, indifferently glanced at him and laughed. You and I have no grudge, but my wife doesn't like you. The wife that was used as an excuse. The Chai clan's ancestor's face sunk. Ling Xiao said, one word, accept or not. The Chai clan's ancestor had no other choice, because if he didn't accept, the man would certainly kill him on the spot. The ancestor directly used actions in replacement for answer. His power rose up immensely as his put up his defense. Ling Xiao moved the elemental essence to his left hand. He lifted his right hand up high. A sparking sound suddenly came out from his palm. A red flame gushed out like a volcano eruption. Within a moment, it formed into a big fireball. But it wasn't over yet. The fireball suddenly whirled around, then, a sharp and loud hoot came out of the fireball. 1 second later, a pair of fiery wings suddenly spread out. A fire phoenix appeared in front of everyone. Its aura made people's hearts skip a beat. In front of this scene, Hong Yun's pupils widened. This, the aura of an ancient demon phoenix? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361. Chapter 361, Conditions for the Exchange. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Hong Yun, what are you saying? Xiao Ran, who stood closest to him, asked when he heard him mumbling under his breath. He couldn't catch what Hong Yun had said. With all his attention turned towards the fire phoenix, Hong Yun's words barely registered in his mind. All he knew was that Hong Yun had uttered something weird. With a hand on his face, Hong Yun's panic-stricken eyes peeked through the gaps between his fingers. I can't have guessed wrongly. This presence definitely belongs to the king of emperor beasts, the ancient demon phoenix. Had the ancient demon phoenix wanted to subdue him, he could have easily been made to submit just from its bloodline alone. As they were both demon beasts of the phoenix species, it could be said that they were closely related by blood. Hence, the added oppression would be felt from the bloodline. Xiao Ran was shocked as he looked towards the man who had a fire phoenix in his hand. He was an ancient demon phoenix? Or was it his life-bound contract demon beast that was an ancient demon phoenix? Regardless of the answer, it was a hindrance to obtaining the elemental essence. While he was deep in thought, Ling Xiao was already on the move. The elegant and beautiful fire phoenix rose into the sky and spread its magnificent wings before swooping down towards the elder of the Chai family who had already gone on defense. Crack! Cracks started to appear on the shield before it eventually shattered. The fire phoenix hadn't even expended much of its energy as it continued to charge towards the elder of the Chai family. The elder had already expected that it was impossible for the shield to withstand the attack. Just a few seconds before the shield shattered, he immediately whipped out his weapon for defense. 5 minutes had passed. A charred corpse dropped off onto an island below. It was the elder Chai. The rise and fall of his chest was hardly visible anymore, and it was as if he was hanging on with his last breath. Soon, he would be at death's door. At this moment, the elder of the Tang family suddenly swooped in towards the elder Chai, picking him up and making a speedy escape. XiaoMo found it unbelievable. He had heard about the matters between the Tang and Chai families. While they weren't on such horrible terms to be called enemies, the relationship between the two families wasn't exactly great either, to the extent of buying pants for each other to wear. So why take the risk to rescue him? I have heard some stuff about the Tang and Chai families. Lan Xiao said suddenly. Which is? XiaoMo turned to look at him. If the elder of the Chai family was left to die here, the Chai family will be kicked out of the great 4 family clans. The Tang family will have to deal with the Bailey and Tong families on their own once the Chai family is gone. The Bailey and Tong families are on good terms, sometimes they are even as close as siblings. They will definitely join forces to suppress the Tang family, so the elder of the Tang family rescuing the elder of the Chai family is an expected outcome. XiaoMo remembered how Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu behaved as if they were biological brothers. It seemed it was indeed the case as explained by Lan Xiao. After the two of them vanished, the surrounding became eerily silent. Ling Zhao's swift and decisive, yet ruthless methods had struck fear into their hearts. That was why subsequently after the elder from the Tang family, the men that the Azure Sea Dragon had employed all left. They wanted to live, and knowing who the elemental essence would end up with, there was no point in staying anymore. Seeing as his men left, the Azure Sea Dragon was enraged. In order for him to evolve from a sea dragon to a full-fledged dragon, the elemental essence was essential to him. It hadn't even been an hour when almost half of the strong ones left. Only the Bailey and Tong families, powerful individuals from the Boundless Sea, the Daoxian Academy and the Azure Sea Dragon remained. Xiao Ran was also unwilling to give up on the elemental essence. It was not like he hadn't considered attacking the academy. But with superpowers like He Tian overseeing the school, the chances of success were slim. He reckoned it was less than 20%. All he could do was wait. And he had, for the last few hundred years. He had waited so long for this elemental essence to appear, and he was definitely not offering it to the school without a fight. Everyone. I think we should put aside our past grudges and work together to defeat this guy. Or else none of us can even think of having the elemental essence. Xiao Ran shouted, in hopes of fanning the flames. He knew very well that both the Azure Sea Dragon and Daoxian Academy needed the elemental essence desperately, as he was only half sure that they would agree. His words received a mixed reaction. Ling Xiao might be a divine-level powerhouse, but if they join forces, they might still stand a chance of winning. As the saying goes, even ants could kill an elephant when they worked together. It was precisely this logic in the current situation. With the elemental essence in hand, Ling Xiao looked darkly at the Azure Sea Dragon. When the latter turned to face him, he smiled. Speaking of which, I remembered my wife once told me he wanted to contract a Lord of the Ocean. How about? The Azure Sea Dragon's face immediately changed. He glared at the man darkly. He had a tiny bit of true dragon's blood in him. While it may be little, he still had the pride of a true dragon. Obviously, he wouldn't submit to a mere mortal. But after listening to the man speak, he had guessed that the man had the intention of making him form a contract with the wife he spoke of. No. XiaoMo was the first to reject the suggestion. Xiao was puzzled. Why? The Azure Sea Dragon was decently powerful. Though not an emperor beast, he could one day reach divine level, judging from his current situation. With him around, he could provide added protection in dangerous situations when they traveled to a higher realm, even without Ling Xiao around. Anyway, my answer will still be no. Worried that Ling Xiao would really force him to enter a contract with the Azure Sea Dragon, XiaoMo got his communication stone out. Ling Xiao glanced at XiaoMo before slowly retrieving his glowing communication stone. What is it? I don't want that sea dragon. XiaoMo gripped his communication stone tightly. Why? The exact same thing that Xiao had asked. Because he's too old. What's bad about being old? Ling Xiao couldn't understand why XiaoMo was so adamant on not taking the sea dragon. I just don't want an old grandpa. I understand. You understand what I'm trying to say? If you don't want it, then so be it. But currently we haven't found a suitable one till now. Looks like you can't form a contract this time, That's okay, we still have next time. All right. The voice from the communication stone is a man? Everyone else had the same thought in mind. Blissfully unaware that he had just revealed his gender, XiaoMo happily kept his communication stone. It was a pity, but he wasn't the least bit interested in a demon beast that looked like an old grandpa. Said old grandpa that was despised for being too old was so furious that not even words could describe how he felt. Yet, he could do nothing about the person who had thoroughly insulted him. Azure Sea Dragon, they have mocked you and you did nothing but bear it. If the other strong individuals of the boundless ocean hear about this, your reputation will be tarnished. Xiao Ran took the chance to stir up trouble. The Azure Sea Dragon gave him a disgusted look before spitting out, "You don't need to goad me. I can't believe the hegemon of the Mirage Sand Ocean also has something he's scared of." Xiao Ran casually said. The Azure Sea Dragon snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You only want to use me. What I should do, I will decide for myself. No need for your reminders. Xiao Ran's face turned grim. Ling Xiao shifted his gaze to He Tian. The latter's cold and collected eyes had betrayed a hint of a struggle. He had been debating whether to attack Ling Xiao or not. To be honest, Ling Xiao genuinely admired He Tian. He calmly looked at He Tian before saying, "Do you want the elemental essence?" He Tian fixed his composure before replying, "Indeed. Dao Xian Academy needs it urgently. Would you be willing to give it to us? I can give it to you. But there are conditions." It was as if Ling Xiao had thrown a grenade at them. What conditions? After the initial shock, He Tian asked calmly. He knew things weren't going to be that easy. And true to his belief, Ling Xiao's words confirmed his prediction. XiaoMo was equally stunned. He didn't remember Ling Xiao ever talking to him about conditions. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "My conditions are simple. With Dao Xian Academy's ability, I doubt it's difficult to satisfy. I want 70% of the Leyline Spirit Gem. I'm exchanging an elemental essence with 70% of the Spirit Gems, isn't that a good deal for you?" He Tian lowered his eyes. "It is a good deal, and I agree to the conditions." But people were waiting with bated breaths. Not only was this a good deal, the Academy had practically benefited immensely. The elemental essence was worth more than a few spirit gems. In fact, it could even be considered priceless. And yet this man was exchanging it for the spirit gems? Did he have an ulterior motive? But what? Ling Xiao asked. Why would you use an elemental essence to exchange for spirit gems? With your experience, wouldn't you know how precious the elemental essence is? He Tian voiced his suspicion. Of course I know. Ling Xiao laughed out loud, humor evident in his eyes. But, compared to the elemental essence, my wife prefers the spirit gems. Said wife, who was used as a shield again, was speechless. He Tian became silent. So, did everyone else. Based on what he and his wife had talked about over the transmitter stone, it seemed like these were things that his wife would have said. Even a powerful demon beast like the Azure Sea Dragon was despised and rejected because he was found to be too old. How ridiculous was that? Xiao looked at the fuming XiaoMo and sighed lightly. Master, you don't have to get so angry actually. XiaoMo whipped his head around to look at him. And why is that? Think about it. If you were given the choice of the elemental essence or that many spirit gems, which one would you have chosen? Now that he thought about it, he most likely would have taken the spirit gems too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362. Chapter 362, So, There's Still a Secret. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Actually, it's not that there was a chance, but it was that XiaoMo would choose the spirit gems. After choosing the spirit gems, he would lament for a moment over the elemental essence that he had a brief encounter with. Then, immediately forget about this in a few seconds and hug a pile of spirit gems while grinning like a fool. This was something that XiaoMo would do. Xiao had indicated that he had already had a thorough understanding of his family's master, so he did not feel the boss Ling Xiao used master as an excuse, as this was simply the truth. XiaoMo, who had suffered a blow by Xiao, immediately ran to a corner to grow mushrooms. Wait a minute. Just at this moment, a person raised their objection. A lovely voice that was raised broke the silence. Shockingly, it was Fairy Fu Rong. Everyone's attention moved onto her. Fairy Fu Rong somberly looked at Hey Tian, we had an agreement with Daoxian Academy at Jinghua Island that we would get 30%. Now you're promising to give them 70%. What do you mean by this? Are you cutting us out of our share? Agreement? The ones who first broke the terms of the agreement were you guys. Hey Tian's hands were behind his back. His cold gaze indifferently swept over her and his voice was cold and detached enough to kill. Fairy Fu Rong's expression slightly changed. What nonsense are you sprouting? When did we break the agreement? I think you're just trying to find an excuse for yourself. You guys are aware whether it's an excuse or not. Hey Tian said, from the beginning, you all did not intend to cooperate with us, am I right? Since it's like this, why should I abide by the agreement with you? Hey Tian did not have more information than them. What he said was merely his inference from all the indications he had seen. Furthermore, they did not formalize their agreement, so it was easy to renegade on it. Fairy Fu Rong grinded her teeth in anger. She did not want to fight with Daoxian Academy and Ling Xiao. But since the man wanted 70%, they would certainly have no share in the remaining 30%. She was not willing to go home empty-handed. Fei Xia, what do you say? Fei Xia looked at Xiao Ran, who was also unwilling to give up. Naturally, I object too. But even if the Azure Sea Dragon agreed to cooperate with us, our chances of victory are not high. Fairy Fu Rong's expression twisted slightly. If not for a Divine Realm expert suddenly appearing here, their odds of winning would reach 70%. Everything was completely ruined because of him at this moment. They had never heard of his name before. What in the world was this man and the two strangers who had suddenly appeared and were killed by the man instead? Everything was a mystery. I somehow feel, Fei Xia suddenly injected. What? Fairy Fu Rong bitterly asked. She was now in a bad mood. I feel that this man seemed to be helping Daoxian Academy. It's like he knows them. Fei Xia doubtfully commented, but the impression that they gave to him was indeed as such. Fairy Fu Rong was taken aback. However, she quickly calmed down and deduced, it's not like. He was basically helping Daoxian Academy. Otherwise it's impossible for him to give up the elemental essence that he attained. Maybe he was sent over by Han Gong, or he's Han Gong himself. That's not possible. Fei Xia immediately denied this conjecture. If he was Han Gong, He Tian would have recognized him. There's also no need for Han Gong to hide his identity. Then what do you say we do? Could it be that we have to give up both the elemental essence and the spirit gems? Fairy Fu Rong spat in fury. Fei Xia looked uncertain. After quite a while, he relaxed his taut muscles slightly. I've decided to give up. Fairy Fu Rong's eyes bugged in shock, as she lividly shrieked, do you know what you're saying? Fei Xia, are you a man or not? Fei Xia was not angered. If you guys can guarantee that the man would not make a move, I would naturally have no objections. He still had many free and unfettered days ahead of him and did not want to die in the boundless sea. Fairy Fu Rong's expression abruptly fell. She had no way to guarantee this. Fei Xia did not bother about the gazes of others as he turned and left. As he left, the scales suddenly tilted towards Dao Xian Academy. The situation changed in a split second. Xiao Ran's face was as black as a cauldron's bottom. He was still trying to persuade the Azure Sea Dragon. If he had known earlier that Fei Xia would give up, he would not have had a faint hope in him. Who would have thought that Fei Xian was such a cowardly person? This old hand has had enough too. After Fei Xia left, the Azure Sea Dragon suddenly roared out. He was not a person without any brains. Not only was there no benefit to cooperating with Xiao Ran, he would even be shooting his own leg by giving himself in as compensation. Speaking of retreating 10,000 steps, even if they were lucky enough to defeat Dao Xian Academy, he would not able to defeat Xiao Ran and Hong Yun by himself. Why should he participate this sort of business transaction that was a loss? The scales of victory had already completely tipped toward He Tian's side, with one leaving after another. Xiao Ran did not dare to tally upon seeing that most of the people were gone. Taking advantage of the period where everyone's attention was on the Azure Sea Dragon, he secretly relayed a message to Hong Yun and intended to quietly flee. But his actions did not escape Duan Qi Tian, who had been keeping an eye to him. Seeing that he wanted to run away, Duan Qi Tian immediately bellowed, Xiao Ran, don't you dare run, His voice immediately drew everyone's attention back on Xiao Ran. He Tian's actions were even quicker than Duan Qi Tian's. A black shadow flashed, and he appeared in front of Hong Yun. At the same time, he lifted his leg and kicked at Hong Yun. A black gale that appeared to have ripped apart the very space flew towards Hong Yun. Hong Yun had no choice but to stop. On the other end, Duan Qi Tian and the aberrant Bloodvine had already stopped Xiao Ran. So handsome. XiaoMo's eyes glittered as he looked at He Tian. Who would have thought that the actions of the great elder, who looked past his prime, were so much more handsome than the others? This easily caused one to overlook his outer appearance of being past his prime. Who did you say was handsome? A voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Of course it's great elder He Tian. His kick just now was really cool. XiaoMo did not even stop to think before he answered. After he said that, he discovered the mood was so quiet that it was strange. He turned his head a little and saw Shichio and Lanchio with a "you're so dead" expression. XiaoMo gave an uneasy smile. Just now, you guys are the ones who asked me, right? Hurry and say yes, ah. Shichio said, yes, my ass. Ouch. XiaoMo stood up. He was forced to as his ear was pinched by his husband. It hurt so much till he nearly squeezed out 2 crocodile tears. My bad, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Could the wife repeat it again for this husband? Ling Xiao gave a human and animal-friendly smile and even graciously gave him a second chance. XiaoMo was in pain. It's you are the most handsome in the universe. Ling Xiao smiled. Is this sentence by the wife genuine? XiaoMo, it's even more genuine than the renminbi. Ling Xiao asked, my dear wife, what is this renminbi? XiaoMo, a good thing that everyone wants and needs, just like things such as gold coins and crystal coins. Ling Xiao broke the earthenware pot. Why does the wife use renminbi to describe this? T/N, break the earthenware pot and ask to the end means to get to the bottom of something. T/N2, renminbi, or RMB, or CNY is China currency. And China is famous for its counterfeit stuff. XiaoMo looked at him with grief-laden eyes. Will you believe me if I say it's a slip of the tongue? Ling Xiao gently smiled. Naturally, I'll believe. But this husband has also confirmed one thing. It seems that the wife still has a secret that has not been told to this husband. XiaoMo, hey, what kind of sensitive thinking is this? XiaoMo once again completely lost in a single conversation. Have you given the elemental essence to the great elder? XiaoMo rubbed his ears. He had been paying attention to other people just now and did not notice the transaction between Ling Xiao and the great elder. I have. I've already discussed the details with him. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked up at Xiao Ran, who was being impeded by He Tian and the rest. XiaoMo hesitated for a moment. By the way, why did you only ask for 70% of the spirit gems? Ling Xiao looked askance at him and asked in amusement, you want everything? XiaoMo guiltily rubbed his nose. No, I'm only curious. Ling Xiao did not seem so good-hearted as to leave a little for others. As expected. We can't take everything. Although we can store it in our dimensions, but for such a large ley line that's situated 20,000 meters below sea level of the boundless sea, even if a year may not be enough to dig all up unless they increase their manpower. But didn't we dig up quite a lot in the last hour? XiaoMo uncertainty asked. Ling Xiao looked at him in disdain. Do you feel that Daoxian Academy's principal will be like me and escort the person digging out the spirit gems? XiaoMo was choked by Ling Xiao's words. Indeed, there was no powerhouse who would be like Ling Xiao and use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. We've done all we came to do, let's go. Ling Xiao urged. The old geezer, XiaoMo hesitated for a moment. Don't tell me that you still want to stay and watch? No. Don't forget. We still have a lot of terrible messes to clean up. For example, how we can escape unscathed from the clutches of that uncanny fox. One wrong move and they will suspect us. XiaoMo's head started to hurt once he brought this up. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave with Ling Xiao. Although Xiao Ran and his contracted demon beast, Hongyun, were strong, no matter how strong they were not stronger than He Tian and Duan Qitian's combination. On their way to find Yen Fa, they rendezvoused with Xiao He and the rest, who had finally finished plundering the Azure Sea Dragon's palace. The Azure Sea Dragon had many hidden treasures. XiaoMo was so envious at their haul that he requested they share the booty on the spot and was despised 1,000,000 times by Xiao He. In the end, it was only Paiqiu and Catqiu who bestowed him with 2 treasured objects. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363. Chapter 363, Different Opinions. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. When XiaoMo and Ling Xiao found Yen Fa, they were still on the island that had borne the brunt of the battle. Apart from them, there were also a few people XiaoMo recognized. There was the Xixiang and Shiji pair that would be able to win an Oscar, that were forced to hide their relationship because of their Xiao Shimi, as well as the said Shimi. What was strange was that this Xiao Shimi looked immaculate. Compared to her, the others looked worn, obviously having experienced some sort of huge battle not long ago. Seeing them come back, everyone was shocked. Being able to return in one piece from getting hunted down by a level 10 demon beast was nothing to scoff at. Just as everyone was feeling shocked, an astonished voice spoke up unexpectedly. You too, Humph, you dare appear in front of me again? The Xiao Shimi first expressed her surprise and then gave a strange laugh, as if spotting prey that had come to her of its own volition. Her behavior was as discomforting as ever. Xiaoyu, please stop, the observant Lan Yilan spoke up to stop her. If it was Hai Lu, she might listen. Why should I? These two dared to insult me in the tavern. Now that I've managed to bump into them again, I won't let them go so easily. The young marshal's sister watched them with malice, ignoring Lan Yilan's words completely. Eh? XiaoMo seemed to only just notice her presence, saying in surprise, "Aren't you that woman who had something wrong with her head and eyes? Who are you saying has something wrong with their head and eyes, ugly?" The corner of the other's lips curled up, smiling softly as she retorted. XiaoMo was about to reply when he stopped himself abruptly. This sentence really gave him déjà vu. He hadn't thought this dumb-looking woman was quite smart. He didn't know if it was a coincidence. Xiao suddenly leaned down to his ear and said with a smile, "This woman seems to be even smarter than you." When she was angry, her tone seemed laughing and warm. She didn't seem to be the kind of reckless person the citizens of Boundless City said she was. This could be seen from her status. She was immaculate. Either she hadn't fought, or she was rather powerful. How could you boost the enemy's morale and put out your own? XiaoMo objected. Then keep going, Xiao said, uncaring. XiaoMo gazed at the woman who showed no anger whatsoever on her face, yet her words could easily enrage another. No matter how he looked at her, she seemed to give off a strange feeling. Whatever, a gentleman doesn't fight petty women. Xiao looked at him with a smile. XiaoMo looked away guiltily. It was then that Yan Fa walked in front of them. "Weren't you two being hunted down by the monster fox? How come you're here? Did something happen?" Xiao explained without a hint of unease, "We were being pursued by the monster fox, but as we ran we met a guy in black. We don't know where he came from, but he was powerful, and he killed monster fox with one move and then ran off, ignoring us completely." XiaoMo stood beside him nodding in agreement. Before getting here, they had gone over their alibis together. All he had to do was turn all the questions to the flashy Xiao, and let the Grand Elder confirm their statements. Yan Fa didn't continue to interrogate them. These were strange times. Suddenly having another powerhouse appear out of thin air wasn't anything strange. However, Gu, who was leaning against a rock and resting from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes to glance at them when Xiao said this, before turning away without care. Daoxian Academy didn't have any casualties, but some were injured rather seriously, such as Gu and two of the elders who had been injured in their fight to defeat Frost Lion. After around 2 hours, He Tian and Duan Qitian came to regroup with them. The Bailey and Tong family heads had left with their people after getting their promises. As for Qiu Ran, he still managed to escape in the end. He had come prepared this time, sacrificing his arm to escape the Mirage Sand-Seas with a heavily injured Hong Yun. It was a little disappointing that they didn't manage to kill him here. When He Tian said that old He Yun was Qiu Ran's life-bound contract beast, everyone's gaze fell on a Hai Lu and the other two simultaneously. Duan Qitian, seeing everyone's strange behavior, looked over as well. "What? What's up with those three?" XiaoMo scuttled over to him. "Master, they're the disciples of old He Yun. Especially that woman in red. I hear she's old He Yun's most treasured pupil. If we use her, we might be able to lure Qiu Ranqisiang out." Duan Qitian looked at them in surprise. He would, naturally, scrutinize this person that his youngest disciple pointed out. This young lady gave him a strange feeling, a bit like Qiu Ran when he was younger. Duan Qitian suddenly shook his head. XiaoMo was about to ask why, when there was a suddenly movement from the other side. When they looked over, two figures, one white and one blue, flew out at them, but their positions were a little strange. And that Xiao Yu had disappeared. That was when He Tian made a noise of derision and sent a palm of energy out at the ocean's surface. The seawater erupted, and a terrible scream rang out from down below. That part of the ocean was tainted red with blood. What a cruel woman! No wonder Hong Yun treasured her, Duan Qitian sighed out. She had thrown her Xixiang and Shiji out to provide cover to give herself time to escape. Her methods were cruel and sly, like Qiu Ran and Hong Yun. However, she was very brave to run right in front of all of them. XiaoMo could only feel cold. It seemed like no matter how much she liked her Xiao, he wasn't nearly as important as her own life. You see? Even the person closest to you could betray you. So, you shouldn't trust so easily in the future. For example, you in Xian Academy, if you let your master choose between the two, which do you think he'd choose? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang softly in his ears. This was a razor-sharp question. It's like asking, if your lover and mother both fell into the water, who would you choose? XiaoMo felt that his situation was more complicated than this, because he was one of the choices. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that his master would choose Xian Academy, and that feeling, it was a devil that tempted him to darkness. This problem won't even exist. It's impossible that I'll ever have any sort of clash with Xian Academy, XiaoMo hurriedly answered before his mind twisted into knots. How is it impossible? The future isn't certain. You just don't want to admit that Duan Qitian would definitely choose Xian Academy, no? Ling Xiao slowly began to smile a strange smile. XiaoMo was silent for a while. Do you think that I shouldn't give the elemental essence to the old man? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, saying in a vague manner, more or less. XiaoMo then said, do you think I'm a bit of a goody two-shoes? Ling Xiao said, yes. XiaoMo replied. You should at least hesitate for a moment. Okay, I'll hesitate. You are. It took a while for them to return to the topic at hand. In reality, XiaoMo understood Ling Xiao's opinion. After being together for such a long time, he knew Ling Xiao was the kind of person who only did good on a whim, so he wouldn't easily give other people things he wanted. However, he was different. He didn't like owing other people, and he had the mindset of someone from the 21st century. He wasn't like people here who wouldn't easily trust anyone. So, when he met someone who was good to him, he would subconsciously try to return it. This was a deeply ingrained mindset of his. Then what do you propose? XiaoMo threw the question back to him. If I say anything, would you change your mind? Ling Xiao was doubtful. XiaoMo flushed, turning his head and refusing to look at Ling Xiao, stuttering, It's important to keep peace in the family. When husband and husband disagree, we can discuss it. In his past life, that's how his mother and father did it. If they disagreed, then they'd have a family meeting. The entire family would sit together and discuss a certain problem, and they had to solve it on the day to avoid it affecting their life. This was a rule in the Yu family, and he had attended several times in the past, but usually was on the losing side. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, before suddenly smiling. XiaoMo felt deeply uncomfortable with this smile. All he was doing was giving some advice from his past life. Was there a need to smile so alluringly? His heartbeat had sped up. By the time they returned to Xian Academy, it had been 5 days. These days really were quite chaotic. During the time they were absent, Xian Academy had been attacked. It came from the demon beast gathering in the deep mountains. They had probably gotten wind of He Tian and Duan Qitian's absence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364. Chapter 364, Disturbed Harmony. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Once they got back to Xian Academy, both He Tian and Duan Qitian went into seclusion in order to heal their wounds. A few days later, He Tian came out of his closed-door cultivation. He released some good news. Due to the fact that the academy had solved the problem of the ley line about to run dry, the cultivation center was opened for a month. During this time, there was no need of a purple or red card to enter the restricted card areas, and even the required points were reduced by 1/3. When the news was announced, the whole academy boiled with excitement. It appeared that everyday students arrived at the cultivation center like ants, unendingly. Both the red and purple card areas were always at maximum capacity. Other than that, He Tian also sent people to start digging spirit gems at Mirage Sansi. Since the ley line was below Azure Island, He Tian and the Azure Sea Dragon made a pact to give 70% to Ling Xiao and the rest of the 30% to be equally split among the Bailey family, Tong family, and the Azure Sea Dragon. A few days later, XiaoMo, under the pressure of Ling Xiao, had their first husband-husband family meeting. Last time we were at Mirage Sansi, you said that if we had a disagreement we should hold a family meeting, right? So, before Quan Chi Tian went out from his closed-door cultivation, we should decide on a solution, right? Ling Xiao asked while smiling. XiaoMo avoided his gaze and with a darkened face questioned what he was going to do with such an excited tone. XiaoMo gave a few dry coughs before speaking, then let's start. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. The topic of this family meeting is about whether or not we should give the elemental essence to Duan Chi Tian or not, right? Yes, XiaoMo's mouth twitched as he questioned why he was so good at this. Then, about this topic, do you have anything you want to add? Little you? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, XiaoMo felt his forehead veins pop. Unable to tolerate it, he kicked Ling Xiao and said, "Can you stop with this kind of language?" With this he felt as if the one in front of him were his parents and he thought he could use Ling Xiao's unfamiliarity with family meetings to guide the flow of conversation. In the end, from beginning to end it was him who dictated the meeting. Okay, then I'll use a more formal tone. Ling Xiao took his advice, then looked at him with a serious face. Dear wife, what are your thoughts about the ownership of the elemental essence? He went into the mood immediately. XiaoMo looked at him with his mouth dropped open. Ling Xiao looked at him seriously. Dear wife, please answer. Trying to calm down, XiaoMo took a deep breath before talking. If you have other uses for it, I have no problem. After speaking, he uncomfortably looked around. It was just that when Ling Xiao asked this, he knew there must be other uses. From Ling Xiao's handsome face appeared a wide smile. If that's the case, dear wife has decided to let your husband make the decision, correct? Yeah. Okay, then your husband will tell you the answer. XiaoMo tilted his head to look at him. Ling Xiao said, let's leave the elemental essence for now, I have a better use for it. As for your Shifu's soul, you don't have to mindlessly worry anymore. What do you mean? XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao continued to explain, actually there is another effective, but slow approach. I told you before that the elemental essence is of the nature element. Nature represents liveliness. As long as you train beside it, your soul will be nourished. The problem will be solved eventually, it is just a matter of when. He has lived with it for this long, I'm sure he will have the patience to wait for a few more years. XiaoMo blinked a few times before asking, if that's the case then why didn't the old man train beside the elemental essence at Xian Academy? Are you stupid? Ling Xiao said as he knocked XiaoMo on the head, didn't I tell you, Xian Academy's elemental essence was almost used up. Once Duan Chi Tian trained beside it, it would definitely use up more of its energy. If that's the case, then the elemental essence would be depleted of its energy even faster. XiaoMo looked at him with bitter grudge as he covered his head. He knew his IQ was already in the negatives and still knocked his head? What if it becomes double digits? This is what XiaoMo would like to say, but predicting Ling Xiao's response, he could almost guarantee he would reply with, wasn't it already in the double digits? That would be asking for it. If you already knew of this possibility, why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me think all this time consuming the elemental essence was the only way to restore the old man's soul. XiaoMo complained. Giving him a side glance, Ling Xiao replied, why do I need to tell you, isn't the outcome the same? That is true, but the feelings were completely different. He wasted so much emotion thinking this time he would get the old man to owe him a huge favor. The old man was not straightforward, that even giving him something would be a lot of fuss. You just said that the elemental essence has other uses, so if there wasn't two this time, were you just not going to help Dao Xian Academy? XiaoMo asked spontaneously. Depends on the situation. Ling Xiao answered, giving him a deep contemplating look. What situation? XiaoMo suddenly felt that their wavelengths were not connecting. Although they never connected in the first place. If I felt the necessity of getting that elemental essence, then I absolutely would not have helped Dao Xian Academy. XiaoMo felt that this sentence contained too much information and he couldn't sort through it all. But he was certain that maybe even heaven was helping Dao Xian Academy. They just had to meet a ley line with two elemental essences. Now that he thought about it, the people Ling Xiao killed at the Boundless Sea, not one was for helping Dao Xian Academy. Like Monster Fox, Dongshin and the other, and Chai family's elder. At most he lent a divine level practitioner title to Dao Xian Academy, although it was a really useful title. Hey wife. Once XiaoMo came back to his senses, he saw Ling Xiao's face in close intimacy. In shock he asked, what are you doing? Holding up a finger, Ling Xiao continued, since we finished with the first family meeting topic, let's start with the second one. The most important one. XiaoMo was dumbfounded, he couldn't remember when they had another important question to discuss. In a deep voice, Ling Xiao said, the center of our second discussion is husband-husband harmonious relationship. Our most recent sexual lifestyle has left your husband very unsatisfied. XiaoMo. Ling Xiao continued, thus, as your husband, my suggestion would be, at best, to do it every day. My wife, what do you think? XiaoMo held everything back before finally spitting out, get out. In a serious response, Ling Xiao said, dear wife, it was you who said when there is a difference in opinion, we should hold a family meeting and it must be resolved immediately. Are you going back on your words? Suddenly, XiaoMo felt as if he had carried a rock over only to smash himself in the toes, really digging his own grave. He regretted it now. If he knew how Ling Xiao was so adaptive, he wouldn't have given this suggestion. My wife, don't think about backing away, otherwise your husband here wouldn't discuss anything with you anymore. Ever since then, Ling Xiao seemed to become obsessed in holding family meetings. No matter how small the issue, he would joyously bring it up to discuss. And as XiaoMo discovered, he was as much of a failure in family meetings in his previous life as he was in this. The fervor behind Boundless Sea seemed to also have died down with time. But the digging of spirit gems continued with order, and there was finally some progress. When Ling Xiao listed his demands to He Tian, it was promised that when they dug up 10%, they would put it in a magic bag and bring it to a designated spot. Thus, this would repeat 7 times until he received the full amount promised. Half a month later, they finally dug up 10%. After XiaoMo asked, he realized Ling Xiao told the academy to put the magic bag in Yen City's shopping street. Hearing that made XiaoMo want to go too, so Ling Xiao thought of a middle ground. Usually in Ward A, students only had 2 ways of leaving the school. One was to enter the 100 people rank and the other was to receive quests. The first one was not possible since it was a sensitive time and they almost never took an absence leave. Therefore, the second option was the least noticeable. Once the announcement of the spirit gems came out for 3 days, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo took a quest to the outside. The objective was a high-level demon beast's baby, the difficulty was upper middle, and the reward was a magic herb. It was one that XiaoMo didn't have. He had a lot of different herbs in his dimension, so it took them a while to find this one. He wouldn't need to lie either. However, upon hearing this, Yutanglin actually came to join the party. Once Yutanglin was there, Bailey Tianyi tagged along too. Feng Qiyun didn't get to go to the Boundless Sea the last time, so hearing they were going to the Deep Mountain, he decided to join. Also, for some reason, Ingo followed suit. Now a 2-man trip became a 6-man expedition. XiaoMo swore that once they entered Deep Mountain he was ditching them all. Then, the crew left with great strength and vigor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365. Chapter 365, The Symbol of a Clan Member. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Shaking them off had been easier than expected. Without XiaoMo even mentioning anything, they suggested splitting up. In 3 different directions they went, and soon they were all gone. XiaoMo had to admit he was surprised, but that surprise was soon tossed to the back of his mind. They had decided to put the mission on hold after some discussion. First, they had to head to the business district of Yin City to retrieve the spirit gems. It seemed troublesome, but since news of whatever Ling Xiao had done had already spread, the only thing they could do now was to be more careful. Do you still want to change into the disguise we used the other time? XiaoMo peeked at Ling Xiao. He never noticed Ling Xiao actually had an earring. Previously they had some distance between them so he couldn't take a closer look. And that flame symbol between his brows, where did that come from? Naturally. Ling Xiao pulled out the set of black clothing they wore the other time. How did you end up looking like that? I didn't tell you before? Ling Xiao turned his head around. No, tell me what, that you actually like such a slutty get-up? Ling Xiao took out the earring and said, that's how I dressed when I was in the higher realm. The flame between my brows is the symbol of the Qilin clan's coat of arms. It's the mark of a clan member. As for the earring, it's my mother's status symbol in the clan. Every time a demon phoenix is born, the demon phoenix clan will take a drop of the newborn's blood and make it into a demon phoenix earring. The lighter the color of the earring, the higher the status of the person in the demon phoenix clan. XiaoMo inspected the earring that was handed to him. It was silver and very pretty. Ling Xiao's mother must have been rather highly ranked in the demon phoenix clan. This is your mother's earring? What about yours? XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao might have only been half demon phoenix, but he still was a descendant of the demon phoenix clan nonetheless. I don't have one. Didn't I tell you before? Both the demon phoenix clan and the Qilin clan are highly particular about the purity of their bloodlines. That's why they won't acknowledge my existence and give me a demon phoenix earring. As for the flame symbol, every descendant of the Qilin clan is born with it. We can choose to hide it or leave it as it is. Ling Xiao explained. If the demon phoenix clan didn't make you one, why do you still wear your mother's? XiaoMo didn't understand. To his understanding, Ling Xiao wasn't the type to care about what others thought. He wasn't proud because he had demon phoenix blood in him. Ling Xiao raised his head and revealed a crazed smile. Don't you find this interesting? The demon phoenix clan doesn't want to acknowledge my existence and yet I'm wearing their earring. How do you think they'll react? XiaoMo had nothing to say. If it were him, he supposed he would get mad. The clan didn't want to recognize him as one of their own and yet he was prancing around and showing off the symbol that proved him one. That was a greater insult than straight-up challenging the clan itself. But compared to the demon phoenix clan, the Qilin clan had it worse. As the flame symbol was something that every descendant of the Qilin clan was born with, even if they hated to admit it, the flame was proof that Ling Xiao was part of them. It wasn't something that could be erased. Not long after, Ling Xiao had finished changing. Up close, Ling Xiao was heart-stopping. XiaoMo suddenly turned his back towards Ling Xiao. What's wrong? Ling Xiao saw his trembling shoulders and asked. Nothing. I'm thinking of what to wear. Anything's fine. The deep mountains were far away from Yin City. They spent half a day and finally reached the city in the evening. Once they entered, Ling Xiao could sense the presence of numerous powerful individuals. Looked like they were waiting for them. But it didn't seem that the news had spread too far. The people of Yin City hadn't known that somewhere in the business district, a divine-level powerhouse would come to pay a visit. Not long after, they were standing in front of a familiar inn in the business district. Seeing the endless stream of people, XiaoMo's mouth twitched. Why did you pick this location in the first place? He thought at least there would be less of a crowd. Because I only remembered the name of this inn. Finishing his sentence, Xiao walked in first. XiaoMo hurriedly trailed after him. He knew it would be like this. This inn was the one that Gaudache had arranged for Zhao Shixian when he came looking for XiaoMo. It hadn't even been a month ago. Dear guests, are you here for a meal or planning to stay over? The manager noticed them immediately, and when his eyes landed on Xiao, he clearly paused for a moment before he lowered his voice and asked. Are you here to retrieve something from Sky Suite number 1? XiaoMo was surprised and immediately understood. Seemed like the great elder had already instructed the manager of this inn on what to do. But he most likely hadn't told him what was the item to collect. That's right. Someone told you? Xiao replied. 3 days ago someone reserved Sky Suite number 1 and said another person would come here to pick up something. He briefly described how you look. Then I'll trouble you to bring me there. No problem. This way please. After the manager left, Xiao's eyes shifted to the tightly closed doors of the Sky Suite number 1 room. Seeing as he hadn't made a move, XiaoMo extended his hand and felt something thin and soft. It was a barrier, most likely set up by the great elder himself. That was why even if others knew of the treasures in the room, it was useless if they couldn't break the barrier. Furthermore, they didn't have to worry about someone daring to break it. The great elder had everything thoroughly thought out. Xiao didn't spend much effort breaking the barrier. XiaoMo pushed open the door and walked in. The bag that stored the spirit gems was left on the table, and he saw it as soon as he walked in. The two of them didn't stay for long and quickly left the inn. XiaoMo originally intended to shop around a bit more in the business district, but with Xiao's distinctive getup, heaps of people stared at them wherever they went. They had no choice but to return home. After spending some time to complete their mission, the two of them met up with Feng Qiyun and his group at the place they agreed on and heaved back toward it together. After submitting the task, the both of them went back. Recently, Xian Academy had this celebratory, happy mood going around, but there were some that were feeling dead on the inside. Namely the Chai, Tang, and Tang families. Rumor had it that after Xiao blasted half the life away from the Chai elder, he had tried many methods but wasn't able to recover. It was even said that he had entered into a coma which caused chaos within the family. Chai Zhang had it rough for the past few days. While the Tang elder didn't get injured, he had been desperately finding ways to help the Chai elder to recover. In the short span of a few days, the Bailey and Tong families had already joined hands to suppress them. In the next few days, XiaoMo heard that Tang Xian had left the academy because of her Shifu. As her Shifu was Jiran, the traitor, Duan Qitian announced that he had banished him from their master-disciple relationship not long after he returned. Furthermore, he put out a bounty on Xiaoran at Xianji building, and in just one day, this news spread far and wide. And then, XiaoMo heard some exciting news. For some unknown reason, Xianji building cancelled all the tasks with rewards that Xiaoran had put up many years ago. In the next half a month, the nosy urge had started to die down. This was the third time XiaoMo and Xiao went to the inn to collect the spirit gems. When they returned, XiaoMo suddenly remembered the spirit gems he dug out previously were still randomly piled up in his dimension. He went to the trade corner and used up 100 points in exchange for 2 rather large storage bags. Then he emptied 3 bags full of spirit gems into the larger storage bag, which filled up 1 bag nicely. Having a previous encounter with his storage bag stolen by Tang Xian, he opted not to carry the bag on him. Thinking about it, the gems in the pocket dimension needed to be packed too. XiaoMo shouted at Xiao, who was standing outside, "Xiao, I'll be in my dimension for a while." Without waiting for Xiao's reply, he entered his dimension. In the past, he didn't have to tell Xiao he was going into the dimension. But ever since he did some stupid things and got himself into some family meeting, coupled with Ling Xiao constantly bringing up that event, it ended up how it was now. Now, XiaoMo occasionally had thoughts of digging a hole and burying himself. XiaoMo stood beside the spiritual lake inside. Master, the pair of hidden dipper stinkbugs in the magic herb fields have already entered their third metamorphosis. Mao walked over and reported. XiaoMo perked up and quickly asked, "What's the situation like now?" The hidden dipper stinkbug's third metamorphosis is the most crucial one, and also the hardest. Many hidden dipper stinkbugs don't make it past this stage, but this is also largely due to the dipper herbs. But that is not a problem for us. You are referring to the quality and quantity of the dipper herbs? XiaoMo immediately guessed what Mao was implying. By ensuring a continuous supply of the 7-star plant for the bugs, it could increase the chances of them surviving the metamorphosis. Many hidden dipper stinkbugs couldn't even reach the third stage because there was a lack of dipper herbs. The quality of the plants were also of utmost importance. He had checked various books and it said that if one continuously fed the worms with high-grade dipper herbs, the chances of the hidden dipper stinkbug making it through the change could jump from 10 to 50%. The difference was huge but also very difficult to achieve, resulting in many taking alternative approaches. Yes, but with just a 50% chance of surviving is not enough. The probability of failure is still too high. I know of another method to raise the success rate by another 20%. What method? Mao instantly looked in a certain direction. Following her line of sight, XiaoMo's eyes landed on a pile of glittering spirit gems. Don't tell me you're thinking of using the gems, . Worried that he wouldn't agree, Mao tried to explain herself. The third metamorphosis requires a large amount of spiritual energy. We could put them in the spiritual lake. Stop. Use as many spirit gems as you need. XiaoMo interrupted her and agreed without hesitation. If the spiritual lake shrank by half again, he would jump into the lake and drown himself. Unnoticed by XiaoMo, a faint smile spread across Mao face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366. Chapter 366, A Chicken. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Little Eggy, what are you doing inside? Just as they were talking, a crisp sound suddenly rang out from Paicho. XiaoMo followed the noise and looked in that direction, but only saw Paicho and Catcho standing not far before the pile of spirit gems. They seemed to be looking at something through the gaps. He informed Mao before walking over. Paicho, what are you guys doing? Catcho immediately jumped in front of him, meow meow meow, dashing to him. He meowed for a long period of time, appearing to be explaining the reason to him. XiaoMo mouth twitched. Truly sorry, but he doesn't understand cat. XiaoMo immediately looked towards Paicho. Paicho, you say it. Remember to speak human. Catcho curled up into a ball in grievance. Paicho extended out his fleshy claws and pointed at a gap in the pile of spirit gems and answered, the little eggy is inside but I don't know what it's doing in there. XiaoMo moved closer and curiously looked into the gap. It could be because he was in too much of a hurry in the beginning, so a small space was formed inside. That demon beast egg was lying in that space. The surface of the eggshell seemed to be even more smooth and shiny than before, and its colors were becoming more vivid. However, he kept feeling that there was something weird. What is going on? Why is it inside there? Don't know. Paicho bit his fleshy finger, but Shicho said that the little eggy may be hatching soon. I wonder what does he look like after hatching, . XiaoMo was stunned after hearing that, and suddenly shouted out loud without any warning. He had finally remembered what was weird. When did it go in? Didn't I lock it in the beast cage? Meow Meow Catcho was not willing to be ignored, and worked hard to raise its presence. XiaoMo finally understood this time. There were only 2 words after translating, it broke. Unfortunately, that shitty egg actually broke the beast cage. XiaoMo clenched his fist. With flames shooting from his eyes, he menacingly ordered Paiqiu and Kaqiu, dig it out. Just as his tone dropped, a kacha was heard from inside. 1 human and 2 beasts looked over simultaneously. The egg had cracked and several strong rays of light emitted from inside the egg. The spirit gems above had been knocked off, and they jingled and tinkled as they rolled down, nearly burying them beneath. This movement suddenly alarmed Xiao and the rest. Xiao walked over. Seeing the demon beast egg had cracked, he exclaimed, "Sure enough, an ordinary demon beast is not able to emit this radiance. It should be an emperor beast." Lanqiu felt the pressure that came off the egg while it was hatching. Although it was a little faint, there was definitely no mistake based on his experience. Who would have thought that there would be a descendant of an emperor beast hidden here? What breed is it? Xiao walked over. It's not clear yet. Lanqiu shook his head. Thus, the shell of the egg gradually fell off under the gazes of 1 human and 6 beasts, revealing the true identity of the little demon beast. The bald wings on both sides fluttered, and it appeared to gracefully land on the ground. Yet with a stagger, it fell down. The little demon beast climbed up, its body was still wobbling as it looked at them. The little demon beast spit out a spark, and gave a crisp cry. Chirp! Everyone, XiaoMo swallowed his saliva, and took a long while to digest the facts before his eyes. This is a chicken? Though the feathers had not grown in yet, its appearance was extremely similar to a chicken. It was just like a chicken plucked bare, ready to steam and eat. Lanqiu said, "No. I think that it possibly has some relation to the phoenixes." XiaoMo was astonished. "Do you mean to say that it could be an ancient demon phoenix?" "It's not certain. Don't forget that old He Yun is also an emperor beast. His original body is a 5-colored bird, and it's also a demon beast of the phoenix class." Xiao said. "No wonder it was not frightened at all when I threatened to roast it with fire before. Phoenixes were creatures of fire, and were born from fire. If even they were afraid of fire, then everyone in this world would be afraid of fire." At this time, Maoqiu held a spirit gem in her hand and walked over. "Master, I'm afraid that I have to inform you of an unfortunate event." Xiaomo's gaze immediately moved to the spirit gem in her hand. The spirit gem had become somewhat transparent and it appeared that the energy inside had been sucked up. He looked at the other spirit gems. As expected, the situation was the same as the one in his hand. "Forget it." XiaoMo took a deep breath. Other than Lanqiu and Xiao, everyone was staring blanking upon hearing this. XiaoMo took out the magic bag filled with spirit gems and took out another empty magic bag. He shifted a portion of the spirit gems inside, passed it to Maoqiu, and solemnly declared, "You take these. But by all means remember not to give a single gem to a certain chicken." Maoqiu did not speak as she looked at the magic bag place in her hand. Chirp chirp dot. A chicken was flying in midair and with incomparable precision, it landed on the top of Xiaomo's head while chirping lively. XiaoMo pulled it down. The chick flapped extremely vigorously in his hand, and even pecked his hand. The pain on the back of his hand caused him to subconsciously throw the chick on the ground. The chick fluttered its wings and took advantage of his distraction to fly onto his head. XiaoMo threw him down, the chick continued to fly up, he continued to throw, and it repeated in this manner. "So he's currently taking your head as its home?" Ling Xiao restrained his laughter as he looked at an impatient XiaoMo with a chicken nesting on the top of his head. "I don't feel that my head resembles its nest the slightest bit." XiaoMo gnashed his teeth. Who knew if the chick would defecate? If he shat on his head, he would definitely steam him. "Relax, he will not be able to nest on your head when he grows up," Ling Xiao nonchalantly stated. "But the problem is, he will continue nesting on my head before that happens, right?" XiaoMo was not satisfied with this result. The top of his head was not a bird's nest. For which reason should he let this chicken that sucked up half his spiritual lake and used so many spirit gems make the top of his head its home? He still hadn't gotten his payment for that out of his hide yet. If you really dislike it, then throw him into your dimension. I also want to, but his claws keep holding onto my hair. That's right. Do you know what breed he is? The chick had clearly been going against him from the beginning, and even wanted to make a home on top of his head now? No way, buddy. Him? Ah. Ling Xiao looked at the chick. He is probably an ancient demon phoenix. This was also one of the reasons why he could survive for so long in the paradise realm. The vitality of ancient demon phoenixes are very tenacious. Oh yes, Ingu is also a demon beast, but he only holds the bloodline of half a demon beast. XiaoMo was astonished. Since when did Ingu have the bloodline of half a demon beast? This was his first time hearing this. Ling Xiao calmly said, from when he was born. XiaoMo embarrassedly smiled. Then what kind of demon beast bloodline does he have? Ling Xiao gave a smile that was yet not a smile and glanced at him. I've heard it's a snake, and his bloodline should be higher than Xiao's. Zhan Yuxian and he entered into the academy at the same time, and it's rumored that they were already good friends before this. Both their origins are unknown. XiaoMo rubbed his chin with a look of thought. Seeing that he had completely forgotten all about the chick, Ling Xiao did not bring it up again. Peaceful days continued one after another. The incident in the boundless sea had already faded from the memories of the forgetful. Replacing it was the fierce dispute in the north with the four big clans, but the Tang family and Chai family were nevertheless retreating in defeat step by step. This continued till half a month later, as Xiao Ran, who had a bounty, abruptly emerged and staged an extraordinarily beautiful counterattack. Not only did he injure 60 to 70% of the practitioners, he even brought 2 experts who wounded the Bailey family's old ancestor. Finally, the Bailey family had to ask Daoxian Academy for help. When XiaoMo saw Tang Yulin, it was a rare case of Bailey Tianyi not being with him. When he asked, he found out that Bailey Tianyi had taken a long leave to return to the Bailey family. Bailey Tianyi was already chosen as the Bailey family's future head, so he also needed to participate in and decide on the matters of the Bailey family. Oh yes, did Bailey Tianyi tell you who the 2 experts that Xiao Ran invited were? XiaoMo remembered the words spoken by the Netherworld siren before it died. It had been several months since that incident. Nope. Those 2 experts are very strong and their origins are unknown. Tang Yulin replied. Yet another one with unknown origins. After XiaoMo bid farewell to Tang Yulin, he ran over to find Ling Xiao and told him of this matter. It was really too coincidental for these 2 to appear now. Ling Xiao thought over it for a while after hearing his news. Seems like trouble has come knocking on our door. The situation in the north deteriorated 2 days after Ling Xiao said this sentence. The cause of the incident was the ley line in the boundless sea. Not only did Xiao Ran and the 2 experts wound the Azure Sea Dragon, they also performed a hostile takeover of the remaining 30% of spirit gems. During this period of time, the other 3 families had already taken their share, and it was only Daoxian Academy who had not finished mining. So Xiao Ran's move was actually a provocation towards Daoxian Academy. Initially, Xiao Ran would not be able to shake up Daoxian Academy even if he had 2 extra helpers. But there were rumors that Daoxian Academy's principal, Han Gong, had left for a higher level realm due to a restriction on the middle level realm. Therefore, for Divine Realm practitioners to have an opportunity to break through, they had to leave the Longxiang continent to go to a higher level realm. As for Duan Qi Tian, he was in secluded cultivation because of his soul. Thus, there were only the 5 elders left in the academy. Other than He Tian, who was a peak 7-star practitioner, the rest all had cultivation bases below 7 stars. XiaoMo was so anxious that he was running around in circles after hearing this news. Those spirit gems belonged to Daoxian Academy in name, but they were his in reality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367. Chapter 367, A Pessimistic Situation. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Dao Xian Academy's situation was a little strange. XiaoMo had originally hoped that the Grand Elder could send people to take back the spirit gems, but then he realized that the elites of the school couldn't be sent out. He Tian couldn't deal with Qiu Ran's group alone and the other elders couldn't leave. They had to defend Dao Xian Academy and prevent the demon beast tide from the deep mountains from invading. This was also the true reason behind why the academy only had Duan Qitian and He Tian to oversee the Boundless Sea event. So, considering the current situation, Dao Xian Academy probably couldn't take back those spirit gems. Now what? Are we just going to gift the spirit gems to Qiu Ran? XiaoMo hurriedly ran in front of Ling Xiao. It felt terrible to have to gift their spirit gems to someone they hated, and 30% was way too much. 1 piece was more like it. Then what do you want to do? Ling Xiao asked lazily. XiaoMo paused before remembering the family meeting he really loved recently and his excitement calmed a little. Why do you think Qiu Ran's first move would be to steal those spirit gems? Hearing this, Ling Xiao's devil-may-care attitude immediately changed, asking in amusement, what you actually wanted to ask was how can we get those spirit gems back, right? XiaoMo retorted seriously. What are you talking about? I can think, too. Ling Xiao looked at him in doubt. Is that so? But doesn't thinking require a brain? XiaoMo, are you implying I don't have a brain? Ling Xiao unexpectedly shook his head, saying with a smile, no. The fact that you can think of implications means that you have something in there. Fuck, that double meaning. No matter how you interpreted it, it was still saying he didn't have any brains. XiaoMo once again was given a demonstration of Ling Xiao's IQ and mean personality. XiaoMo selectively ignored his words. If Ling Xiao refused to answer, then he'd think for himself. He didn't believe he wouldn't be able to figure it out. When there's a will, there's a way. Hey, do you think Qiu Ran stole those spirit gems because of the 2 powerhouses he had brought with him? His appearance couldn't have been a coincidence and Qiu Ran had taken so much damage. The Grand Elder said he'd need several years to recover, yet his status is already much improved. Is there any connection between that? Ling Xiao poured a cup of water, handing it to him. Drink some first, take it slow. Oh, thanks. XiaoMo drank the cup of water in one go and returned the cup to Ling Xiao, continuing to speak. And last time, at the Boundless Sea, Netherworld Siren said that they had told their higher-ups about us. It's already been almost 4 months, so how come the Vermilion Blood family still hasn't sent anyone? Or have the people they sent already arrived? There were too many questions, XiaoMo felt. Is your brain in knots yet? Ling Xiao asked, smiling. XiaoMo. It is. Ling Xiao supported his chin in one palm. I only just realized that being simple-minded isn't always a god thing. XiaoMo could feel black lines on his face. It was clear that Ling Xiao was talking about him. Ling Xiao then continued. Actually, you don't need to think in such circles, just assume that the 2 powerhouses Qiu Ran called over are the people Netherworld Siren was talking about, no? True. Their presence was too strange and I hear no one's seen their true face. If they were powerhouses from the Longxian continent, then someone must know something about them, but there's been no word whatsoever. The more XiaoMo thought, the more possible it seemed. Ling Xiao said, so, it's very likely that Qiu Ran provided them with intel and they helped Qiu Ran face Dao Xian Academy, taking the chance to try and force us out, but what? But there's good chance that they aren't the people Netherworld Siren was talking about. Why? Ling Xiao gave him a meaningful look, as if he was getting anxious about XiaoMo's intelligence. Ling Xiao sighed. You've forgotten, Netherworld Siren knows our names. If they had told their higher-ups about us, then those people must know what sort of role we have in the Xian Academy. If that's true, then they wouldn't need Xiao Ran to give them intel, so they might have something to do with the people who were chased off at the Tian Xian sect. However, this is all a guess, I can't be certain yet, but XiaoMo was enlightened. Okay, he got it now. The reason why Xiao Ran stole 30% of the spirit gems was to try and see if he could force them out of hiding, because those people didn't really understand their situation, so this was their only choice. However, then don't we only have two choices here? One is to expose ourselves and steal the spirit gems, the second is to just gift them the spirit gems. XiaoMo looked at him plaintively. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Who told you that we only had two choices? Isn't there a third? XiaoMo's eyes lit up. What is it? It's, of course, temporarily storing those spirit gems there. But we can't just sit here and wait, right? Yeah, true. After that, another 5 days passed. He Tian had gone to test out the powerhouses Xiao Ran had brought with him and found that their strength was on par with his. One of them was at the same level, and other was only weaker by a star. Under this situation, the only way to proceed was if Duan Qi Tian helped out. Then, He Tian returned to Xian Academy and never left again. XiaoMo could guess the Grand Elder's intentions and actually wanted to tell Ling Xiao that while they couldn't get the spirit gems back now, the Grand Elder probably wouldn't just leave it at that. But not long later, the situation changed in a way even Ling Xiao hadn't expected. They heard that one of the powerhouses Xiao Ran had brought left, and that person was the one who had gone to Boundless Sea for the spirit gems. After XiaoMo heard this, he immediately jumped to his feet. They actually went there. Ling Xiao pressed his hand against his forehead. Yeah, seems like their IQ is even higher than yours. XiaoMo glared at him. You just can't go a day without insulting my intelligence, can you? You said we were going to store the spirit gems there temporarily, but what do we do now that one of them is leaving? Alright, I know, then let's go and take it back, Ling Xiao said helplessly. Then when do we strike? XiaoMo asked him in excitement. When? Wait a day or two first. Ling Xiao hid his face behind his hand, his eyes seeming to hint at some deeper thought behind the gaps between his fingers. XiaoMo didn't understand. If they waited a day or two, that guy might have gone back already. However, he restrained himself, because he knew that Ling Xiao had to have some sort of plan. Chirp chirp, the little chick, seeing that the two had finished talking, suddenly flew up, letting out two excited cries and spitting out two embers as if burping. XiaoMo took this chance immediately, wanted to take him down from atop his head, but the little chick didn't forget to keep a grip on his hair. He had really made his head into a nest. Why? Ling Xiao laughed aloud at this. 2 days passed by quietly. On that day, Xiao slowly walked in from outside on his short legs. There was a whirl of wind and Xiao disappeared. So? XiaoMo asked impatiently, holding up Xiao's fluffy body. Chirp. The little chick looked at Xiao in curiosity. Xiao blinked his big, round eyes. He had been sent to do reconnaissance because he could transform into anyone and imitate their presence. This was his strength. After XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's discussion the other day, Ling Xiao had sent him into the Tang family, where Xiao Ran and the other two were. They're all there, Xiao replied. Ling Xiao, who had just sat up on the bed, lay down again. See, it was a trick, as expected. XiaoMo put Xiao down. How do you know? Ling Xiao said, it's simple. During this special period of time, they wouldn't dare to operate alone. If one left, they'll only have 4 people left if you count the Tang family head. If Xian Academy, the Bailey family and the Tong family teamed up, do you think Xiao Ran and the others would have a chance? So you mean that this was a trap to lure us out? XiaoMo's spirits fell immediately. But even if they all worked together, they still wouldn't have a chance against you, right? That's true. Xiao crossed his legs. What I'm worried about isn't them, but those who are hiding in the shadows. Their target is you, and they know that we're in Dao Xian Academy. What's worse, they even know our names. Then what do we do? XiaoMo felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Try to stay close to me and, in the near future, reduce the amount of times you go into your dimension. They probably can't confirm that it's on you and are probably keeping watch on you even now. Okay, anything else? Also, my shoulders ache a little, come and give me a massage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368. Chapter 368, Rebirth. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After that day, XiaoMo's attention shifted. Before that, came the annual Ward B exam. The exam spanned 2 days and just 3 days ago it had ended. That day was the first day for new students of Ward B. After hearing that Bailey Xiaoyu, Zhang Xiaofeng, and Lulu all passed the exam, XiaoMo decided to personally welcome them. After all, the 3 had been with him for a while, making them kind of like his underlings. Didn't they say only those selected can go? Xiao asked casually after listening to him talk. No need, I already talked with Elder Lu and he agreed to let me go. The time is today, in the afternoon, at 3:10. I heard that this year we are getting some good seedlings. XiaoMo replied joyously. I'll go with you. At 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, everyone gathered by the plaza on the dot. After Elder Lu did a head count, he brought them over to the meeting place. It was the 5 small fighting platforms they had experienced when they arrived. Those of Ward B had yet to arrive. Everyone began to quietly talk among themselves. Did you hear, this year there was a full marks honor student? A well-informed student exclaimed in an excited whisper. Actually, the voice wasn't very quiet. XiaoMo was 4 to 5 meters away and he could hear it. The elders probably heard it too, they just didn't want to be bothered with it. Speaking of full marks, XiaoMo thought of his own exam rules. The first and second round's highest points were 6, the last round of mixed fighting was 5 points max. A full mark would mean 17 in total. It really was impressive to stand out with all those people. One could consider Bailey Xiaoyu as a small genius. Ever since XiaoMo left, Bailey Xiaoyu's improvements had been visible. Even then, he was just 3rd place. I heard that in Block 1 there is also a super powerful first place. Although, Block 1 doesn't have a specific point system in place, that person seemed to have defeated the top 5 on the rankings board. Especially during the Battle Royal phase, he supposedly had a 1 versus 5. So, in the end, his points exceeded the 2nd place by a huge margin. Wow, that's amazing. Do you know their names? Block 1 was Yuan Nan, and Block 2 was Chen Qing'er. One of them made a thinking face. Don't think I have heard of them. Where did they come from? How did they become the dark horses in the exam? XiaoMo also perked up his ears in attention. The other just shrugged his shoulders and said, actually, I don't know either. The 2 seemed very low-key during their stay in Ward B. Their performance was mediocre, nothing special. It was only during the exam that they suddenly exploded, although it was nothing too surprising. Didn't something similar happen before? Understanding his hint, everyone subconsciously turned towards the direction of XiaoMo. XiaoMo, who was just listening intensely a moment ago, realized, all of a sudden, everyone's attention was on them. However, most of the gazes landed on Xiao, who was beside him. Speaking of a dark horse, Xiao was darker than him. They're here. Spoke out one of them. Turned towards the entrance of the barrier, XiaoMo indeed saw Vice Principal Yanfa bring along a group of people. Although, this year the number of students who passed seemed a little low compared to before. Only once they got closer did he see clearly, the number fell at least 1/3 from before, especially for Block 1 students. No wonder he felt something was off before, it was this. Once the accepted Ward B students decreased, Ward A students, who are dispatched here, also would fall. Ling Xiao, do you know why this year there is so few people? XiaoMo couldn't help but ask him. Ling Xiao threw him a glance, he really thought he was a know-it-all but probably because of the one who they were just discussing about. What do you mean? The first round of Block 1's competition is a battle royale format. Although the rules state that if there are 20 people remaining they can pass, if someone is kicked off the platform, that probably counts as a fail. That person must have taken advantage of that to kick off the competition one by one, so there were less than 20 remaining. XiaoMo couldn't help but be amazed. That person was really ruthless, striping away others' opportunities as well. Look, over there, those two are Yuannan and Chen Xing'er. A student pointed towards the man and women standing behind Yenfa. XiaoMo followed his gaze over and the two had very plain features, the type that would disappear into a crowd. But, one couldn't deny that their aura was very different from the rest, and it was because of that he could immediately differentiate them. I keep feeling something off about them, do you have this feeling too? XiaoMo looked over at Ling Xiao. Yes, it's pretty weird. Ling Xiao looked at the two and discreetly squinted his eyes. At this moment Elder Lu announced the beginning of the test and in the first round of 5, Yuannan was won them. In the competition, he could fight off the top 5 by himself, his strength was no joke. Therefore, Elder Lu sent out the number 50th member of the 100-man ranking to cut off his drive. The conclusion, however, was unanticipated. Yuannan won and cleanly because the practitioner was instead kicked off the stage during the second round. The plaza became silent and Yuannan walked down the platform, expressionless, ignoring everyone's gaze. After him another 2 students also passed, although not in the same exaggerated manner as Yuannan. Once the last of the Block 1 students were taken off the stage, it was finally time for Block 2 to begin. Chen Xing'er was the first to be called over by Yenfa. The woman, like Yuannan, was always expressionless and even had a hint of somberness. This round you go. Elder Lu said as he suddenly turned to look at XiaoMo who was very much out of it. XiaoMo made an ah sound in surprise. He hadn't heard that he also had to go up, and against that Chen Xing'er. Elder Lu, did you get something wrong? It's not me, is it? I know, but if Chen Xing'er, like Yuannan hid their true strength, the one I originally put up against them wouldn't be enough. Those two are too arrogant and need to be brought down to earth. Elder Lu said with a hint of caution, while stroking his beard. Okay fine, but if it doesn't work, don't blame me, Elder Lu. XiaoMo said as he had no choice but to accept. You brat, with your skill as a level 8 mage, if you lost, don't you think that a bit shameful? Elder Lu didn't know if he should laugh or be annoyed at this statement. Although, if Chen Xing'er's strength was that high, then this person would be highly suspicious. Anyhow, you just need to do your best. Elder Lu said. As XiaoMo was about to walk over, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed hold of his arm. XiaoMo turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Dut?" Ling Xiao glanced over at Chen Xing'er. If you find something wrong, go to the dimension immediately, even if you are exposed it's fine. If you say it like that, I already feel like something is off. I'll make sure to be careful. Now can you let go of my hand? XiaoMo realized that everyone was looking at them since they were already in their seats, leaving him alone. Never mind. Ling Xiao said as he let go. Walking onto the platform, XiaoMo saw Chen Xing'er staring at him with a gaze that seemed bottomless. Her plain features gave off an eerie feeling, as if she was smiling. Chen Xing'er twiddled around with a strand of her hair as she suddenly gave off a light smile. The ominous gaze stared directly at XiaoMo as she said, "The Academy really thinks highly of me, sending a level 8 mage to fight me, a level 6. XiaoMo was astonished, she could actually tell? It was not impossible for a level 6 to see through a level 7, but skipping 2 levels? That seemed improbable, especially since he tended to conceal his presence. Even then, Chen Xing'er could see through it. It was just as Elder Lu said, her real level is much higher than it appeared. Please go easy on me, senior. Chen Xing'er said, still keeping a gentle smile on. Senior, huh? This Chen Xing'er seemed older than him by a few years. Being called senior by someone who was older was a first-time experience for XiaoMo. Don't be so formal, my junior, maybe you are even stronger than me. XiaoMo replied, smiling as well. Hearing what he was alluding to, Chen Xing'er's smile became even softer. Please go first, senior. Then don't mind if do. XiaoMo accepted it bluntly, since normally, ladies first. But he continued on very casually, leaving Chen Xing'er, who thought he wouldn't agree, speechless. Senior, no need to be polite with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369. Chapter 369, To Catch Off Guard. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. With the spectators' attention fully focused on them, the two started to battle. There was a reason why XiaoMo agreed to the match so easily. He wanted to take the opportunity to test out the second seal of the Sumeru seals, the Black Seal. The Black Seal was the second seal he learned after he returned from the Boundless Sea. However, he hadn't used it on anyone when in combat up till now. XiaoMo was totally clueless about the power of the Black Seal. Since there was something fishy about Chen Xing'er, he decided to take the chance to try out the Black Seal on her. The earth-shattering soul power was like huge waves that rolled towards XiaoMo, gathering before him menacingly. A golden yellow seal spun in front of him and everyone could feel a powerful force resonating from within it. It was only the first move and he already used the first seal of the Sumeru seals, stunning everybody watching. Either XiaoMo thought very highly of Chen Xing'er or he just wanted to intimidate her and give her a rude awakening. Or else why would anyone use such a powerful move that was usually saved for last? Regardless the reason, many were taking pleasure in her misfortune. Evidently, Chen Xing'er needed to work on her public relations. Chen Xing'er frowned slightly as if she didn't comprehend his actions. The corner of XiaoMo's lips curled up slightly. A few seconds later, the yellow seal in front of him was complete. The immense power from around him gathered within the yellow seal. XiaoMo looked towards Chen Xing'er and smiled. I'm starting my attacks, you better watch out. Hearing what he said, not only did Chen Xing'er not take up a defensive stance, she even replied XiaoMo softly, thanks for the advice, senior. A gust of wind circled his legs and XiaoMo vanished on the spot. The crowd oohed and awed. They thought XiaoMo was preparing to throw out the yellow seal on his palm. Never did they expect him to disappear. In the next second, XiaoMo reappeared right before Chen Xing'er. What followed after wasn't the yellow seal but a swift leg that had enough strength put into it to slice through the air, a kick directed towards Chen Xing'er. The series of unpredictable attacks saw a crack in Chen Xing'er's expression. Even after blocking his kick, she still had to be constantly aware of the yellow seal in his palm. What she found shocking was that despite the delay, the yellow seal didn't seem to weaken even the slightest bit. Not only that, XiaoMo's speed and strength was not what she expected. In fact, she underestimated him. After blocking his leg sweep, Chen Xing'er's expression suddenly changed as she quickly retreated. As if XiaoMo would let her escape. Using the leg that had landed on the ground to push himself off the stone floor, a blue figure followed behind her closely as a shadow would. Undeniably, Chen Xing'er was fast. XiaoMo had to use all his strength to barely keep up with her. If he couldn't catch up to her speed, then his plan would come to naught. Unwilling to let his plan fail, XiaoMo raised his left hand and moved his fingers. Slowly, his soul power concentrated at his fingertips to form a dark glow, and he flicked it towards Chen Qing'er's back. As she felt the threat coming from behind, Chen Qing'er had no choice but to slow down. XiaoMo immediately caught up. After Chen Qing'er defended against one blow of Resonance Finger, XiaoMo followed up with another, taking the chance to get closer to her. At the same time, the yellow seal that had everybody's attention had yet to be thrown out as an attack. My God, he hasn't performed the hand seal? At that moment, some people had already noticed. A normal attack would require one to perform a hand seal, but XiaoMo hadn't. He even managed to pull it off twice without doing so. Chen Qing'er had fallen prey to his plan. As XiaoMo had a yellow seal in one hand, everyone thought there was no way he could use both hands to do the hand seal. And without that, he couldn't use any other tactics to battle. And that was where everyone else was wrong. Having miscalculated, Chen Qing'er was now busy dealing with his blows. XiaoMo's Resonance Finger was a far cry from the Sumeru seals, so it definitely wouldn't be too difficult for her to handle. But his Resonance Finger shouldn't be disregarded either. Or else why would there be a need for Chen Qing'er to block it? Generally speaking, everyone would take appropriate defensive measures or devise counterattack strategies when responding to an opponent's attacks. That was XiaoMo's agenda. Chen Qing'er must have noticed something was off and thus put distance between XiaoMo and herself. She might have tricks up her sleeve, but XiaoMo also had his own set of trump cards. Once the smoke had dispersed, Chen Qing'er's figure could once again be seen, appearing in the center of a large black pit. She didn't look the least bit battered. Her white clothing fluttered gently in the wind, with her gentle smile wiped off her face and her expression unfathomable as she stared at XiaoMo, who was 5 to 6 meters away. A hint of surprise flashed across XiaoMo's eyes. Chen Qing'er got hit by his yellow seal in close range and still managed to remain unscathed. No doubt she had her true powers hidden. You are strong indeed. XiaoMo praised. Nonsense. It's Senior who is the most powerful person. You can actually think of such a strategy. You have Qing'er's admiration. Chen Qing'er's smile once again returned to her face. Now it's my turn to attack. Watch out, Senior. XiaoMo was on his guard immediately. Chen Qing'er raised her right hand and slightly moved her fingers as a strand of strange, silken thing appeared between her fingers. It was pink and transparent and it looked really like a silk ribbon. XiaoMo estimated it to be 5 meters long. XiaoMo was shocked to discover that this silk ribbon was most probably formed with condensed soul power. Yet there was something different. It couldn't be. She was planning to use the silk ribbon as a weapon? Chen Qing'er's thin lips curled up at the corners. Grabbing the head of the silk ribbon, she lightly swung it towards the floor a few times. Pa. It might have looked light, yet deep white marks ran along the floor where the silk ribbon touched. And Chen Qing'er barely used any strength this time. If she were to swing it hard, he reckoned the floor would crack. Still deep in shock, the silk ribbon flew towards him without warning, aiming to deliver a swift strike to his face. The silk ribbon hit the ground and a pit immediately formed from the collision, at about 1 meter in diameter. After XiaoMo dodged, the silk ribbon took a turn and assailed him once more as if it had eyes of its own. If he were to let this continue, there would be no end. This time round, XiaoMo chose not to dodge or hide. A strong burst of soul power exploded from within him and split into two. One part of his soul power battled with the silk ribbon, whereas the other bit took the chance to trap it. Having met with obstacles, the silk ribbon's movements finally slowed down, but it could be still seen inching its way towards XiaoMo. XiaoMo wanted to try severing the silk ribbon like how he did when he was dealing with Chaijun. But obviously, Chaijun could not compare to Chen Qing'er. Not only did her silk possess an astonishing ability to attack, it was also relatively good at defense too. He couldn't do anything about her anytime soon. In theory, this was impossible. No matter how strong the soul's ability to attack or defend was, a level 6 upper mage's soul power should be no match for an opponent who was a level 8 mage. At this rate, all level 6 mages could become gods. Unless her power was on par with his, if not, above him. Reaching that conclusion, XiaoMo recalled his soul power. Without the soul power to hold it back, the silk ribbon once again charged towards him, with XiaoMo dodging it again. It had now become a game of cat and mouse. The spectators all knew of XiaoMo's power. But seeing him being chased across the arena by Chen Qing'er's silk ribbon, all of them expressed their shock. About 5 minutes had passed before XiaoMo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Just when everyone was puzzled by his actions, he took a sharp turn and dashed towards Chen Qing'er with a speed that seemed faster than before. It was as if he would reach her in the blink of an eye. Chen Qing'er's eyelids twitched. It wasn't XiaoMo that got faster, it was because they were only less than 3 meters apart. He actually used dodging to narrow the distance between them. Upon seeing the golden seal in his palm, she finally realized his plan. Chen Qing'er hurriedly withdrew the silk ribbon and transformed it into a pink shield in an instant. XiaoMo raised his right hand and slammed the black seal onto the shield without hesitation. One on the attack and one on the defense. The impact was so powerful that it even resulted in the rippling of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. XiaoMo took advantage of the winds that rose to retreat quickly. The black seal easily tore the shield apart and went straight for Chen Qing'er. A split second later, a loud explosion could be heard from where Chen Qing'er was standing. Rocks were blown to smithereens and some people almost fell to the floor from the impact. XiaoMo was dumbfounded at the sight. This was the first time he used the black seal, and according to records on Sumeru seals, as one continued to cultivate, the power of every seal would increase many times over. Judging from the damage he did, he dare say it was more than just a few times more powerful. This time, he didn't use the spiritual energy from heaven and earth as he didn't want Chen Qing'er to discover the black seal in his palm. Every technique used needed to be aided by the spiritual energy from heaven and earth before even beginning. This made the process of developing different moves much easier. However, by relying solely on soul power, it made it more difficult to compress and thus, much more demanding on the person's control. Wanting to catch his opponent off guard, XiaoMo chose the latter option. And because of that, Chen Qing'er only managed to call her silk ribbon back. Under the immense force of the black seal, there was no way she could escape unharmed this time. As expected, when everything had settled, the dust cleared to reveal an exhausted and battered Chen Qing'er. Her white dress was dirted and torn in a few places. Where the crowd couldn't see, a hint of cruelty and ruthlessness flashed through her lowered eyes. Reminder note: resonance finger, more widely known as Lingxi finger, which is where you gather spiritual energy into your fingers and use it to do stuff like shoot it out as a bullet or catch a sword between your fingers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370. Chapter 370, Rage. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. This match ends now. The victor is XiaoMo. Just as this moment, Yan Fei's dignified voice rang out as he simply stopped the match. The spectators instantly cheered aloud. Bailey Xiaoyu, Jiang Xiaofeng, and Lu Yu were the most excited among them. They were already very excited when they had heard that XiaoMo was Chen Qing'er's opponent, and almost could not wait for XiaoMo to give her an immediate smackdown. Chen Qing'er was clearly stunned for a moment. The sinister light in her eyes was instantly replaced by something else, and they gleamed as they fixed onto XiaoMo. She appeared to be in a joyful mood. Are you XiaoMo? XiaoMo was baffled by her expression. Just as he wanted to say "You recognize me," Chen Qing'er suddenly made a move. Appearing to teleport, her figure disappeared in a strange manner from its original position, and she actually reappeared behind XiaoMo. The whole process did not even take a tenth of a second. Don't even talk about reacting. XiaoMo totally did not realize that Chen Xing'er had disappeared. Be careful. Yan Fa's sharp eyes had discovered her actions and detected Chen Xing'er's malice. He wanted to immediately rush over, however, Yuannan, who was standing at the side, suddenly dashed out before he could make a move. His target was not Yan Fa, but Ling Xiao instead. That expressionless face had been replaced by one containing a hint of malevolence as the aura of a powerhouse burst out from him. Even stupid people would realize that there was now something fishy about Yuannan and Chen Xing'er. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Chen Xing'er did not delay. She lifted her hand and was about to strike XiaoMo's body when a red figure appeared from thin air and a muscular arm simultaneously blocked her hand. A trace of corrosive aura appeared in a split second and spread up Chen Xing'er's hand. However, Chen Xing'er was not the least bit alarmed. As if she had long been expecting it all along, a layer of white soul power appeared on her palm and obstructed the corrosive aura. The red figure used this opening to grab XiaoMo and immediately retreated. Chen Xing'er relentlessly followed. Her strength seemed to be above the red figure, and it took her but a moment to catch up to them. Her gaze fell onto the red figure as she gave a smile that was yet not a smile. Bird of pride, no matter what, you're not my match. Obediently hand him over and I will let you go. Xiao did not reply and directed the corrosive energy surrounding his whole body to attack her. Chen Xing'er was not angry when she saw this, as she gracefully avoided his attack. XiaoMo now realized that Chen Xing'er and Yuannan were the people whom the Netherworld Siren said would find them in the future. Although he had expected this day to come, he did not think that they would actually disguise themselves as students of the academy to sneak in. Xiao, be careful. She should be a level 10 mage and may even have a contracted demon beast hiding in a secret place. XiaoMo hurriedly urged. Chen Xing'er was all smiles as she looked at him. Little boy, you're really keen. Unfortunately, it's too late. XiaoMo's intuition instantly rang. In the next second, he felt something binding around his waist. Looking down, he only saw a white rope-like thing, and then he was pulled backwards as he flew out. Master! Xiao turned back in shock, reaching out in an attempt to grab him, but meeting empty air instead. He was in a hurry to chase after XiaoMo, but how could Chen Xing'er allow him to ruin their plan? She immediately used the ribbon in her hand to hinder him. At this moment, Chen Xing'er displayed a strength which evenly matched Xiao. Don't think you can easily break free. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had been stopped by Yuannan. Seeing that XiaoMo had been pulled away, his expression was so black that it was dreadful. A purple and red flame appeared above each of his hands with a pu-chi. Yuannan's sinister expression abruptly changed after seeing the two types of flames, two types of sacred fires? Didn't the information say it was just one? Ling Xiao fused the two types of sacred fires together under his gaze, transforming it into an aberrant flame which was formed by mixing two types of flames together. It was the same flame that had appeared in the boundless sea. In the next second, the rolling aberrant flames turned into a gigantic fiery phoenix. Emitting a terrible aura, it roared and swooped down towards Yuannan like a living phoenix. Yuannan's expression finally changed. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to break away from him, and his figure instantly disappeared from his original place. This commotion had long alerted everyone in Ward A. Even all the practitioners cultivating in the cultivation center were so alarmed that they retreated from their state of cultivation. Innumerable rays of light quickly flew over. Among those, there were more than a dozen rays of light that were faster than the rest. Except for Duan Qitian, who was still in the midst of secluded cultivation, He Tian and the 5 elders had appeared too. From a distance, they could see a fiery phoenix constructed entirely from fire entrenched in the air, and it seemed to be in a stalemate with someone. This strange fire creation immediately caused He Tian to recall that mysterious divine realm practitioner from that time. Although the might of the fiery phoenix was different from that time, but he could tell that they were created from the same type of flames. However, just as He Tian approached, he found another familiar aura and his gaze searched the sky. He immediately discovered the man battling with Chen Qing'er, and his pitch-black eyes immediately sharpened. The bird of pride? There's no mistaking this aura. It's definitely that missing bird of pride. Why would he appear here? The third elder was stunned. The others had also arrived at this moment. The second group to arrive was Yin Gu and the rest. However, they did not dare to go too close to the battlefield. The pressure and temperature emitting from the fiery phoenix made their hearts palpitate. One after another they looked astonished. What is going on? There was no answer as the others were also not certain of what was going on. Just at this time, two violent energies screamed through the air and collided. A tremendous wind pressure was created and rolling shockwaves spread throughout the surroundings. When the two shadows separated, their features were immediately visible to everyone. They were Chen Qing'er and Lan Xiao. Chen Qing'er was a mid-grade level 10 mage and she seemed to be stronger than Lan Xiao. But mages were originally not skilled in battling, and it was even more unlikely for their overall strength to be too much higher. Therefore, Lan Xiao was taking advantage of the big bargain over her and both parties were presently fighting to a standstill. You dirty whore! Lan Xiao menacingly cursed as he spat in her direction. You are courting death. Chen Qing'er's expression chilled in a split second. Fuck you, it's not predetermined who's the one looking for death. Lan Xiao felt the disgrace from having his master snatched, and his temperament became irascible. With that, he rushed directly at her. His actions that disregarded his life was very similar to Chen Qing'er's fight till you die and I live manner. Meanwhile, the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider who had snatched XiaoMo immediately attempted to break open the enchantment and rush out. But this enchantment was personally put up by Han Gong, how could it be easily broken? Even the weakest part of the enchantment needed time to break through. They had miscalculated Ling Zhao's strength. Who would have thought that Yuannan would be obstructed by the fiery phoenix? Before the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider could break open the enchantment, Ling Xiao was already in front of her. The terrifying and imposing manner she was face to face with caused the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider to tremble with fear whilst her 5 fingers adorned with scarlet fingernails grasped XiaoMo's neck. Stop or I'll kill him now. The Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider threatened, as her scarlet fingertips nearly pierced into the tender flesh of XiaoMo's neck. Ling Xiao immediately stopped moving. Triumphant joy flashed through the eyes of the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider at once. Now move away from here and go down. Ling Xiao did not say anything, nor did he move either. A black fog seemed to have emerged from his pitch-black eyes, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura that caused the woman opposite to feel more and more disturbed. What right do you think you have to say this sentence in my presence? After hearing this, the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider was enraged. This man actually dared to look down on her. In that case, her hand suddenly grasped XiaoMo's neck a little harder. XiaoMo's expression immediately twisted in pain. Just as the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider was about to laugh, the aura from the man became extremely chilly in a split second. His long black hair wantonly rose. Beneath his mask, the hidden violet flame symbol appeared on his expressionless face. In the blink of an eye, black pupils changed into brilliant amethyst pupils, similar to a heavenly emperor descending onto earth. Directly feeling the pressure of that man's terrifying emperor aura, the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider immediately turned as white as paper as her body froze. The fingers grasping XiaoMo's neck also could not move. Ling Xiao rescued XiaoMo from her clutches in a split second, and simultaneously set the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider aflame. The latter howled shrilly, but did not forget to run away from Ling Xiao. Hurts, XiaoMo suddenly cried out in pain. Ling Xiao looked down and saw that the 2 puncture wounds made by the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider were now a greenish-black color. It was obviously due to poison and he immediately tore off the cloth beside him, as his lips covered the wound to suck the toxin out. The sacred fire immediately refined the toxin once it entered his body. Only until the wound returned to a bright red color did he stop. After losing some vital essence, XiaoMo dizzily leaned into Ling Xiao's embrace. Ling Xiao gave him a deep look. Only after determining that XiaoMo was fine did he turn his attention to the thousand faces purgatory spider in the distance. The latter had been burned for a while by the sacred fire and layers of blackish fell off her body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371. Chapter 371, Identity Exposed. Translated by Juison/Rara from Exiled Rebel Scanlations. After Ling Xiao rescued XiaoMo, the fiery phoenix was dispersed by Yuannan, as its power had been depleted. But Ling Xiao had never thought of just defeating Yuannan with that fire phoenix. After all, no one was controlling it and it was made out of flame, so it couldn't perform to its best. He had only intended to stall Yuannan with it. Yuannan and Chen Qing'er immediately went to the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider's side. Chen Qing'er looked at Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider in worry. "How are you?" "I'm alright. Luckily, I'm wearing armor made from purgatory silk. It's just unfortunate that the purgatory armor is destroyed now. As expected of sacred Qilin fire. The Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider had escaped death by the skin of her teeth. Though she was sad about her purgatory armor, she contained her sorrow in her heart. It doesn't matter if it's destroyed. It's better than having you dead. Chen Qing'er let out a breath of relief. The Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider was her life-bound contract beast. If anything happened to her, Chen Qing'er would face a backlash of power and her strength would decline, causing their situation to worsen. Come on. Let's figure out how we're going to complete this mission. That man called Ling Xiao isn't a normal emperor beast, but a Qilin, the head of the four great spirits. Yuannan looked towards Ling Xiao solemnly. That other red flame also interested him. Before they could discuss their plans, a loud bang came from above. Daoxian Academy's strongest barrier began to vibrate faster and faster until with a boom, it shattered. The immense sound made people wish they were deaf. In the sky, intense sunlight shone inside. The roars of demon beasts also echoed inside. Someone actually managed to break such a strong barrier. The expressions of He Tian and the five elders twisted. This barrier was what was separating Ward A from the deep mountains, protecting the school all these years. Once it broke, Ward A was very likely to be attacked by the demon beasts of the deep mountains. Without prompting, Gao Yang immediately turned back, rushing to guard the exits with the security team. In the moment the barrier broke, several beams of light darted in from outside and appeared in the skies above. The first was Qiu Ran and then there were the two powerhouses that were working with him and their demon beasts. Apart from that, the Tang family head, Fairy Furong, and Facia had all arrived as well. Nanshan, seems like you're having some trouble, too. How about we cooperate? That was when the man on Qiu Ran's left spoke up, looking towards Yuannan and his companions. From his tone, they sounded like they knew each other. Yuannan glanced at them with an empty smile. His lordship even sent the two of you here. He's really putting down all his cards for this middle plane person. If it really is what we think, then there's no reluctance to be had. Aren't you the same? Even sending Dongshan in the beginning. What a shame that he died. The middle-aged man smiled, reveling in this misfortune. Anyways, if we're going to cooperate, I'll have to make something clear. Yuannan didn't want to keep talking bullshit with his guy. That man is extremely strong. None of us have the strength to oppose him. If you want to complete the mission, then don't play around or hold anything back. The middle-aged man and his companions followed his gaze to Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man observed for a few seconds before saying, no matter how strong, he's just one man. Though he could sense that this person was special, he still wasn't willing to feel threatened by a person from the middle plane. After all, he was a member of the Vermilion blood family. Hearing this, Yuan Nan didn't react and didn't seem to intend to explain. If so, then how about you two deal with him? You? Wait. The middle-aged man was about to agree when his companion suddenly stopped him. He looked at Nanshan and said, if he's strong, it's not fair if you don't help out. Yuan Nan shrugged, his eyes filled with humor. Sure. Then I'll leave the others to you. While they discussed their tactics, Ling Xiao didn't bother with Xiao and the others that had broken in, but alighted on the ground with XiaoMo. The academy people didn't dare approach him, watching him from afar, probably because of his display of power in the air just now. Ling Xiao had wanted to place XiaoMo in his dimension, but he would worry if XiaoMo was there alone. Xiao and the others were in the other dimension and he wasn't the owner of that one, so he couldn't call them out. Chirp chirp. As Ling Xiao was thinking, a chicken flew over unsteadily from out of the crowd. Ling Xiao had almost forgotten him. Because they were coming over, XiaoMo had left the little chicken in the room. He wasn't willing, so XiaoMo had Ling Xiao scare him. It was only then that he unwillingly let go. Now, he had probably ran out, taking advantage of the lack of people. Come over, Ling Xiao ordered. Chirp. The little chicken immediately flew to him in joy. Ling Xiao spoke gently to it. Protect your master. If even a single hair on his head is harmed, I'll pull out a feather for every one you grow, understood? Chirp. The little chicken sadly pecked at his bald wings. He had only been born a few days ago. That was when another person walked over, saying, I'll look after him for you. Ling Xiao looked over. The newcomer had startlingly silver hair. It was the now recovered Yin Gu, and behind him was Feng Qiyun, Yang Yulan, and Xiaomo's other friends. What happened to him? Feng Qiyun asked. Nothing really. He's just lost a bit of energy. He'll be fine once he rests up. Ling Xiao carefully placed XiaoMo on the ground, leaning him against a large rock. Boss, Lan Xiao walked over. Ling Xiao stroked Xiaomo's cheek and said without raising his head, if I want you to protect him with your life, can you do it? Lan Xiao nodded, yes. After getting this agreement, Ling Xiao stood and turned to look at Yin Gu and the others. I'll have to trouble you with this. His expression was hidden by the mask, but he was accepting Yin Ji's help. Yin Gu nodded calmly. I'll help, too. Bailey Xiaoyu ran over, Lulu and Jiang Xiaofeng following. Though they didn't speak, they had the same idea as Bailey Xiaoyu. Nonsense. Bailey Tianyi said, walking over. With your current strength, you'll only get in the way. Go wherever it's calm. You aren't needed here. Second brother, Bailey Xiaoyu pouted, glaring at him in complaint. It won't work even if you call me dad. Now scram, or do you need me to help? Bailey Tianyi wasn't having it, cracking his knuckles. Call you dad? Keep dreaming. Jiang Xiaofeng pulled, whispering, forget it, Xiaoyu. With our current power, there is nothing we can do. Let's go, don't cause them any more trouble. Even his good friend said so. Bailey Xiaoyu had no other option. In the end, those three could only leave. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at XiaoMo. His feet lifted up a bit before his figure vanished mysteriously. Within the next second, his figure appeared above the sky, standing on the opposite side of Qiu Ran's party. On his right, not far behind him, was He Tian and the 5 great elders. Qiu Ran had destroyed Daoxian Academy's barrier. This feud was not exclusively between Duan Qitian and his first disciple anymore. Ling Xiao placed his palm on his mask. Under the presence of many people, he took off the mask and an extremely handsome face appeared before everyone. Looking at that familiar face, He Tian's eyes flashed, but his expression remained unchanged. However, on the opposite side, Xiu Ran's expression was clearly showing a sign of change. After all, the thought that a divine-level powerhouse was hiding inside Daoxian Academy had never occurred in his mind before. This man, was he the one who appeared at the Boundless Sea? The middle-aged man beside Xiao Ran saw the slight change in Xiao Ran's expression, and he could roughly guess what happened. Correct. Back then he didn't display all of his strength, so I'm not sure about his true power. You better be careful. Xiao Ran nodded his head and warned. Even though there were more people on his side, he still felt cautious. Standing not far away, when Yuan saw Ling Xiao, despite his expression still looking the same on the outside, his brain had started searching for memories of people he had seen in the higher realm, especially those that were related to the Qilin clan. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find a match. Yuan couldn't help but doubt the answer he had come up with. He wasn't from the Qilin clan? Thinking over again, this could never be, because the symbol between his eyebrows was definitely a Qilin clan's trait. Ling Xiao conveniently threw the mask into his dimension. His calm, clouded eyes swept across the distance and directly fell on the Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider's body. Within a blink of an eye, his eyes shot out a freezing, spine-shivering, murderous intent. The Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider felt the it running from her feet to inside her brain. She knew, if today she didn't fight with all of her power, she couldn't even think about leaving this place. While she was tangled with her thoughts, she found out the man on the opposite of her had disappeared. The Thousand Faces Purgatory Spider's expression changed drastically. No way would she forget the scalding pain from the sacred Qilin fire. At the time of Ling Xiao's disappearance, Yuan and the middle-aged man both took action right away. 3 dark shadows clashed above the sky and parted instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372. Chapter 372, Sacrificial Blood Rite. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The purple aura, which represented Ling Xiao, didn't back down, not even one step, staying where the 3 had collided. The other 2 auras had instead been pushed back to 20 meters away. In the first round, the middle-aged man and Yuan both lost, a highly surprising conclusion. Even they were shocked. Yuan's surprised look was the most apparent because the Netherworld Siren's report had not included Ling Xiao's level as divine. Even though the rumors of the North's divine-leveled practitioner were all over the place, he had not put the 2 together since there was no evidence for it. Nanshan, looks like it's about time to bring out your contract demon beast. Don't you think so? The middle-aged man turned towards Yuan with an eerie expression. Yuan glanced back coldly. I don't mind, I'm just afraid about your life-bounded contract demon beast. The smile disappeared off the middle-aged man's face as he said, what are you implying? Yuan continues, his abilities come from the Qilin, the leader of the 4 ancient beasts. If yours isn't an emperor demon beast, the moment it comes out, it will be suppressed. That will cause even more trouble. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Isn't he part of the ancient race of ancient demon phoenix? How did he become a Qilin? Shocked as well, Yuan questioned, what did you say? The expression on the middle-aged man's face turned umbrageous. That man called Xiao Ran told me Ling Xiao was an ancient demon phoenix of the 4 ancient beasts because he had a 5-colored bird who was highly attuned to demon phoenix's aura. Not only that, they had fought before, so there shouldn't be any errors. Although the ancient demon phoenix race was one of the 4 ancient beasts, compared to Qilin, it was still lacking a bit. Because the Qilin were the leaders, its ability to suppress and pressure was slightly stronger than that of the other 3. Now Yuan finally came to realize what the red flame was. He wasn't a pure-breed Qilin, but a mix of Qilin and ancient demon phoenix. If that was the case, then there were only 2 options of mixed blood, one was mutation and the other was no mutation. With no mutation and with a tainted bloodline, the Emperor Demon Beast's potential and power would be slightly worse than that of a pure breed. However, if there was a mutation, then that was something to be feared. Since the ancient times, mutated demon beasts were always stronger than the original. In other words, a complete revitalization. He couldn't help but remember that ancient legend from the higher realms, but that should be impossible. Be careful. The middle-aged man's distressed voice sounded abruptly. Yuan Nan immediately broke into cold sweat. He had made a grave sin of being distracted during a fight. Looking over, the man's demon-like pair of purple eyes stared down coldly at them. In his hand were two flames, one purple, one red. Even from meters away he could feel the heat of the flames. If what he speculated was correct, then it was likely that this man was a mutated emperor demon beast. The situation just became much more complicated. Since you took your time to come, it would have been better if you had just stayed. Ling Xiao said as he lightly curved his lips upward. His pitch-black eyes had two dancing purple flames ignited within them. His perfect features were giving off a mysterious aura by the light and a sense of danger. As he finished his sentence, the two flames in his palms seemed to dance in anticipation, growing much larger. And under his control, slowly combined. Yuan Nan and the middle-aged man quickly shared a glance before separating in understanding, one towards Ling Xiao and the other towards the protected XiaoMo. If they weren't a match for the man, then he should start from somewhere else. Seeing the previous scene, Yuan Nan already knew that the one called XiaoMo was his weakness. But his plan failed. Ling Xiao had intercepted Yuan Nan midway, his right flame turned to a roaring fire qilin. The pressure from an emperor beast spread out across the sky. That overwhelming weight made people's soul tremor. Even humans became like this, much less the demon beasts. Even their movements were stalled. He Tian and the others took this opportunity to critically injure their opponent's demon beasts, cutting their fighting power. But there was one who escaped that, like Qiu Ran's lifebound contract demon beast, Red Cloud. Because Qiu Ran knew Red Cloud would be suppressed, he didn't dare bring him out. Although that cut his firepower by a lot, it was now clearly the right choice. The middle-aged man and Yuan Nan, who planned to bring out their demon beasts, couldn't help but stop that train of thought. Once he had summoned the fire qilin, Ling Xiao suddenly cut open his finger and dripped a drop of life blood onto the center of the qilin's brow. A few seconds later, on his forehead appeared a similar fire pattern. The majestic qilin, as if given life, suddenly opened its eyes, and those eyes shared a human-like quality. Abruptly Yuan Nan's face changed. In horror he exclaimed, "This is the sacrificial blood rite?" Sacrificial blood rite was a hidden ritual of the Qilin clan. With one drop of life blood, it could summon a Qilin of the owner's power level. It was a hidden ritual that defied nature. But there were two after effects. One was that the owner's power level would be affected. For example, backlash and restrictions, but that wasn't the most critical. The second effect was that it would reduce the cultivation level, maybe 1 star, but it might also be 2 stars. Even a gifted clan like the Qilin were unwilling to take that risk, making the people who used it less and less. However, what caused Yuan Nan's horror wasn't this. The Qilin clan once had a super genius who didn't like the consequences of the ritual and thus, using hundreds of years, changed it. In the end, the Qilin who used the sacrificial blood rite would still drop in level, but the summoned Qilin had an extra ability and that was devour. This was what he dreaded and was frightened of. The ones who were devoured by the fire Qilin, their strength and cultivation could be absorbed by the owner. A terrifying power. Later on, due to the fear of the other 3 ancient races, they forced the Qilin race to seal away this rite. Ever since then, no one of the Qilin race had used this sacrificial blood rite. Now, even the ones who had heard of it were getting smaller and smaller. Although the man could very well be using the original sacrificial blood rite, Yuan Nan had a sinking suspicion that the fire Qilin in front of him was the devouring kind. Okay then, let's get the show on the road. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The ones who felt his gaze, the middle-aged man and Yuan Nan, all felt a chill go down their spines. The man was already stronger than them, now with a similar level devouring Qilin the balance had tipped completely out of their favor. Yuan Nan and the middle-aged man both saw the resignation in each other's eyes. Go, my devouring Qilin. Ling Xiao spoke in his even-paced, clear and warm tone. Unless one saw with their own eyes, no one would believe that behind such a pretty voice laid such a gruesome scene. From the throat of the devouring Qilin came a dangerous roar. It inherited all of Ling Xiao's strength and went straight to the enemy with unimaginable speed. The spot in which it disappeared was left with a small whirlwind. Aha! The first sacrifice appeared. That was the Thousand Faces purgatory spider. Being a demon beast, it was much suppressed by the devouring Qilin, and being weaker, before it could move, it was eaten with a face of horror. With a scream, the Thousand Faces purgatory spider disappeared. Not far from here, Chun Qing'er vomited out blood. Just like the Netherworld siren, if the life-bounded contract demon beast dies, the owner would suffer a heart-wrenching pain. As if the soul was being torn apart. In a hurry, Chun Qing'er took out a pill and swallowed it. Although it could not solve the problem, it relieved some of the pain. Her face, however, was still pale, as if she had just experienced a massive fight. Seeing what happened to Chun Qing'er, those with a life-bounded contract demon beast immediately recalled them in fear. However, that didn't solve the root of the problem. If the Qilin devoured the owner, then the contracted demon beast was still dead. With the instructions of Ling Xiao, the devouring Qilin turned its attention elsewhere. When XiaoMo woke up, this was the image he saw. A Qilin whose whole body was on fire, chasing after people who were escaping in all directions. The sky was chaotic, filled with screams of terror, of anger, and of fear. What chaos! XiaoMo straightened himself up and searched for Ling Xiao. Pretty quickly he was able to find Ling Xiao and Yuannan wrapped up in a battle next to the devoured Qilin. For some reason the middle-aged man and Yuannan really feared him. The first to realize that he was awake was Yin Dai. Although he was watching the sky, part of his attention was on him. When he realized he was awake, he didn't say anything. After all, he wasn't good with his words. XiaoMo, you're finally awake. The second to realize was Tang Yulin. He didn't care much for the battles, and tilting up one's head for a long time made it really sore. How do you feel? I'm fine. What's the situation right now? XiaoMo asked as he got up. Your man is giving them a walk, Tang Yulin said. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373. Chapter 373, Feng Qiyun is kidnapped. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Yuannan didn't look too good. He took a quick look at the other battlefield and found that the Fire Qilin had already swallowed 3 people, 2 of them being Chun Qing'er and the Fei Xia. Speaking of which, Fei Xia was actually stronger than Fairy Fu Ron by a bit. However, during the crucial moment Fairy Fu Ron pulled a trick on him which resulted in his plight of being gobbled up by the Qilin. Yet, after swallowing 3 powerhouses, the Fire Qilin's imposing and powerful presence couldn't compare to how it was before. Its strength had clearly weakened by a lot and its aura seemed to have withered a bit. As the Fire Qilin had to digest the cultivation of the 3 people it ate, it used up quite a fair bit of energy doing so. Nonetheless, even in its weakened state it still posed a significant threat. Yuannan did the mental calculations. Looked like they wouldn't be completing this task. After realizing that Ling Xiao was going to be a tough nut to crack, this was the first time Yuannan had thoughts of retreating. Additionally, he found the need to investigate that person's background. If he's somehow involved with the Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan, then it would make his goal of obtaining the clan treasure even more difficult. Nanshan, don't even think of escaping. It took the middle-aged man just one look to read his intentions of running away. He immediately shouted, alerting everyone else of Yuannan's intentions and drawing their attention to him. Yuannan cursed before glaring daggers at the middle-aged man. The latter immediately reciprocated with a look that said, don't think of escaping alone. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind at the moment. XiaoMo had woken up. He turned around and looked below to see XiaoMo surrounded by Lan Xiao and the rest. Seeing XiaoMo staring at him all wide-eyed and amazed, he couldn't help but smile. After realizing that Ling Xiao was looking at him, XiaoMo touched his nose sheepishly. Ling Xiao retracted his gaze before raising his palm in the direction of the Qilin. "Return," he commanded. As if it could read Ling Xiao's mind, the Qilin stripped itself of a Qilin's appearance and transformed into flames before returning to his hand. It disappeared within a moment. Judging by how things were playing out, Yuannan feared for the worst. If Ling Xiao were to convert the cultivation of the three people the Qilin swallowed for his own use, none of them would even stand a chance of escaping. Yuannan slipped something that looked like a jade stick out, but it was actually a dimension seal. Dimension seals were split into 3 different grades: the high, medium or low grade. The one he had in his hand was a high-grade dimension seal. Only sacred-level powerhouses who were very experienced with using the power of dimensions could refine it, as it had the ability to teleport between realms. Even in the higher realms, it was a priceless piece of work. Originally, the dimension seal given to him by his higher-ups was meant for teleporting that person's descendant to a high realm in times of emergency. Looking towards the heavily guarded XiaoMo, he had no choice but to use the seal on himself. To think that he had to end up using it, he was definitely going to be punished when he returned. One had to understand that the master he was serving had spared no costs in order to bring XiaoMo back, even to the extent of using a high-grade dimension seal. No one noticed Yuannan's actions, not even the middle-aged man who prevented him from leaving. After Ling Xiao recalled his Qilin, Xiaoran and his group barely had time for a breather before they had to deal with Tian and the rest. With Elder Tang no longer wishing to trust Fairy Fu Rong because she pushed Fei Xie out, the group was caught up in internal turmoil. Losing was just a matter of time. "It seems like we have no other choice but to work together this time round, Mushin. How about this, we put the past behind us for now and focus on dealing with the matter at hand? What do you say?" Yuannan shouted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surprised by what he said, but indeed they had no other option but to cooperate. He replied, "How do you want to do it?" "Simple. You go distract him and buy me some time. I want to use that thing." Yuannan had a crafty smile plastered on his face. The middle-aged man just wanted to reply before he suddenly realized the man opposite him had disappeared. His expression changed and he immediately mustered all his strength to get away as far as possible from the spot he was standing. As he had expected, red flames appeared at the place he had just stood. However, there was no trace of the man. Just as he began to search, an explosion could be heard from where Yuannan was at. From his peripheral he could see the man clashing together with Yuannan. He was moving so swiftly that he barely managed to catch a few glimpses. "Can you hurry up?" Yuannan yelled at the middle-aged man. An odd look flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes before he made his decision a second later. Just when everyone else thought he was going to help Yuannan, the middle-aged man suddenly transformed into a beam of light and shot to the sky. A spinning black whirlpool appeared in the sky and his voice boomed as he spoke. "Nanshan, don't think I don't know what you're up to. What working together? You just want to use me. You can dream on." Yuannan looked absolutely horrible. He was actually fooled by Mushin. At this very moment, a purple blade flew out from nowhere and hit the middle-aged man's body, which had not fully entered the black whirlpool. Fresh blood spurted out and the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream before he was sucked in by the whirlpool. As for the middle-aged man's companion, after he saw that he had escaped, he lost his bearings. Tian saw the chance to tear through his defenses and ripped out his heart. The shock on Yuannan's face had yet to leave as he saw Ling Xiao charging towards him as quickly as possible from the corner of his eyes. This time, he had an odd-looking fan in his hand. In a panic, he crushed the dimensional talisman he had in his hand and the space around him warped. The spatial force pulled him in and he disappeared. Ling Xiao appeared dumbfounded for a moment before snapping his gaze towards XiaoMo in the next second. Yuan Nan, who had disappeared into thin air less than a moment ago, was currently standing among the crowd. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as unadulterated fury burned within them. Watch out! XiaoMo heard Feng Qiyun's voice, and before he had time to react, he was pushed aside. Amidst the chaos, he saw Yun Ji's expressionless face morph into one of shock as he dashed towards a certain direction. Damn it all! Yuan Nan spewed a string of curses. Indeed, he had planned to use the dimensional talisman to leave the middle realm, but he was unwilling to give up just yet. So he tried and failed, unfortunately. XiaoMo turned his head around only to find that together with Yuan Nan, Feng Qiyun had also vanished for some unknown reason. XiaoMo hadn't even processed what had happened before he was drawn tightly into a familiar embrace. It was as if the person wanted to crush his waist. What happened? He received a response in the form of a tighter hug by Ling Xiao. This time his waist wasn't just snapping in half, he couldn't even breathe. Fuck, are you trying to crush me to death? XiaoMo started coughing. Ling Xiao sighed from above his head. It's such a good atmosphere. Don't you know how to savor the moment? Good atmosphere? XiaoMo surveyed their whereabouts only to find chaos running amok. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good atmosphere my ass, more like all hell has broken loose. Alright, stop with the jokes. What happened to Feng Qiyun? He's kidnapped by Yuan Nan. Ling Xiao simply said. How's that possible? XiaoMo looked at him in shock. He has a dimensional talisman so he can teleport around easily. And it looks like he has more than one of them. His original target was you, but Feng Qiyun pushed you away and took your place. Since his dimensional talisman was already activated, Yuan Nan didn't make it in time to capture you. Ling Xiao explained. XiaoMo's mind was blank. Feng Qiyun was captured because he tried to save him. He hesitated for a while before asking, will Feng Qiyun die? Ling Xiao understood how he felt. Don't worry, Yuan Nan may not be very clear of your relationship with Feng Qiyun, but since he saved you it shows that you're more than just acquaintances. And his target is you, so Feng Qiyun will not be in danger for now. You aren't lying to me, right? XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao answered in the form of a smile before catching him off guard by smacking his head from the back. XiaoMo grabbed his head. He already tried to anticipate it, but he was still unable to escape from having his head smacked. I'm really glad that you weren't the one taken. Or else I would definitely kill my way to the high realm. Ling Xiao hugged him. XiaoMo was very touched. I believe you would do just that. But I still feel we should go rescue Feng Qiyun. Ling Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, you should be running into my arms all touched and hug me and kiss me fiercely now. This would have been an emotional scene if not for Ling Xiao saying it out loud. He made it sound so dumb if they were to do that. As they talked, the battle had already come to an end. Due to their main force running away, Xiao ran and the rest who remained naturally couldn't hold their enemies off. There were also some who had the foresight, such as the Tang elder. Clearly, he feared death. At the sign of something wrong, he immediately packed up and fled. However, if the Tang family ever wanted to gain a foothold in Yen City, it would not be easy. As for Fairy Fu Rong, she even went so far as to bare her naked body for others to see in order to escape. With her top half naked, it got people blushing till their ears were red. What was more tragic was that when she battled the third elder, she was berated for having no shame. Fairy Fu Rong might have made it out alive, but her reputation definitely had been thoroughly destroyed. Fei Xia could rest in peace now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374. Chapter 374, An Auspicious Day. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Then what about Xiao Ran? Duan Qitian had just come out of secluded cultivation when such explosive news reached his ears. However, he did not have the slightest reaction at all, and instead, started asking about Xiao Ran. If XiaoMo was here, he would definitely be able to tell that Duan Qitian's entire personality had changed after he came out of secluded cultivation. In the past, XiaoMo would still be able to tell his moods, but it was somewhat hard to tell now that he was more reserved. His lifebound contract beast, Hong Yun, saved his life. But it's absolutely impossible for him to completely recover after 2 consecutive serious injuries this time. He probably wouldn't show up again in the next few years. The one who replied was the second elder, as he was the one guarding the hidden 31st room in the red card area, and Duan Qitian had been in secluded cultivation all this while inside this hidden room. Duan Qitian struck the table as he muttered to himself, if it's like this, wouldn't it be very difficult if I want to find him later? The second elder sighed, this can't be helped. The Longxiang continent is so huge. It's generally quite difficult to find a level 10 mage who is deliberately hiding. Oh yes, have you heard about the matter with your disciple? Duan Qitian, are you talking about that dunce? The second elder discovered that Duan Qitian's temper was always very spirited in the past when he would scold using this word, dunce. It was unlike the present, where there was completely no expression on his face when scolding people. It looked like the results of cultivating these few months in the hidden room were quite good, but it is possible that Duan Qitian may have overdone it a little. It's your third disciple. What's up with him? Do you still remember that divine realm practitioner that appeared in the boundless sea? He's the Ling Xiao who is always with your little disciple. To think it's him. Duan Qitian narrowed his eyes. Although he had always felt that that man was a little strange, he had never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a divine realm expert who had been residing inside Xian Academy all along. It's hard to imagine, right? Who knows what his motive is? The second elder questioned in concern. The principal was currently out of the academy. If he really harbored harmful motives towards Xian Academy, they would not be able to stop him with their current strength. You don't have to worry that he will harm Xian Academy. Duan Qitian had seen through his thoughts in a single glance. If he had such motives, he would have made a move long ago. Is there anything else? I have discussed with the great elder to prepare to let you negotiate with him. You are XiaoMo's Shifu and I believe that he would give you some face. The second elder immediately explained. I know, if there's nothing else. Okay, I'm going now. The second elder took the initiative to leave before he was chased away. Though there were a few changes, his innate character still had not changed. When the incident involving XiaoMo and Ling Xiao swept over the north, no one within Xian Academy even had the leisure to gossip as there were demon beasts bursting through Ward A every day since the barrier had been destroyed. So as to resist the demon beasts from the mountains, everyone had to run to the front lines to help. Currently, the entire Ward A was so busy that they were beaten black and blue. However, there was still a clear change. There were now more people peeping at them. In the past, those people would be gossiping in front of them, but they did not dare to do so now, and would only converse far away from them. Each and every one of those who had grudges with XiaoMo and Ling Xiao seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. For example, Tang Yucheng and Chai Zhang. Many people who didn't like them popped out now, mocking the two. XiaoMo had not thought about them for a long time. They had already tasted defeated at his hands. If he continually thought of them, would he not be dragging himself down to their level? They had a few relatively quiet days after that. Ling Xiao had been meditating in the room to transform Chen Qing'er and the others' cultivation bases into his own. There were many that made an excuse to find XiaoMo for the purpose of catching a glimpse of Ling Xiao. Fooling them to kill some time was fun enough for XiaoMo. However, he had expected that the first who would knock on his door would be the old geezer instead of Yinggu. XiaoMo immediately thought of Feng Qiyun upon seeing Yinggu and felt depressed. Will you guys be going to the higher level realm? Yes. Will you rescue Feng Qiyun? Definitely. That's good, I will go with you too. Certainly, eh? Yu Xian and I were originally from the higher level realm. We had to come to the middle level realm because of some circumstances. If you want to know anything, I will tell you everything I know about it. XiaoMo was still a little surprised to know that they were from the higher level realm. It seemed that everything that happened recently had some connection to the higher level realm. I've heard that you hold half the bloodline of a demon beast. Ling fell silent. That's right. My father is the nine-headed serpent king, and my mother is a human practitioner. Due to some internal problems, I had no choice but to come here. XiaoMo felt that the heavens sprinkled some dog blood drama in front of him again. It was definitely due to some issue like the bloodline not being pure enough or so on and so forth. However, the nine-headed serpent king was not an ordinary demon beast. The nine-headed serpent king was like the four ancients clan, they were born as ruler. Their position was extremely lofty among the demon beasts. T/N, dogblood means melodramatic, contrived. XiaoMo said, I don't know when we will set off. It'll depend on Ling Xiao. Ing, then I'll trouble you to speak with him. Okay, I will. After sending Ing off, XiaoMo walked into the bedroom to take a look at Ling Xiao's situation. It appeared that the cultivation bases of 3 Emperor Realm practitioners were not easy to digest. Over the past few days, he learned from others what had happened during the period he was unconscious, and the whole battle sounded just entirely one-sided. However, XiaoMo could not shake the feeling that there was some problem with Qilin that swallowed Chen Qing'er and the 2 others. Otherwise, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to be sitting still on the bed for several days in a row. XiaoMo worriedly looked at Ling Xiao, who had his eyes closed. According to Tang Yulin's description, that person called Yuan Nan did indeed say these 2 words blood sacrifice right when Ling Xiao summoned the fire Qilin out. Upon hearing something which had both blood and sacrifice within its name definitely did not mean anything good. XiaoMo sighed. What are you sighing about again? A hand suddenly clapped on his head and pushed him down until his stature immediately shrank a little. It was with astonishment that he discovered this voice was from Ling Xiao, whose eyes had just been closed. You're all right now? XiaoMo pulled his hand off and happily asked. How can anything happen to this husband of yours? Or do you hope that something would happen to me? Ling Xiao unconcernedly stated as he put on his shoes before he came off the bed. XiaoMo decided not to dispute over these trifles with him. Ing came to look for me. He said that he wanted to go to the higher level realm with us. And he also said that he and Zhan Yuxian both came from the higher level realm. If he wants to follow, let him follow. Ling Xiao indifferently replied. So when are we going to leave for the higher level realm? He was completely unclear about this aspect of the matter and could only depend on Ling Xiao to make decisions. Then let's find a day. What day? An auspicious day. Duan Shitian came knocking just as the 2 came to a decision. XiaoMo really missed the old geezer quite a bit, and he also wanted to know how well the old geezer's soul was recovering. But he did not dare to be too enthusiastic, as he did not know whether the first or second personality would appear. However, after XiaoMo saw Duan Shitian, he covertly moved closer to Ling Xiao's ear and whispered, Ling Xiao, do you think that the old geezer has been switched? The possibility is low. Ling Xiao told him after observing for a moment. Why? XiaoMo asked. Because the look of disdain in his eyes is exactly the same as before. I've already heard about your situation. Duan Shitian walked in without leave and got right to the point without any superfluous words. He was so frank it gave the impression that they were chatting about domestic matters. XiaoMo simply did not know how to react to this, but he felt that the old geezer was a little weird today. His expression and voice still had the same terrorizing force, but he was colder than usual. Shifu, I did not mean to deliberately conceal it from you. XiaoMo quickly apologized. Duan Shitian immediately glared at him. I'll pluck your head off if you did it on purpose. XiaoMo blushed with shame. Actually, one could also say that he had deliberately concealed it. Duan Shitian ignored him and shifted his attention to Ling Xiao. My disciple is not free for you to kidnap, but. Ling Xiao gave an indolent smile. Then I'm sorry to say that he had already been kidnapped by me before he became your disciple. Duan Shitian choked. XiaoMo secretly gave a mental thumbs up as the tiny him in his heart laughed till its teeth were showing. Ling Xiao was really too cool to completely defeat the hot-tempered old geezer in one sentence. However, could they refrain from using such a word like kidnap? That just makes him look stupid. Ling Xiao continued, Duan Shitian, don't push your luck. It's not because I respect you or the others that I helped Xian Academy to seize the elemental essence. If not for your little disciple, I couldn't be bothered. Duan Shitian swelled with so much anger that his mustache puffed up. He had another purpose for coming to find them, but he really felt a little unhappy about handing that matter over when seeing this man's attitude. He could only fiercely glare at his little disciple. It's all because of your man. XiaoMo was baffled by his glare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375. Chapter 375, Sealed Jade Drive. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. This was the first time Duan Shitian suffered from this sort of humiliating defeat before, but he could only suppress his displeasure. This was precisely what made him even more displeased. Don't be angry, master. Ling Xiao's always like this. Just ignore him. XiaoMo hurried to appease him, afraid that the old man would take out his anger on him. That would really be terrible. Duan Shitian was unaffected by his appeasement and threw something at him angrily. Take this, he said in a harsh tone. XiaoMo hurried to catch it and found that the old man had thrown him a jade drive, and it looked different from the information jade drives he had purchased before at Xianjilu. This one was red. He couldn't help but ask, Master, what is this? Do you not have eyes to look for yourself? Duan Shitian harumphed. The corner of XiaoMo's eye twitched. He knew that he would be the one paying for Ling Xiao's taunting. Of course he knew this was a jade drive. He was asking about what it contained. XiaoMo decided to avoid angering the old man further, and respectfully asked, Master, why are you giving me this jade drive? It's not from me, Duan Shitian said unexpectedly. Not from you, master? Then who? XiaoMo asked in surprise. It was a decision made after I discussed things with He Tian. XiaoMo was confused. But why? Duan Shitian explained, as your man said, the reason Xian Academy was able to obtain the elemental essence is doubtlessly because of you too. So, to thank you, and repay you for the 30% of spirit gems you didn't receive, I discussed things with He Tian and we decided to give you this jade drive. With this reminder, XiaoMo suddenly remembered. They hadn't ended up getting back their 30% of spirit gems. Though one of Qiao Ran's helpers had been killed by the Great Elder, the spirit gems weren't on him, but on that guy called Mushin. He had completely forgotten about this because he had been too busy worrying over Ling Xiao. What's inside this jade drive? XiaoMo looked at the jade drive. If the Great Elder and Duan Shitian had decided to use this to compensate them, then it wouldn't just be anything. Duan Shitian said, this jade drive isn't a normal jade drive, it's a kind of sealed jade drive. Sealed jade drives aren't common, but usually, any jade drive with a seal on it will contain something extremely valuable. He Tian and I have already tried, but even with our combined strength, we can't break the seal on the jade drive, so one thing is certain, the person who placed the seal is a level 11 or 12 mage. XiaoMo sucked in a breath of air. The value of something belonging to a divine or sacred level powerhouse would probably be comparable to the elemental essence. But So, Master, what you're saying is that neither you or the Great Elder know what's in it, only that it's very valuable information? Discomfort flashed across Duan Qitian's face, but he still puffed up his chest and said in a confident manner, "That's right." The corner of XiaoMo's lips twitched. "Can't believe you actually have the face to say that." But if it was a seal made by a sacred-level powerhouse, not even Ling Xiao would be able to break it. Then wouldn't this jade drive become a mountain of gold that he could only look at but not use? By the way, Master, why are you certain it's a mage? XiaoMo asked in curiosity. This was something he had wanted to ask before. Because this jade drive was something I and He Tian had found in a cavern storage that had existed for at least 100,000 years. There was mostly magic herbs and magic pills in there and some scrolls detailing techniques relating to the soul. The owner of the cavern was rather obviously a mage, Duan Qitian said. So that's why. Keep it, Ling Xiao, who had been silent until then, suddenly said. XiaoMo immediately put the jade drive away without hesitation. Ling Xiao was always right. Duan Qitian was even more displeased. It hadn't been easy, taking in this youngest disciple of his, and now the said disciple listened to another more than him. It felt like his disciple had been stolen. Master, what's wrong? XiaoMo was met with the sight of the old man making an expression that said, "I'm displeased," comforted me at him when he looked up. His heart stuttered, what the old man going crazy for now? But he couldn't say that out loud. Come out for a moment. After that, he didn't even wait for an agreement and left the room. I'll go out for a moment. I'll be right back, XiaoMo said to Ling Xiao before following the old man outside. The old man was waiting for him outside the house and, seeing him, cursed, "Too fucking slow." XiaoMo automatically filtered this out. Master, is there anything you need? Duan Qitian contemplated on what to say for a while. Did you complete the dual cultivation book I gave you last time with him? XiaoMo flushed. Yes. Duan Qitian then said, were you on top or was he? XiaoMo couldn't answer. Duan Qitian didn't need a response to know the answer, and his face paled a little more. Useless. You're a man, don't you know how to top? Master, do you think I haven't thought of trying before? But it's too hard, your student's combat strength is too low. XiaoMo couldn't help but criticize himself internally, remembering how Ling Xiao had given him a chance back then, but he had chickened out of topping Ling Xiao. But he wouldn't tell the old man that even on pain of death. Seeing how he refused to talk, Duan Qitian had a sort of rage that one felt when their children didn't live up to expectations. He took out a bottle and said angrily, "Take this." XiaoMo took it, shrinking a little. What's this? Duan Qitian huffed. This is a pill that I created called the Heart Bewitchment Pill. If you give him this pill, I can promise you that you'll be able to make your wish come true. You only have one chance, so treasure it. I'll be taking my leave now. And then he really did leave. XiaoMo stared dumbly at the Heart Bewitchment Pill in his hand. In reality, he didn't have any wishes about that. Plus, if he really did give this to Ling Xiao to eat, he had a feeling that he'd be the one in trouble in the end. Better not do anything reckless. XiaoMo carefully put the Heart Bewitchment Pill away. He decided to hide this pill. Ling Xiao couldn't know about it. What are you staring at? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke into his ear. XiaoMo jumped in fright and turned to see Ling Xiao behind him. Who knew how long he had been there? You, why did you come out? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. What, can I not come out? XiaoMo gave a strained smile. Of course not. Ling Xiao huffed and turned to go back inside. XiaoMo hurriedly followed after him. That was when Ling Xiao suddenly turned, his expression hinting at amusement as he mocking said, by the way, remember to tell me when you're going to use that Heart Bewitchment Pill. I can't wait. XiaoMo. They were overheard, as expected. The two returned to their room and Ling Xiao stretched out his palm at him. "Let me see that jade drive." XiaoMo gave it over without hesitation. He really wanted to know if Ling Xiao could break the seal over it. If he could, they could know the contents immediately. Ling Xiao rolled the jade drive between his thumb and index finger for a while and then said, "Under XiaoMo's expectant gaze, your master wasn't lying. There are several powerful seals on this jade drive." "Several?" XiaoMo asked in shock. He had thought there was only one. "That's right, several seals. However, individually, these seals aren't very strong, but if you place them together, they'll create a very powerful seal. This seal is extremely hard to break because if you go wrong at any point, the jade drive will immediately turn to dust. I'm guessing that the owner of the jade drive is quite possibly a level 12 mage," Ling Xiao said. "That's way too harsh. What if we can never break it?" XiaoMo's treasure hunting spirit was shattered in an instant. "I doubt that," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Seeing how he seemed to have a plan, XiaoMo's eyes lit up. "You thought of something?" Ling Xiao said, "Before today, it'd be impossible, but it's different now. Once I digest Chengqing air and the other's cultivation base, I'll be able to break it." XiaoMo understood. So it had something to do with cultivation level. "How long will that take?" Ling Xiao gave a conservative estimate. 3 months. "That long?" XiaoMo exclaimed. Before this, he had thought Ling Xiao was good to go, but suddenly remembered that. What is that sacrificial blood rite, anyways? It's a secret technique of the Qilin clan. Don't worry. I wouldn't use it if I couldn't do it. It's because Chengqing Er and her companions have very high cultivation levels. The higher the level, the harder to absorb. It's trickier to transduce it, that's all. Nothing unusual. Knowing that he was worried, Ling Xiao comforted him. XiaoMo thought for a while and before confirming he wasn't lying. After that day, they began to prepare to leave for the higher plane. The plane was in a different dimension, so they had a lot to prepare, such as a trans-dimensional tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376. Chapter 376, Transdimensional Tunnel. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The connection between a higher plane and a middle plane was something called a transdimensional tunnel. A dimensional tunnel was different from a transport circle, both due to the concept and the level of danger. A transport circle was a constant form of transportation using spatial powers. In terms of danger, on a scale of 100, it was at about 10. The transdimensional tunnel, on the other hand, was different. Similarly, it was a connection formed between two realms and creating a path between them. However, due to the imbalance between the two, the connection would be shaky, thus, very risky. On a percentage scale, about 80% risky unless 5 or more divine-level practitioners worked together to form a relatively stable one. In that case, the risk was about 50%. Yuan Nan and the others came to the middle realm with a 50% risk. It must be said, their luck was pretty good, and they got the 50-50 risk. The problem facing Ling Xiao and the others was precisely due to the transdimensional tunnel. They had to create one between the two realms. This was when XiaoMo asked his question. When Yuan Nan and the middle-aged man left, did they go through the dimensional tunnel too? It's not the same. Ling Xiao explained, what Yuan Nan used was a dimensional talisman. A high-grade dimensional talisman can be used to travel between two realms. It's much better in terms of safety and stability compared to a dimensional tunnel. But, a high-grade dimensional talisman is hard to come by, not only because it can only be made by a sacred-level practitioner, but also because it is difficult to create. Maybe once in every 10 times will it be successful. That means it's possible that everything you put into it would go down the drain. Then the middle-aged man left using the transdimensional tunnel? XiaoMo asked. Correct, but the one he used was restricted, and after this many days, that tunnel's connection to Longxiang continent is probably gone. With a face of disappointment, XiaoMo said, "That's too bad, but if that's the case then don't we have to create one ourselves?" "But you are the only divine-level practitioner, and Principal Han Gong from the academy is not here, otherwise he could help out too." "Don't worry, I can do it alone, but I'll need some time," Ling Xiao answered, curling his lips upward. "A trans-dimensional tunnel requires a lot of energy and time, but that's fine, whenever it is completed, is whenever we leave." Although XiaoMo wanted to go save Feng Qiyun immediately, he knew they couldn't rush it. Clearly, Gu was aware of this as well, and thus for the next month or so, he didn't bother them. A normal trans-dimensional tunnel would take 3 divine-level practitioners to complete, using 1 or 2 months. However, since Ling Xiao was alone, the time would be extended to double the amount. During this time, the chaos that occurred in Yin City had calmed down. Although Daoxian Academy was faced with another difficult problem. Ever since the barrier broke, the demon beasts from the deep mountains were set loose. There were cases of demon beasts attacking a student every once in a while. Since the barrier was set by Han Gong, He Tian did not have the ability to set one as strong as before and thus had to make do with what they had. Therefore, the barrier around Ward A was one that could only protect against attacks from beasts level 8 and below. But that was just a temporary measure. Demon beasts of level 8 and above would still invade, and the academy had to organize all of the students together. Although Ward A was deep in the mountains, because of the environment, the areas in which people could come and go was limited. There were only 8 entrances. Therefore, by using points as rewards, the academy began encouraging strong students in Block 1 and 2 to help guard the entrances. XiaoMo was in the Block 200 men rankings, although only as the 51st place. However, with his talent as a level 8 mage, getting to the top 3 was definitely possible. Due to this, the academy didn't exclude him from the list, as well as his relationship with Ling Xiao. Today was his turn with 24 other students to guard the entrance. Since they had a remote entrance with little demon beasts coming, there were fewer people on guard duty. To prevent the problem from last time occurring, Ling Xiao told XiaoMo to bring out all of his demon beasts. Ever since his identity was exposed, Xiao and the others had no reason to stay in the dimension anymore. Since they became free to roam, everyone except the mature Xiao and Lan Xiao all ran away, even the little chick he told specifically to not build a nest on his head. XiaoMo felt a little sour, thinking back, that little chick was pretty much glued to him. His 2 claws were almost grown into his hair, no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't let go. Now, even he went wild and left. "Xiao, Lan Xiao, you guys are the best." XiaoMo looked at the 2 who stayed, feeling moved. In a lazy manner, Xiao replied, "That's because boss told us that we couldn't leave you for a second, or else." Lan Xiao nodded vigorously. In actuality, he wanted to explore the deep mountains like Xiao He and the others. Especially the uneven slopes, he wanted to know if his old nest was taken up by some other beast. Exasperated, XiaoMo thought, "These assholes." Once they departed, the 3 made their way to the meeting place. XiaoMo saw the list before, and the students were sorted by strength to fill each time slot, but on their list, there were only 3 who had any reputation within Ward A. He also didn't know any of them. He had initially thought that he would be with a few familiar faces, but he didn't expect there to be none at all. "Look guys, that's XiaoMo." As he arrived, the chatter quieted. A while later it continued, but much softer. They suppressed their voices, probably afraid that he was going to overhear. "Man, having a patron is really different, huh? He even brought 2 guards. Ah, I'm so jealous. If only I could meet a man like Ling Xiao." "TSK, what is there to be jealous about? Someone like him," a male who couldn't help his jealousy said, but before he even finished, many turned to look at him, each with a strange expression. Even knowing that XiaoMo had a patron who was tougher than diamonds, he dared to speak ill in front of him. He was very courageous. But the man who spoke up couldn't continue with everyone staring and, with a scrunched neck, he shrunk back into the crowds without another word. Feeling the atmosphere, XiaoMo looked sadly upwards at a 45-degree angle. Please don't be obsessed over me, I am but a myth. Remembering such a familiar phrase, XiaoMo couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He didn't think he would get to use this one day. Both Xiao and Xiao looked elsewhere at the same time. Meaning, we don't know this thing, don't group us together. Not long after the leader for their group, Elder Yi came. Immediately, XiaoMo became his main focus. The time spent guarding was very tedious and XiaoMo wasn't someone that could stay still, so he told Xiao to replace him as guard. With Xiao at his side, XiaoMo very openly took a break, but no one could say anything against it. A day's time passed with him refining pills. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Elder Yi told everyone to get ready. 25 minutes later the next group would be taking over their shift. XiaoMo packed away his cauldron and stood up, patting away the dirt from his pants. Speaking of cauldrons, he believed that he might need a new one. Although the one that Vice Principal Yen Fa gave him wasn't bad, with his skills in multitasking developing, he wanted a bigger cauldron. However, it might be difficult. It wasn't long before the other group came to switch with them. Still, XiaoMo didn't find a single familiar face among the mix, so he just left with Xiao and Xiao. The day was both tedious and boring, not even a silhouette of a demon beast, and even if there was one, before they got to XiaoMo, it would have been taken care of by his two bodyguards. When the gang went back to their room, Xiao and Maoqiu were already there. Whereas Paiqiu took Maoqiu and Little Chick somewhere and still wasn't back yet. XiaoMo walked into the inner chamber to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was meditating inside, since he had just used up a lot of energy to build the dimensional tunnel. In the past 2 months, he saw the hard-working side of Ling Xiao. What's wrong? Ling Xiao said, as the moment he opened his eyes he saw XiaoMo in front of him with a scrunched-up face. XiaoMo took out, from his dimension, the pills he had been refining during his shift as guard and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's hands. These are the level 8 pills I refined today, here, take all of it. If you eat these, you should recover faster. Ling Xiao's lips curled up as he said, could it be you're worried about me, but... XiaoMo replied while grinning, correct, don't you feel very honored? Suddenly, Ling Xiao tipped his head upwards and gave a devious smile, honored not so much, but I wouldn't mind if you used a different way to reward me. XiaoMo's face flushed red and eyes darted everywhere. Then, I'll be waiting. In a dead serious tone, Ling Xiao said, wife, you are tempting me. XiaoMo felt the corner of his mouth twitch, was he? But regardless if he did or not, Ling Xiao, who had been saving up, in the broad daylight, took the half-compliant half-rejecting XiaoMo to bed. Their exercise caused him to have to lie in bed the next day. For that, XiaoMo complained about it for a long time. If that guy still had so much energy, he shouldn't have felt sympathetic at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377. Chapter 377, Setting Off. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After spending 2.5 months, Ling Xiao finally completed the transdimensional tunnel. It was completed 1.5 months earlier than expected, but in order for the spatial force to stabilize, they had to wait a few more days. Then, as Ling Xiao said, all they had to do was to pick an auspicious day to set off. But before that, they still had one more problem to solve. The transdimensional tunnel had an infinitely strong spatial force field. If a normal person were to enter, say someone of XiaoMo's level, no doubt they would be shredded to pieces by the spatial force. XiaoMo had Ling Xiao, so that wouldn't be a problem. But that was a different story for Yingu and Zhan Yuxian. Luckily, Yingu and Zhan Yuxian had already taken this into consideration. Furthermore, they had also experienced it before. So when it was suggested to them to set off together for the High Realm, they had already taken this aspect into their consideration. True to his word, Ling Xiao picked out an auspicious day 3 days later. The auspicious day, which was also the 11th day since the completion of the tunnel, was the time when the spatial force field reached an equilibrium point and was the safest to travel. Before they set off, all of XiaoMo's friends turned up, in his and Ling Xiao's room to send him off. Reason being, Ling Xiao had built one end of the tunnel there. The originally spacious room quickly became cramped as Bailey Tianyi and a few others entered. Seeing that his house was stuffed full of people, XiaoMo walked into the inner room and complained to Ling Xiao. "Couldn't you have picked a larger place to work on the tunnel?" Ling Xiao lazily glanced at him before replying, "The fewer people that know about the transdimensional tunnel, the better. Even though it will automatically disappear after a while, it'll still be troublesome if someone with ulterior motives were to get their hands on it. Warda may have He Tian and the rest, but they can't possibly handle everything." XiaoMo touched his nose. So there was an underlying reason for doing this. Previously he heard Ling Xiao talk about how the transdimensional tunnel the middle-aged man tried to leave through vanished immediately. Apparently, this one wasn't the same. He reckoned not many would even think of searching their room for the tunnel. XiaoMo, Bailey Xiaoyu's voice drifted in airily. XiaoMo walked out only to find that Bailey Xiaoyu was not alone, but with Bailey Tianyi and Tang Yulin. "What's up with you guys? Are you guys really going to the High Realm?" Bailey Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. "Of course, we've prepared everything already." XiaoMo nodded. Bailey Xiaoyu decided to try his luck. "Then, is it possible if—" No, before he even got the chance to finish, Bailey Tianyi shot him down resolutely. "But second brother." Bailey Xiaoyu glared at him unhappily. "It's no use even if you call mother." "Bailey Xiaoyu, don't think I don't know what's going on in your head. With your current level of power, do you even think you stand a chance in the High Realm? You'll be dead. And also, they're not there to have fun." Bailey Tianyi said firmly. "Xiaoyu, you want to come with us?" XiaoMo asked, surprised. Bailey Xiaoyu's lips pressed into a thin line, unwilling to speak. Taking his silence for a yes, XiaoMo told him regretfully, "I understand how you feel, but I'm afraid you can't come along this time. The conditions don't permit it." "Why? Because I cannot guarantee your safety." Zhan Yuxian walked in with Yingge by his side. Clearly, the two of them had heard their conversation. This time, only Yingge and Zhan Yuxian were going with XiaoMo to the High Realm. Not because they were the only ones who came from the High Realm, but because they possessed something called the Space Stone. The Space Stone was a very precious item produced only in the High Realm, and they were extremely rare. They served an important purpose of protecting them from the destructive spatial force within the Dimension Tunnel. When Yingge and Zhan Yuxian initially came to the Middle Realm, they brought along 4 pieces of Space Stone, 2 of which they used along the way. Currently, they were only left with 2, so they really couldn't afford to bring anyone with them. Bailey Xiaoyu never thought it was so dangerous. Seeing XiaoMo being very relaxed about the matter, he thought that traveling between 2 realms was going to be a piece of cake. Without having to be persuaded, he gave up on tagging along. Gao Yang had originally intended to send XiaoMo off, but unfortunately, he was on duty that day. In addition, he was also the captain of the team, so he couldn't take leave. He had no other choice but have Bailey Xiaoyu deliver his words to XiaoMo. "Gaodage has always been a busy guy. When I leave, please give him my thanks." XiaoMo realized that ever since he entered Warde, the times he saw Gao Yan were few and far between, which was rather regretful. Gao Yan was already a brother figure that he looked up to even before he entered Daoxian Academy. "Okay, I'll send him your message," Bailey Tianyi replied. 15 minutes before they set off, He Tian and Duan Qi Tian finally showed up. He Tian got everybody to wait outside and made XiaoMo bring them to see Ling Xiao in the inner room. However, Ling Xiao wasn't going to entertain them easily. Ever since Ling Xiao's identity was revealed, neither He Tian nor Duan Qitian brought up the matter of him lying about his age to enroll into the academy. While rules were meant to be obeyed, it was the fist that made the rules in the real world. We've come to speak to you about Principal Han Gong. He Tian took the lead to speak. With his face as expressionless as ever, anyone could tell with one look that he was a man of strict self-discipline. Ling Xiao raised a brow. Han Gong? That's right. He Tian nodded. Principal Han Gong has gone to the High Realm and has not returned to the Longxiang continent for close to 2,000 years. As for the reason, you probably know. Ling Xiao thought about it before answering. The Longxiang continent has restrictions on the levels one can attain due to the realm it is in. Emperor-level powerhouses who wish to have a breakthrough and reach the divine level would face much greater difficulty than in the High Realm. Furthermore, for a divine-level powerhouse to level up here would be equally hard. Is this why he left for the High Realm? Exactly. So, what's the point of telling us this? He Tian took out a normal-looking jade slab. This is Han Gong's portrait. I want to ask a favor of you. If you ever meet Han Gong, tell him about Dao Xian Academy's situation. Ever since the barrier was broken and dissolved, the situation did improve, but it wasn't a long-term solution. The high-level demon beasts in the deep mountains seemed to be on the move already, so it was imperative that they erect a new one quickly. XiaoMo didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree, but to his surprise he did. I will pass the message if I see him. Ling Xiao said. Meaning, if he didn't see Han Gong, he wouldn't go out of his way to search for him. It was as He Tian expected. After they were done talking, Duan Qitian walked up to XiaoMo and grabbed his hands emotionally. My dear disciple. XiaoMo felt goosebumps all over his body. Duan Qitian didn't seem to notice as he continued, the High Realm is very different from the Longxiang continent. There are powerhouses everywhere and many stronger than Ling Xiao out there. You have to be careful there. If you feel something's wrong, run immediately. Understand? I understand. This must be the old geezer's first personality, XiaoMo thought to himself. Looks like the problem with his soul had been more or less fixed, but nothing had changed about his dual personality. If Ling Xiao dares to bully you, tell me. Duan Qitian said. Shifu, are you going to avenge me by bullying him back? XiaoMo was touched. No, your Shifu will help you curse him. Dear disciple, you need to empathize with your Shifu. I can't defeat him. Seeing as XiaoMo showed no signs of speaking, he thought that he had utterly disappointed XiaoMo. XiaoMo couldn't stand his Shifu's gentle and mushy tone anymore. He reckoned he must be a masochist. Why else would he miss the old geezer's second personality or the times he got a scolding? Shifu, I know you can't defeat him. But don't worry, I won't make you hit him for me. XiaoMo said understandingly, trying his best to ignore the goosebumps rising on his skin. Duan Qitian was so touched that his tears spilled forth. My good disciple, XiaoMo continued, I'm afraid that he'll beat you into a pulp. That would be disgraceful for me. Duan Qitian was at a loss for words. The Shifu was an idiot, so was the disciple. Like Shifu, like disciple. Ling Xiao knew it would end like this, but it brought him great joy every time the idiot duo talked. From the crack in his stern demeanor, this must have been the first time He Tian saw Duan Qitian acting so dumb. After the master and disciple finished their talk, the time to set off had finally come. As they had to keep the dimension tunnel a secret, not many knew they were leaving the Longxiang continent apart from a few close friends. After He Tian and Duan Qitian left the room, Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian came in. Where are the rest? XiaoMo asked. The Great Elder got them to leave. Zhan Yuxian answered. Having too many people gathering outside would make it too conspicuous, so they were chased back reluctantly. Ling Xiao walked over and looked at all of them. Since you're ready, then let's go. In that moment, the mini whirlpool that was silently floating mid-air suddenly had a gigantic outburst of power. It started to enlarge and spun faster and faster as a suction force sucked the tables and chairs in the room in. Ling Xiao grabbed XiaoMo's waist and turned back to give the other two a command, "Go." A moment later, all four of them had disappeared. The whirlpool within the room returned to its normal size about half an hour later and silently spun around in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378. Chapter 378, Jinx. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The transdimensional tunnel was a place filled with boundless darkness. Like a monster in hibernation, it was filled with infinite spatial force that made one's heart palpitate. Just a tiny bit of force was enough to kill a spiritual realm practitioner. XiaoMo had a sense of deadly crisis coming from all directions when he entered the tunnel. He could only see an area within 100 meters radius. Despite this, it was enough to shock him. XiaoMo enveloped his eyes with his soul power and was now able to see the constant pressure of the spatial force. It was as if there were tiny and incorporeal sharp weapons. All the things floating in the space were swept over and shredded into dust in a split second. If that had been a person, there was bound to be no bones left. XiaoMo turned back and looked at Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian. A faint layer of milky white light was released from their entire bodies. This should be the effect of the space stone. The two did not panic as they had already experienced this once. However, XiaoMo did notice that Yinggu's appearance was slightly different from usual. The biggest difference was in his eyes. The color had changed from black to silver and his round black pupils had changed to vertical slits. Though there was no expression on his face, those pair of eyes still showed a hint of ferociousness that belonged to the Serpent King. Yinggu's strength steadily rose after rousing the bloodline of the Serpent King in his body, and directly skipped over the 8th level. He was now at the threshold of the 9th level, and was even faintly approaching the 10th level. "Ling Xiao, how long will it take for us to reach the end?" XiaoMo withdrew his gaze and lifted his head to look at Ling Xiao. 3 days had passed since they entered the spatial tunnel. But not even a slight hint of light could be seen from the front. It was evident they were quite a distance from the exit. Initially, he had been worried that Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian could not take it anymore, but when he saw their leisurely behavior, he knew that his worries were superfluous. "At our current speed, we'll take 1.5 months to reach the end. Bear in mind that this is a conservative estimate." Ling Xiao replied. "This is just too long, BA." XiaoMo disappointedly exclaimed. "Provided there are no unforeseen events, this is already the fastest time." "What do you mean by unforeseen events?" Zhan Yuxian's voice drifted from behind. "It means a spatial storm. Spatial storms are characteristic to the spatial tunnels and it's extremely dangerous. I've heard that spatial storms are constructed entirely of spatial forces. It'll appear once every year. Even an Emperor Realm expert will find it hard to survive once they encounter this kind of thing." XiaoMo mused and happily replied soon after, "Since it occurs once every year, then our chances of encountering this spatial storm is very low. There's no need to worry about it." "That's right." Zhan Yuxian smiled and nodded. "It's impossible to encounter it unless there's a character so inferior that they are hated greatly by both man and god. Seems like there's definitely someone among you both whose character is so inferior that they are hated greatly by both man and god." Zhan Yuxian had finished speaking when Ling Xiao's voice languidly drifted over as they stopped progressing. The three looked in the direction he was gazing at. At about 100 meters in front, the spatial forces were like a gale as they tore each other apart. An ear-piercing sound emitted as it rotated without stopping like a tornado. This whirlwind was getting larger and larger as the distance drew nearer. This was a spatial storm. Zhan Yuxian and XiaoMo looked at each other. Zhan Yuxian gently chuckled. I think my character is not so bad. I didn't meet any spatial storms the last time. XiaoMo ducked his head. My character has always been good. The two simultaneously looked at Gu after shirking responsibilities. Although they did not say anything, their meaning was very obvious. You are the one. Gu calmly shot a glance at the two jinxes. The two. What do we do now? XiaoMo resignedly broke the silence after a long while. Ling Xiao closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the color of his eyes changed into a deep and mysterious violet. Everyone stand behind me. This was the spatial tunnel, which was filled with spatial forces all around. Thus, one could not open their dimension even if they had one, as it would cause a disruption in the space. Such a disruption had a high probability of collapsing the spatial tunnel. Gu and Zhan Yuxian followed his instructions and flew behind Ling Xiao. XiaoMo was then temporarily passed over to the two. XiaoMo promptly urged, Ling Xiao, you be careful. Ling Xiao looked back and faintly nodded his head. The front of the tunnel was blocked entirely by the dense spatial storm. Even a chink could not be seen. It was impossible to take another route, so there was only one method, that was to force their way through. Ling Xiao said, I will use my flames to create a 2-meter wide fire dome. Remember not to take a single step out of the fire dome. Otherwise, even I would not be able to save you. The three solemnly nodded. Just as they had finished speaking, the spatial storm had drawn nearer and was just 10 meters ahead. The powerful gravitational force seemed as if it was going to suck them all in. Except for Ling Xiao, XiaoMo, and the two hurried to stabilize their footing. Just at this moment, a blood-curdling shriek sounded out with no warning. The sound came from their left. Following that, not only was there one scream, a series of screams were heard. However, it disappeared after a few seconds and only the howl of the fatal spatial storm remained. WWW, what happened? There are still people here? XiaoMo was so scared that he started stammering. Ling Xiao replied, someone encountered a spatial storm like us. It seems like they're all dead. XiaoMo wiped his cold sweat. This was too savage. Everyone be careful, the spatial storm is about to hit us. Ling Xiao's stern voice suddenly sounded. There was a seriousness in his voice that was usually not present. It appeared that he was paying great attention to the threat of the spatial storm. Just as he finished speaking, the spatial storm howled and engulfed the four inside. Purple flames were torn apart inside the storm, but the dome of flames still progressed forward at a uniform velocity no matter how it distorted. If someone saw this, they would definitely be gobsmacked. To be so calm even when encountering a spatial storm, this person was definitely a phoenix feather and unicorn horn existence. T/N, phoenix feather and unicorn horn means an extremely rare object. Unfortunately, those who could become eyewitnesses were all dead. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead after 4 hours. Regardless of how capable he was, even he would find it difficult to release his life-bound flame for a constant period to ward off the spatial storm. Furthermore, the rate of the consumption of his spiritual energy was too fast. XiaoMo was incessantly worried upon seeing this. Thinking about the spiritual water in his dimension, he was in a flurry as he immediately took out a bottle of spiritual water from his magic bag. There were only 10 drops inside, but it was better than nothing. Ling Xiao could feel his internal spiritual energy starting to recover after drinking the spiritual water. Ling Xiao redoubled his efforts, and after an hour, they had finally passed through the spatial storm. The devastating spatial storm gradually drifted further behind them. XiaoMo and the two momentarily sighed in relief. Ling Xiao, are you okay? XiaoMo asked anxiously as he made Gu release him before throwing himself onto Ling Xiao. I'm all right. I just used up too much spiritual energy. I'll be fine after resting. There was a faint smile on Ling Xiao's face. Although only 5 hours had passed, his spiritual energy had been depleted by 90%. There would be no problem as long as they did not meet another spatial storm. XiaoMo frowned. If I knew about this earlier, I would have prepared more spiritual water. Ling Xiao unobtrusively glanced at Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian at the rear upon hearing this. The two looked the same, as if they had not heard what XiaoMo had said. Ling Xiao assured, "It's of no matter. I'll still have a way even without spiritual water." Be that as it may, XiaoMo was still awfully upset. After the spatial storm passed, the next portion of their journey was much smoother. They did not run into any unforeseen events as dangerous as the spatial storm, and Ling Zhao's spiritual energy had also recovered. They finally saw the exit of the tunnel after a month and a half. A small bright spot of light was flashing in front of them, and XiaoMo's long repressed tension finally released. Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian were also relieved. "We're going to exit soon. Be careful, bear in mind not to be reckless," Ling Xiao instructed the three. As long as they still had not exited, they may also fall short of success for lack of a final effort, even if the exit was right in front of their eyes. The three once again roused their spirits. The exit may seem just right in front of their eyes, but there was actually still a ways to go. The spot of light was 2 times bigger after an hour, but it was still some distance away. Excluding XiaoMo, Ling Xiao and the 2 others appeared very calm. This situation could be considered as an invisible test of the spatial tunnel, letting one think that the exit was just right before one's eyes, giving rise to impatience. XiaoMo now had this feeling, but seeing that Ling Xiao and the rest were all very calm, he had no choice but to repress this emotion. This continued till the exit was less than 100 meters away. XiaoMo beamed in joy at Ling Xiao. Look. Seeing his smile, Ling Xiao also could not refrain from smiling. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. A cry for help suddenly sounded from far and drew nearer before he could speak. "Help!" Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian's expressions had changed too. They did not even look at the person crying for help, and like Ling Xiao, put on a burst of speed without further ado. Only XiaoMo was unable to make heads or tails of the situation. The person crying for help had seen them and immediately rushed towards them while waving in pleasant surprise. "Big brothers, help!" Accompanying his excited yell was a clamor of tremendous noise. Even an earthquake was not as loud. The spatial tunnel violently shook and swayed, as if it was about to collapse in the next second. XiaoMo stared so intently that his 2 eyeballs nearly popped out of their eye sockets. Chasing that person was a pack of malevolent-looking monsters. Tentative estimates showed that it was a horde of at least 100 beasts behind him, and the strength of everyone was actually Level 10. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379. Chapter 379. April 9, 2018 by Exiled Rebel Scanlations, posted in LMW Chapters, The Legendary Master's Wife. So, we've been getting a lot of people who are mad at us over making the most recent chapter of LMW user only. However, after 24 hours, the chapter is available for everyone. Only for the first 24 hours is it user accessible only. I also heard a rumor that novel updates will stop adding our updates to their site due to this. But we are not stopping releases, or even making all releases user only. 24 hours after the chapter release, it is made public. You do not have to make an account if you don't want to, only if you want the most recent chapter immediately as it is released. If you make an account, you'll get the most recent chapter as well as access to the full books that we made into EPUB, MOBI, PDF, etc. On that note, if you're so frustrated about the way we do things, you don't have to read our releases. You don't even have to come to our site. There are plenty of novels out there and we do not have to deal with anyone who badmouths us or degrades our work. That's my rant and explanation for the day. Addis. Chapter 379, Dao Yun. Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. A level 10 beast. On top of that, there were hundreds of them. Anyone with a brain would know the only choice was to flee. Although, with Ling Xiao's strength, this shouldn't be something to be afraid of, but the transdimensional tunnel was very fragile. Once one encountered a severe collision, it might lead to a second spatial storm, or cause the tunnel to collapse. Which was why most normal people would choose to run if they met such a situation. The one who cried for help was a young man who appeared to be 25. The most noticeable thing about him was his bald head. What kind of ability did he have to be able to attract hundreds of beasts? In short, no one cared about him. However, mishaps still happened. The man ran over with the hundreds of beasts right behind his back. This massive disturbance eventually caused the tunnel to fall apart like a broken mirror. All the broken shards were engulfed in the spatial force. The last thing XiaoMo saw was Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian being flushed away and swallowed by a ray of light before disappearing. The next second, they were also being gobbled up by that ray of light. The roar of those beasts was immediately cut off. This was a vast, never-ending barren land covered in red sand. The sky was bright, the sun was hellish hot, as if it could burn the ground. There was no sight of plants or humans within 1 kilometer. XiaoMo was lying on Ling Xiao's body. It took him a while to finally react. The first thing he did was try to find Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian, but that was no luck. Instead, he found a corpse 10 meters away from him, unknowing of the life or death status of it. Those two, they couldn't be. XiaoMo silently stared at the corpse for a moment before he raised his head up anxiously. Ling Xiao pat his back and comforted him. Unlikely. The exit may have strayed off the original path due to the impact, however, those two should have landed safely within the higher realm now. XiaoMo instantly felt at ease. When he thought of the hundreds of beasts, his heart went rampant. If their current spot was far from the exit, they might really have met death. What are those beasts? They are spatial beasts. Ling Xiao had yet to speak a word, and the corpse not far away from them suddenly moved and looked at them with a pair of glistening eyes. XiaoMo recognized this man. This was the main culprit of the collapse of the transdimensional tunnel. He was still in one piece. Knowing that this one was the reason they were separated from Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian, he really wished this man never made it out of there. The spatial beasts and the spatial storm are two specialties of the transdimensional tunnel. But the probability for the former to appear is less than 1/1000 compared to the latter. The youth continued, moreover, the spatial beasts only appear in groups. If one encounters them, the probability of death from a spatial beast is higher than the spatial storm by 200%, and the chance of survival is 1 in billion. XiaoMo replied in a loathsome tone, then why are you still alive then? The youth was stupefied a bit, then laughed thoughtlessly, because I am that 1 in the billion chance lucky guy. XiaoMo narrowed his eyes, I think you won't be so lucky soon. His sentence ended and the youth jumped up crying out loudly as if he was stabbed by a needle. After a while, he suddenly bent down and coughed out blood. The red blood was absorbed by the sand in a second. XiaoMo was slightly taken aback. He hadn't made any move yet. When he looked down and saw Ling Xiao slowly withdrew his hands, he suddenly understood. My 2 doughty warriors, please spare me. I won't do it again. After that spit of blood, the youth immediately begged for forgiveness. His glistening eyes became quite dispirited as he looked toward Ling Xiao. Obviously the youth knew who did it. XiaoMo soon knew, if this youth could rush into the transdimensional alone while being chased by hundreds of level 10 spatial beasts and survive, his ability mustn't be that weak. I could spare your life, but, XiaoMo said. But? The youth hastily asked. XiaoMo asked without expecting anything, do you know where this is? But this must be your first time at Tongtian continent. No wonder. The youth was surprised a bit before suddenly changing the tone of his voice. This place must be the most famous uncivilized territory of the Tongtian continent, Beidong, which is also the most chaotic place of the Tongtian continent. The Tongtian continent was the name of the higher realm. Usually one referred to this place as Tongtian continent instead of the higher realm, unless one was from a middle or low realm. XiaoMo didn't expect the youth could answer so fluently, and he couldn't help but ask, "You know this place quite well, huh? Are you perhaps a citizen of the Tongtian continent?" The youth shook his head. "I have a map of the Tongtian continent that my master gave to me. I studied it before coming over. Beidong has a famous place called the Red Shoal. The sand of this place is red." XiaoMo's eyes immediately sparkled and stared at him passionately. The youth suddenly felt a drop of cold sweat. He felt that this expression behind his eyes was especially familiar, because he looked like his master every time he found a treasure. "If you two sirs want, I can give you a copy of this map." The youth took the initiative and offered the map of the Tongtian continent to them. Not like he had any other option. The man next to that young boy was looking at him with a terrifying look in his eyes. He had a premonition, if he dared to say one word of refusal, this man would definitely kill him. XiaoMo instantly showed a bright smile and gripped his hand. "You are such a good person." The youth hollowly laughed after being given a good person card. T/N, being given a good person card from another could be understood as you has been friend-zoned. If it wasn't himself in the wrong first, the youth would never give out the copy of the Tongtian continent map to anyone without any conditions. One must know that the territory of the Tongtian continent could be described as immeasurable, plus, there were too many complicated forces on the Tongtian continent. Therefore, until now, no one could draw the map of the entire Tongtian continent perfectly, even his master couldn't. Although the map he owned wasn't the most complete, it had many places that other maps didn't have. His master once said to him, he had to risk his life in order to inquire information of many places on this map, so he asked him never to show it to any stranger easily. However, he had to give his map away right after he landed on the Tongtian continent for the first time. If his master knew about this, he would surely scold him to death. After he copied the map, the youth gave a jade drive to them. XiaoMo joyously received the jade drive and then ran toward Ling Xiao to take credit for it. "Great, we have a map now." Ling Xiao didn't say a word, but his eyes were smiling. Even though Ling Xiao used to live in the Tongtian continent, he hadn't visited many places. The reason was because he left the Tongtian continent when he had just reached 100 years old. Within 100 years, it was impossible for him to visit a place like Beidong. Therefore, even though he knew plenty of things, they were by ear. "Good, you can go now." Putting the jade drive away, XiaoMo drove the youth away at once. The youth gave a flattering smile. "You know, there is the thing called, our paths only cross if fate brings us together. Since we were able to meet here, this can be considered as fate. So how about, we go together?" XiaoMo observed him from head to toe, then smiled. "This is more like a shit fate. However, I don't think we are going the same way. T/N, fate, Yuanfen, and H-Dun, Yuanfen, are homonym. You haven't asked me yet, how do you know we are not going the same way?" The youth was disheartened. He knew he had left them a terrible first impression. XiaoMo felt that his sentence made sense, so he asked, "Fine, where do you want to go?" The youth replied instantly, "The reason I came to the Tongtian continent is to find my master." XiaoMo. "So where is your master?" The youth answered, "No idea." XiaoMo. "Who is your master?" Ling Xiao finally spoke up. The youth was surprised a little, then hurriedly said, "My master is the thief god, one of the 10 divine gods of the Tongtian continent. His surname is Dao, his first name is Zhu. The map I gave you was drawn by my master of the places he has been." "Dao Zhu? What a special name," XiaoMo said. "Of course. Dao Zhu also implies the founder of thievery. My master in the Tongtian continent is also a famous thief." The youth answered proudly. T/N, Dao, means thief, Zhu, means ancestor, founder. His title as thief god also has the word Dao in his surname. Ling Xiao, since your master is the thief god, he must never stay in one place then. Where will you go to find him? The youth knew there was hope for him if he followed them, so answered right away, my master has indeed never stayed in a fixed location. He usually never stays in one place for more than a month, but I know, where there is a treasure, there is my master. So, I want to go to Tianxiang's city of Beidong to inquire about him. XiaoMo saw Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to talk to the youth. He understood that Ling Xiao had permitted the youth to follow them. It probably had something to do with his master, Dao Zhu. That right, my name is Dao Yun. How can I call you? After talking for so long, the youth finally remembered he hadn't introduced himself. I'm XiaoMo. Then he pointed at Ling Xiao, he is Ling Xiao. In the end, they went the same way together. XiaoMo was looking at the map while listening to the youth talking about Beidong. Tianxiang City was the largest city of Beidong. It rose to become famous, not because of the glorious prosperity of the city, but thanks to the 10 forces that surrounded the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380. Chapter 380, The Thief God of the 10 Divine Gods. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Beidong was a well-known wasteland on the Tongtian continent, mainly for outcasts and wanderers. By now, they had grown massive enough to become 10 different forces, each distinct from one another, causing small conflicts. However, the area of Beidong was vast, and even if it was controlled by the 10 forces, there were still areas that had smaller forces surviving. Even if Beidong was just part of the Tongtian continent, compared to the Longxiang continent, the difference was tenfold. This was all explained to XiaoMo by Dao Yun. Although it was the first time in Tongtian continent for Dao Yun too, from the stories of his master Dao Zhu, he knew about the place since a young age. It became his aspiration to visit. Thus, when talking about Beidong, Dao Yun could speak with assurance. Dao Yun told XiaoMo that he was also from a middle plane, although not the same one as Longxiao continent, a different one. There was only one higher realm, and that was the Tongtian continent. However, there were more than just one middle and lower planes. In particular, there were the most lower planes, supposedly in the 100 millionth. Your master is the thief god of the higher plane, yet you are from a middle plane. That doesn't seem right. How do you communicate normally? XiaoMo asked curiously. He felt that Dao Yun really knew a lot of stuff. Dao Yun replied with a chuckle, that's because my master purposefully went to the middle plane to recruit apprentices. But I'm not the only apprentice my master has, supposedly there are 9 more, although I have never seen them. XiaoMo became speechless after hearing that. At first, he thought that Dao Yun was the only apprentice of the thief god, but actually he was just one of them. What's going on? Why have you never seen them before? Dao Yun replied, because they are from a different plane than me. It just heard of them occasionally from my master. Speaking of that, his eyes dimmed. Your master wants to find a true successor out of you 10, right? Ling Xiao, who had said nothing before, suddenly turned around and gave him a knowing look. Retracting the downcast feeling from his eyes, Dao Yun asked in astonishment, you are right, but how did you know? Before Ling Xiao spoke, XiaoMo explained, that was an easy guess. Your master is the thief god. With his status, there was no need for him to go to a middle plane, much less finding 10 apprentices from 10 different planes. If he just wanted an apprentice, he didn't need to make it that complicated. Therefore, it must be that he wanted to test the 10 of you to see who could really continue his legacy. With smiling eyes, Ling Xiao nodded, not bad. Dao Yun felt a little down, because they guessed it all correctly, but he had only figured it out 3 years after being told he had 9 other Xiong Di. You guys were right, Master did want to find a true disciple among us 10. The Tongtian continent was the first test. The transdimensional tunnel I went through was left by my master. Half a year ago I came to find him on Tongtian continent. I think his other disciples got a similar message. Your master is really cruel. XiaoMo said, if you died in the transdimension tunnel then you're out of the contest? Dao Yun nodded solemnly, but even with that he wanted to come and see the continent. Not only for his master's words, he had wanted to visit for a while, but he had followed his master from a young age. One can say that he was brought up by him. He had always thought his master as his closest family, but suddenly knowing he had other plans for adopting him, it would be a lie to say he was not a little sad. Seeing that he wasn't in a good mood, XiaoMo switched the topic. You said earlier that your master was one of the 10 divine gods. What do the 10 divine gods mean? Immediately Dao Yun became excited. What we call the 10 divine gods is essentially the top 10 divine level practitioners of the Tongtian continent. Within the 10, except for 2 who are 6 and 5 stars, the rest are all at the peak 7-star divine level. With the Tongtian continent being so large, there must be more 7-star divine level practitioners, but these 10 are unanimously considered the strongest. Supposedly, below the sacred level there is no one who is their opponent. They're that strong? XiaoMo exclaimed as he subconsciously looked over at Ling Xiao. Although he was also a divine level practitioner, he didn't know what star he was or if he was stronger than the 10 divine gods. What are you looking at? Dao Yun questioned, and by the time he noticed XiaoMo getting distracted, he had taken his gaze away from Ling Xiao. XiaoMo shook his head and replied, "Nothing, but if what you said is true, how do the 10 divine gods get their rankings? It can't be that all of the peak 7-star divine level practitioners gather around and have a fight, right?" Dao Yun rejected this idea immediately. Of course, that's impossible. Then how did they do it? XiaoMo asked again. This, Dao Yun said as he scratched his head for an answer. About this, I'm not really sure either. Master didn't tell me in detail. I just know this has something to do with a massive force within the Tongtian continent. Seeing that he was so informative about the Tongtian continent, XiaoMo thought he knew everything. However, this force did seem like Xianjilu. It's the Tsang Alliance. Ling Xiao said casually. The Tsang Alliance is the only force on Tongtian continent that focuses on selling information. This force should be in southern continent. The rankings of all of the strongest practitioners in Tongtian continent should be done by estimating their total strength, then giving a ranking. 10,000 years ago, when Ling Xiao left, the Tsang Alliance had already existed. In his memory, this was the role the Tsang Alliance played, although what changed now, he didn't know. In the span of 10,000 years, a lot would change. Is southern continent the south of Tongtian continent? XiaoMo asked, unsure since the naming in Tongtian continent is a bit odd. T/N, Nanlu, literally means southern continent. Also, Bei and Bei Dong means north, which mean they are at the north side. Ling Xiao nodded in reply. Southern continent is in the south of Tongtian continent. It is the main gathering place of humans. Most of the human forces are there too, like the Vermilion Blood Clan. Hearing the phrase Vermilion Blood Clan, XiaoMo's expression shifted. However, Dao Yun shouted in excitement, I know this Vermilion Blood Clan. They were supposedly a very big one. The family has a lot of talented people generation after generation. They have a big influence in the Tongtian continent, but it seems that they are very mysterious. The two forces representing them are the Yinyang Valley and Yuxian City. Hearing a familiar word for the second time, XiaoMo realized that the Vermilion Blood Clan was a huge beast that was hard to chew down. If they wanted to save Feng Qiyun from them, it was going to be hard. Ling Xiao knew that XiaoMo wanted to hear more, so he explained, Yinyang Valley focus on mages, whereas Yuxian City focus on practitioners. Every year the Vermilion Blood Clan sends a representative to these two places and chooses those with talent to bring back. Only if they pass the test there, will they be given the clan's surname. Big bro Ling, you really know a lot. Dao Yun exclaimed, looking at Ling Xiao. He had thought that they knew nothing, but Ling Xiao knew something that even he didn't know. XiaoMo did a fake cough and said, before we came, we did a little homework, knowing this is not too much of a surprise. Dao Yun didn't question it. The three talked and walked towards Tianxiang City. However, because it was so far, thus even after half a day, there wasn't even a shadow of a city. If it was like before, XiaoMo would have probably died by now. It wasn't without reason that Beidong was called a wasteland. The climate here was a bit strange, with only summer and winter. During the summer, it was so hot you would be sweating buckets, while the winter was so cold that the ice could freeze up to 3 feet. However, mostly practitioners visited. There was very few who actually cared about the climate. How long do we have to walk to get out of the red shoal? XiaoMo couldn't contain it anymore. It was so hot, and he had used up a lot of soul power. Daoyan scratched his head. He didn't know either. It was Ling Xiao who gave the answer. It should be soon, just endure it a bit longer. Hearing that, XiaoMo could only continue enduring it. After a while, they finally saw the edges of the red shoal. A little further were clusters of buildings and architecture, all looking very lively. XiaoMo exclaimed with a face of surprise, "We finally walked out of this shoal." Because the sand was so red, now no matter what he saw, it appeared as a field of green. T/N, this is an eye's false perception of color after seeing a certain color for too long. Eyes respond to 3 types of lights: red, blue and green. After seeing a certain color of those 3 for too long, your eyes become fatigued and too tired to respond to that color again, and will see things in the other 2 colors. That is why a doctor in an operation room must wear either green or blue in order to avoid this false perception because of blood. Understanding, Ling Xiao's lip curled up. Right at this moment, in front of them appeared 3 silhouettes. The 3 quickly charged in their direction, and of the 3, 2 looked like guards, holding a weapon while protecting a young man of 17 or 18. They frequently looked back with ashen faces and expressions of anxiety. It didn't take long before the 3 arrived in front of them. The young man tripped and fell face first in front of XiaoMo. As if he was holding to a life-saving straw, he grabbed XiaoMo's right leg and said with a face of panic, "Please save us, I'm from the Duanmu family. If you help us, my father will not treat you poorly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 381. Chapter 381, Family Feuds. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. The Duanmu family? XiaoMo had a huge question mark in his mind. He hadn't heard of this family before, but that was a given since it was his first time on the Tongtian continent. Judging from the youth's tone, this Duanmu family could most likely be one of the powers of Beidong. Before he could even reply to what the youth had said, the people who were after their lives had caught up with them. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man with a fully grown beard who had quite the presence. The thick, metallic smell of blood had yet to come off his skin. A clear justification of the numerous lives he took. Behind him, there were more than 10 people dressed in blue, each armed with a long sword. Their long swords were coated with blood that hadn't fully dried, dripping down the length of their swords onto the red sand below. With blood on red sand, one could hardly tell where the drops had landed. Seeing that 3 more people had popped up, the middle-aged man casually looked at them without uttering a word. "Finish them all off. Spare no one," he ordered the people behind him in a cold, harsh tone. XiaoMo sked. That middle-aged man was the most unreasonable person he had ever met who didn't even bother to speak to them. The least he could do was to ask them who they were. After the people in blue received their orders, they charged at them with killing intent without further ado. These people were decent, power-wise. Each had a spiritual level cultivation, and the middle-aged man himself was a 6-star imperial level. No wonder the youth and his 2 bodyguards couldn't defeat them. Ling Zhao's aura was almost non-existent, so the middle-aged man couldn't assess his power. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have said those words. Yet, even without Ling Xiao protecting him, XiaoMo could deal with his enemies on his own. When more than 10 people in blue charged towards them, he immediately released 8 beams of soul power which were as fine as needles made from cow's hair. Without hesitation, he aimed those beams at 8 of the blue shirt people who were at the forefront and pierced their souls. Halfway through their charge, 8 different pained voices cried out one after another. One by one, they fell to the ground and started rolling around in pain. Their faces had gone deathly pale and all of them broke out in a cold sweat. Having one's soul attacked all of a sudden was no joke. No one could expect to be fine after such a blow. The remaining people in blue were frightened by the sudden turn in events. They quickly stopped moving and started to retreat one by one. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched as he cast a shocked gaze towards XiaoMo. A level 8 mage? Just after he finished his sentence, the remaining people in blue suddenly cried out in agony. The weapons in their hands were gone and all of them were kneeling on the ground with faces twisted in pain. Thinking that this was yet another masterpiece by XiaoMo, the middle-aged man's face darkened. At this moment, Dao Yun started to giggle. He, what's this? I thought you guys were powerful. Seems like you're just SOSO. Everyone looked towards him. Below his feet was a heap of weapons that the people in blue had lost. Obviously, he was telling everybody that it was his work. XiaoMo had a lot of admiration for him. Dao Yun was no doubt the disciple of the thief god. To be able to take care of the remaining people in blue so quickly and steal their weapons without being noticed, that required some skills. Who are you people? How dare you interfere with the Sikong family matters? Knowing that he had messed with the wrong people, the middle-aged man quickly brought up the family name to intimidate them. However, for people like XiaoMo who knew nothing about the Sikong family, it was impossible to scare them off. Uncle, you're very interesting. Dao Yun smiled as he said. Ain't that right? A few moments ago you wanted to kill us and now you turn around and interrogate us? Hey uncle, are your brains fried from the sun? XiaoMo chimed in. I'm 80% sure. Dao Yun nodded with surety. You want to die? The middle-aged man gritted out with a cold, intimidating look on his face. He couldn't believe that even after using the Sikong family's name, they still had the nerve to insult him. After he laid down his threat, the middle-aged man suddenly vanished on the spot, only to reappear in close proximity to them. He raised his hand and planned to strike XiaoMo with his palm. If XiaoMo really got hit, he would be halfway dead even if he managed to survive. XiaoMo didn't move a single step. Instead, he quickly performed hand seals with both of his hands. These were hand seals to attack the soul, something that he picked up later on. He had used his remaining points on his card to exchange for the seals, and even though they weren't high-level techniques, they could have unexpected outcomes. Dao Yun watched in fear and trepidation as XiaoMo was about to get hit. Just as he was going to warn him, a person immediately stood in between them and blocked the middle-aged man before whacking him on the back of his head. Bam! The middle-aged man heavily crashed into the sand with half his body buried. Either Ling Xiao used too much strength or for some other reasons, the middle-aged man didn't stand up immediately. The lower half of his body spasmed and after a while, his body became stiff. The youth and his two bodyguards were completely shell-shocked. This group of people who forced them into a hopeless situation were so easily finished off. Previously, while the youth had begged XiaoMo and the rest for help, he didn't have high hopes they would help him. But when he heard that man wanted to finish them all, he knew he was saved. However, he didn't think that those three would settle this so fast. Thank you, all three of you, for saving our lives. The youth quickly cupped one hand in another to show his gratitude. It didn't matter if they only took action because they had no choice. The three of them had indeed saved the youth and his bodyguards, and the three of them seemed stronger than the average person. No way was he going to let them just leave like that. XiaoMo didn't turn him down and instead took the initiative to speak with the youth. Occasionally, he would try to obtain information from him. The youth must have noticed, as he gave detailed answers to XiaoMo's questions. The Duanmu and Sikong families were two of the 10 powerful families in Beidong, but they were at the bottom of the list in terms of ranking among the 10 forces. The Duanmu and Sikong families were ranked 9 and 10 respectively. While this might be the case, the power and influence these two families had were not to be belittled. In another 2 months, it would be Tianxiang City's ranking competition that was organized once every 10 years. The 10 forces would participate, but the competition wasn't restricted to the 10 forces only. After the competition was over, they would reorder the ranking based on the top 10 that emerged from the competition. This kind of ranking competition posed a very precarious situation for the families that were ranked at the bottom. They could be eliminated easily by other clans or families who caught up with them. And once they were outed, not only would they lose their benefits of being in the top 10, they would lose their honor and glory. In order to secure a place in the top 10, the Xikong family struck out at the Duanmu family. And the person representing the Duanmu family in the competition was the youth that XiaoMo had saved. The youth was called Duanmu Qing. He was the most talented one the Duanmu family ever had in the past few hundred years. Unlike the young master of the Xikong family who only knew how to party, Duanmu Qing could definitely get into the top 10 if no accidents happened along the way. As the Xikongs were the arch enemies of the Duanmus, they naturally couldn't stand to see the Duanmus better off. By killing Duanmu Qing, not only will the Duanmu family lose a gifted individual from the younger generation, they could also force them out of the top 10. It really was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Before XiaoMo met Duanmu Qing and his men were being ambushed by people from the Xikong family. They didn't expect the Xikongs to have the audacity to attack when they were already so near Tianxiang City, but they did anyway. All he could do was flee with his 2 surviving bodyguards to where they were now. What's the use of this ranking competition? XiaoMo asked casually. Of course it has its use. This ranking competition is directly related to the benefits that the 10 forces enjoy. One of them involves the issue of dimensional teleportation. Duanmu Qing explained patiently. The dimensional teleportation portals were left behind by the people of the light. Beidong has 10 of them in total, but they differ in the distance they can teleport. For example, for my family, we have an inferior dimensional teleportation portal compared to the others because we are ranked low. The teleportation range is short too. Traveling by dimensional teleportation portals was a commonly used teleportation method across the Tongtian continent, whereas it was rare to see teleportation checkpoints like those on the Longxiang continent. As the Tongtian continent was very vast, traveling via the dimensional teleportation portals could greatly reduce traveling time. Hence, its popularity. Despite being rather pricey, many still traveled using them. The Duanmu family might not own the best dimensional teleportation portal, but they still profited quite a fair bit from it over the years. For this reason alone, they were even more unwilling to lose the chance at securing a dimensional teleportation portal at the ranking competition. If we want to get from Beidong to southern continent, can we just use the dimensional teleportation portal? XiaoMo asked. Of course you can. But Beidong is quite a long distance away from southern continent. My family's dimensional teleportation portal may not work. Duanmu Qing thought for a while before he nodded. Why? Because of the distance. Our dimensional teleportation portal's range is only within Beidong. If you want to teleport to southern continent directly, there's only one way. You have to use the biggest dimensional teleportation portal, but that is controlled by Beidong's strongest force. If you want to use it, I'm afraid you have to go through them. Duanmu Qing explained. Are you implying that it's difficult? XiaoMo asked, unconcerned. No, that's not it. Duanmu Qing shook his head. The main reason is that it's too expensive to use dimensional teleportation portals, especially for long distances like from Beidong to southern continent. The expenses are beyond just expensive. Oh, so it's the travel costs. XiaoMo didn't find that a problem. After a while, Duanmu Qing's voice could be heard, pleasantly surprised. We've reached Tianxiang City. T/N, Beidong, mean northern movement, and Nanlu, literally translated as southern continent. You can get the sense of direction through the name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382. Chapter 382, Auction. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Tianxiang City was located in an oasis looking like a colossus. Whenever there were any major events, the powers in Beidong had long reached a consensus that they would gather in Tianxiang City. Recently, Tianxiang City had been livelier than usual. Enthusiastic hawking of wares was heard from both sides of the streets, and a dazzling lineup was displayed in the stalls, so much so that there were customers frequently hovering in front of the stalls. Duanmu Qing introduced the affair in Tianxiang City while he brought them to the Duanmu clan's property. Although the general headquarters of the forces in Beidong were not in Tianxiang City, each of the forces would more or less have some properties there. The open strife and covert maneuverings of every major force had long ceased to be a secret. They stopped in front of an inn after an hour. The inn was the property of the Duanmu clan. The shopkeeper recognized Duanmu Cheng and quickly arranged a private room for them on the second level. He had even prepared a table full of good wine and good food. Before dismissing the shopkeeper, Duanmu Qing directed him to arrange 3 rooms for them. 2 rooms are enough. Ling Xiao indifferently interrupted. Duanmu Qing was stunned, and after recovering he said, "My benefactors, there's no need to worry. There are still many empty rooms in this inn, and there's absolutely no problem with reserving 3 rooms." The shopkeeper standing at the side nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao silently shot a glance at them. Duanmu Qing shivered and hurriedly corrected, "Then 2 rooms are enough." Daoyun looked at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. He naturally would not assume that one of them would want to sleep in the same room as him. It was only a little unexpected that their relationship was actually so close for them to sleep in the same room. Duanmu Qing left for a while, and after coming back he revealed, "My 3 benefactors, I have already asked someone to tell my father of the situation. In addition, I have also asked my father to inquire about the dimensional teleportation. I believe that it will not take long before we get an answer." Originally, they did not have to jump through so many hoops if they wanted to use the dimensional teleportation. Unfortunately, the powers controlling the dimensional teleportation recently temporarily closed the transportation. They had to have some connections if they wanted to immediately leave Beidong. Daoyun nodded to express his understanding. "Didn't you say that the qualifying tournament was in 2 months? Then they shouldn't be in such a hurry to prepare, right? Why does it look as if there is going to be some lively thing occurring in Tianxiang City?" XiaoMo asked as he stuffed food into his mouth. He had seen several people wearing the same attire while walking on the street before, looking similar to guards. Tianxiang City had so many powers that it was not necessary for guards to patrol. Instead, this could be said to be useless. Duanmu Qing replied, "What you're talking about should be related to the auction 3 days later. Speaking of which, Sir Benefactor's luck is quite good. Tianxiang City holds a large-scale auction every few years, and the host of the auction is not any of the powers in Beidong, rather they are the Southern Continent's Tsang Alliance." XiaoMo's heart thumped. Why would this Tsang Alliance run all the way to Beidong to host an auction? Duanmu Qing was not at all surprised by his question and simply explained, "Sir Benefactor may not know, but the reach of the Tsang Alliance is not only limited to the southern continent, but they practically cover the entire Tongtian continent. This is an exaggeration, of course, but you would definitely be able to see Tsang Alliance's shadow in any place with a lot of talents. The Tsang Alliance seldom holds an auction. Every time they hold one, the goods in the auction are sure to be some type of quality goods. This time, Beidong has managed to be the place where the Tsang Alliance's auction will be. Naturally, there would be many people arriving after hearing the news, but XiaoMo still looked forward to auctions, and immediately looked at Ling Xiao in excitement. "Shall we go take a look too?" Seeing his shining eyes, Ling Xiao knew he would say as such and laughed, "Then let's go and take a look." Duanmu Qing quickly interjected, "Sir Benefactor, actually not just anyone can attend the auction held by the Tsang Alliance. Compared to other auctions, the Tsang Alliance has stricter restrictions on who can attend their auction. XiaoMo was disappointed right from the start upon hearing this. Ling Xiao asked, "What are the requirements to attend?" Duan Muqing explained, the Tsang Alliance would issue a black invitation card a month before the auction is held. You would be able to attend once you acquire a black invitation card. One card can bring in 3 people to the auction. Then how would we be able to get a black invitation card? Sir Benefactor, please rest assured. It's easy to get the Tsang Alliance's black invitation cards with the influence of my Duanmu clan. I will put in an order now, it should be sent over after 2 days. After that, Duan Muqing proceeded to explain some things regarding the auction to them. Only after the sun had set did he leave. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao returned to their rooms once he left. Dao Yun was embarrassed to follow after them, so he also returned to his own room. The two finally had some time to themselves. XiaoMo immediately threw himself onto the bed. The room that Duan Muqing arranged for them was the biggest and best in the inn. The bed was also very big and 3 people would have no problem sleeping on it. After rolling about 2 rounds on the bed, XiaoMo lay stomach down on the bed as he looked at Ling Xiao. "Why did you let Dao Yun follow us?" Ling Xiao took off his outer robe and hung it on the screen to the side in passing. Then walked to the bed and sat down, and he asked, "Other than being good at stealing, do you know what other things thieves are good at?" XiaoMo touched his chin to create an appearance of him pondering over it. "Is it agility?" Ling Xiao shook his head. "No, it's not agility. It's information." Since Dao Yun's master has a particular love for rare treasured objects, he would definitely gather information about it from all over. In all probability, he should know information that not many know about. "Oh." XiaoMo half comprehended as he nodded, then he suddenly reacted, "You want to get information from his master?" Contrary to expectations, Ling Xiao denied this. That thief god is not as dumb as Dao Yun. It would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to get information from him. However, even though we can't ask, Dao Yun will be able to. XiaoMo suddenly saw the light. So Ling Xiao planned to make a move through Dao Yun, no wonder. Then what kind of information do you want to inquire about? Do you still remember that what elemental essence that we acquired in the Boundless Sea? Ling Xiao said. Of course I remember. You said that the elemental essence has other uses, so you kept it. XiaoMo immediately replied. The elemental essence can be divided into different types based on the 5 phases of Chinese philosophy. They are classified into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the inherited memory of the ancient demon Phoenix clan, as long as the 5 phases of elemental essence are gathered, one would be able to break through the shackles of a sacred realm cultivation base with the support of the power of the 5 phases of elemental essence. However, Ling Xiao hesitated to continue. However what? In the inherited memory, none of the former generations of ancient demon phoenixes were able to collect all 5 phases of elemental essence, so this is only a legend. I also do not know if we will be able to find the remaining 4 phases of metal, water, fire and earth elemental essences. Be that as it may, but Ling Xiao still wanted to take a gamble, so he kept that elemental essence. Then let's take it slowly, since we still have time. When the time comes, I can also help you sound out Dao Yun. XiaoMo crawled up and hugged Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao suddenly glanced at him and commented, I think it's better if I do it by myself. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. He dared to guarantee that this sentence of Ling Xiao's was definitely a disparaging remark against his IQ, although it was much more restrained now compared to the past. Should he rejoice about this or not? Oh yes, isn't the Tsang Alliance one of the top information brokers? Can't we buy information from them? If the Tsang Alliance is really as powerful as what Duan Muqing said, it may be possible that they have information regarding this. XiaoMo suddenly thought of this point. That's no use. Ling Xiao answered, it is possible that Tsang Alliance may know this, but they will not easily sell such important information to others. However, we can find out information about the Vermilion Blood Clan from them. Moreover, there's still Ling Gu. We don't know where he and Zhan Yuxian ended up. Could they have appeared somewhere other than Beidong? XiaoMo worried that they may have missed them. Ling Xiao said, no, Beidong is the area where the veil between the realms is the weakest in the Tongtian continent. So most who want to establish a trans-dimensional tunnel can't help but choose Beidong. Although we were a little off the exit at that time, but they should still be somewhere in Beidong. We'll meet them sooner or later. XiaoMo thought over it for a while before he understood. Previously, he had always felt it was a little weird. So it turned out that was why Daoyun would actually appear in their spatial pathway. Everyone's exit was at Beidong. Okay, let's sleep. We'll head out tomorrow for another look. Ling Xiao embraced XiaoMo and immediately lay down. They had too many things to do, even a short time was also precious now. This night was a rare case where Ling Xiao did not torment XiaoMo. The two slept until dawn. The pounding of footsteps on the stairs never stopped. Not long later, Daoyun's clear and loud voice drifted in from outside the room. Fellow Yu, are you awake? XiaoMo was immediately roused. Although he was woken up early by the noises, his quality of sleep last night was quite good and he woke up full of energy. Daoyun had already occupied a table on the first floor. He was already below when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao came down. The table he got was by the window, and one could both clearly see the crowd on the street and the people walking in from the entranceway from the table. About an hour later, Duan Muqing finally hurried over with a person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383. Chapter 383, The Commerce District. Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Following Duan Muqing to the inn was an old man with an imposing manner. He didn't look like a guest of the Duanmu clan, more like an elder of the clan, because Duan Muqing was looking at him with a respect. After entering the inn, Duan Muqing had planned to go upstairs to find them. However, he unexpectedly saw XiaoMo sitting in the lobby by the window, so he immediately said something to the elderly man. The elder looked toward XiaoMo's direction. His glance was indifferent toward XiaoMo and Daoyun. Then his eyes fell on Ling Xiao's body and stopped for 2 seconds before coming over. Duan Muqing strode over in front of XiaoMo. My benefactor, this is my uncle. He knew my 3 benefactors have saved my life, so he especially came here to express his gratitude. My name is Duan Muzhen. It should be little Qing's father to personally pay a visit, but the clan leader happened to be involved in some business and is unable to come over, so I personally came instead to greet you. I hope you sirs won't mind. Duan Muzhen cupped his hand and said, his aloof expression was replaced with a sincere regret. Daoyun saw that both XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't say anything, so he quickly replied, Sir Duanmu, you don't have to be polite, it wasn't that much of an effort to say them. Both sides exchanged some greeting lines. Daoyun was a talkative person. Regardless of the target, he always spoke frankly with assurance and therefore, he quickly broke the ice with Duan Muzhen. About the dimensional teleportation portal, I have heard from Little Chang. This matter surely is not a problem. I wonder when will you ready to leave Beidong? Duan Muzhen shifted his eyes toward XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. He felt that those two must be the ones to call the shots. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing him not saying a word, he answered in return, probably after the auction. Before that, Sir Duanmu, I have a thing I want to request. Duan Muzhen politely said, Sir you don't have to polite, you are my little nephew's savior, don't say one request, even if there were 2 or 3 more, as long as it is within Duanmu clan's capability, we won't refuse. XiaoMo smiled with his eyes closed, so, before we came here, we had 2 more companions that we were separated from. Those 2 should also arrive in Tianxian City one way or another, but we don't really have time. If we were to leave first, I want you to help us keep an eye out for them. If you see them, tell them our whereabouts. Such a small matter, of course Duan Muzhen accepted at once. He then asked for their names and any distinctive features of their appearance. XiaoMo told them everything. Inge had very eye-catching silver hair. On the Tongtian continent, a person would rarely appear with silver-colored hair. As for Zhang Yuxian, his temperament was also unique. It shouldn't be that hard to recognize them. The next day, as expected, the Duanmu clan sent over a black invitation card. The black invitation card was the size of 2 adult hands. It was made from unknown materials and engraved with an extremely beautiful white calligraphy. On the bottom right corner were the 2 words, Song Alliance. This black invitation card belonged to the Duanmu clan, but they had more than one invitation card, so giving them one wasn't that much of a loss. Duanmu Cheng wanted to create a relationship with them, so he offered to guide them around Tianxiang City. Although Beidong couldn't be compared with the southern continent, its long history of development made its reputation not that terrible. Tianxiang City was such an example, or else that Song Alliance wouldn't hold an auction there. Dao Yun didn't follow them. He was a thief, and preferred going to places alone. So they went their separate way after leaving the inn. XiaoMo didn't hold him back as he guessed that Dao Yun might have gone to inquire about his master. As for Duanmu Qing, XiaoMo politely rejected his good intentions. But he asked him for the most bustling place of Tianxiang City, and then left with Ling Xiao. Duanmu Qing guessed that they might want to go alone, so he didn't say anything further and just told them the location of the commerce district of Tianxiang City. This type of commerce district could be found in plenty of regions. The commerce district was not far away from the venue where the Song Alliance's auction was to be held, which was right behind it. To reach the commerce district, one must pass over the auction house. Since the auction would be held tomorrow, the surrounding area had already been tightly guarded. XiaoMo couldn't help but gasp in surprise the moment he saw it. The venue was really big. Compared to the 2 auctions he had been in on Longxian continent, this venue was a dozen times larger. Its solemn ambience made a distinct contrast with the lively streets surrounding it. Beside the tightly closed gate, there were several small doors and occasionally people were seen coming in and out of the venue. After taking a peek, XiaoMo looked away and left with Ling Xiao. In less than 15 minutes, they reached the commerce district. The commerce district had always been the most bustling and prosperous place of every city. In front of them were wide streets with endless flows of people and noise. Just like what Duanmu Qing had said, the place was extraordinarily lively with noise and excitement. The commerce district of Tianxiang City is truly livelier than those on the Longxian continent. There are so many great things here, lots of high-level magic herbs and magic pills with plenty of varieties. XiaoMo went running in excitement toward busy vendors. Ever since he became a level 8 mage, because of all the messy situations, he rarely had time to stroll around commerce districts. Even if he did have time, there usually wasn't anything worthy enough to buy. Although the Longxian continent was a middle realm in the end, it was still far inferior than the Tongtian continent, which was the higher realm. However, XiaoMo was still slightly surprised. On his way, he found out spirit gems were really used as currency, and the price of most items was definitely not low. Let's see if there is anything good. Ling Xiao let him wander around, nevertheless, he still managed to follow right behind. XiaoMo immediately freed himself and ran toward vendors he was interested in. Although the place was crowded, it couldn't stop his enthusiasm. He went from east to west and bought so many different items. He could refine the magic pills himself, so all the magic pill vendors were totally ignored by him, because if there were magic pills from level 8 to higher, there was no way it would appear in this place. But his unrestrained spending really made people blind with jealousy. Beidong was a wasteland, so most people weren't rich. For normal people, a few hundred spirit gems were enough for them to get by for a few years. One could see how poor Beidong was, no wonder many people were jealous of them. Some wished that all of XiaoMo's spirit gems would become theirs. XiaoMo didn't notice, but Ling Xiao, who was following him, saw everything. Thus, he released a faint pressure. When they felt that pressure, no one dared to offend them despite still being quite envious of them. The people in Beidong were considered outcasts and wanderers. They didn't have any mountains at their backs to support them. XiaoMo put all the materials he just bought into his dimension, but there was one thing he felt regret about. Not a single magic herb seed was being sold in the commerce district. Not even a half-mature magic herb. All of them were mature stalks of magic herbs. At the very least, most of the magic herbs on the market were mid-grade and high-grade, although the quantity of the latter was relatively small. It completely wasn't like the Long-Siang continent, as there was no sight of high-grade magic herbs. XiaoMo didn't want to waste the spiritual water to soak the herbs, so he went and directly bought high-grade ones. His action left people in awe and admiration. The price between high-grade and mid-grade magic herbs was as different as the sky and earth, yet, he could casually buy a great quantity of high-grade magic herbs with just a swing of his hand. This situation wasn't rare, but it was still an eye-catching scene. As a result, more and more people with bad intentions flocked around them without XiaoMo noticing. It was just that no one dared to approach since Ling Xiao had scared them away. A personal bodyguard and bed warmer, what a multifunctional hobby. Sadly, there isn't anyone selling cauldrons. XiaoMo had wanted to use this chance to find a good cauldron, but he had come across over 20 vendors and the number of cauldron sellers were pitifully low, only one or two. Not to mention that the quality of those cauldrons were way lower than the one the vice principal gave him. He couldn't help but feel deep regret. Ling Xiao came over to comfort him. Most people here in Beidong are practitioners. Even if they have a good cauldron, it won't show up here. If you really want to change your cauldron, wait until we go to the southern continent. XiaoMo knew being persistent wouldn't help anything, so he didn't grieve over it for long as his spirit quickly sprang back and he started dragging Ling Xiao to another vendor. This vendor was a bit different from the others. Displayed in front of him was a bunch of junk and miscellaneous items. They weren't magic pills or magic herbs, instead, they looked like small toys. The seller was a thievish-looking man. From his appearance one could tell he was not a good sort of person. A smile quickly appeared on his face. Hey there, big brothers, feel free to look at them. I have some good items here, definitely not some shady junk to trick you. The man had noticed their existence, his eyes especially fell on XiaoMo. When he was trying to figure out a way to lure them over, they came to him on their own and saved him from a huge deal of trouble. Their unexpected visit gave him a very pleasant surprise. XiaoMo casually viewed all of the items. Every single item here was trash. How could he call them good items? The man saw the dissatisfaction in XiaoMo's eyes. He quickly gave an explanation. Hey big bro, you can't judge everything by its outward appearance. My stuff might not be pretty to eyes, but they are all good stuff. For example, this thing on my hand, don't see it as some sort of thin layer. This is a silk cloak made by the famous Master Yonghe of the Tongtian continent. You only need to cover your head with it and you will become transparent. Master Yonghe? Who? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384. Chapter 384, The Heavenly Cauldron. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Master Yonghe? Who was that? The question surfaced in XiaoMo's brain. No matter how famous they were, he didn't recognize them. The man was afraid that he didn't believe him and thus tested out himself. He draped the silk cloak above his head and a second later he disappeared. When he took off the silk, he reappeared. With a face of wonder, XiaoMo said, "This seems pretty fun and interesting, let me see it." The man immediately handed it over. As XiaoMo took it, he pulled hard at it. It was very tough but also light. If one didn't try touching it, they wouldn't know it was actually light as a feather. Although it was good, it was not useful. When the man was testing it out, XiaoMo purposefully used soul power to try detecting him. The results were that he could find his existence, although faint, but clearly this silk couldn't completely hide someone's presence. As he was about to give it back, he had a casual look over the stand and caught sight of something blocked by a few small items. His pupils shrunk in response. Averting his eyes, XiaoMo asked the man, "What's the price of this silk?" The man, seeing his interest, perked up and responded, "Because this silk was made by Master Yonghe, but since it's your first time here, I'll give you a discount, just 200 spirit gems." Originally it would be 500. With a face of disbelief, XiaoMo looked over and said, "Even 100 and I'd still say was too expensive, and you are asking for 2? I'm telling you, this thing seems good but it's not very practical and it's easy to discover. I feel like you're just cheating me because I'm a new face, right?" "No, that's not it." The man quickly added, not thinking his greed would backfire on him. XiaoMo replied in a slow and deliberate tone, "You hear, I'm actually interested in buying this silk, however your price is a little high. You know what, let's both give a little, I won't argue with you over the price. If you say 200, it's 200, however, I want another thing from your stand." As he finished, he conveniently took something from the stand. "How about it I take this item?" The man hadn't processed it at first, but when he looked at the item in front of him, his original hesitation disappeared. But he still pretended to be making a tough choice and said, "Then, okay, I'll just let you have the better end of the deal." XiaoMo gave him the 200 spirit gems, and took the item, leaving with Ling Xiao. The man looked at their backs and finally showed a smile of complacency. He was really an idiot who thought he was clever. That silk and that felt combined was not even close to 200 spirit gems. He didn't really think they would fall for it. The reason he accepted the deal so quickly was because of what XiaoMo picked had little value. Speaking of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. When they were out of the commerce district, XiaoMo quickly took out the piece of felt. After a careful inspection, he immediately started laughing like an idiot. "What are you laughing about?" Ling Xiao asked, speechless. Since the beginning his words and actions started to become weirder and weirder. His guess was that it had much to do with the felt in his hands. XiaoMo waved the piece of felt. "Do you know what this is?" Ling Xiao's gaze shifted to the felt for a few seconds before saying, "This thing, I seem to have seen it before." XiaoMo took out another felt from his dimension and said with triumph, "Look here, aren't these two felts of the same material and the pattern is also similar?" The felt he took out was a quarter of the sheepskin map they got from Wufeng Town. At that time he was even scolded by Ling Xiao, so he stopped thinking of finding the treasure from the map but still kept it. When he did, he still held a slim hope. Reminder note, the incident took place in Wufeng Town. Appear from chap 116 to 118. But now, he found something of a similar material in Tongtian continent and the pattern could be linked. What did this mean? It meant that what he thought was a treasure map might actually exist. When he thought of it like this, XiaoMo got excited. He didn't misread this. Even if it wasn't a treasure map, there must be something else to it. Even Ling Xiao didn't think they would find the second piece here. Then it may be the case that XiaoMo was right. No wonder he would buy that piece of impractical cloth. It was for this felt. Looks like this map may be from the Tongtian continent. Ling Xiao said, stroking his chin. XiaoMo nodded in agreement. Too bad we still need 2 more. Ling Xiao said, these kinds of things can only be left to luck. With the Tongtian continent being this huge, if we search for it, it would be like finding a needle in the sea. Not only that, it might catch the attention of unwanted people. You're right. XiaoMo said, he didn't plan on forcing it anyways. Now then, are we still shopping? Ling Xiao asked. No, let's just get home. XiaoMo led him outside the market. A normal person would have kept hunting during a lucky day, but he felt like a person's luck could not continue forever. What was his, would eventually be his. When the two arrived at the inn, Daoyun wasn't back yet. Hearing them return, Duan Muqing quickly came over and brought over good news. Savior, this is the list for tomorrow's auction. Please check to see if there is anything you wish for. If you do, then you can take this time to prepare. Duan Muqing handed a red booklet to XiaoMo. Although the auction was held by the Tsung Alliance, they would always give a list of items to the major forces so that they could prepare the money. XiaoMo opened the booklet. There weren't a lot items up for auction, but just like Duan Muqing said, it was all because of the quality. Other than the familiar magic herbs, pills, soul training manuals, and skill training manuals, there were many priceless and rare items such as weapons and armors. All of which were good items. XiaoMo's gaze kept moving downwards, but suddenly stopped at a certain point. What is this? Duan Muqing's sight landed on the last auction item and he explained, this is the Heavenly Cauldron, is the last heavyweight item and the main event. XiaoMo swallowed hard before asking, what is the Heavenly Cauldron? Ling Xiao suddenly snatched the booklet from his hand and before Duan Muqing could say anything, said, the Tongtian continent has a cauldron ranking. It has a record of every single cauldron, the higher the rank, the better the cauldron and the Heavenly Cauldron is ranked 7th. Before XiaoMo always thought that cauldrons were cauldrons, although there were good and bad ones, they weren't inherently different. However, he never thought that the Tongtian continent would have this ranking. They couldn't rank it on quality, right? Ling Xiao knew of his bepuzzlement and explained, the cauldrons on the ranking are different to the ones you use. The biggest difference lies in the fact that yours is of good quality, but no added benefits. What does that mean? Let's use the Heavenly Cauldron as example. According to the legends, the one who created it was an ancient blacksmith. At that time, many skills were not a lost art and thus when that blacksmith created the cauldron, he added a special array. That array can gather spiritual energy thus increase the chance of a pill's success rate and quality. Not only that, when refining high-graded magic pills, these pills can fly out of the cauldron. The higher the level, the stronger they are. For example, a level 10 and above pill even has attack power. However, the Heavenly Cauldron can trap them inside. XiaoMo's mouth slightly gaped open. That's such an amazing cauldron, but even so it was just ranked 7th, the 6 above must be really amazing then. But just as he was thinking of switching cauldrons, the Heavenly Cauldron appeared before him. He couldn't let this opportunity pass. I'm definitely going to get this cauldron, XiaoMo said enthusiastically with a fighting spirit. That may be difficult. Duan Muqing saw his enthusiastic face. Although he didn't want to bring him down, he still had to say something. Although his view on Ling Xiao changed in surprise, he had always thought it was their first time on the Tongtian continent, thus it wasn't weird of them to have never heard of the Tsung Alliance. However, that man was so informative about the cauldron ranking and of the Heavenly Cauldron, he couldn't help but be confused. XiaoMo looked at him and asked, what's the difficulty? Ling Xiao said, probably because a lot of people want the Heavenly Cauldron, right? Seeing that he guessed it, Duan Muqing stopped hesitating and said, the top 10 cauldrons, no matter which one, are what all mages long for. Although I don't know why the Tsung Alliance would put the Heavenly Cauldron up for auction at Tianxiang City, but because the news had spread out already, the ones competing are not just forces of Beidong. Other than Beidong, there definitely will be others who bid for it as well. The competition would be fierce. So? XiaoMo blinked a few times. Duan Muqing choked on that expression. When those people appear, the price of the Heavenly Cauldron will rise to a very high number, so if saviors want to compete for it, you must quickly raise some spirit gems. But according to him, wanting to gather a large sum of spirit gems in one day is almost impossible. The second day, the auction proceeded as hoped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385. Chapter 385, Two Young People. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Early the next day, a crowd had appeared on the streets of Tianxiang City. Most people were heading in the same direction, and that was towards where the Tsung Alliance had organized their auction, the Goshawk Auction Hall. Duan Muqing had already prepared a horse carriage just when the sky started to turn light. He then hurriedly brought his men along to fetch XiaoMo and the rest from the inn. Not long after, a luxurious carriage pulled up near the main gate of the Goshawk auction hall. It was the exact same auction hall that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had passed by the day before. The once empty area outside the gates of the auction hall was now packed like sardines. Carriages of all sizes were parked along the wide street, making it hard for a person to even move an inch. While Beidong's population wasn't much compared to other places, they could still tell the area for the auction was huge. After getting out of the carriage, XiaoMo and the rest walked for some distance before finally reaching the smaller gate beside the main gate. The smaller gate was for VIP access only those who were powerful in Beidong had the exclusive right to walk through it. Compared to the enormous and boisterous crowd outside the main gate, the area outside the smaller gate was no doubt quieter and relatively more spacious. It was only every once in a while when a group of seemingly prominent and powerful people walked through the smaller gate. The middle-aged man who was guarding the gate was neither obsequious or haughty, showing no sign of sucking up to them. Just when they were about to pass through the gate, a few people suddenly popped up and intercepted them. In fact, there were two groups of people who were heading towards the small gate at the same time. The small gate could only allow up to 2 people to pass through at any one time. Yet, both groups of people all seemed to want to pass through first. As a result, both groups ended up stuck outside the gate. The air crackled with tension. A hint of gunfire seemed to drift through the air. "Tang Hao, it's you after all." The person who spoke was a young man who was walking on the right, and he looked around the age of 25. However, it was impossible to judge a person's age based on appearance in the Tongtian continent. Many who looked young were already more than 1,000 years old. Behind the young man, 2 men of powerful presence flanked him. Judging from their appearance, one of them must be at least an emperor level and the other, an imperial level. Seemed like those 2 were the bodyguards of the young man. To have the protection of 2 powerhouses, the young man definitely wasn't an ordinary fellow. The person addressed as Tang Hao looked similar in age as the young man, his handsome features tinged with a sense of self-importance. Similarly, he had 2 bodyguards at his side. After hearing the young man speak, Tang Hao shot him a cold look and gritted out, "Hu Feng, you again. Looks like you want to vie with me again. I should say, you want to vie with me instead." Hu Feng reciprocated with a smirk. Tang Hao scoffed. "Since you're also here for that thing, then may the most capable win. Then I hope you prepared enough spirit gems. Don't want you chickening out when you see my bid." Hu Feng's eyes turned stone cold for an instant before returning to normal. At this moment, a voice rang out from the side. "Excuse me, could you please let us pass?" The sudden interruption caused the 2 people to turn towards the source simultaneously, only to find an 18 or 19-year-old teenager standing not far away. From his aura, they could tell he was a mage. But as for the people beside him, one of them made the 2 do a double take. Standing beside the teenager was a man with looks that could rival the gods. He was elegantly dressed in white, and even with his lazy posture, they could feel power rolling off this man. He seemed as powerful as the men they brought along. Despite knowing that, the 2 still frowned. "Scram!" Hu Feng shot back impatiently. XiaoMo obviously wouldn't scram. They all arrived at the same time, and those 2 just had to block the entrance by squabbling there. They didn't want to enter, fine, but others did. Since they didn't receive his polite way of asking, well, he had no choice but to use another method. "I'm sorry, but if I remember correctly, the Goshawk auction hall isn't owned by you guys," XiaoMo said. "I dare you to say that again, brat." Hu Feng's expressions turned sour. Without bothering to listen till the end, Tang Hao's face hardened. Both his expression and his voice turned dark, and when he looked at XiaoMo, it was as if he was shooting cold lightning bolts with his gaze. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to them like that. "Doesn't matter how many times I say it, it'll still be the same. You guys are blocking the entrance and not letting anyone enter." Is there anything wrong in asking you to move aside and let us pass? If you tell me this stretch of road was opened for you by the Sun Alliance, then I have nothing to say. As if he had not noticed the foul look on their faces, XiaoMo rambled on with his hate-inducing words. The other two couldn't even rebut him. Duan Muqing, who was at the back of the group, had no time to stop him. After hearing what XiaoMo said and seeing how Tang Hao's and Hu Feng's expressions darkened, he could tell the situation was going awry. He knew who those two were and knew very well not to offend them. The Sun Alliance definitely wouldn't open up this stretch of road specifically for the two of them. The Alliance wouldn't do it even for people of a higher status than them, let alone Hu Feng and Tang Hao. Hu Feng's and Tang Hao's faces flushed as they glared at him. Just when they were getting ready to yell at XiaoMo, the middle-aged guard at the gate spoke up. "Young Master Hu, young Master Tang, this sir is right. If you're not planning on entering, then please give way. It would be unsightly to have a huge group of people stuck outside because they are blocked by you. If the auction is delayed, I take it that you two are taking responsibility?" Hu Feng and Tang Hao's faces went pale and green simultaneously upon hearing his words. They didn't speak to him with the same attitude they used with XiaoMo. After all, the middle-aged man represented the Sun Alliance. "Whatever are you talking about, good sir? We'll be going in now," Tang Hao expressed awkwardly. He then looked at XiaoMo and snorted coldly. Clearly, he had put the blame of getting reprimanded by the middle-aged man on XiaoMo. Tang Hao proceeded to the auction hall with his men trailing behind him. Hu Feng glared hard at XiaoMo and soon followed after with his two bodyguards. XiaoMo was not the least bit stressed, not even after offending two highly prominent people in the short period of time. They were the ones being petty and despising others. Instead, it was Duan Muqing who broke out in a cold sweat. When they entered the auction hall, he quickly grabbed XiaoMo. "My benefactor, this is bad." "What's bad?" XiaoMo had no choice but to stop when he was pulled by Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing explained anxiously, "The two that just went in, I told you about them yesterday. They're the forces from the southern continent. They definitely won't let you off after you offended them today." "The southern continent? What a coincidence. Don't worry, we're leaving Beidong in the next few days. Even if we are heading to their territory, we might not even see them since the southern continent is so huge," XiaoMo said. If all else failed, they could just change their appearances. He and Ling Xiao had originally planned to do that when they reached the southern continent, lest people of the Vermilion blood clan recognized them. But what if Duan Muqing still had something to say, but XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had already entered the small gate? He could only catch up to them. The Goshawk auction hall was very large, it was like half a gigantic bird's nest. The auction hall was deep underground and the seats were organized into rows on elevated levels. At the top, different rooms were prepared for each of the forces. The rooms were allocated based on the black invitation letters given. The black invitation letter the Duanmu family gave them was for a single room. As everyone needed their own privacy, they specially gave him a room of his own. After leading XiaoMo and Ling Xiao to the room, Duan Muqing went to the room next door. The room was transparent from all angles so they could clearly see the people from the Duanmu family next door. After he went over, they saw Duan Muqing speaking into the ear of a middle-aged man who looked similar to him. They were unsure of what the middle-aged man said, but Duan Muqing's brows furrowed at his words. XiaoMo might have limited IQ, but he could guess what they were talking about, most likely what just happened outside. Daoyan also noted what he saw before walking towards Xiao to take a seat beside him. Suddenly, he realized someone was staring at him. He turned his head only to see Ling Xiao watching him expressionlessly. Daoyan felt a shiver run down his spine. He straightened his body, which was already halfway in the sitting position, and forced a laugh before moving to the next seat. "Fellow you're really not worried they'll take revenge on you? Those two don't look ordinary to me." Seeing XiaoMo's excited expression, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing his question, XiaoMo nonchalantly replied as he laid against Ling Zhao's shoulder, "There's nothing I can do. I've already offended them." To say such a thing so lightly, XiaoMo had Dao Yun's admiration. From his observations, the two of them were most likely from the top force in the southern continent. The bodyguards they brought along was one factor, another being their clothing. It wasn't just the usual expensive stuff. The accessories they adorned looked very valuable and definitely not what a person from an average force can afford. Without a doubt, those two must be rich and powerful people. As they were talking, XiaoMo saw the room opposite from them. It was Hu Feng and Tang Hao's room. Despite being separated by 2 layers of glass-like walls, XiaoMo could see the flames of fury in their eyes. XiaoMo's heart thumped a beat as he shot them a brilliant smile. As expected, those two were pissed off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386. Chapter 386, Finale. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. As more and more people entered the venue, the time for the auction to begin drew nearer. Below, the seats within the stall area were almost full of people. Those in private boxes were already seated and the entire venue was bustling with noise and excitement until the sound of a small gong rang from the stage of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Goshawk Auction House. I am the auctioneer for this auction, Yu Qianshan. With regards to the rules of the auction, I'm sure that many know them already, so I will say no more. I now declare the opening of the auction. It was not known when a man, with handsome and bright features who was wearing a cyan-colored brocade robe, had appeared at one side of the auction block. He looked to only be about 30 years old and the aura from his whole body was extremely valiant. He was a 7-star Emperor Realm practitioner, and this was absolutely enough to make everyone in the venue fear the consequences of their actions. The Tsang Alliance actually sent out a 7-star Emperor Realm expert as an auctioneer. With him overseeing this, it may be assumed that there would be no one who would dare to seize the treasures at the scene, or be unwilling to comply with the rules of the auction house. Yu Qianshan, this person's identity is no small matter. I've heard that though his strength is not in the top 10 in Tsang Alliance, he is still a disciple of the head of the Tsang Alliance and many people want to curry favor with him. Dao Yun said. XiaoMo looked in Dao Yun's direction. This guy had only been out for a day, yet he actually even managed to gather information on the people holding the auction. No wonder Ling Xiao said that information gathered from a great thief is faster and more abundant than the average person's. It seems that Dao Yun had attained his master's genuine handed-down techniques too. Other than this, what other news do you have? XiaoMo asked. Dao Yun could not help but become radiant with delight when speaking of his job. The Tsang Alliance is different from the Vermilion Blood Clan. It is said that the founder of the Tsang Alliance is a sacred realm expert and this expert took in close to 100 disciples in all. Each and every one of these disciples has pretty good accomplishments and the reason that the Tsang Alliance is able to develop to its current state has an inextricable relation to his disciples. A light bulb flashed in XiaoMo's mind, and he tentatively questioned, "Then did you manage to gather information about your master?" Dao Yun could not refrain from wearing a defeated expression. How could it be that easy? It's not possible to inquire about master's whereabouts within the short period of one day. I've not been here long enough, and am currently unable to gather further information. The implication was he did not get any information on where there were any rare treasures. XiaoMo still wanted to say something, but a hand suddenly slipped around his waist and slightly pinched it. XiaoMo let out an "Aiyo" and his entire body became limp. Dao Yun looked over in surprise. "What happened to you?" A slight blush suffused XiaoMo's cheeks. Hearing Dao Yun's words, he quickly shook his head. "No, nothing, the competition is starting, let's watch it." But Dao Yun did not doubt him and as expected, he seriously started to pay attention. Seeing that his attention was finally directed away, XiaoMo immediately slapped off that salty pig hand wrapped around his waist as he turned his head and glared at Ling Xiao. "Keep your hands off." T/N, salty pig hand means pervert, ESP one who gropes women in public. Ling Xiao gave a low chuckle. "My dear wife, you cannot stop your husband from exercising his right as a husband." XiaoMo's mouth twitched. What kind of right was this? You have your rights. I also have my human rights. Now, I am protesting. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Protest overturned. XiaoMo was dissatisfied. On what basis? Ling Xiao said, "If you marry into a chicken's family, follow the chicken. If you marry into a dog's family, follow the dog." T/N, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog means a woman follows her husband no matter what his lot is. XiaoMo blushed and refuted. Who married into your family? He was clearly a man. How could marry into be used to describe him? T/N, there's Jia and Chu, and, in Chinese, both mean marry, but Jia is to marry off a daughter or wife marrying into the husband's family, while Chu is to take a wife. Since XiaoMo is a man, he should be the one taking a wife instead of being married off. Ling Xiao earnestly replied immediately, "Dear wife, my body and heart, and all my firsts have completely been given to you. You have to take responsibility for me till the end." XiaoMo gnashed his teeth and glared at him. Whose first time was it too? So many of my firsts have also been given to you. Why don't I see you taking responsibility for me till the end? When he finished speaking, XiaoMo wanted to bite his own tongue off. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with laughter and he had an expression of having gotten exactly what he wanted. Since the wife has said as such, then I will definitely take responsibility for you till the end. Please rest assured, my darling wife. Thus, the salty pig hand once again touched his waist and even wanted to move downwards this time. XiaoMo was alarmed and grabbed his hand. "Stop messing around, there's so many people watching." He would not need to be so anxious if the box was not transparent. Relax, they're all watching the auction and won't notice. Ling Xiao whispered in his ear as his right hand started headed between his legs. XiaoMo immediately clamped his legs shut. That's not okay. There were so many experts here, which one would not be aware of everything in all directions? Maybe there may even be one who wasn't too interested in the auction and was instead watching the people all around. Though those who came to participate in the auction would normally be very interested in it, there was no lack of people who are not interested in the beginning, as he was also one of them. Okay, I get it. Ling Xiao and XiaoMo confronted each other for a few seconds before the former gave up. XiaoMo was finally relieved. At the time of their dispute, the auction below was already underway in full swing. The atmosphere of the venue was extremely intense and many were competing with each other. The price of every item in the auction steadily rose and the highest hammer price was 44,000 spirit gems. However, the auction was only 2/3 of the way in. Thus one could imagine how the prices of the next items would climb once again. The items sold in the Tsang Alliance's auction were all good quality, so the price would remain high every time. Some small groups who did not have enough spirit gems could only watch the proceedings while green with envy. For the fifth to last item, XiaoMo saw a beast cage was brought onto the auction block. There was actually 1,000 illusions cat ball inside, and it was even an adult one. Its level was definitely higher than his cat show. Other than being able to freely transform into the appearance of the person you want, an adult 1,000 illusions cat ball also has one more skill. That is the creation of a dreamland. Generally, even Emperor Realm practitioners are not able to perceive it. The auction for this item starts now and the starting price of the item is 50,000 spirit gems. Yu Qianshan's clear voice introduced the data on the 1,000 illusions cat ball. This type of demon beast was not very common in the Tongtian continent because their reproduction was difficult. An adult 1,000 illusions cat ball was even rarer. This was the first time that XiaoMo had heard that an adult 1,000 illusions cat ball actually had the ability to create a dreamland. Looks like he would have to frequently supervise and urge Catcho's cultivation and let him grow up as soon as possible. After Yu Qianshan finished speaking, there were people putting out bids immediately. A dreamland that even Emperor Realm experts could not detect was a treasure that was absolutely hard to come by. 60,000 spirit gems. 75,000 spirit gems. 80,000 spirit gems. Once one person started bidding, the other clans also scrambled to keep up. After a couple of raises, the price had nearly doubled from its starting price. However, there were no signs of it stopping and the price was still rising. Some people were competing so hard over it that they were red in the face, and slowly, those with not enough financial resources to fight with had no choice but to step down, only leaving a few clans with strong and solid strength. XiaoMo discovered that Hu Feng and Tang Hao in the box opposite seemed to not have put in a single bid from the beginning till now. It looked like they were really only interested in the later items. Finally, the 1,000 Illusions cat ball in the beast cage was sold for 150,000 spirit gems. The one who won it was a female cultivator. Next was a low-grade high-level cultivation skill manual for mages. A soul cultivation manual for mages was much better than a skill cultivation manual. However, high-level manuals were scarce. As long as it was a high-level manual, the people at the auction would always fight over it till they were red in the face, and it was no exception this time. There were not many bidders left after the biggest power in Beidong, the Xiao clan, put in a bid. When some groups saw the Xiao clan making a move, they withdrew one after another. Finally, it was sold off to the Xiao clan for a high price of 230,000. Next, I believe that everyone has been waiting long enough. That's right, the next item will be the last auction item, and it is also this time's finale. I believe that everyone seated here has already heard of it. Yu Qianshan had a faint smile on his face as always. Soon after, he ordered the people to bring in the heavenly cauldron. A tray with a red cloth over it was carried out, and the item beneath the red cloth did not seem to be very large. Then, Yu Qianshan pulled off the red cloth. A football-sized red-colored cauldron stood still on the tray. XiaoMo was completely astonished. This is the heavenly cauldron? This was his first time seeing such a small cauldron. This thing, can it really refine pills? Ling Xiao replied, it is the heavenly cauldron. Don't judge it based on its appearance. Essentially, it can change its size from big to small, and it is an awfully convenient item. XiaoMo looked at the heavenly cauldron with wide eyes. With the appearance of the heavenly cauldron, the attention of everyone in the boxes was concentrated, and many people unwaveringly stared at the heavenly cauldron as if they were itching to carry it home now. This was especially so for the mages at the venue, as a good cauldron was a necessity. There was no shortage of mages participating in the auction, and many had rushed here for the heavenly cauldron. Once they saw the true form of the heavenly cauldron, their breathing suddenly became heavier. If not for the Tsang Alliance deterring them, there might have been someone jumping out to snatch the cauldron this moment. At the box opposite, XiaoMo, Hu Feng, and Tang Hao suddenly became very energetic, and a glint of determination to win flashed through their eyes. It's certainly the heavenly cauldron. Who would have thought that the Tsang Alliance would actually be willing to auction off the 7th-ranked heavenly cauldron? I must definitely get it and gift it to that great person. Tang Hao clenched his fist. There was a hint of deep fear and yearning in his voice when speaking of that great person. Hu Feng, who was opposite him, also had the same objective. Both parties harbored a determination to win the Heavenly Lord Cauldron, but there was only one Heavenly Cauldron. XiaoMo, who was opposite them, took note of their expression. It looked like their objective was really the Heavenly Cauldron as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387. Chapter 387, Add one more spirit gem. Translated by Juicence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Seems like there won't be that many people bidding this time. Ling Xiao said, opening his half-closed eyes and sweeping his sharp gaze over the people in the box. Why won't there be many? XiaoMo asked in surprise. He had thought there would be a lot of people bidding for this if the hungry wolf-like gazes that the majority were directing at the heavenly cauldron were any indication. Ling Xiao said mildly, "Look at this situation. That Hu Feng and Tang Hao definitely came for that heavenly cauldron. The people here all seem to know that they're from a large power in the southern continent. The prestige and influence the forces of the southern continent possessed wasn't anything to scoff at, and their financial power was far greater than those of Beidong. If they can't be beaten, then why compete at the risk of angering them?" That was very true. XiaoMo glanced around the box. Though the people inside were looking at the heavenly cauldron with visible desire, their gazes also held a touch of defeat. Seems like they had long since decided to give up. Seeing everyone's covetous gazes, Yu Qianshan looked up at the boxes above. He could feel several intense gazes coming from the boxes. A bloody battle was soon to come. He nodded in satisfaction and said, smiling, "The heavenly cauldron starts from 500,000 spirit gems, please, begin." 500,000 spirit gems? The hopeful powers that heard this number were all shocked to the point of barely being able to breathe. The powers of Beidong were truly lacking in financial power. Some groups didn't even have 500,000 spirit gems when including their assets. Even if they did, they wouldn't have anything more than 1,000,000 spirit gems, so this starting price had already eliminated them. However, the heavenly cauldron was truly worth the price, or rather, this price was actually lower than the market price. It should be known that to mages, any cauldron that ranked in the top 10 would be priceless. That the Tsang Alliance would auction off the heavenly cauldron was truly something unexpected. The other forces that resided in far-off places naturally wouldn't expect this, so when Hu Feng and the others heard of the news, they had come over immediately. Hearing this price, Hu Feng and Tang Hao's expressions didn't waver at all. This wasn't the first time they had attended an auction of one of the ranked cauldrons. They had been present for the auctioning of the 5th ranked cauldron, the Thunder God's Cauldron. Back then, the Thunder Cauldron's starting price was over 5 times the starting price of the Heavenly Cauldron, and the price had increased over tenfold over the progression of the auction, so 500,000 really didn't mean anything. 1,000,000 spirit gems. After a while of silence, Tang Hao was the first to bid a price, and added 500,000 spirit gems all at once. The entire room quietened. Many of the groups had their passion extinguished in that instant. As expected from someone from the southern continent. He let his wealth speak for him, and they wouldn't even be able to catch up to that on horses. Hu Feng glanced at Tang Hao, who was sitting in the next box over, coldly harumphing. He didn't blink as he said, 1,500,000 spirit gems. He had also added a full 500,000 spirit gems. As expected, only these two would be left to compete. The groups in the other boxes all sighed in awe. That was when Duan Muqing looked over into the neighboring box and, seeing that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't seem to intend to compete, couldn't help but sigh softly. Seems like the starting price was beyond their expectations. Hearing Hu Feng's voice, Tang Hao's expression cooled, his eyes taunting. He knew that the person who would be competing with him would be Hu Feng, so he had fortunately prepared himself and brought plenty of spirit gems. There was no way that Hu Feng would win. 1,700,000. 1,800,000. 2 million. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was struck speechless by these absurd prices. The two competing voices were neck and neck, neither willing to step down at all. With the continuous increases, the price had long since left the scope of Beidong's previous auctions, but neither seemed to have the intention of stopping. Though there were only 2 groups bidding, the situation was thrilling. 5 million spirit gems. As Tang Hao gave this shocking price, the price of the heavenly cauldron finally reached tenfold its original price. Though the price had yet to go over their expectations, it was almost there. When Tang Hao gave this price, Hu Feng's expression had already drawn tight. It was clear that he was almost at his limit. After a while of silence, he gritted out, 5,100,000 spirit gems. Tang Hao's eyes flashed and, 5 seconds later, he said, Hu Feng, I brought 6 million spirit gems with me this time. If you can offer more than 6 million, I'll be willing to let you have the heavenly cauldron. Then, he turned to eye Hu Feng smugly. Hu Feng's eye twitched, almost jumping up off his seat. Tang Hao's words caused his eyes to go red, flashing with murderous green light. His expression was ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had somehow been beaten by Tang Hao. All he had brought this time was 6 million as well, no more no less. What he hadn't expected was that Tang Hao had the same as him. If he offered 6 million, then Hu Feng couldn't also offer 6 million. Looking at Hu Feng's expression, he knew that the other didn't have it and couldn't help but feel triumphant. His bet had paid off. Hu Feng had brought either the same or less than him. No matter which it was, he had won. Seeing how Hu Feng didn't give a price, Tang Hao spoke with a smile to Yu Qianshan down below them. Lord Yu, I believe you can begin counting down, no? Yu Qianshan looked at the two of them and, seeing that it seemed to be over, raised his voice and yelled, 6 million going once. Going twice. Going. 6 million and 1 spirit gems. That was when a clear and crisp voice interrupted. Tang Hao's smile froze on his face. The voice came from inside the box. A commotion immediately rose from the audience that had been quietly watching the two compete. It had just been about to end when an outsider had suddenly cut in. What was going on? After a while, everyone's gaze converged on the box the voice had come from. They were all curious about the person that dared to show up Tang Hao and Hu Feng from the southern continent. In the transparent box, the one that had raised his hand and called out a price was an unfamiliar young man. Some sharp-eyed people recognized him immediately though. It's him. Who is he? He's the young man that started an argument with the people from the southern continent. It was because they were blocking the entrance, that young man asked them to move and offended them. Holy crap, he sure is daring. He went against people from the southern continent twice in a row. Has he gotten tired of living or something? Though Beidong isn't their turf, it'd still be easy for them to kill him. Who knows? He might be someone with a background too. Why else would he still go against them despite knowing who they are? Not all people with backgrounds like that are high profile. Everyone talked amongst themselves and the entire place was filled with a cacophony of voices. The silent auction had finally returned to being alive with noise. The heavenly cauldron was at the precipice of falling into his hands, yet at the last moment, a person, bidding a measly 1 spirit gem higher than him, had bid for the cauldron. He had fallen from that feeling of delight to the very bottom in an instant. The immense contrast was terrible to bear. It felt like he had been lured into a trap. Tang Hao's expression had twisted, his murderous gaze landing directly on XiaoMo. Squeezing his hands into fists, his nails had sunk into his palms, causing them to bleed. You again! XiaoMo stared back without fear. The auction didn't have a rule for a minimum increase in a bid, so even increasing the price by a single spirit gem was allowed. Tang Hao knew this, so he was even less willing to accept this, his hatred for XiaoMo boiling over. However, there was one person who was delighted by this. That person was Hu Feng. The more frustrated Tang Hao was, the happier he was. Of course, it wasn't because it was XiaoMo, but because he didn't want Tang Hao to have anything he couldn't. So what was better than this? Plus, he had just been baited and trapped by Tang Hao, so that rage hadn't calmed yet. Seeing this guy receiving a humiliating defeat was exactly what cheered him up as he reveled in Tang Hao's misfortune. Tang Hao. I never would have thought it would come to this for you. Congratulations. Hu Feng couldn't help but say, delighted at the other's misfortune. Hu Feng. Tang Hao was enraged. With that insult Hu Feng had added to his injury, his eyes seeming close to spewing fire as he roared out a warning. Hu Feng seemed to remember something and suddenly retracted his laughter, giving a cold huff and stopping himself from rubbing salt in the other's wounds further. Tang Hao held back his rage the best he could, throwing the spear tip back to XiaoMo and said, harshly, "Brat, listen carefully, if you piss us off in Yin Valley, I'll assure you that you won't have a good time in the Tongtian continent." This was a blatant threat, using his own identity to intimidate an opponent. This was something that happened quite often in auctions. Most people who were on the receiving side could only retreat and think themselves unfortunate. Since the auctions really didn't have any rules against threatening other people, it was fine so long as one didn't start a physical fight. That was why Tang Hao dared to say something like this in front of Yu Qianshan. The audience looked towards Yu Qianshan and saw that, as expected, he didn't have any reaction. It seemed like, so long as Tang Hao didn't actually attack anyone, then he wouldn't step in. After Tang Hao said this, the young man in the box fell silent. After a while, when the audience thought that XiaoMo had been scared by those words, he spoke again. "Alright then, I'll add one more spirit gem to my bid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 388. Chapter 388, The Man Who Intervenes Once Again. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Silence, dead silence. Below them, a few seconds later, multiple waves of intakes of breath sounded. Everyone looked at XiaoMo with unconcealed astonishment in their eyes. They're actually from the Yin Valley, no wonder they're so arrogant. My God, this kid is going to get it. Knowing his identity and that he can still say those things, looks like they really don't care about the Yin Valley. Courageous, but, sigh. In such an openly public area, the young man had paid no mind to the reputation of the Yin Valley. Not only that, his words were like a firm slap to the face for Tang Hao. That was more effective than any poisonous words and drove Tang Hao mad. But no one noticed that Hu Feng's expression changed too. He was now gloating over Tang Hao's misery. "Hey, you, I dare you say that again." Tang Hao's angry voice sounded again, his whole face blackened as he turned to XiaoMo with murder in his eyes. His two guards behind him also stood up, emitting a strong pressure. XiaoMo just thought of it as funny. Making him repeat himself, even though he already said that no matter how many times he repeated himself, it would still be the same. But he didn't think he would meet someone from the Yin Valley here. He didn't know if they had some type relationship with that middle-aged man Mu Shang. Maybe they could start with him. Actually, XiaoMo was overthinking this, as very few knew of the Vermilion Blood Clan's trip to the Longxiang continent and about the heritage treasure. It was a top hidden secret. Otherwise, if more knew of it, people outside of the Vermilion Blood Clan, like Dao Yun's master, would know of it too. "Hey big bro over there, isn't an auction a fight with money? Since I already gave my price, if you can't bid higher then that is your problem," XiaoMo said smiling. Tang Hao was so angry his nose went crooked. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but with Tang Hao's pride, getting his prize snatched at the most critical moment, how could he be okay? He was itching to kill. "You brat, I'm going to say it one last time, if you mess with the Yin Valley, that's also offending the Vermilion Blood Clan. Even then, are you still going to fight with me over the Heavenly Cauldron?" Tang Hao's eyes held with a cold light, staring intensely at XiaoMo. If it wasn't the auction house of the Sun Alliance, he would have made a move already. Otherwise, there was no way he would let someone like this be so arrogant in front of him. XiaoMo nodded. "I know you're from the Yin Valley and it has the Vermilion Blood Clan as backing. You don't have to tell me, I'm not illiterate. But even so, then what? Can you disregard the auction house's rule just because you have really strong backup?" Once again, Tang Hao was enraged by his casual way of speaking to the point of his eyes turning red and body slightly shaking, all signs of immense anger. "Okay, let's stop the nonsense now, young Master Tang. If you can't give a higher price then I'll announce the ownership of the Heavenly Cauldron." At this moment, having watched enough of the spectacle, Yu Qianshan finally spoke. Once he spoke, the auction house quieted down and Tang Hao's reason came back from his angered state. His brain told him that he could not make a move at the Tsang Alliance's auction, otherwise he would be forever banned as a customer and his face would be thrown out the window to the southern continent. Tang Hao took in a deep breath and looked at XiaoMo with enmity. "You brat, just you wait." When he finished, he took his 2 guards and walked out of his booth, leaving the auction house. It was true that he couldn't give a higher price. If he stayed, he would just be making a fool of himself. But most importantly, he couldn't kill in the auction house. If he wanted to make a move, it would have to be done outside. Once the troublemaker left, Yu Qianshan immediately announced, "It looks like no one else can give a higher bid than I announce." "Hold it." Just as everyone thought the auction was finally over, another voice interrupted Yu Qianshan. The voice was a bit low, but you can tell it was a woman. Once again, something unexpected, making everyone at the auction dumbfounded. As people turned towards the source of the voice, they saw someone suddenly standing up in a corner of the auction house, wearing a gray cloak that covered their entire body. She was probably the one who spoke up. Not knowing her intentions, everyone watched holding their breath. XiaoMo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at someone mimicking his tactics. Also making trouble at the critical, final moment. Before, it was always them who would come out last and take over. To their surprise, it was the opposite this time, kind of refreshing. Ling Xiao stroked his smooth chin as he looked down at the person below. He slightly narrowed his eyes. As if she didn't notice all of the gazes, after she stood up she said, "I'll give 7 million spirit gems." After she said this, the crowd all exclaimed in surprise. 6 million spirit gems was already not a low price, but to add another million on top of that. What was going on today? Why were there so many super rich people? Compared to them, they were just fooling around. XiaoMo felt a tiny understanding of Tang Hao's emotion. But since he wasn't someone narrow-minded and, like he said, at an auction, one competed with riches. Since they had already given a price, he couldn't be like Tang Hao and threaten them, not to mention he had no status to show off. At most he had Ling Xiao beside him. 10 million. Suddenly Ling Xiao spoke up. He didn't use XiaoMo's tactic and just added on 3 million spirit gems, successfully being the most amount of spirit gems added in one go for this auction. XiaoMo almost lost his temper and quickly asked in a hushed tone, "Why did you add so much at once?" Ling Xiao replied, "This person is not simple. If she can add 1 million, then clearly she has not reached her limit. Adding a little at a time would be a waste of time, might as well make it simpler." However, from 500,000 to 10 million was definitely unheard of in Beidong. The other parties seemed surprised at that. The crowd was dead silent, they were almost used to it by now. In the booth beside XiaoMo, the Duanmu family was completely speechless, especially Duan Muqing, who became stupefied as he remembered what he told XiaoMo, that Tang Hao had brought a lot of spirit gems. As for Dao Yun, since the beginning, his mouth was wide opened in astonishment. He didn't think someone he had spent 3 days with had this much money, 10 million spirit gems just thrown out there with a single word. The women with the cape hesitantly said another number, 10,200,000 spirit gems. This number was clearly a sign of the last struggle, as she was unwilling to give up. However, it was really too bad. Ling Xiao said, 11 million spirit gems. The caped woman stayed silent and eventually shook her head. In disappointment she sat down. She had given up. Even if she could add more, it was clear that her wealth could not compare. When they added spirit gems, there was no hesitation. Even 3 million was thrown out like nothing. There was no point in fighting anymore. Going once for 11 million. Going 3 times for 11 million. Sold. As Yu Qianshan said sold, it meant that the auction was finally over. Although there were little accidents along the way, XiaoMo still got the heavenly cauldron. This price was actually not unjustifiable, since the heavenly cauldron was still ranked 7th and the spirit gems came so easily. Since it wasn't earned by XiaoMo himself, his heartache was just for a moment before being washed away by the joy of getting the cauldron. After Yu Qianshan announced that the auction was over, he told everyone to go backstage to pay the spirit gems and take their item. XiaoMo told Dao Yun and the people of the Duanmu family to go on ahead. He and Ling Xiao would go backstage to receive the heavenly cauldron. Initially, Daoyun wanted to go with them to check it out, but seeing their determined faces, he could only give up on the idea. When they arrived backstage, some of Bei Dong's forces were there as well. Among them were the Sikong family who had hunted the Duanmu family. The Sikong family had already known that the people they sent out to kill Duanmu Qing had died. They also knew that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had something to do with it too, since Duanmu Qing came back that day with them. Initially they were going to make trouble for them after the auction, but they didn't think something that unexpected was going to happen. If they dared offend the Yin Yang Valley and could casually bring out 10 million spirit gems, they weren't someone they could mess with. Once XiaoMo gave the spirit gems, Yu Qianshan got someone to bring the heavenly cauldron over. The red cauldron was even smaller than what XiaoMo had seen on the stage. It went from the size of a soccer ball to a fist. It was very mini and easy to carry around. "This is your cauldron," Yu Qianshan said as he handed it over. XiaoMo happily took it. He couldn't believe that just as they arrived on Tongtian continent that they would get a heavenly cauldron. Really, their luck was abnormally good. Joyously taking his item, XiaoMo pulled Ling Xiao along to leave. "Wait a moment." Yu Qianshan suddenly stopped them as they were about to turn to leave. XiaoMo turned his head to look at him. Yu Qianshan reminded them, "You two should be careful leaving. Both Tang Hao and Hu Feng are people who seek revenge for the smallest grievances. They probably won't let you guys off." He had a favorable impression of them, so he made a point to remind them. XiaoMo replied with a smile, "Thank you." And then he and Ling Xiao left the backstage area of the auction hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389. Chapter 389, Daoyun's Departure. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Just when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were leaving the auction hall through the backstage door, they were surprised to see Daoyun leaning against the wall. "Daoyun, didn't we tell you to go back first? Why are you waiting for us?" When Daoyun saw them, he shrugged and said, "It seems like you guys are still unaware of what happened when you went backstage. It's something to do with that Tang Hao, isn't it?" Ling Xiao had a look of understanding as he stated plainly. "That's right." Daoyun looked at Ling Xiao cheekily. "What happened exactly?" XiaoMo asked. "After that Tang Hao left the auction hall, he got people to spread the word that anybody who sided with us would be going against the Yin Yang Valley. The Duanmu family was afraid of bringing trouble to themselves, so they cut all ties with us. I'm afraid we can't go back to the inn anymore," Daoyun explained. While XiaoMo understood that the Duanmu family had their own reasons, he was still slightly displeased at their actions. They didn't even let them stay at the inn anymore. At the very least, they saved Duanmu Qing's life. They deserved at least that much. Then what about the dimensional teleportation portal? Won't that mean we can't use it anymore? XiaoMo could understand why the Duanmus did what they did, and honestly, he wasn't surprised. What he was really worried about was the Xiao family refusing to let them use their dimensional teleportation portal because of this. That would be troublesome. That may not be the case. Actually, before the Duanmus left, they passed me an invitation letter from the Xiao family. They even told me that they have told the Xiers about the dimensional teleportation portal and they agreed. Even if that Tang Hao found out, I doubt he will stop us. In fact, he may even welcome it. Daoyun walked in front of them and said. After XiaoMo digested what he said, he instantly got what he meant. Tang Hao was from the Yin Yang Valley, and the Yin Yang Valley was one of the strongest forces on the southern continent. Once they were in his territory, killing them would be much easier. Presumably, Tang Hao must hate them to the bone, so he wouldn't let them die so easily. Therefore, it was most likely that he would only attack when they reached the southern continent. Ling Xiao scanned the surrounding. There were fewer and fewer people on the street, but he could sense that some were watching them. Since they're so eager to see us go to the southern continent, then as they wish, we'll go to the Xiars tomorrow. Ling Xiao spoke as if it wasn't a matter of concern. Since XiaoMo wanted to leave Beidong as soon as possible, he agreed. Dao Yun had no objections. That night, they found another inn to settle down for the night. Not long after, they heard news of Tang Hao and Hu Feng leaving Beidong, apparently quite hurriedly too. This utterly disappointed those who wanted to watch some drama unfold, but there were also some that had the same speculations as Dao Yun. Just before he went to sleep, XiaoMo picked up an almost inaudible sound from the next room, all thanks to his soul power. If not for his soul power getting more sensitive by the day, he might not even have noticed. That sound was coming from Dao Yun's room. It's so late already, why is Dao Yun even going out? Ling Xiao laid on the bed and replied lazily, Dao Yun isn't as simple and harmless as he looks on the surface. Previously when you tried to probe him about some matters, he definitely didn't tell you the truth. XiaoMo frowned. From an outsider's point of view, Dao Yun and them seemed really chummy, but they had only known each other for a few days. Dao Yun definitely wasn't as simple as he appeared to be if he could be taken in as a disciple by the thief god, one of the 10 divine gods of the Tongtian continent. He could even have been guarding against them from the very start. XiaoMo couldn't help but feel helpless. He still wasn't used to seeing others in a negative light. Believe it or not, he could already gotten some information about his master. Maybe he may even suggest splitting up with us tomorrow. Ling Xiao continued. While he wanted to obtain information from Dao Yun's master through Dao Yun, the thief god route was not the only way for him. If he really said that, then there is nothing we can do about it. That was all that XiaoMo could say. They couldn't possibly just tie Dao Yun up. It wasn't their way of doing things and unnecessary to say the least. Actually, that would be good too. Him following us around is somewhat unnecessary. Ling Xiao stated plainly. What do you mean by unnecessary? XiaoMo didn't comprehend. Ling Xiao sat up and glanced at him, then he smiled. He's unnecessary, all right. Ever since he joined us, you never let me kiss you in public anymore. I've long wanted him gone. XiaoMo should be glad he didn't say Dao Yun was an eyesore. Boss, even if Dao Yun wasn't here, I'd never let you kiss me in public, okay? The second day, Ling Xiao's words held true. Dao Yun came to find them even before the two of them left their room. XiaoMo remembered the conversation he had with Ling Xiao yesterday, but it didn't show on his face. Instead, he spoke to Dao Yun very naturally. Dao Yun, you're up early. We're not done yet though. Why not wait for us in the big hall downstairs? No, I have something to tell you. Dao Yun was slightly uncomfortable as he spoke, his face apologetic. What is it? Say it. XiaoMo knew Ling Xiao hit the bullseye when he saw Dao Yun's expression. It's like this. I've already obtained some information on my master, but he doesn't seem to be on the southern continent. I guess this is where we separate. Dao Yun had a face full of regret. Previously, it was him who decided to tag along, and now he was going back on his words. He didn't know how to face them. XiaoMo was stunned for a moment before replying, Oh. Since you've gotten news of your master, then finding him is more important, of course. Don't worry about it. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. While he was talking about leaving them, Dao Yun felt really sorry towards the two of them. Talking about leaving now was as if he was cutting all ties with them. You don't have to apologize. Ling Xiao walked over with a cold demeanor. We aren't that close. Wherever you go is none of our business, you don't have to tell us specially. Dao Yun's face tensed. That's true, he mumbled. XiaoMo wanted to facepalm himself. Ling Xiao was too blunt. He immediately tried to salvage the situation by explaining, Dao Yun, don't pay him any mind. He's just like that. I know. Then I'm off now, you guys take care. Dao Yun nodded. He might not have spent a long time with those two, but he more or less figured out Ling Xiao's character. You take care too. XiaoMo watched as Dao Yun left, only turning his attention back to Ling Xiao when Dao Yun finally disappeared at the end of the street. Why did you have to say that? Even though he didn't tell us the truth, he also didn't do anything to harm us. Maybe we could even be friends in the future. Ling Xiao glanced at him. Didn't you say I was this type of person? XiaoMo choked for a moment. He actually used my own words against me. Tell me honestly, were you planning something? XiaoMo definitely didn't believe Ling Xiao would say those words for no reason. He already guessed that Dao Yun would come to look for them the day before, so why would he spout such caustic words? Tisk, tsk. Since you've already noticed, then it can't be helped. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao laughed with a rather annoying smile on his face. XiaoMo felt that Ling Xiao had reverted back to his hateful ways. Then, he remembered. Ever since Dao Yun appeared, Ling Xiao had been hovering around him like a guardian spirit. He didn't talk much too, but after Dao Yun left, he immediately showed his true colors. Then hurry up and say it. XiaoMo definitely wouldn't admit it, but he missed it a lot. Actually, even if Dao Yun didn't leave, I would still find an excuse to make him go. Don't forget, we have many secrets that others can't know. The Vermilion Blood Clan must be searching for us now, so if Dao Yun knows about that, even if he doesn't have his eyes on their clan treasure, the same can't be said for his master. Furthermore, once we reach the southern continent, we have to change into our disguises. It won't be suitable if he's here. Ling Xiao explained his plans when XiaoMo was about to bristle. Luckily, Dao Yun left early. If he had stayed around longer, XiaoMo reckoned things would get ugly if Ling Xiao had to chase him away. And not just that, while Ling Xiao previously said that they could obtain information about the thief god through Dao Yun was not a man that could be easily fooled. Ling Xiao and XiaoMo could more or less tell that was the case, as they had never heard him reveal anything related to his Shifu at all during the past few days they spent together. I'm done talking. Let's go to the Xiao family. Ling Xiao walked out of the room and XiaoMo hurriedly caught up with him. The Xiao family's forces weren't in Tianxiang City but where the dimensional teleportation portal they controlled was. There were many powerhouses from the Xiao family guarding the portal and many feared them. As long as someone heard of the Xiao family, no one dared to forcefully go against them. After they left the inn, XiaoMo hired a horse carriage nearby. The dimensional teleportation portal was too far away from the inn they were staying at. Not only that, Tianxiang City didn't allow powerhouses to fly in the sky, so the only way to get other places was by carriage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390. Chapter 390, Departure. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The carriage finally brought them to a large manor after 2 hours. The manor stood alone. There were no other buildings surrounding it, and it was built on a spacious, empty field. It was solitary, but the atmosphere surrounding it was solemn. There were layers upon layers of experts guarding the area inside. This was where the dimensional teleportation that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were looking for was located. XiaoMo paid the driver 1 spirit gem. The driver may have been too excited when he left. The carriage was visibly shuddering as it was driven away, as though it would come loose at any moment. Ling Xiao glanced at the manor a couple of times. Other than the layer upon layer of guards outside, there were also many experts keeping watch inside. If not for the Duanmu clans acting as a go-between, they may probably had to have forced their way in. Is that dimensional transportation portal really inside there? XiaoMo stretched his neck and peered in the direction of the manor. It looked just like a residence and did not seem like there would be a dimensional transportation portal inside. There are a few hints of spatial forces leaking out from the manor. There's definitely a dimensional transportation portal inside. Let's go take a look, Ling Xiao said as he walked towards it. Before they could walk in, one of the guards outside suddenly came forward. Halt! This is the territory of the Xiao clan. Come no closer. Otherwise, don't blame us for using force. XiaoMo immediately took out the invitation card that the Duanmu clan gave them and passed it to the guard. This big brother, this is our invitation. Please verify it. The guard looked at the invitation and glanced at them with surprise. Come with me. Walking past the manor, XiaoMo saw a 10 meters long and wide stone platform that had been standing for an eon in a place similar to a garden. The stone platform was engraved with densely packed vein-like patterns. The space above it had a slight wrinkle which spread into a circular black hole. A hint of familiar spatial force leaked out from inside the black hole. This was the dimensional transportation portal. The powerhouses from the Xiao clan had already surrounded it. The guard was so tight that even a housefly was unable to fly past. They soon met the person in charge of the manor. When the doddering old man with a head of grizzled hair saw them, his muddy eyes instantly radiated a brilliant light while separately sweeping over them. Are you two the people that the Duanmu clan mentioned? This old fellow heard that there were 3 people. Why did it become 2 now? What about the other one? Ling Zhao's expression was tranquil and calm as he replied, he left already. We are not familiar with him. The old man muttered to himself for a few seconds, never mind. The Xiao clan would open the dimensional transportation portal for the both of you because of the Duanmu clan's request. But the fee would come out of your own pockets. I believe that the both of you do not lack this bit of spirit gems, the old man pointedly stated. He had obviously heard of what they had done at the auction. May I ask how much the fee is? XiaoMo asked. 5,000 spirit gems per person. XiaoMo blinked and thought that he had misheard it. He remembered that the price per person in Beidong was lower. Moreover, this was just a transportation from Beidong to the southern continent. Wasn't this price too high? It's not high. The old man clearly saw his doubts. If you fly from Beidong to the southern continent without taking the dimensional transportation, it would take more than 100 years to arrive while traveling at the speed of an Imperial Realm expert. The price would naturally be much lower if you were traveling within the borders of Beidong. The price really did not seem to be that high based on the distance, but it was still outrageously high for most people. It was also because of this that the flow of people to and from Beidong was low. If it's 5,000, so be it. When will the dimensional transportation portal be opened? Ling Xiao had lived in the Tongtian continent before and he knew how precious spirit gems were. Regardless of whether he did or did not have spirit gems on his person, his brain never contained this word called valuable. Seeing that he was so frank and straightforward, the old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It can be open now if you two are in a hurry to leave." Truthfully, they had already begun to prepare the dimensional transportation portal before the events at the auction had spread. Since someone who was able to pay a bid of 10 million spirit gems for the heavenly cauldron would absolutely not be stingy about 5,000 spirit gems. Don't think that it seemed like 5,000 spirit gems were very little. Actually, this was already a large sum to the Xiao clan, as even though they were the ones in control of the dimensional transportation portal, very few people were able to afford the fee of using it. In fact, this was one of the reasons why the Xiao clan would agree to let them use the dimensional transportation portal. The old man brought them to the garden, which was also the location of the dimensional transportation. He took out an enormous leaf from his magic bag. This is a boat made from a single leaf of the eternal evergreen tree. This type of leaf naturally possesses a strong sense of spatial force. If you use this leaf when traveling by the dimensional transportation portal, you will be able to shorten your traveling time by nearly half. XiaoMo's eyes shone and he quickly asked, "How much is this thing?" A merchant must be crafty. XiaoMo believed that it would definitely not be cheap. The old man beamed, 10,000 spirit gems. XiaoMo felt that it was really expensive, but he still bought it as the benefit of shortening traveling time by a month really attracted him. Although they were traveling by the dimensional transportation, they would still need 3 to 4 months to reach their destination. 20,000 spirit gems were earned in a moment. The amount was equivalent to the total profits earned by the Xiao clan in a year, as after deducting various kinds of expenses, the Xiao clan did not earn much spirit gems yearly. After sending the two off, the old man felt that it would be really good if there were a couple of people like them coming every year. The theory of the dimensional transportation was different from the theory of the transdimensional tunnel. The dimensional transportation was similar to an immense ocean current as there was an automatic motional force. Even if one stood there and did not move, the dimensional transportation would still send the people inside to their destination. So the whole thing was akin to a steady and flowing ocean current. XiaoMo took out the leaf boat after entering the black hole. The enormous leaf boat let off a faint, clean and fresh spiritual energy. This spiritual energy wrapped them up and gave rise to a resonance with the ocean current like spatial energy and nearly doubled their speed all at once. What is the eternal evergreen tree? XiaoMo sat in front of Ling Xiao and turned back to ask him to his face. Ling Xiao lowered his head. It is a type of spiritual tree that has survived from ancient times. It only exists in dimensional crevices and its leaves are green all year round. Moreover, it will never wither. So if we go to other realms next time, wouldn't we be able to use the leaf of the eternal evergreen tree? XiaoMo was pleasantly surprised as he schemed. Ling Xiao smirked. That's not possible as the transdimensional tunnels are unstable. If we use the leaf boat, it may possibly bring us to another place. If our luck is good, it would bring us to another realm. If our luck is bad, we may possibly end up in a place full of spatial storms. XiaoMo remembered the time where Ling Xiao exhausted so much of his spiritual power to ward off that spatial storm they encountered in the transdimensional tunnel. If they really ended up in a place filled with spatial storms, they would not be able to survive. I'm going to cultivate. XiaoMo was suddenly embarrassed after staring at Ling Xiao, who had been staring into his eyes. He withdrew his line of sight and turned around after saying that sentence. The time he had for cultivation had decreased ever since the incident in the boundless sea. However, he would take some time out every day to cultivate, so although he was currently still a level 8 mage, he was already a high-grade level 8 mage. He intended to use this chance to break through the 9th level. He had been having a premonition that something was going to happen, so he had a pressing need to raise his strength. Ling Xiao drew XiaoMo into his embrace and rubbed his cheek on XiaoMo's head. XiaoMo, do you want to try it once here? No, I don't. XiaoMo turned his hand over and swatted Ling Xiao's head. This animal was able to go into heat everywhere. After swatting, he immediately felt fear in his heart, as this seemed to be the first time that he had swatted Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao used his forehead to softly knock on the back of his head. The knock caused XiaoMo to lean forward, but then he was gathered back into Ling Xiao's embrace again. He wanted to complain, however the hit suddenly knocked a matter loose. Are you able to undo the seal on the jade drive that the old geezer gave me now? Ling Xiao regretfully replied, I can't. Why? Didn't you say that you would be able to do it after 3 months? Because this husband has been busy with waiting upon the wife. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. I'm asking you seriously. Furthermore, he did not feel that Ling Xiao was busy with waiting upon him. It was more like he had been busy oppressing him. Ling Xiao used a kind of you don't understand humor expression to look at him. That was a conservative estimate. We had always been in a hurry these few months. Where was there time to digest the cultivation bases of those people? There's still more than half which haven't been digested. I still need to spend quite a lot of time to do that. XiaoMo touched his chest. Then it's fortunate that there's time now. Let's cultivate together. Ling Xiao immediately hugged him as his eyes brightened. That's great, let's do it together. XiaoMo coughed. I'm talking about cultivating separately. Ling Xiao had a serious expression. Wife, this lord is more than willing to ride with you. XiaoMo could not get rid of that scene in a moment and his nosebleed nearly sprayed out. Sure enough, this animal was such a scourge. If you don't want to cultivate, you can watch me cultivate. I don't mind. After speaking, XiaoMo ignored him and sat cross-legged and began to quietly meditate. Ling Xiao supported his chin with one hand as he looked at XiaoMo's face with burning eyes. After 5 minutes, XiaoMo's eyelids twitched. After 10 minutes, XiaoMo's cheek spasmed. After 15 minutes, XiaoMo grimaced and opened his eyes. Flying into a rage out of humiliation, he whacked Ling Xiao. Are you going to cultivate or not? Ling Xiao laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. Didn't you say that you don't mind me looking at you cultivating? XiaoMo glared. You really believed it? Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, I must believe in what my wife says. XiaoMo frowned. Then are you going to listen to what your wife says? Ling Xiao fell silent for quite a while before he reluctantly nodded. Listen. XiaoMo directly ignored his reluctant expression. This is what you said. You better close your eyes now and cultivate. Don't look at me again. Your husband obeys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391. Chapter 391, Trouble Caused by Pimples. Translated by Juicence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Half a month went by swiftly. On this calm day, the inside of the dimensional teleportation portal suddenly began to tremble softly. Ling Xiao noticed this abnormality and opened his eyes, seeing that the space around XiaoMo, sitting opposite him, had changed. He was probably about to break through, and when breaking through, he needed to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, thus the vibrations in the air. However, there was a huge problem with breaking through inside a teleportation portal. Dimensional teleportation portals contained only infinite spatial force and almost no spiritual energy. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao has considered this beforehand and made XiaoMo stash tens of bottles of spiritual water in his bag for emergencies. Ling Xiao took out 5 bottles of spiritual water and placed them next to him. He turned his palm up and 5 small flames sprung forth from his palm before flying into the bottles of spiritual water at his direction. Not long later, milky white spiritual energy floated out from the openings of the vials. As if sensing XiaoMo's need for it, the spiritual energy swerved towards and into XiaoMo's body as one. Half a day passed like that. Seeing that the water in the bottles were almost used up, Ling Xiao took out another 5 bottles and used the same method to create more spiritual energy. After 14 hours, XiaoMo's motionless body suddenly shuddered. In the next second, the spiritual energy that had been created from spiritual water whirled into XiaoMo's body even more intensely, like a small tornado, fighting to get there first. After about another 2 hours, the absorption of spiritual energy finally began to peter out before coming to a halt entirely. XiaoMo opened his eyes and immediately saw the magnified view of Ling Xiao's face, causing him to jump. What are you doing so close? Ling Xiao didn't blink as he replied, a red nub-like thing appeared on your face. XiaoMo immediately grabbed his own face, calling out in shock, pimples? Ling Xiao asked curiously, what are pimples? XiaoMo answered, pimples are something that prove you're young. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and thought, so it's like that. Then why don't I have any? XiaoMo couldn't help the sound of laughter that came from his mouth. His gaze rolled to the side and thought before he said, delighted at a chance to mess with Ling Xiao, because you're very, very old already. You're an old man, so of course you wouldn't have any. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, you find me old? XiaoMo felt the hair on his arms stand up at this gaze and couldn't help but backpedal in regret for his words. Of course not, I'm just stating a fact. He would never tell Ling Xiao that people with good skin wouldn't get pimples, otherwise Ling Xiao's head wouldn't be able to fit through the door anymore. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. But I was messing with you when I said you had a pimple. So that means you're an old man, too. XiaoMo. T tricked again. After half an hour, Ling Xiao seemed to begin to delight in calling him old. Every time he addressed XiaoMo, he had to add old man to it at the beginning. Like now. Old man, we still have a day before we arrive at the southern continent. Why don't you start preparing? The southern continent is in a more chaotic situation than Beidong and the population is 10 times Beidong, too. XiaoMo. After a while. Old man, after getting to the southern continent, let your contract beasts out. Having fed and housed them for so long, it's time that they work to pay us back. XiaoMo was now deeply experiencing the feeling of dropping a stone on his own foot. He regretted it. XiaoMo gripped Ling Xiao's arm, crying tears and snot as he said, I was wrong. I'll never try and mess with you again. Being called old man all the time, even as a joke, felt way too weird. Plus, if he didn't surrender, Ling Xiao would probably continue and might even call him that in front of other people. All he did was play one prank. Did Ling Xiao really have to get his revenge in such a way? Ling Xiao cupped his face and said, smiling, my dear wife, trying to change after knowing you're wrong is one of the best things a person can do. Best things, your ass. If it wasn't for you messing with me first, then I would have never tried to mess with you. Of course, XiaoMo didn't dare say that aloud. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would keep dragging things out. It wasn't like he wasn't used it, anyways, surrendering first he meant. My dear wife. Hearing the other, XiaoMo raised his head. Ling Xiao lowered his head and kissed him on the lips, a kiss first. The slow, soft, gentle kiss tickled at his heart like a feather. It was so gentle that it felt like you could squeeze water from it. XiaoMo felt like he was getting drunk. After the kiss, XiaoMo collapsed into Ling Xiao's embrace, face flushed. Ha! What are you laughing at? XiaoMo raised his head, looking at him in frustrated embarrassment. The corner of Ling Xiao's lips curled upwards bewitchingly as he stroked XiaoMo's face with a hand. My dear wife, you're as pure as ever, even after having done it so many times. XiaoMo flushed again, slapping his hand away. Do you think everyone is shameless like you? Then he quickly switched the topic. You said we'd get to the southern continent in a day, right? Then let's get into our disguises now. XiaoMo sat up straight, taking out their disguises from his bag. Ling Xiao had used an ugly mask in the Daoxian Academy, but the Vermilion Blood Clan knew about that already, so they couldn't use that anymore. The silver mask had been used at the Boundless Sea, but Yuan Nan and the middle-aged man had seen it, so they couldn't use it either. So, how about you use Lin Zhao's face like you did at the Tianxian sect? XiaoMo suggested, looking at Ling Zhao's face. No, Ling Xiao rejected it. All I have to do is make some small adjustments to my original appearance. It's not like I can only transform to Lin Zhao's face. Then transform for me to see. Ling Xiao raised a hand over his face and his appearance suddenly changed. Seeing this face that wasn't much different from his original appearance, XiaoMo made a sincere suggestion, can you make yourself a little more average? Ling Xiao glanced at him and continued to change his appearance. XiaoMo continued to speak, just a little more average. Ling Xiao accepted the suggestion with an open mind. He changed his appearance again. Afterwards, he looked at XiaoMo with an unfathomable look. Am I good to go now? The corner of XiaoMo's mouth twitched, you're good, . Then it came to clothing. Since not many people would look at one's attire, Ling Xiao wore what he originally did. However, in the future, he couldn't just wear that white robe. He had to wear the set of black clothing occasionally as well. Of course, this was just a personal suggestion of XiaoMo's, but XiaoMo wouldn't tell him that. XiaoMo then took out a ribbon he had found in his bag. Tie this ribbon around your head. That way, it can change your demeanor. Ling Xiao tied the band around his head skeptically. Pairing the dark purple ribbon with the black clothing added a hint of solemnity and coldness to his demeanor. If he showed less emotion, he's definitely be one of those abstinent cool types. So handsome. XiaoMo praised his own sense of style. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. Who are you calling handsome? Alarm bells rang in his head as XiaoMo saw the expression Ling Xiao wore and hurriedly added, "Of course it's you. No matter what you're like, you'll always be the most handsome to me." Ling Xiao was only satisfied then. XiaoMo packed away the rest of his stuff. Ling Xiao asked, "Aren't you doing to go into disguise?" XiaoMo shook his head. "I don't need to. After getting to the southern continent, I just need to get Xiao to change my appearance. His cultivational level has improved quite a lot. Very few people will be able to see through his illusions." Ling Xiao said, "After you learn beast transfiguration, you can turn him into a mask." XiaoMo immediately thought of the beast transfiguration chant that could turn Lanqiao into a pair of wings. It was unfortunately that he only knew one chant. "Where can I learn beast transfiguration?" Ling Xiao said, "I'll give you a basic rundown of Tongtian continent first. Apart from Beidong, the southern continent, Xijing and Dongzhou, there's also a Zhongtian. Zhongtian is the only place in the Tongtian continent that doesn't have a dividing line. There are 3 great powers there, the Mages Guild, the Beast Transfiguration Guild and the Tongtian Palace. Amongst them, the Tongtian Palace is the religion that presides over all of the powers in the Tongtian continent. Even the 4 ancient beasts clans can't touch them. T/N, here's the gist of the Tongtian's map through location name. Beidong, Northern Movement. Nanlu, Southern Continent. Xijing, Western Border. Dongzhou, Eastern Continent/Island. Zhongtian, Sky Center, in this case it's mean that Tongtian's center." XiaoMo blinked. "Religion?" Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right, but the one I want to talk with you about is the Beast Transfiguration Guild. If you want to learn Beast Transfiguration, you can only go there. They have the most comprehensive collection of Beast Transfiguration in all of the Tongtian continent." XiaoMo sighed softly. "Seems like this would have to wait." Ling Xiao ruffled his hair. "After rescuing Feng Qiyun, we can go to Zhongtian to have a look." XiaoMo frowned. "It'll probably be very hard to rescue Feng Qiyun, right?" They were completely clueless about the Vermilion blood family right now and didn't know where Feng Qiyun was either. If they wanted to rescue him, they'd have to first figure out where he was being kept. Ling Xiao said, "If we go around asking about it, we might alert the Vermilion blood family to our actions. It's not just us who want to rescue Feng Qiyun. Let's regroup with Yingu and the others before planning this out." Yingu was half of a 9-headed serpent king, and they were the leaders of all serpents with hundreds of thousands of snakes under their command. They would have a much easier time gathering intel about the Vermilion blood family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392. Chapter 392, Conflict. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The southern continent was a larger landmass than Beidong, thus there was more turmoil in its overall political situation. Amongst them was the Vermilion blood clan, who could almost be considered as the #1 family in the south. They held strong for many years and were very prestigious. Although the main family of the Vermilion blood clan didn't make an appearance often, their left and right-hand men, in Yang Valley and Yuxian City, were very reputable. It was common for them to be the topic of conversation. It was actually rarer to hear conversations discussing the main family. However, compared to the Tsang alliance, the Vermilion blood clan was actually less renowned. With the strength of the Tsang alliance, almost of all the southern continent had their scouts, countless ones, so that even remote places were filled with rumors of them. Amongst them, the liveliest was the June Mountains. The June Mountains were one of the danger grounds of the southern continent because it produced multiple levels of magical herbs and was filled with demon beasts. This drew a lot of people over and developed the land. At this point, even though the place was remote, there was a large flow of people and the scale of the city was spectacular. At dusk, a city basked in the sunset glow that looked like an ancient murderous beast lying in wait, was the June City. This was the capital of the June Mountains. It contained many different forces and was always bustling with action. At a street corner was a hotel shaped like a tower. It was 7 floors tall. The top 4 were for accommodations, whereas the bottom 3 each contained a small tavern. Currently all 3 taverns were filled with people chatting and bustling with noise. However, this atmosphere quieted down a lot when a group of people walked in. In a remote mountain range like the June Mountains, it was rare to meet an emperor or divine-leveled practitioner, but the first one to walk in did emit a strong aura of pressure. His slim figure presented an oppressing sensation for strong and powerful. His eyes and brows were slightly on the gentle side, giving his supposed-to-be masculine face a few touches of delicacy. When the man walked in, everyone's gaze focused in on him, and some of the imperial-leveled practitioners watched with hidden astonishment. They could feel that the man was probably of the emperor level and of a high star rank too. As the man walked in, the people behind him walked in one by one as well. Looking over, people became even more shocked as they were all practitioners above the spiritual level. Amongst them, just the imperial level they had 5 or 6, and almost 10 for spiritual level. With this many strong practitioners, in the June Mountains they could become their own force. The man's gaze swept across the tavern. Those who met his gaze felt as if they were pricked by needles, their scalp felt numb and had to hold in a strong desire to run out the door. That was when the owner came rushing out to the man in sweat. While wiping it off, he said in a humble tone, "Dear guest, are you here to stay or to have a drink?" "Both, get it both prepared." The man opened his mouth to speak. His voice was just as his face expresses, not the masculine rough and bold voice, but instead had a hint of sharpness and softness. From the voice it was clear that he wasn't someone to mess with. Today there was a lot of guests at the bar. Almost all 3 floors were filled. There still were open spots, but they had brought in at least 10 people. There wasn't enough vacancies. But before the owner said anything, a few people automatically moved to quickly free up room. The man seemed pleased and his mouth crooked into an arrogant smile. As he was about to walk over, from the door sounded a loud laughter. "Brother Huyin, Yuxian City did send you over." As the one talking walked closer, everyone saw a man wearing an elegant robe with gold linings wearing a purple jade crown. The first impression of him was extravagant, his whole body sparkled in gold. Hu Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but that disappeared after he saw a man who was talking. His face regained a glimmer of a smile and turned to the incoming man. "I see it's Brother Dongqing, long time no see, hope you are well." "A well no see. It seems that Duanin Brothers' level increased quite a bit." Cheng Dongqing walked over and took a look at him. His eyes flashed with a hint of intelligence/thoughtfulness. Huyin roared with laughter and said, "Nonsense, Dongqing brother is the one who has improved. The last time I saw you, you were just level 10 low grade, and now you have reached middle grade." Nothing less expected of Master Don Li's proudest disciple, the Mage Guild's #1 genius. Cheng Dongqing replied laughingly, "You flatter me, Huyin brother. Compared to my master, I'm nowhere close." Although that was what he said, his expression told a different story. His smile showed an unapologetic complacency, clearly liking Huyin's flattery. "I seldomly get to meet Dongqing bro, so why not have a drink together?" Huyin and Cheng Dongqing's personality were very similar, therefore he understood the other well. Not only that, to connect with someone of the Mage Guild was more favorable than bad. Cheng Dongqing also had the intention of associating with him and accepted his request. But here laid the problem. The space made for them before was only 4 tables, each could sit 4 people, and so only 16 seats were available. However, Cheng Dongqing also brought a lot of men. With the 2 groups together, there were at least 30 or so people, not nearly enough tables. Clearly the 2 realized this as well. Hu Yin's smile gathered a little, whereas Cheng Dongqing had a proud expression and looked at others with a hint of scorn. His sense and expression of superiority was off-putting for everyone who saw. However, there was nothing to be done. One was from Yuxian City and the other from the Mage Guild, neither of which they could offend. Not only that, they brought many strong practitioners too, so even if they were unwilling, they had to comply and make room. With a feeling of being wronged, the people around consciously shuffled out. Quickly, another 4 tables were cleared. But once they moved out, a table with only 2 became very out of place. It was stuck between the 8 tables, very noticeable. Not only did those in the bar realize, Huyin and Chang Dongqing saw it too. They both furrowed their brows at that. If the 2 had moved out of the way, then they would have exactly enough for 30 or so men to sit. However, it would seem that someone didn't want to give face to Yuxian City and the Mages Guild. Huyin turned and gave the one behind him a look. Understanding the signal, the man walked in broad strides toward the 2. Huyin and Dong Chengqing swaggered over to their seats instead. The owner knew he couldn't offend any one of them and thus, while wiping away sweat, called upon the waiter to bring some good wine over. He even personally poured it for them. Meanwhile, Huyin's henchman had already walked over to that table and said in a blunt manner, "You two, go sit somewhere else, this table's ours." The handsome man who was drinking halted his action and his gemstone-like black eyes stared straight into his, sending a chill to his heart. Then feeling vexed, he was about to take action before the person beside him suddenly spoke up. The young man lifted his head, showing a face that was about 25 years old, very plain with a blush that seemed to say he was drunk. Currently this face looked at him perplexed, as if surprised by his words. "Why do we have to move if you guys want to sit? Is it that you were here before us?" "No, if I remember correctly, we have been sitting here for almost half an hour." Immediately Hu Kongning's face darkened in displeasure, and in a rough voice said, "I'm telling you to move, so move. Saying so much rubbish, do you still want your life?" After he finished, he even slammed down towards the table hard. The wind hitting the table caused a bang and all of the wine glass and tea sets broke. "Oh, you ouch!" The young man straightened himself up and rubbed his temple with his index and middle finger. Complaining to the handsome man, he said, "If I had known sooner I wouldn't have drank this much. It's all you kept telling me to drink." The handsome man put down his wine glass and said apologetically, "It's my fault, let me help you massage it." The young man instantly leaned over. And the handsome man did in fact help massage his temples, and the 2 just completely ignored their surroundings. Hu Kongning looked on stupefied. The ones waiting for the drama were also dumbfounded. Some dropped their wine glasses to the floor and didn't react, others were even more direct, spitting wine onto another's face. What was even more rare was that the one who got spit on didn't even complain. 2 men leaning towards each other, staying together intimately. Some onlookers felt goosebumps all over. It was hard for them to imagine this kind of image, it just had a feeling of being struck by lightning. Hu Kongning finally came back to his senses and seeing that the 2 completely ignored him, his nose almost went crooked from the immense anger. Huyin and the others were still watching. This was the time for him to demonstrate his abilities. Making up his mind, he turned to the 2 and said with a cold snort, "Since you want it the hard way and are looking to die, let me help you with that." As he finished, with a flash Hu Kongning appeared before the 2 and lifted his hand, focusing his force, then with a slam, hacked away at their heads. He was an emperor-leveled practitioner. With his strength, he could be considered one of the top dog in the June Mountains. Any normal person would weigh themselves against him before picking a fight. If they were hit, if they didn't die, then at least they were halfway there. However, that was for people weaker than him. When everyone thought that they would be hit, a boom sounded, and a force of great magnitude, as if pulling out a mountain range, instantly exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393. Chapter 393, Retreat in Defeat. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. The whole inn was charged with a stronger pressure and was like a raging storm. The 2 pressures battled and collided with each other inside the small inn. Some were so startled they fell off their chairs and landed with their bottoms on the floor, each wearing stunned expressions on their faces. Hu Kongning, who was in the path of the two pressures, was the first to be hit. When faced with such an aura, the Imperial-level powerhouse was like a dinghy weathering out the storms and winds on the ocean. Without the chance to retaliate, he was thrown out of the inn by the immense force of the aura. His battered body hit the opposite stone wall like a rag and then crashed, rolling a few rounds on the ground before coming to a stop. By then, the guy was already breathing feebly. Deathly silence swept across the inn. A few seconds later, a sharp intake of breath could be heard throughout the inn, followed by many more to come. The looks that everyone gave to the handsome man and the youth immediately had more fear and respect in them. While they didn't know who attacked, it was definitely one of the two, and many were leaning towards the handsome man had committed it. Just when everyone else was still caught in a state of shock and confusion, a loud sound suddenly caught their attention. The source of the sound had originated from the side and everyone turned to face it. Unsurprisingly, they saw Huyin, who wore an expression as dark as soot. His right hand was clenched tightly into a fist as he slammed it on the table. Clearly, he was the one who made the sound. He glared coldly at the handsome man and the youth, just like a venomous snake would with its prey. It was as if any second now, he would crush their bones and swallow them whole. The people from Yuxian City standing behind him were also shooting them icy stares as if they were watching corpses. They were ready to stir up trouble from the looks of it, and it seemed like they might attack any time. The two of you belittle my Yuxian City too much. You dared to hit my people in front of me. If I don't get an explanation today, then I'll take it as the two of you want to challenge Yuxian City. Huyin stood up and the aura of a powerhouse immediately burst forth from within him, followed by frenzied pressure that swept towards them like a storm. The handsome man lifted his eyes and lazily glanced at him. Huyin's aura was timely blocked by an invisible wall and could not get any closer. After a while, the aura that Huyin had intentionally let burst out from himself had bounced back at him. Not only did he not gain the upper hand, his face paled instead. The him right now no longer had the smugness and arrogance he had previously as he stared at the handsome man in aghast. By solely comparing auras alone, he was completely floored. One could also say he was utterly defeated by the handsome man. Huyin was an Emperor-level 3-star powerhouse, and for someone to defeat him using aura alone, the person must either be an Emperor-level 7-star or Divine-level powerhouse. No matter which one he was, the handsome man was far superior than him in terms of power. On the sidelines, the plastered smile on Cheng Dongqing's face disappeared and was replaced with a grim look on his face. He gave the handsome man a complicated and fearful look as he stared at him. Looks like this sir really wants to become enemies with Yuxian City. Since it's already like this. While Huyin had Yuxian City backing him up, he didn't dare to act recklessly before the others from Yuxian City arrived. Should the other party intend to kill him because of that, then it would do him more harm than good. But still, he was unwilling to lose the war of words. The handsome man smirked and finally spoke his first sentence. You've been yapping nonstop about Yuxian City. Do you know how to say something else? If you feel that I've slighted or challenged Yuxian City, then why not take action against me now? Or am I right to say that you're afraid of me? After hearing what he said, Huyin's face turned green. What he said was the truth. Indeed, Huyin couldn't defeat him and feared his power. But to lay it bare in front of everyone else at the inn, how could he not be embarrassed? Huyin clenched his fist. With eyes were aflame and with a twisted look on his face, he screamed at the handsome man. If you have the balls, you stay here and don't leave. Wait till Yuxian City's elders come and teach you a lesson. I'll see if you're still so arrogant then. You're mad. The youth beside the handsome man quipped. The look he gave Huyin was one full of frustration. His head hurt. This guy never stopped talking. After he was done talking, the youth no longer paid any attention to Huyin. He buried his face in the arms of the handsome man and mumbled something, making others wonder what he was complaining about. What did you say? If you have the guts, I dare you to say it again. Huyin's sharp and piercing voice could be heard once again. It already pissed him off enough to have one person insulting him, and now this seemingly weak youth had the gall to reprimand him. How dare he despise him just because he had a powerful companion with him? Being repeatedly slighted by the other party set all of Hu Yin's rational thoughts on fire. He was almost at the end of his fuse and he really wanted to slaughter them. "Captain, calm down. You are not his match as of now. It's never too late to take revenge." The two imperial-level powerhouses who sat at the next table were also Hu Yin's men. Seeing as he almost lost all rationality to his anger, they quickly came up to hold him back for fear that he might just charge ahead. At this moment, Cheng Dongqing suddenly cut in. "Brother Huyin, what they said is reasonable. Please don't act recklessly, that man might really kill you. There's no need to risk your life over a fit of anger. You have a bright future ahead, and if you die here, it really won't be worth it. Let's just leave him to the elders." Cheng Dongqing's words were like a pail of water that doused the fire in Hu Yin's heart. The flames of fury had mostly been put out. He might not have listened to his two underlings, but Cheng Dongqing was different. He was the disciple of Master Shilu, who was one of the board members of the Southern Continent Mage Guild. As the saying went, not for the sake of the monk, but for that of the Buddha. Even if he didn't want to listen to Cheng Dongqing, he had to, in order to give face to his master. Furthermore, what was most important was that he had a way out without embarrassing himself too much. HNG. Since Brother Dongqing has already said so, I'll do it for Brother Dongqing. Huyin acted all high and mighty as he said, then grunted coldly when he looked at the two of them. What a prideful guy. Despite clearly being on the losing end, he still had to find words to salvage his hurt pride. Didn't he realize he was making himself more of a joke to others? What a classic turn tail and run situation. After he delivered what he had to say, Huyin got his men to carry Hu Kongning, who was outside, and left. He couldn't stay in that inn any longer. Even if he wasn't pissed to death, he had lost all face there. He had lost all face to remain there anymore. Neither did Cheng Dongqing stay behind. The inn once again resumed its peace. After a while, people started to whisper and discuss. The Yuxian city, which had had their way on the southern continent for many years, had finally met its match in this inn. Not only were they unable to fight back, they even had to flee from the inn in defeat. This was the first time in history that such a thing happened. After the initial stages of shock. Back to the topic, why would people from Yuxian City and the Mage Guild be in June City at the same time? Judging from Hu Yin's tone, it seems like some elders will be coming over. Don't tell me something big happened? But why haven't we heard anything about it? Not long after, the crowd's attention was redirected. I don't think the Yuxian City and the Mage Guild are here to train. Something must have happened and the news was contained. That's why we know nothing about it. If the Yuxian City and the Mage Guild are here, then the other forces are sure to follow, but this sure gets people pumped. I wonder what will happen this time. Just when everyone was busy buzzing around, the handsome man and the youth stood up. Their every move was scrutinized by the people there, and when they stood, the noise died down a bit. The handsome man helped the slightly tipsy youth up the stairs, and they were instantly hidden away from the inquiring looks others gave them. Yet, the crowd still refused to give up as they stared in the direction they left. When they returned to their room, the youth suddenly lifted his slightly flushed face and wrapped his arms around the man's neck. Then, he kissed him. The youth nipped at his lips clumsily as they shared a drunken kiss that tasted of wine. While it was sloppy and slightly painful, it had undoubtedly fanned the man's desire. He quickly bent down to gather the youth in his arms and carried him to bed. As the man laid on top, he suddenly reached out to grab a ball of white stuff before conveniently throwing it out. Following this series of actions, the youth's appearance underwent a drastic change. The ordinary face transformed into one with fine and delicate features as the youth turned into a teenager. And that teenager was no other than XiaoMo. Said white ball of stuff that was tossed away by the man landed on the ground lightly. It meowed resentfully at the two on the bed before hopping its way out of the room. Seeing as the person under him was still dizzy, the man took advantage of it and leaned down to seal the teenager's lips with his. He easily pried open his clenched teeth and his tongue eagerly swept over every corner of his mouth. Teasing as he sucked on the teenager's tongue, the man kept his hands busy by sliding them under the teenager's shirt. And when he found that nub, he pinched it forcefully. Ah! XiaoMo couldn't suppress his moan when he felt the stimulation. In return, he wrapped his arms even tighter around the man. In the next second, his lips were captured once again by the man and his moans were swallowed in the kiss. XiaoMo was already drunk since earlier on. His body had gone all soft and weak and ready for the man to have his way with it. The man released his lips and brushed his cheek. Looks like you only behave slightly more passionately when you're drunk. The man gently smiled. At that moment, XiaoMo suddenly lifted one leg. His knee just brushed against the bulge between the man's legs, which sent a wave of heat coursing through his body. Meanwhile, the person who started it was laughing out loud inconsiderately. The man sucked in a breath before lowering his head to kiss him. You little imp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394. Chapter 394, Money-Making Method. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. XiaoMo let out an uncomfortable groan and slowly rolled over as he unhurriedly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar handsome face. Shocked, he sprang up into a sitting position on the bed, and was suddenly wide awake. XiaoMo did not even have the time to understand what happened before a dull pain came from his head. There was also a trace of stinging pain from that hard-to-speak-about place below. It hurts. A pair of hands abruptly stretched over and pressed his temple. The strength was even, neither too light nor too heavy. He lifted his head upwards and let out a happy sigh. Is it better? The man's familiar voice slowly and lazily echoed beside his ear. The deep voice carried the languidness of one just having gotten out of bed, making him feel comfortably warm. XiaoMo had already regained his senses. He leaned against the man's body on the spot and roguishly said, "No, my head is still very heavy. Next time I definitely won't drink." "Okay, then don't drink," the man said with a laugh. XiaoMo opened his eyes and glared at him. "You still dare to laugh? If not for you urging me on to drink a little more, I wouldn't have such a headache now." The man innocently replied, "If you feel that the wine was not tasty, will you drink it if I pour it for you?" XiaoMo gave a dry cough. That wine was really quite tasty. The tavern also had many varieties of wine. However, it was best known for its fruit wine. It was said that the fruit wine was June City's specialty. The flavor was not spicy and also not strong, rather it had a faint fruity flavor. It tasted good, and one would not feel tired of it no matter how much was consumed. XiaoMo had thought that fruit wines would be very strong tasting in the beginning. After drinking it, he discovered that it tasted just like fruit juice. Ling Xiao also frequently poured the fruit wine for him, so he drank cup after cup and unwittingly finished several pots of wine. "Oh yeah, something seemed to have happened when I was drunk yesterday." "What was it?" "My head is still dizzy now, so I'm not too clear about it." "You explain it to me." XiaoMo felt a little guilty, so he quickly changed the topic. He took a moment to recall what had happened yesterday. Although he remembered that the Yuxian city was present and there was that something mage guild, but he couldn't remember several details. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. His fingers skimmed XiaoMo's cheek as he laughed. "Can't you remember? Yesterday you obviously made Hu Kongning and Huing choke until they could not even refute a single sentence." XiaoMo had an uneasy expression on his face as he pushed Ling Zhao's hand away. "I said I don't remember, so I don't." He gave the slight impression of trying to hide it but made it more conspicuous instead. Ling Xiao did not continue to tease him upon seeing that he was about to flare up. Yesterday, the people from Yuxian City and the Mage Guild appeared in Jun City. From their conversation, it appeared that there would be more people arriving. I suppose that there's something here in this side of the mountain range in Jun City which has attracted them. Do you know what it is? XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. I don't know yet. Their secrecy is actually very tight. Other than themselves, all the people in Jun City do not appear to know what it is about. XiaoMo replied, maybe there's some sort of treasure here. Ling Xiao chucked, no matter what treasure it is, this situation is a good opportunity for us. We do not need to specially run to the territory of the Vermilion Blood Clan and their branch forces to investigate. Be that as it may, but it was a fact that the people from Yuxian City and the Mage Guild appeared in Jun City at the same time after all. Two great powers together would draw a lot of attention, and they were not the only ones curious about this. The people who were present at that time also were wondering about it, so someone went to investigate that very evening. After a whole night, the news that the Yuxian City was waiting for their forces to arrive had spread throughout Jun City. Moreover, it was also rumored that the members of the Vermilion Blood Clan would also be sent over. The two changed their clothes and XiaoMo called for Xiao to return again. After dressing up, he changed his appearance into yesterday's ordinary-looking youth once more. Although Xiao's strength was in the lower range in his Xiao team, his transformation techniques were unusually top-notch and it was hard for people to see through them. Just like Huyin from yesterday, he had an Emperor Realm cultivation base, but even he did not see through his disguise. Then the two went out. Many people poured through the gates to Jun City in the early morning after the events yesterday. They had all hurried over because of the news. It appeared that many wanted to know why the Yuxian City and the Mage Guild would come here. From time to time there would be a crowd hurrying past them. Just as XiaoMo was having some misgivings, a peal of hectic footsteps abruptly sounded from behind. He saw a group of people rushing over once he turned back. I've heard that someone knows why they would come to Jun City. Is that true or false? Of course it's true, because the people from the Tsang Alliance are also here. That's great. XiaoMo saw this group of people running past him at a high speed, as though they would miss the opportunity if they were late. In the beginning he did not understand, but after thinking about the nature of the Tsang Alliance's influence, he then understood. Ling Xiao wore white from head to toe today and he was holding a fan in hand. With a graceful and elegant demeanor, he smiled, interesting, let's go take a look too. There would be no lack of the Tsang Alliance in any place that was bustling with noise and excitement. In the Tongtian continent, this point could practically be said to be a common understanding. Furthermore, many secrets would no longer remain as secrets at any place that had the Tsang Alliance present. This was because other than collecting information, the Tsang Alliance would also engage in the sale of all kinds of information. When XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived, they saw an enormous demon beast in a huge plaza. The appearance of the demon beast was very similar to a tortoise. It stood about 50 meters tall and was about 500 meters long. The shell of the tortoise was green and it carried a building similar to a house on top of its shell. There were delicate and beautiful carvings on the building, and with a look, and one would know that it's a thing of aesthetic pleasure. Those people who had just run past XiaoMo were now surrounding one side of this tortoise as they continuously chattered in discussion over the matter. Ling Xiao walked over and cleared up his confusion. This green tortoise is from a branch bloodline of the psychic black tortoise from the Four Ancient Beasts clan. Rumor has it that the head of the Tsang Alliance subdued the entire clan of green tortoises. Henceforth, the Green Tortoise clan began to serve the Tsang Alliance for many generations. To even be able to subdue the branch bloodline of the psychic black tortoise, the head of the Tsang Alliance is really too amazing. XiaoMo gutsily exclaimed in admiration. Furthermore, this way of thinking of using the tortoise as a means of transportation was completely new and original. At least to a person like him who had wholeheartedly believed that a tortoise was a very slow animal, he thought as such. People jumped down one after another from the back of the green tortoise just as they were talking. There were more than a dozen people were in the same attire, only the clothes of the person taking the lead was different. His aura was very strong and his body was so sturdy that he seemed to be able to carry a mountain on his shoulders. His silhouette was unwavering and determined as the edge of a blade. On his back was a broadsword without a scabbard. This was an expert who used swords. It's Lord Xiao. Who would have thought that the Tsang Alliance would actually send him over? Lord Xiao is the 21st expert on the Tong Tian rankings. Sure enough, it's really different once an idol appears. He's so mighty and domineering. I've heard that Lord Xiao was the 8th disciple that the head of the Tsang Alliance took in. He also has a high status in the Tsang Alliance. However, the head of the Tsang Alliance really deserves his name. Each and every one of the disciples he took in are all formidable and extraordinary. I wonder how much the price for the information this time is going to be. Based on the degree of confidentiality of the information, the price should be high. Looks like not many would be able to afford it. The chatter of the crowd discussing had not stopped ever since Xiao jumped off the green tortoise. Though it was noisy, it let XiaoMo know a lot of information. Ling whispered an explanation in his ear. The Tong Tian ranking is the rankings of the experts in the Tong Tian continent. The rankings are judged based off their overall strength. Basically, those in the top 100 are all the powerhouses of the present age. This Xiao is ranked at the 21st place, so his cultivation base should around 1-star divine realm. Both were handsome guys, but the first impression that this Xiao gave them was much better than Huin and such. Xiao swept his eyes over everyone present. His eyes was as sharp and penetrating as a blade. Each and every one of those who he saw felt their breathing become sluggish. His stature was very tall. After reaching the ground, he was still a head taller than everyone, easily giving others a feeling of oppression. The plaza suddenly quieted down. All kinds of noises were ceased with his glance over. After the crowd quieted down, Xiao's clear voice got right to the point. With regards to the rumors of a treasure in the mountain ranges of June City, it's confirmed to be true. In accordance to the past rules, those who want to know the news can purchase the information Jade Drive from me. As soon as this statement was made, alarmed clamoring suddenly rang out. Originally, they were not sure whether it was true that there was a treasure in the mountain ranges of June City. Now it was confirmed with Xiao saying as such. Never did they think that the news would be so closely guarded that they would have heard of it only when the other forces from the Yusen city had rushed over. If not for the Tsang Alliance, they would probably have still been left in the dark this time. Xiao, it's really true that you can see the shadow of the Tsang Alliance wherever you go. Looks like this time the Tsang Alliance would be able to earn a large amount of spirit gems. How then would this price be calculated? Just when everyone was spiritedly discussing, a candid laughter abruptly sounded from the rear. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, discovering that it was from a refined youth in white. The youth was beaming from ear to ear as he walked towards them. Who else was this youth but the Beast Transfiguration Guild's Xiao Wushuang? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395. Chapter 395, Not Expensive at All. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Xiao Wushuang was one of the young and popular leading figures within the Beast Transfiguration Guild. Rumor had it, he was only second to that person in the Zhongtian headquarters of the Beast Transfiguration Guild. Though he wasn't the one and only, his name was widely known, especially throughout the southern continent. The southern continent's Beast Transfiguration Guild was a branch of Zhongtian's. Xiao Wushuang was mostly active in the southern continent, so he was more renowned there. He was also a powerhouse on the Tong Tian rankings. He ranked a little under Xiao, but he was also younger than Xiao. When he appeared, everyone's attention shifted. There were rumors that Xiao Wushuang was on friendly terms with the people in the Tsang Alliance, but they never had proof because almost no one had seen Xiao Wushuang walking together with people of the Tsang Alliance. However, judging by how he referred to Xiao just now, they could be certain that the rumors were true. After Yuxian City and the Mages Guild, people from the Tsang Alliance and the Beat Transfiguration Guild had appeared, too. People from the other guilds would probably be arriving soon. Does Xiao Laudi intend to buy it, asking after the price? T/N, Laudi, affectionate form of address for a male who was not very much younger than oneself. Xiao and Xiao Wushuang really did have quite a good relationship, thought they weren't friends that would lay their hearts bare to one another. Xiao had often had dealings with Xiao Wushuang. This refined-looking person was actually rather candid person. Upon seeing him, that stern and solemn expression had warmed up a little, though he still looked quite serious. Xiao Wushuang could tell though. He shook his head and smiled, saying, "I have no intentions of buying. I can't afford the price of a jade drive like that. Plus, why would I spend spirit gems to buy information I already know? I, young Master Wushuang, am not an idiot. If I really did buy it, there'll probably be people saying I've been kicked in the head by a donkey." Xiao Laudi jokes. Who dares insult young Master Wushuang, after all? Xiao began to laugh. He liked people who spoke openly like Wushuang. This was what he admired about Wushuang the most. Xiao Wushuang also laughed a little before saying, "Xiong Laoj, there's no need to entertain me further. Your business is more important." T/N, Laoj, affectionate form of address for a male who was not very much older than oneself. Xiao didn't reply, but it was clear that XiaoMo's opinion of Wushuang had gone up. In the audience, XiaoMo couldn't help but envy this sort of person. He lived carefree, that was what life really was about. People who did nothing but plot against others only did it because they had nothing better in their lives to do. As opposed to people like Cheng Dongqing and Hui Ning, Xiao and Xiao Wushuang had an easier time getting people to like them. It wasn't just XiaoMo who was envious. Others had the same thought. Let's cut to the chase. I believe everyone knows how valuable these jade drives are. The price this time isn't the highest that Tsang Alliance has ever set, but the price isn't low either. A jade drive is 100,000 spirit gems, Xiao declared. With these words, many people were struck dumb by this price of 100,000. Though the South Continent was much wealthier than Beidong, those who truly were rich with spirit gems were few and far between. 100,000 spirit gems was quite a fortune for most people, so who would spend it on information? So, after Xiao's words fell, he received no response. Xiao seemed to expect this situation and didn't feel surprised. This was a price he had came to after discussing with the others. When considering the information inside the jade drive, it really wasn't very expensive, but only those who decided to spend their fortune on it would know if it was worth it or not. When silence had fallen, laughter suddenly came from the back of the crowd. It was especially abrupt in the silence, and the owner of the laugh wasn't at all courteous, his laughter mocking. XiaoMo felt that this voice seemed familiar. He had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where, and turned his head in the direction of the laugh like everyone else. A kind of familiar man, with a group of people clustered around him like stars around a moon, came over. Those in his way moved to the side without prompting. This man was none other than Cheng Dongqing, who had been in the bar yesterday. XiaoMo had been drunk then, so he didn't have a very deep impression of the other. Cheng Dongqing walked up to Xiao and Xiao Wushuang, smiling lightly. Seems like that Tsang Alliance is the same as always, unable to escape their love for wealth. I can't believe you have the face to sell information that someone else gleaned. In any case, you actually dare to sell just a little jade drive for 100,000 spirit gems. You lot really have gone crazy for spirit gems. Now you can't even sell it, how embarrassing. Xiao glanced at him coldly. Mind your own fucking business. Cheng Dongqing's smile fell instantly. But someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. In the silence, the chuckle was exceptionally loud. Cheng Dongqing's face, having had only just been cursed at, immediately darkened. He couldn't vent his anger out on Xiao, so he decided to take it out on the person who had laughed. His cold gaze immediately shot in the direction of the laugh, but, blocked by the crowd, he didn't know who it was that had laughed. At that thought, he was even more pissed off. The people behind Cheng Dongqing knew that he was getting angry. One of the men immediately pulled out his weapon, pointing it at the crowd and yelling, "Who laughed just now? Get out here at once!" The crowd was afraid of getting caught in the crossfire and hurriedly backed away, revealing XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. With the empty space around them, it was like they had been ostracized. The man saw them and decided that they were the people who had laughed. He was about to yell again when he suddenly noticed a familiar handsome face. The other was watching him with something like a smile. The scene from the bar yesterday surfaced in his mind and the man couldn't help but shudder. The state Hui Ning had ended up in after fighting this guy was still etched into his mind. The man knew he was no match for Ling Xiao and his words seemed to be lodged in his throat, preventing him from speaking. He turned to glance at Cheng Dongqing in uncertainty. "It's you!" Cheng Dongqing saw them and immediately knew what had happened. Only these two would dare laugh at them, others wouldn't dare laugh, knowing of his identity. Who are they? Seeing how Cheng Dongqing knew the two, confusion flashed through Xiong Zhao's eyes. The two sides seemed to have bad blood between them, too, if the tone he had used and the way he grit his teeth was any indication. That was when a green-clothed person came up to him and whispered into his ear, explaining what had happened in the fight in the bar. With the information network that Song Alliance had, they had known of this incident the day it happened. Xiao Wuxuan was close to them and also heard, immediately shooting a surprised look at the two. They hadn't even gotten here 2 days and were already making enemies with the Mages Guild and Yuxian City. These two were quite talented, weren't they? Seeing how they were discovered, XiaoMo waved at them, smiling. "Hello, we meet again." Cheng Dongqing's expression turned even uglier, looking like he wanted to tear that smile apart. However, he looked at the man next to XiaoMo with trepidation. He would destroy them someday. As he thought that, the two walked towards Xiong Xiao. "Hey Dage, I would like to purchase a jade drive," XiaoMo said with a smile, stopping in front of Xiong Xiao. In reality, he hadn't wanted to get this sort of attention, but no one else had responded and the whole thing had been suddenly interrupted by Cheng Dongqing. They still had something to do, so he decided to act first. Xiong Xiao hadn't thought that the first person to come and buy the jade drive would be such a young man. Plus, Cheng Dongqing had only just been mocking them about their lack of customers. Now that he had stood out from the group, Cheng Dongqing was very likely to take his anger out on this person. He didn't think the two hadn't considered this. If so, then to still do such a thing was a brave act indeed. Xiong Xiao couldn't help but warm up to them a little and unhesitantly took out a jade drive, tossing it over. "Here you go." XiaoMo caught the jade drive and then paid him 100,000 spirit gems. He glanced at Cheng Dongqing, whose complexion had gone pale green, and suddenly said with a laugh, 100,000 spirit gems for this small jade drive? Aya, that's not expensive at all. Hearing this, everyone's sweat dropped. For the rich, 100,000 spirit gems wasn't very expensive, but instead rather reasonable. Wasn't it worth being able to gain information that no one else knew by spending 100,000 spirit gems? However, for them, who had never saved more than a few 10,000, 100,000 wasn't just expensive. Even if they sold everything they had, they probably wouldn't be able to afford it, so they were just here to watch the drama. Cheng Dongqing almost spat blood. He had just said that Xiong Zhao's jade drive lacked customers because it was too expensive, but now this person was slapping his face by saying that in front of everyone. He had done it several times. Did he really think that Cheng Dongqing didn't dare act? "Watch yourself, brat." After leaving behind that chilling warning, he whirled around and left with his followers. It wasn't a small thing to have bad blood with one of the people of the Mages Guild. The Mages Guild was one of the greatest powers of the Tongtian continent and their presence was scattered all across the continent. Plus, in order to ask the high-ranking mages of the Mages Guild for help, many practitioners would try to curry their favor. So, making enemies with them meant to make enemies with the majority. The crowd couldn't help but glance at XiaoMo in sympathy. He really had guts. However, the handsome man beside him didn't even act to stop him at all. Where were all these recklessly brave people coming from? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396. Chapter 396, Metal Swallowing Beast. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. You too, please hold on. After purchasing the Jade Drive, XiaoMo was just about to leave with Ling Xiao when Xiao, who was behind them watching, suddenly called out to stop them. The two both stopped. Xiao walked over, paid obeisance and said, "I'm Xiao, us meeting was meant to be, how should I call you?" Those who were about to leave, after hearing this, all stopped dead in their tracks and turned to look at Xiao, who had a courteous expression on, with astonishment. Xiao was ranked 21st on the Tong Tian rankings. For him to initiate in small talk, that's really giving them face. The Tsang Alliance was rich and powerful, there were many who would want to associate themselves with them. Like the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Beast Transfiguration Guild, even they would want to befriend the Tsang Alliance. However, only very few could catch their attention. It was not that they were prideful and unwilling to befriend the other, rather, they were all a bunch of oddballs who didn't care about one's background. If they don't like someone, no matter who they had as backup, they wouldn't care. Like Cheng Dongqing for example, Xiao didn't like him, so he rebutted him without remorse, without giving him face. Although, it was the former who provoked first, however, even if he hadn't, Xiao still wouldn't have had a better attitude. XiaoMo was also surprised and continued thoughtlessly, "I'm Xiao, Before he could finish, a hand groped his waist at his ticklish stop, slightly scaring him a little. "You Xiao?" Right then Xiao Wuxuan walked over and after hearing the name, made a weird expression. It was the first time he had heard of a name so strange, pairing it with the person, it was an odd sensation. Seeing that the two looked over, he said, "I'm forgetting to introduce myself, I'm Xiao Wuxuan." XiaoMo sweated a little, "Hello. It's not you Xiao, but you Xiao." The reticent Ling Xiao slightly explained. T/N, ha in laughter, like a ha underscore, poor lil Momo. With a guilty conscience, XiaoMo agreed, yes, it's not ah but ha. Not matter if it's ah or ha, it's just a name. Xiao said brightly and turned to look at Ling Xiao, "How would you like me to address you?" With solemnity Ling Xiao replied, "Ling Mo." T/N, Ling and Ling Xiao, Mo and XiaoMo, and you got Ling Mo, which BTW is a very beautiful name underscore at least better than someone which the onomatopoeia of laughter. XiaoMo. Xiao didn't realize the weird atmosphere between them and happily made obeisance while saying, "Ah, I see, fellow Ling Mo, being able to meet you too means that today has not been a wasted effort." XiaoMo finally came back to his senses and said, "We are happy to be able to meet you too." Xiao calmed down a bit and his expression turned serious again. In a serious tone he said, "Fellow Xiao, today you offended Cheng Dongqing, from now on, you should be more careful. With his narrow-mindedness, he will definitely come and take revenge given the chance. If you guys decide to go to that place, then be careful of him and Huin." Hearing the words XiaoMo felt a little embarrassed. He imagined that the place he mentioned was the place of the hidden treasure. He felt a slightly moved and replied, "Thank you Xiongdage for the warning, we will be careful." It was after a little more chit-chat that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left. Xiao Wuxuan looked at them thoughtfully before saying, "Xiongdage, this is the first time I've seen you be so interested in two strangers." "Actually, I don't know the reason either, I just find them pleasing, especially that Xiao, I'm especially fond of him." Xiao shook his head and couldn't help but laugh despite himself. Xiao Wuxuan knew that this feeling was hard to explain and didn't push any further. "Xiongdage, did you pay attention to that Ling Mo?" Xiao immediately stopped smiling and muttered, "Of course I noticed him, however, I couldn't detect his level. If he didn't use any technique to hide his presence, then his power should be above mine. I believe it's the latter, since they dare to challenge Yuxian City and the Mage Guild. If he was just at the divine level, that wouldn't be enough. Xiao Wushuang said, hopefully they won't meet any strong practitioners from those two forces anytime soon. However, I did hear that a young master of the Vermilion Blood Clan was coming. Is that true? Xiong Xiao knew he was trying to sound out the truth but didn't pay any mind. Since Xiaoladi already has the answer, why would you need to ask me? On the other hand, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao did not hurry back to the hotel. They wandered around June City for a while and bought a lot of souvenirs before going back. Once they were in the room, XiaoMo took out the jade drive. It was black with a crystal glow flowing through. It did not have any restrictions, so it was easy to read the information inside. He wasn't in a hurry to dissolve the information and handed the jade drive to Ling Xiao first. As per usual, Ling Xiao was faster than him. XiaoMo said in astonishment, "It's unbelievable that beneath the June mountain range there would be such a huge natural underground palace and it could nurture a metal-swallowing beast." Although XiaoMo was not an extensive reader, he still had heard of the metal-swallowing beast. It was a demon beast that could attack and defend, especially its defense was incredibly strong. However, it depended on what it had devoured. The rarer and stronger the metal, the better its defense would be. That would also increase its levels, so basically a demon beast that relied on eating rare metals. As for its attack, that also had to do with it consuming metals. The metal-swallowing beast had the metal element, thus any physical damage would not affect it. Instead, it could control the metal elements within a human. Killing without drawing blood, that was the real power of the demon beast. Even if it wasn't an emperor beast, its attack and defense was stronger than most, thus people would call it a false emperor beast. By the looks of things, everyone is here for the metal-swallowing beast. XiaoMo thought of the power of the demon beast and couldn't help but be a bit tempted. However, he knew he couldn't push it. The jade drive didn't mention its power level. He didn't want to find an uncertain fight. Ling Xiao said, about the metal-swallowing beast, there is actually a legend about it. A legend? The legend says that the metal-swallowing beast is a god-blessed special beast. If one could capture it, they would be above all living things. It is a symbol of power, riches, and status. Hearing that XiaoMo's eyes glowed, it's that amazing? Then, if everyone had a metal-swallowing beast, wouldn't everyone be at the top? Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. What do you think the metal-swallowing beast is? A low-level demon beast that you see everywhere. XiaoMo let out a dry laugh. He was just making a joke. Then, according to you, the number of the metal-swallowing beasts is as low as the 4 great emperor beasts. Ling Xiao said, the 4 great emperor beasts are rare, but the metal-swallowing beast is even rarer, one of a kind. It will only breed once in a trillion years. What do you think is its rarity? XiaoMo swallowed hard. Once in a trillion years? By then it was all too late. However, it's not that easy to breed a metal-swallowing beast, so there is something that's been bothering me. Ling Xiao suddenly said in contemplation. XiaoMo asked, what is it? Ling Xiao replied, I'll tell you once I confirm it. If it's as I expect, then we have to take of a piece of the pie this time. XiaoMo got antsy just hearing it. Can you tell me now? Ling Xiao, no. XiaoMo asked again, why not? Ling Xiao looked at him and with a smile said, because I know you would really like to know right now. XiaoMo. Fuck. XiaoMo's feeling of resentment was as deep as the black hole after being tricked. Didn't he know that he was very curious? To purposefully not tell him because he wanted to know, if he had known that, he would have said he didn't want to know, although that sounded like a very dumb idea. For the next few days, they stayed at the hotel. Beneath the hotel was a bar. There was always someone talking about the ins and outs of June City. So, even without going out, they had learned a lot. Both the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Beast Transfiguration Association arrived the day before in June City. It was said that they both dispatched a divine-leveled practitioner, clearly with getting the metal-swallowing beast in mind. XiaoMo had initially thought that Huyin and Cheng Dongqing would come to the hotel to seek revenge, however since then there had been nothing. He almost thought that they had a change of heart. However, Ling Xiao told him that it was because the departure day was coming close. Neither of the two divine-leveled practitioners would want to divert their attention, so they didn't come find them immediately. "When are we leaving?" After a few more days, XiaoMo couldn't help but ask. It seemed like the Vermilion Blood Clan was already on the move while they still hadn't done anything. He thought that Ling Xiao would know, however he said this instead, "How would I know? Didn't the Jade Drive say that the entrance was randomized? If you want to go in, you need to find the entrance," he said in a very uncaring attitude. XiaoMo pounced on him while making threatening gestures, choking him as he yelled, "How do you not know? Aren't you supposed to be very strong?" Ling Xiao let him choke him, but one of his hands slid down to hold his bottom, and replied in a gloating way, "The reality is telling you that your man isn't invincible. He also has things he cannot do. However, I didn't think my wife here thought so highly of me. As your husband I feel very honored, and thus your husband has made a decision, let's dual cultivate that." XiaoMo wanted to bite him to death, this sex-driven bastard. And so, that was what he did. Without hesitation, he bit Ling Xiao's neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397. Chapter 397, Imposter. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. The next day, Ling Xiao's neck was horribly bitten. Most people would immediately remove the traces, but Ling Xiao did not. He saw the bite marks on his neck as a mark of XiaoMo's love for him. With that thought in mind, he appeared unabashedly in front of others. Said other person was a staff of the hotel. Since then, the staff had been looking at XiaoMo more and more strangely. He was shocked at first, but afterwards he looked at him as if he was a monster and dared not come back. XiaoMo utterly regretted his actions. He should have known better than to compete with him in terms of who was more thick-skinned. He would never win. After all, he knew Ling Xiao was no ordinary person. XiaoMo ended up having to beg him to remove the marks on his neck. XiaoMo tearfully swore he would never do this sort of thing again. After agreeing to a number of unequal terms, Ling Xiao finally dismissed the idea of walking around with the marks for show. He would definitely get back at him one day. After another 2 days had passed, XiaoMo had a small discussion before finally deciding to broadcast the information he saw in his Jade Drive regarding the metal-swallowing beast. The news spread like wildfire, and in less than half a day, the whole of June City knew about it. Everyone was talking about the metal-swallowing beast. However, this move did not jeopardize the interests of the Tsan Alliance. This was because as early as the day before, Xiao had already stopped selling the information Jade Drive. Those who bought the Jade Drive were also wary of the Vermilion Blood Clan and were unwilling to freely divulge information they bought with spirit gems. So in the end, nothing got out. But one thing did change. After XiaoMo leaked the news, the Vermilion Blood Clan and the other forces lost their privileges. The metal-swallowing beast symbolized power and status, and almost no one could resist this temptation. Driven by their desires, some people relentlessly probed around for information on where the entrance to the natural underground palace was. As the saying goes, when there's a will, there's a way. Eventually, someone really did find out where the entrance was located. In reality, the Vermilion Blood Clan and a few other large powers already had a plan in mind. All this time, they hadn't taken action because they were observing how the underground palace moved. From their observations, they discovered that the next time the entrance would reappear would be at the southwestern part of June City's mountain range, along Broken Valley. But time was very limited. The underground palace's entrance only stopped for 7 minutes or so before shifting again. If they couldn't get in within this time frame, the location of the entrance would shift once more and no one knew where it'd end up next or how far away it'd be. Basically, they only had one shot. That being said, there was still no news on which day and what time it would make an appearance. XiaoMo was also starting to get anxious. He felt it could be any day now. If he couldn't obtain information on the exact whereabouts of the entrance, it would be useless to search the whole mountain range of June City. The entrance would have long since disappeared. What now? Although Ling Xiao had already said that he wasn't omnipotent, XiaoMo still asked him out of habit. Ling Xiao rubbed his clean-shaven chin before suddenly smiling after a moment. I reckon the Vermilion Blood Clan would have taken precautions after the information leaked the last time. They won't let many people know about it to ensure nothing is leaked a second time. It's useless to rely on others. In this case, we can only find out about it ourselves. How? XiaoMo asked with interest. Killing and arson, Ling Xiao replied. Soon, it was nightfall, and what better time to set fire and kill people than on a dark, stormy night? In the darkness of the night, dozens of figures were on the move. These people were heading in one direction, and that was the June City's Lord's mansion. That day, Huin was leaving the inn after being irritated by XiaoMo. He then accepted the invitation from the city's lord and proceeded to lodge in the lord's mansion with his entourage. After that, people from the Mage Guild also moved in. This gave the lord great honor. The smile never left the lord's face. As to why they chose to deal with the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Mage Guild instead, it was because they couldn't afford to offend the Tsang Alliance. They had an intelligence network all across the Tongtian continent, and if they dared to lay a hand on their people, they wouldn't even how they ended up dead. The Tsang Alliance was known to be extremely protective of its own people. They couldn't offend the Beast Transfiguration Guild either. They were renowned for their beast taming techniques across the Tongtian continent. From the high-level demon beasts down to the lowest level ones, one might never know if they were being watched by demon beasts as they made their move. The risks were too high. Hence, they settled for the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Mage Guild. While they couldn't afford to offend the two forces either, it would be difficult to trace the attacks back to them if they were more careful. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the heavily guarded Lord's mansion. It was as if these people already had it all planned out. They regrouped before dispersing again, sneaking into the mansion from different directions. 15 minutes had passed. A powerful aura from within the mansion rose to the sky. Pained moans and cries rang in succession. Soon after, they were silenced. The dark night once again resumed its peace and quiet, as if nothing had happened. As expected, they don't stand a chance when faced with a divine-level powerhouse. From the darkness, Ling Xiao's voice could be heard with a hint of foresight as he spoke. XiaoMo, who was laying on Ling Xiao's back, looked towards the brightly lit Lord's mansion. It seemed like they already knew that the night wasn't going to be a peaceful one. No one was planning to go to bed as they waited for their prey to show up at their doorsteps. Huin probably hasn't gone to sleep. Are we really going to start with attacking him? Huin may be a genius in Yuxian City, but he is nothing compared to the Vermilion Blood Clan's member. The divine-level powerhouse is probably beside that clan member and guarding him now. So we can only target Huin. Can't we target Cheng Dongqing? Huin and Cheng Dongqing. Which one do you hate more? Both. Choose one first. We'll deal with the other one another time. Then, let's stick with Huin. Make up your mind next time. Okay. The courtyard that Huin was staying at was in the west wing of the mansion. They already surveyed the place during daytime, and for some reason, he wasn't in the same place as the others. This only made it more convenient for them to attack. However, afraid that Huin would be disturbed, the Lord deliberately sent people to guard the west wing closely. On the surface, indeed, it looked like not even a fly could get in. Ling Xiao and XiaoMo snuck past the guards and defense lines with ease and finally located Hu Yin's residence and exquisite compound. The outside of the compound was surrounded by the guards of the Lord's mansion, whilst the inside was people brought by Hu Yin. Other than Hu Yin, who had an emperor-level cultivation, there was another person who was at the same level. The difference being the person had a stronger presence than Hu Yin, and he probably was a 4 or 5 star. Ling Xiao quickly knocked that person out. XiaoMo took over by stuffing the guy under the bed. Even if someone came in, they won't be able to see him. Then, he got Xiao to transform into the sagging old man under the bed. Like this you've really become an old man. Ling Xiao joked. XiaoMo rolled his eyes at him before starting to carry out the plan. In order not to alarm other people, they thought of using this knocked out old man's identity and have XiaoMo take on his appearance to deceive the others. The results were successful. XiaoMo only had to say to them he had important matters to speak with Hu Yin and asked them and the Lord's guards to stand guard outside, which they easily obeyed. Knock. 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 Come in. Hu Yin answered. XiaoMo immediately pushed the doors open and entered. He gave the room a sweep before concluding that it was indeed luxurious. As expected, Hu Yin hadn't retired for the night. He was drinking and his brows were set in a deep frown, as if he had remembered something unpleasant. When he saw him entering, he didn't even suspect anything. Uncle Lu, do you need me for something? XiaoMo gave a slight cough before speaking. I have something important to tell you, but... With his wine-addled brain, Hu Yin couldn't tell what XiaoMo said sounded very different from the usual Uncle Lu. When he heard there were important matters, he asked about it. What is it? Actually, I just want to tell you there's someone standing behind you. XiaoMo smiled. Hu Yin froze for a moment before noticing that the Uncle Lu in front of him was a little odd. Before he could even give a deep thought as to why he found him odd, he felt something strange from behind him. He turned around sharply only to find a familiar handsome man before him. The man was smiling at him, which sent shivers down his spine. He opened his mouth to speak but not a single word fell out. Hu Yin's eyes never left that man. Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to speak before knocking him out like he did with Hu Yin's Uncle Lu. No one caught him, so Hu Yin just fell to the ground. His eyes that were staring wide open a moment ago were now closed. This is easier than I thought. XiaoMo exclaimed. Ling Xiao glanced at him. You can change back now. He was not the least bit interested in seeing the old man's face, not when that old face was making expressions that he was familiar with. XiaoMo grumbled quietly before doing as told. Ling Xiao squatted beside Hu Yin and stuck out his right index finger. A nail that wasn't long but had a sharp glint cut a deep wound into Hu Yin's neck. Blood spilled forth and soon the floor was covered by a pool of blood. And just like that, Hu Yin was killed while he was still unconscious. XiaoMo gulped. He felt nervous and thrilled at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398. Chapter 398, Biggest Problem in Life. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Ling Xiao absorbed Hu Yin's memory after he died. Whether they were dead or alive, Ling Xiao could absorb the memories of people, but there was still a difference. An instinctive resistance would be produced in the person's memory when absorbing the memory while they were alive. This was not conducive for absorption and also wastes time. However, after dying the consciousness would dissipate. As long as the time of death was not more than 1 day, the memory would remain in the mind. Just like ownerless goods, the memory stored in the mind would be easier to absorb. This was not the first time XiaoMo saw Ling Xiao do this. Every time he saw this scene, he felt that it was like Ling Xiao was eating people. Ling Xiao had thoroughly absorbed Hu Yin's memory after a few minutes. He found the answers they wanted in his memory, then said, "Let's go." XiaoMo nodded. Ling Xiao set off a fire after walking out of the room, then the two left as easily as they entered. 15 minutes later, the fire had spread and the west rooms of the city lord's mansion were alight with the blaze. The fire was very large and there were signs that it was spreading in the other directions. Moreover, they were unable to extinguish the fire no matter what was done. The entire city lord's mansion instantly sank into a panic, and roars were heard coming from inside from time to time. The news that the mansion of the city lord had caught fire spread on the morning of the second day. It was said the fire did not go out until the morning. It was only that nearly half of the city lord's mansion had been burned down by then. There were not many casualties because it was discovered early. But amongst the several number of dead was the insufferably arrogant Huyin, and the other was an Emperor Realm expert. The Divine Realm expert from the Vermilion Blood Clan was very furious about this matter and stated that they would definitely catch the murderer. However, whether they could catch the person was another different matter. In the afternoon, the news of the entrance of the underground palace would appear spread like wildfire. Inside the city lord's mansion, a tense atmosphere pervaded the entire place. This was especially apparent in a hall which had not been burned from the fire. The people from the Vermilion Blood Clan were gathered here and there was fury on their faces no matter who they were. Yu Ming, who was that divine realm expert from the Vermilion Blood Clan, looked towards the man with the highest rank amongst them. Qingshan, what do you think about this matter? The Qingshan that Yu Ming addressed was the third son of the current head of the Vermilion Blood Clan. His looks were handsome and his talent was one of the very best in the clan. His status was higher than Yu Ming. He was the one who had the most say amongst all the people there. Even Yu Ming had to listen to him most of the time. Yu Qingshan muttered to himself irresolutely, the cultivation base of the one who infiltrated into the city lord's mansion last night is bound to be above Uncle Lu. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to kill Uncle Lu soundlessly without a fuss. As for Huyin, we still can't find him until now. We have searched everywhere inside and out. There's indeed no trace of young Master Hu. We suspect that he probably has already been killed. Hu Yin's subordinate respectfully replied. Yu Qingshan rapped the tabletop. That person killed Uncle Lu, yet he took Huyin away. Could it be that person that has some sort of grudge with Huyin? Since they could not find Hu Yin's body, they unanimously determined that Huyin had been kidnapped. Fifth young master, if the other party really had a grudge with young Master Hu, I know of two suspects who fit the bill. Hu Kongning, who had just recuperated from his injuries, immediately stood up when he heard this sentence. When he spoke of those two people, a trace of bitter resentment exuded from his eyes. Yu Qingshan gave him an indifferent glance. Are you referring to what happened at the hotel? He had heard of this incident when he reached June City a few days ago. Hu Kongning's scalp tightened when Yu Qingshan's eyes were on him, and he cupped his hands and stated, yes. The strength of one of them was above Huyin. At that time, young Master Hu did not even have slightest power to retaliate. So I believe that his strength is probably also above Senior Lu. A bodyguard ran in just at this moment. The bodyguard cupped his hands and reported, Young Master, there's been some progress in the search. We found young Master Hu Yin's dimensional ring in the ruins. Underneath the ring was a pile of black ash. This is probably young Master Hu Yin's clothing and other personal items. Could it be that the reason why Hu Yin disappeared was actually because he had been burned to ashes by the fire? Yu Qingshan frowned. A dimensional ring was an item that was of a much higher grade than a magic bag. With Hu Yin's status, it was not unexpected for him to own one. If he had been kidnapped, it was impossible that the dimensional ring would be left behind untouched. In addition, there was that pile of black ash, Hu Yin's disappearance would be reasonable if it was interpreted this way. Bang! Yu Ming heavily hammered the table as he darkly seethed, truly well done, to even dare to kill the heir of Yuxian City. Apparently the fact that the Vermilion Blood Clan has made no big moves in these years has let everyone mistakenly believe that we are sick cats. Where is the dignity of the Vermilion Blood Clan if we don't kill that person? Yu Qingshan's expression was unfathomable. That person will definitely appear tomorrow. At that time we will see who is the most suspicious. Hu Kongning clenched his hands. No matter whether those two were the killers or not, he would never let them off. Before noon the next day, the valley in the southwest corner of the mountain ranges of June City was full of people. Almost all the experts in June City had arrived. The densely packed crowd was jammed into a pile. The mountain range, which had always been desolate, was brimming with an inhabited atmosphere. Everyone was chattering in discussion when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived. At this moment, there was only half an hour till the emergence of the entrance of the underground palace. There's so many powerhouses, XiaoMo excitedly exclaimed. Although the news had been released quite late, there were many powerhouses concealed beneath the surface in the mountain ranges of June City, so there was still quite a significant turnout here. Thus, everyone who was stronger than Uncle Lu were all suspects. Don't be careless, Ling Xiao cautioned. I know. Hey, is that valley the entrance? XiaoMo said as he curiously pointed at the precipitous terrain in front. The mountain range ahead had a tremendous fracture about 200 meters wide. This was precisely the fractured valley they had heard through word of mouth today. It was rumored that a long time ago, there were two exceptional experts who fought here, and this dangerous mountain stream was the masterpiece of one of the experts. As a result of their impressive destructive power, there was a place inside the fractured valley where the space was torn apart. After years of precipitation, this fractured valley became a famous dangerous spot in the mountain range of June City. The fractured valley was filled with hurricanes of thick ice as sharp as blades. There were even a few traces of spatial forces mixed inside the hurricane. It was able to easily split open the defense of a spiritual realm practitioner, so only those experts who were Imperial Realm and above could enter. The people from the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Mages Guild have arrived. Just then, the crowd in the front burst into an uproar. XiaoMo glanced in the direction they were looking at. 10 rays of light rapidly streaked across the sky. The rays drew closer from far to near and were soon before them, before descending onto an open space that no one dared to approach. He did not recognize the rest other than Chang Dongqing and Hu Kongning. XiaoMo originally thought that Hu Feng and Tang Hao, who he met in Beidong's Tianxiang City, would also be here. He determined that they really did not come, since he still had not seen a trace of their figures until now. He did not know that Hu Feng and Tang Hao had been in confinement because they did not complete their Heavenly Cauldron mission. Continuing after them, Xiong Zhao's green tortoise had also appeared. The gigantic green tortoise obscured the sky above, plunging the ground below into shadows. The green tortoise searched for a piece of vacant area before descending. Xiong Xiao and Xiao Wushuang simultaneously jumped off the back of the green tortoise. Whether it was a coincidence or not, they just happened to land near where XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were standing, and had long caught sight of them. Fellow Ling Mo, fellow Yu Xiaoha, we meet again, Xiong Xiao strode over, his stalwart face involuntarily let out a hint of cheer. XiaoMo was once again embarrassed by his address of Yu Xiaoha. He would not have let Ling Xiao speak first if he had known earlier. In the end, it became something like Yu Xiaoha. Ling Xiao's alias was great. Using one of the letters from his name, Ling Mo, it even sounded good too. Ling Xiao casually replied, "We just arrived." Xiao Wushuang saw that Yu Xiaomo's face was crumpled into a ball and asked with a touch of care, "Fellow Yu, what happened to you?" Yu XiaoMo was comforted at once by his address of fellow Yu. It was so much better than Yu Xiaoha, and he smiled in satisfaction. "Nothing, I am just pondering over the biggest problem in my life, but..." Xiao Wushuang discreetly asked, "Dare I ask what the biggest problem in your life is?" Yu XiaoMo sighed, "My surname is Yu. The main family from the Vermilion Blood Clan is also surnamed Yu. I say, you do think that I could be one of their clansmen that was stranded outside?" Xiao Wushuang was stunned. It seems like there are all kinds of people in the world now. Any Tom, Dick or Harry also dares to pretend to be a person from the Vermilion blood clan without even considering their own status. On what basis are you worthy? A mocking sneer abruptly sounded by his ear. The malicious tone and deliberate pitching of voice was a personal attack directed at XiaoMo that was brimming with malevolence. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice. It was an acquaintance who had been sent flying with a kick by Ling Xiao, Hu Kongning. Yu Qingshan and Yu Ming were beside Hu Kongning. The expressions of the two were cryptic and it was hard to tell what they thought about the words that had been said to XiaoMo. But it was apparent that they also approved of what he said, seeing as they did not tell off Hu Kongning. XiaoMo eyed them before he nonchalantly recalled his gaze and continued to look at and talk with Xiao Wushang. I say, do you think I should change my surname? Otherwise, other people may think that I have some relation to that group of people who only know how to look at people through their nostrils. Then wouldn't the one at a disadvantage be me? Xiao Wushang could only give a hollow laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399. Chapter 399, You'll Get Pregnant. Translated by Juicence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The expressions of the nostrils for eyes Vermilion blood clan twisted as one. XiaoMo's words truly showed his talent for offending people. Though he hadn't specified who he was talking about explicitly, anyone would know who he meant. Plus, these words were even said in front of very people he was talking about, so the effects were even more impactful. The only one who knew the full situation was Ling Xiao, who silently gazed skywards. Yet, what was unexpected was that the Vermilion blood clan's people didn't erupt in rage then and there. Hu Kongning's complexion had turned ugly, but, as if being held back by someone, didn't act despite how he was trembling with rage, red-eyed, and looking as if he wanted to rip XiaoMo to shreds. The person who was stopping him was Yu Qingshan. It was then that Cheng Dongqing from the Mage Guild glanced at XiaoMo with an insincere smile and said to Yu Qingshan, Brother Qingshan, I truly admire your restraint after being insulted like that by this buffoon. Yu Qingshan was unmoved, mildly replying, You said yourself that he was nothing more than a buffoon, so arguing with him is just going to bring us down to his level. I don't have the time for that at. Cheng Dongqing's complexion shifted slightly, remembering how he had argued with XiaoMo before. But it couldn't really be considered arguing, and he quickly pushed it out of mind, agreeing with the other weakly, Brother Qingshan is very right. This was the first time he had received such a counterattack by an opponent and XiaoMo didn't know how to react. After a moment, XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao with wide eyes. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Didn't I tell you that you shouldn't talk to people with nostrils for eyes? But you didn't believe me. Don't you know that talking with them can get you pregnant? XiaoMo laughed so hard that his chest hurt. He was wrong, this was the real final boss. Around them, the expressions of those who heard this twisted. You'd get pregnant hearing someone talk, that truly was a new phrase. Most people were like XiaoMo and couldn't hold in their laughter. However, they were more reserved, turning to chuckle into their hands. Hearing this sentence, Yu Qingshan's gaze turned cold enough to create ice. Yet he didn't want to get into anything with them, because of what he had said before. This was the fabled, digging oneself into a ditch. No need to bother with them. It's almost time. Let's go. Ling Ming came out to help him out of the awkward situation. Cheng Qingshan glanced at XiaoMo darkly, his gaze bearing murderous intent. Though he hadn't acted, he had etched XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's appearance into his mind. If XiaoMo knew what he was thinking, he would tell the other that their appearances were fake. Xiongxiao and Xiao Wuxuan looked at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, not knowing if they should cry or laugh. It was hard to believe they could come up with something like that. They had managed to completely destroy any chance of a good relationship with Yu Qingshan today. None of the Vermilion blood clan's people were forgiving. Xiongxiao was the first to let go of his reservations. In reality, he had long since begun to look on the clansmen of the Vermilion Blood Clan with distaste. They were all arrogant, like they had gotten 10,258 star. If it wasn't for his position, he would have done something like that ages ago. You two really exceeded my expectations. Xiao was exuberant, laughing freely. But that was great. It was nothing. XiaoMo said humbly, smiling so much that his eyes were slits. Xiao Wuxuang shook his head with a smile. After entering the underground palace, the Vermilion Blood Clan would certainly come after them, yet they could still smile like that. As the time got closer, tension began to fill the air. Xiao Wuxuang seemed to see someone he knew and suddenly said, "I have something to do, so I'll be taking my leave." After that, he began to walk towards a group of people on a distant mountain. They were powerhouses that had just appeared, radiating an intense aura. Xiao said, "They're from the Beast Transfiguration Guild." Xiaomo's eyes lit up. "Xiao Dage is from the Beast Transfiguration Guild?" Xiao replied with surprise, "That's right." "You don't know?" Xiao Wuxuan was very famous in the southern continent. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone who hadn't heard of him. XiaoMo laughed and said, "Now I do." This really was an effortless find when they had no idea how to proceed. With their relationship with Xiao Wuxuang now, it'd be easier for him to learn Beast Transfiguration. Xiao glanced over at the broken valley, saying to them, "The entrance of the underground palace is about to appear. You guys be careful. I need to go and meet up with the others, so I'll be taking my leave." XiaoMo waved at him. There were many people who had rushed here to the June Mountains. Apart from the Super clan like the Vermilion Blood Clan, there were quite a few other groups, all powerful sects of the southern continent and some infamous names, too. As time went on, these people all pressed towards the entrance of the Broken Valley. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were rather far back, but they had an eighth of an hour, so they weren't very worried. After about 10 minutes, an excited voice yelled out from the front, "The entrance to the underground palace has appeared." As the voice rung out, the crowd raced forwards with impatience. The crowd swarmed into Broken Valley like ants. Even the weaker practitioners and mages ran towards their deaths as if bewitched. The result was as expected. None of them lived and were all torn asunder by the sharp winds, falling at the entrance in gruesome pieces. The people's minds finally cleared at seeing this, sorrowfully looking at the already dead people and afraid to reckless charge inside. All they could do was stand at the entrance looking in, sighing. As for the Vermilion Blood Clan and other groups, they darted inside under the guidance of their elites. XiaoMo hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao over. They hadn't even entered the Broken Valley when they felt a cold, dark presence, as if their very souls were trembling. After entering with the others, two towering cliffsides appeared in view, covered in moss that formed jagged shapes on the walls, looking foreboding. In front of them were the raging winds, emitting chilling howls like screaming ghosts. XiaoMo raised his head and looked up, seeing a small crack in the air as he had thought he would. This crack had been here for many years and more spatial force drifted out from the crack, so only Emperor level and above cultivators could endure it. No one dared to approach the crack, avoiding it with their lives. XiaoMo could see the Vermilion Blood Clan at the front, their figures blurring. The others followed them like an osseous disease. They were all so careful, terrified of getting lost. But this was understandable. Though everyone knew that Broken Valley was where the underground palace would appear, the valley was massive. From the outside, it might only seem 200 meters wide, but it was thousands of meters deep and the dangerous winds raged everywhere. They couldn't find it by walking through the entire thing. So the best method was to follow the Vermilion Blood Clan. "Let's go." Ling Xiao grabbed his hand and pulled him forwards. XiaoMo followed at once. Though they already knew where the entrance was, they couldn't show it or else the Vermilion Blood Clan would suspect them to be the perpetrators of the incident at the Castellan. They didn't know this, but Yu Ming, near to the front, was indeed observing them. When he saw XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, they immediately caught his attention, especially that Ling Xiao. This man made him feel as if he could see through the other, yet as if he couldn't at the same time, enveloped in a mirage and difficult to identify. Though he wasn't sure if it was them that killed Huyin and Hu Lu, he was already suspicious of the two. Ah! As everyone advanced, a sharp scream suddenly rung out. 2 seconds later, with the poof of a small explosion, the scream came to an abrupt halt. Some poor guy had managed to get himself carried over to the crack by the winds. He had only just approached when the special force coming out of the crack killed him. The air was filled with blood, the winds carrying it further. Some people didn't dodge in time and was splattered with a face full. XiaoMo hid behind Ling Xiao, using him to block the blood. Of course, the rain of blood didn't touch Ling Xiao, not even the corners of his clothes. After a while, XiaoMo was dragged back in front by Ling Xiao. "My wife, it's just a death. It's not like you haven't witnessed death before. This is just a small thing, there's no need for fear." XiaoMo rolled his eyes. "But it's still disgusting. Human bodies were still fragile. Organs like the liver and guts had been blended into the rain of blood as well. If it really had splattered on his body, he would be sick for days." Ling Xiao smiled. "You'll get used to it." XiaoMo replied, "I'd rather never get used to it." That was because getting used to it meant that he might be met with even more similar situations. That was when the crowd came to a halt. It seemed that the entrance to the underground palace had been found. The powerful groups, including the Tsong Alliance and Beast Transfiguration Guild, gathered around. The large group seemed to be confirming if this was the entrance to the underground palace or not together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400. Chapter 400, A Rare New Metal. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. On the border of this tunnel is an unrecognizable metal element mineral. This old fellow here has seen some books about the metal-swallowing beast's habits. It likes to stay in places of the metal element minerals, so this should be the right place. Huang Fuli of the Beast Transfiguration Guild said first while stroking his beard. As he finished, Yuming walked in, taking the Vermilion Blood Clan members with him. Seeing this, others couldn't help but swear under their breath. Clearly Yuming knew beforehand this was the right tunnel, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't until the Beast Transfiguration Guild members said it before he moved. His motive was clear as day. No one was willing to fall behind and went in one after another. It wasn't long before the people surrounding the tunnel entrance depleted by half. Due to the time restraint, even those further away from the entrance hurried over. Some, who were too impatient, were almost cut by the strong wind. By the time XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance, members of the forces were almost all gone. "Doesn't this hole look like Xiao's mouth?" XiaoMo tilted his head up to see the shape of the tunnel entrance. It was a rare circular shape. It felt similar to how Xiao looked while yawning. However, as they were about to go hunting for treasure, he was a bit excited. Ling Xiao looked at him and said, "Xiao hasn't fully developed yet." XiaoMo ignored him. The two followed everyone and walked in. The inside was still relatively bright, however, it wasn't long before it suddenly dimmed. When everyone looked back, the entrance had disappeared. Half an hour hadn't passed by before the entrance disappeared. It was 2 minutes early, leaving those outside, who were about to go in, speechless. "Good thing we came in early," XiaoMo said, feeling relieved. Everyone else felt slightly worried as well. It was a good thing that they had the foresight to come in first. However, it also meant that the treasure inside had nothing to do with those outside. Everyone felt some slight relief that there was less competition. However, unbeknownst to them, who knows which group would be luckier? Afterwards, the lucky ones quickened their pace to catch up with the main group. The rushing footsteps created a large echo. XiaoMo was not as impatient as them. As he walked along with Ling Xiao, he was also eyeing the situation inside the cave. As Huang Fuli said earlier, the metal-swallowing beast did like to stay where there were metal element minerals. Therefore, here one could see all sorts of minerals, and the deeper in, the darker the colors. About 1,000 meters in, they finally arrived at a split juncture. There were 3 routes. On the right was a road filled with the metal element minerals they saw before, giving off a slight fluctuation of soul force. On the left was a yellowish-brown road, with the entrance covered in a yellow sand dirt. It didn't seem like there would be treasures. Last but not least was the middle. This was the plainest, pitch dark, and with nothing. Without a doubt, everyone chooses the right tunnel because the metal-swallowing beast ate metal element minerals and only the right-hand tunnel had it, so it must be that the beast was inside. XiaoMo thought the same as them when suddenly Ling Xiao grabbed a hold of his hand and whispered, "We are going to middle one." "Why?" XiaoMo asked quietly. Ling Xiao said, "Because the Vermilion Blood Clan also went with this route." XiaoMo lifted his head, "How do you know?" Ling Xiao replied, "This route has leftovers of their scent." XiaoMo bit his lower lip and very sensibly kept the "Are you a dog?" comment to himself. Ling Xiao, as if noticing something, lowered his head and stared at him with his black eyes. "What did you want to say earlier, But?" With a cough, XiaoMo said, "Nothing." Just when they thought that only they would walk the middle path, after they went in, a few more people followed them. It seemed that they were all solo practitioners, all with their heads down, trying to not make eye contact. XiaoMo glanced over before continuing. It didn't take long before the view in front of them suddenly became clear. It was a huge, as if endless, karst cave. Both the top and bottom were filled with stalactites of all shapes and sizes. There were no boundaries in sight, and the dark undergrounds were illuminated by these stalactites. No wonder there were people who called the June mountain ranges an underground palace. If it was filled with these kinds of karst caves, then it really does look like a natural palace. The karst caves seem to have existed for more than 10,000 years. Wherever they walked, it was all sort of stalactites eroded to different shapes and sizes, all beautiful. It itself was a sight to behold. It was the first time that XiaoMo had seen a karst cave this big. Taking in the view, even the smallest stalactite was 20 or so meters long. The biggest were well over 100 meters, and the stalactites above periodically dripped water, creating a rhythmic on the ground. Everyone had a fast pacing, thus it took just about an hour to reach the end of the field of stalactites to a bizarre world of stoneflowers. From the wall to the ground were patches of stone from black sediments. These rocks had the shape of a flower, thus it was known as stoneflowers. Seeing this scene, those behind XiaoMo and Ling Xiao finally became impatient. There was nothing of value here. Their goal was the metal-swallowing beast. They didn't have time to waste here. At the same time, they were regretting their decisions. They should have gone with the others to the right-hand path. Once they left, XiaoMo immediately ran over to a meter-long black stoneflower and examined it closely. Absorbed in thought, he said, "There seems to be something inside these stones. Let's see, use your soul force and cut it open." Ling Xiao walked over and said. XiaoMo had the same idea in mind. However, this black material was unusually hard. He was dripping in sweat before it finally opened. Not only that, this was the smallest stoneflower. "What is this small thing?" XiaoMo took out a black material from within the stoneflower. It was the size of a thumb, way too small. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "If my guess is correct, this is a newborn black metal element mineral, from many years of mutation." XiaoMo tried cutting this black stone, however all that was left was a white streak. It was so hard that even he couldn't do anything about it. His expression shifted to one of happiness rather than surprise. "If we get a few more of these black rocks, couldn't we use it to lure the metal-swallowing beast? We can give it a try." And thus, the two split their work while cooperating. Ling Xiao was much faster than XiaoMo. By the time he cut open the second one, Ling Xiao was already on his 10th. When XiaoMo turned around and saw this, he just left it to him and instead ran behind him collecting rocks. The stone flowers Ling Xiao chose were all relatively big, with the biggest in the double digits. From the biggest he dug up a stone with a diameter of 20 centimeters, the others were all around 10. It was after they had dug up 20 pieces, when Ling Xiao stopped. XiaoMo weighted it and also felt that it was enough. Walking further ahead, they noticed the large amounts of shattered stone flowers with the black stones inside dug out. Clearly, someone else also knew of the contents inside. By the time they walked out of the stone flower cave, in front of them was, once again, 5 narrow passages headed towards 5 different directions. This time it was even harder to choose. Once again Ling Xiao used his sensitive sense to find out the route that the Vermilion Blood Clan took. It was the third route, also the middle one. However, what surprised him was that the other forces had took different paths. There was only one explanation: there was a division of ideas among them. Realizing this, Ling Xiao stopped hesitating and randomly chose a passage. After walking for 10 or so minutes, an echo came from ahead. It was the sound of a lot of people talking, and by the time they arrived at the end of the passage, they could finally see what kind of situation it was. In an open space with the size of 3 soccer fields, there was around 200 people, all ones who had gone in the underground palace. However, there were still less than before, and as expected, the Vermilion Blood Clan and the other forces were there. It seemed like the 5 routes appeared to be leading to different directions but actually had the same exit. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? XiaoMo said quietly to Ling Xiao. Not only that, this open area didn't seem natural at all. The walls clearly had man-made prints on them, and the tens of meters tall door, no matter how amazing nature was, it couldn't make a door appear. Ling Xiao replied, they're probably thinking of how to push open that but that door seemed to be made of a special material. As an emperor-level practitioner went ahead to push it, but it didn't budge, and instead his face went red from pushing. Now, the big forces were gathered around debating on how to open this door. Xiong Xiao and Xiao Wushuang were included too. Although the two were young, in Tong Tian continent age didn't matter as long as you had the strength to back it up. Ling Xiao, XiaoMo's voice sounded quiet as a fly's buzzing. When Ling Xiao turned around to look, he saw him plastered to the wall like a gecko. Seeing that Ling Xiao turned around, he giggled and waved him over, eyes shining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.